The Blue Mountain region of eastern Jamaica is arguably the most famous coffee region in the world. Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee is one of Jamaica's most prized possessions and is celebrated globally. Cultivated in the steep slopes, the volcanic soils and gentle mist provide the perfect conditions to form this wonderfully aromatic speciality blend. Out of many, there is one love. Marshall and Brown, Jamaican Blue Mountain Coffee.
Being a black person in Europe, you are constantly searching for places to feel at home. You ask people for events, go through the internet, even watch TV hoping to find somewhere your culture is appreciated. A standing ovation goes out to those using their skills to produce things for the Afro-European missing the warmth of their culture, providing spaces for all generations to reconnect and see the value of us sticking together. Afromoya is there to build the bridge between black-owned creations and the people. Like a band, they are instrumental to us vibing together, understanding the importance of having a place we can unite and be our true selves. Marcus Garvey once said, "Be black, buy black, think black, and all else will take care of itself."
This is a great time for other people, men and women, who may be thinking about how they can not just give back to their community, but genuinely pay it forwards to actually join the organisation and help the work that we're going to be doing, because we have some phenomenal initiatives that are going to reinforce our 4 pillars. So for those that don't know, the 4 pillars that exist within the 100 are mentoring, which is where you see our flagship program, the community mentoring program. We've got our education pillar, which is about ensuring that young people can be best developed for the future. We've also got our economic empowerment pillar, which currently our main program there is about supporting small black-owned businesses. And then we've also got our pillar, which is health and well-being, because as we know, health is wealth.
Hey, I'm Dominique and I'm the founder of Hairpop. Hairpop is an online marketplace for natural hair care products and accessories for afro and curly hair. I've been on an amazing journey with Hairpop, and the latest chapter happens to be the story of all of our lives. We have made it easier for you to purchase your hair care products online, so you don't have to leave the safety of your home. We're in a time of uncertainty at the moment, but I have a feeling we're gonna be alright.
Brown skin girl, your skin just like pearls. You're back against the world. I never trade you for anybody else. Say brown skin girl.
Yes. Okay, here we go. Good morning, my fine people. Universal blessings in abundance. My name is Natasha Vigil. My friends, that's you, call me Tasha, and I am the founder of Black Wall Street London, the Afrocentric exhibition, marketplace, and business development hub. I just want to say a quick good morning to everybody who is joining us today across all of the platforms, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook. I want to ask you just in this moment, if you know somebody who you feel is going to benefit from a celebration of Black-owned business and a celebration of the 100-year anniversary of Black Wall Street, then share this. Simply share this. Grab the link, share it to your friends, family, and everybody that you know. This is a celebration of Black business and culture today. Okay, so thank you everybody who's in. Mummy T, I see that you're in the building. Thank you so much. Give me a quick thumbs up if I'm sounding okay. Write something in the chat. This is an interactive platform. So as I said, good morning. Black Wall Street London, we are here and we currently support over 100 Black-owned businesses via our physical location events, our virtual market, and our online business events. That's this platform right here. So we utilize our platform to spread brand awareness, business knowledge, and the message of collaboration. Now, whilst we shine a light on Black-owned business, we promote an all-inclusive community audience. That's one love, one people, united we rise. And today, as I said, hi Sharice. Good morning, Miss Rogers, and Baby Bump. Yes. Whilst we shine a light on Black-owned business, as I was saying, we promote an all-inclusive audience. And today is a day of celebration. So we are here collectively to simply shine a light on our Black excellence, unapologetically. So I'll give you this warning. Some of what you see here today may not be for the faint-hearted. And some of what you hear on here today may not be for the light of hearing. But all of what you learn here today will be in celebration of the 100-year anniversary of Black Wall Street. So what's that, you may say? Well, if you don't know, you better recognize. Let me just put some captions up here real quick because I get carried away in the moment and I forget to put up my ting-tings. So yeah, here we go. Right, so let me just explain what it is for those of you who are not up to speed. Shame on you. Today is a clear victory for our ancestors. Not just today, but this whole year. Okay, it's a step in the right direction, in celebration, in defeat of the invisible, but oh so visible, the war that scars us so deep, yet is so easily turned on the other cheek. In celebration of the 100-year anniversary of Black Wall Street, we simply must address a little history. But we're going to do it our way. That's not his story, but our story. And so today you may well see another side of me, but let it be known, this is all coming from a loving place. Always has and always will. And so please, let's make business noise as we raise our chins and we lift our heads and simply and unapologetically represent and bathe in our absolute glory. Now, I'm not an expert on Black Wall Street, and nor do I confess to be. But what I want to do here today is give you an insight into the impact that one moment in our story had on me personally. As a child, when I was undoubtedly too young to even know what to do with that impact, but how it stayed with me and stuck like glue, and how it fuels me today to keep on keeping on. So you see, behind this facade of strength, courage, and wisdom, I'm a super sensitive soul. And I simply continue to battle my internal wars the only way I know how, by serving those around me and thus serving myself. And in doing so, it helps. It helps to quash the anguish, the sadness, the fear, the hate, and the loathing of knowing that in 2021, a whole entire century later, after what was the most severe massacre in Black business history, nothing has changed. Let's just digest that for a quick second. The unsurprised norm of how a Black man can still and is still being lynched on national TV, no less, in pun, and how this is fit to make one feel. And so I personally choose to emote through business. And I choose to emote through a celebration of Black business and culture, whereby we come together and honor our ancestors in the true spirit of collaboration and in keeping the Black Wall Street legacy alive. Morning, Sibu, Queen Sibu. Yes, and why? Simple, because this is not a moment, it's a movement. And still, we rise.
Out of the huts of history's shame, I rise. Up from a past rooted in pain, I rise. A black ocean leaping and wide, welling and swelling, I bear in the tide. Leaving behind nights of terror and fear, I rise. Into a daybreak miraculously clear, I rise. Bringing the gifts that my ancestors gave. I am the hope and the dream of the slave. And so, I rise.
Yes, pretty much says it all. I'm going to try and keep my emotions to myself today because I'm feeling super emotional, super sensitive. This is a big moment. We are here today in celebration of Black business and culture and the 100-year anniversary of Black Wall Street. So I'm just trying to give you a little insight as to where I'm coming from. People always say, what is Black Wall Street? Is it the Black Wall Street? You know, so today, without going too deep, I just want to try and give everybody out there an insight as to where I'm getting the fuel for my fire, you know, the fuel for my fire. So I'd like to begin today's celebration with an amazing find, and it is with thanks to the New York Times, nonetheless. I mean, this presentation is everything. Excuse me. I've been racking my brains for the longest time, thinking, how can I present Black Wall Street in the positive light that it deserves? You know, I mean, we have been constantly discussing and viewing all of the negatives that took place there, the massacre of the area and the loss of Black lives and business. But I wanted to revert back to the influential impact that Black Wall Street had on me as a child, the way it opened my eyes to early entrepreneurship and thought of business collaboration. And whilst browsing for what seemed, like I said, an eternity, in search of a positive take on my childhood business fairy tale, I came across this. I came across this presentation by the New York Times, who, by piecing together archival maps and photographs with the guidance of historians and professionals, managed to construct a 3D model of the Greenwood neighborhood as it was before the destruction. So let me just repeat that. a 3D model of the Greenwood neighborhood as it was before the destruction. So a lot of time, Pete, we're seeing the smoke and the flames and the, you know, the massacres of what was left of Black Wall Street. But this presentation is everything. And New York Times, I thank you. All right, so if everybody's with me, I'm going to do a quick screen share. I'm super excited about this. I'm so excited that I haven't even actually been over this too much because I wanted the element of surprise to envelope me as well as I did this. I wanted it to be as natural as possible. So let me screen share for a quick minute and see if you can see what I am seeing. Right, I'm going to take me out of the picture for a quick minute because this deserves everything on its own. Okay, sounds good. I'm going to do that. So, yep, just waiting on one quick thumbs up. Come on, peeps. This is an interactive platform, y'all. Let me know that you can see my screen, my share screen, and that we are good to go because this presentation is everything. I want to say a quick good morning to everybody who's with us today. Morning, Mummy T. I see you there. Good morning. Let me just share some of this stuff while we're waiting. Good morning, Carol Thompson. Mummy T, that's my mum. She says, good morning, Natasha. Universal blessings to you on this celebration day. Thank you, Mummy T. Sis Rogers, Cherie, she says, good morning and good morning to you too, my queen. Mummy T saying, it sounds great. Thank you so much, Mummy T. Always looking out for me. Queen Sibu, great morning, Queen. Hello, darling. And Queen Sibu will actually be on the show later on, so I'm really looking forward to that. Okay, together we are mighty. Together we are mighty, strong, and we rise. Okay, that's great. All right, Mummy T says you're not seeing much. You can't see my screen, Mummy T. I haven't started yet. I just want to make sure that you can see this screen. But I'm just going to go ahead and go through it. So I'm going to read to you what is going on. This is a 3D presentation care of the New York Times, and it depicts the neighborhood of Greenwood and what it looked like. There's a white screen blocking the photo. All right, Mummy T, what I'm trying to say is when I scroll up and down, can you see what is going on there? That's all I need to know because I haven't started yet. You know what I might do? I might just take this off. Let me just see. As you can see, there we go. Let's do that. How about that? Is that better? Let's do that. Okay, I'm ready to go. So, a century ago, a prosperous neighborhood in Tulsa, Oklahoma, perished at the hands of a violent mob. So this is amazing. Stay with me. Oh, there goes my baby dogs. Can you see this now? Okay. I hope that you're getting this. The only audio is me talking over and telling you what is going on. I'm reading the narrative here. All right. So what we're talking about is, again, what took years to build was erased in less than 24 hours by racial violence, sending the dead into mass graves and forever altering family trees. So hundreds of Greenwood residents were brutally killed, their homes and businesses wiped out, and they were casualties of a furious and heavily armed white mob of looters and arsonists. One factor that drove the violence was resentment towards the Black prosperity found in block after block of Greenwood. The financial toll of the massacre is evident in the 1.8 million in property loss claims, $27 million in today's money. And that has been detailed in a 2001 State Commission report. So for 2 decades, the report is one of the most comprehensive accounts to reveal the horrific details of this massacre, among the worst racial terror attacks in the nation's history, as well as the government's culpability. Now here you can see a picture right here of Greenwood Avenue, for years a thriving hub, and how it was destroyed by racial violence in just under 24 hours. Yeah. I'm just going to keep going on because this gets me every time. Every time I read it, it gets me. So the destruction of property is only one piece of the financial devastation that the massacre wrought. Much bigger is a sobering kind of inheritance, the incalculable and enduring loss of what could have been, and the generational wealth that might have shaped and secured the fortunes of Black children and Black grandchildren. Now, my fine people listening, this is epic. This is everything. When we're talking legacy, we're literally talking about lost legacy. Okay, so let me just take it to the floor real quick. So are you able to read it to us, Queen, or is my volume failing me? So I am reading it, so I don't know why you're not getting this. Let me just stop this real quick. Can you hear me now, peeps? Because I was actually, I was reading it. I've been reading it all along, so I hope that you're getting this. And I hope that I don't have to start over again. So give me a quick, hey, what's going on? Can you hear me loud and clear now? And I'm going to go back to sharing my screen and see if we can make it happen again. Let's share screen. Let's share screen. Let's share screen. Okay, let me know if you can hear me now and if you can see the screen as well. Let's see. Let's see who gives me a quick thumbs up. Hoping that you can hear me loud and clear and also see the screen. Yes, we can hear you now. That's weird. Mummy T volume. Okay, so I'm going to take it real back. Are you interested in me taking it real back? Because you guys missed all of the juice. So, you know, this is live. It happens. I'm going to take it back. Right, I'm going to go through this real quick. Care of the New York Times. Again, I said a century ago, a prosperous Black neighborhood in Tulsa, Oklahoma perished at the hands of a violent white mob. Okay. I'm scrolling through here, peeps, because this is how you do it so that you get the effect of going through or walking through this neighborhood. So this is epic. The Tulsa Race Massacre of 1921 killed hundreds of residents, burned more than 1,250 homes, and erased years of Black success. I want to thank you guys for sticking with me through that technical issue. And this is really important why you do. So the Tulsa Race Massacre destroyed. Let me just tell you about this. Imagine a community of great possibilities and prosperity built by Black people for Black people. Places to work, places to live, places to learn and shop and play, places to worship. Now, imagine it being ravaged by flames. In May 1921, the Tulsa, Oklahoma neighborhood of Greenwood was a fully realized antidote to the racial oppression of the time. But in the early part of the century, in a northern pocket of the city, it was a thriving community of commerce and family life to its roughly 10,000 residents. And here's an authentic picture of Greenwood Avenue in Tulsa, Oklahoma, which was the pulse of the Black business community. So brick and wood frame homes, brick and wood, they dotted the landscape along with blocks lined with grocery stores, hotels, nightclubs, billiard halls, theatres, doctors' offices, and churches. Greenwood was so promising and so vibrant that it became home to what was known as America's Black Wall Street. But what took years to build was erased in less than 24 hours by racial violence, sending the dead into mass graves and forever altering family trees. Hundreds of Greenwood residents were brutally killed, their homes and businesses wiped out, and they were casualties of a furious and heavily armed white mob of looters and arsonists. One factor that drove the violence was the resentment toward the Black prosperity found in block after block of Greenwood. And the financial toll of the massacre is evident in the 1.8 million in property loss claims. That's $27 million in today's money. And this has been detailed in a 2001 State Commission report. And 2 decades, the report has been one of the most comprehensive accounts to reveal the horrific details of the massacre, among the worst racial terror acts in the nation's history, as well as the government's culpability. Yes, okay, so we're feeling it now, we're hearing this and we're seeing this. Okay, so quick picture, Greenwood Avenue. This is what for years was a thriving hub that was destroyed by racial violence in less than 24 hours. So the destruction of property is only one piece of the financial devastation that the massacre wrought. Much bigger is a sobering kind of inheritance, the incalculable and enduring loss of what could have been, and the generational wealth that might have shaped and secured the fortunes of Black children and Black grandchildren. This is epic, guys. What if we had been allowed to maintain our family business, asks Brenda Nels Alford, who is now in her early 60s. The Greenwood Avenue shoe shop of her grandfather and his brother was destroyed. If they had been allowed to carry on that legacy, she said, there's no telling where we could be now. And for decades, what happened in Greenwood was willfully buried in history. Piecing together archival maps and photographs with guidance from historians, the New York Times constructed a 3D model of the Greenwood neighborhood as it was before the destruction. The Times also analyzed census data, city directories, newspaper articles, and survivor tapes and testimonies from that time to show the types of people who made up the neighborhood and contributed to its vibrancy. Now, let me just pause and take a quick cup of coffee. So I just want to give you a little insight where we're going right now. This is the 3D presentation that has just blown me away. Everybody with me? It's the Marquee Block, what we are moving on to. The Marquee Block was basically the town centre's hub, like the main street, the high street, let's say. Excuse me. Perhaps no other collection of businesses tells the story of Greenwood and Black entrepreneurship better than the 100 block of Greenwood Avenue. 100 blocks, all right, rising near the southern tip of the neighborhood. This Marquee Block was the pulse of the Black business community. Here we go. Check this out, my fine people. So more than 70 businesses operated in mostly 1, 2, and 3-story red brick buildings clustered along the block. All but a couple were owned by Black entrepreneurs. Now, what you're going to see here as we move through the Marquee Block is highlighted buildings. And within those buildings, you're going to get an indication of what was going on here. Business after business, entrepreneur after entrepreneur, and the category of businesses and the classifications. So over here, highlighted in yellow, you can see this first block. And in that block, Williams Confectionery, J.J. McKeever, dentist. So we're going confectionery and dentist. This is everything. Let's just move on. Over here, highlighted, you've got real estate company. You've got the Oklahoma Sun. You've got the Exchange Insurance Association. We've got Byers and Anderson, tailors. We've got Little Rose, beauty salon. We've got the Mary Jones Parish School of Natural Education. We've got Bridgewater, physician. We've got Wesley Jones, physician. We've got J.M. Key, physician. We've got Thomas R. Gentry, real estate. This is just the beginning. As we move over here, highlighted again, and you can also see on the backside how far these buildings go back. Economy Drug Company, you've got Rooming House, you've got C.L. Netherland, who's a barber, you've got W.J. Tate, who's an electrician. These businesses were housed in these buildings, just as we do today. Look, back over across the street, you've got Palace Barbershop, Safety First Loans, and Carl Whitaker, Rooms for Rent. Ladies and gents, if you're with me, just give me something just to show me that you're seeing what I am seeing, because for me, this is epic. I hope that your screens are big enough, and that's why I'm walking and talking you through this. But this is amazing. Next door to them, you have Hullet Dilliard, shoe shiner. You have PJ Eldridge, restaurant. I'm going to go through all of these because they deserve. Across the street from them, in this highlighted building, you had the Brunswick Billiard Parlor. Pool Hall, Bell and Little Cafe. You've got the Doc Eastman and Hughes Cafe. You've got the East End Cabaret, and you've got I.H. Spares, their lawyers, and then you've got the Hotel Gurley. So as it says here, in this stretch alone, there were 4 hotels, 2 newspapers, 8 doctors, 7 barbers, 9 restaurants, and a half dozen professional offices of real estate agents, dentists, and lawyers. A cabaret and a cigar shop were also on the block. We're popping back over to the other side of the road. You've got Hardy and Hardy restaurant. You've got Carter's barbershop. E.A. Hardy furnished rooms. J.E. Hardy public notary. Let me just come back. Yes, this is absolutely amazing. Back over the road, you've got Home Undertaking Company. You've got YMCA, you've got Samuel Smithy Confectionery. This goes on for days. You've got Neely and Vaden Billiards back over the road here, this little block. Across the street from them, you've got T.E. Hughes, which was a little restaurant. And back over the road from them, you have a Quaker cigar store. Excuse my dogs. A.S. Newkirk, who are photographers. Smith's Insurance. You've got attorneys and oil deals. This is amazing. This is literally blowing me away. Back over the road, across the street from them, you had the amazing Dixie Theatre, John Bell Barber, Samuel Stokeberry, and the shoe shiner. So, you know, I'm just in awe, seriously. Across the street to them, you had Sanitary Barbershop, Nails, shoe shop, Nails Brothers shoe shop. You had East End Donut Shop. You had Madam Elizabeth Warner's dressmaking parlor and Rooms for Rent, and then you had Printers. Across the road again from them, you have Welcome Grocery Company. You have P.L. Travis, dentist. You have J.F. Wells, physician. You have R.R. Robinson, physician. You have Jackson Smitherman, physician, and you have E.I. Saddle, lawyer. So basically what they're saying here is you could shop for groceries, play pool, take in a theatre show, eat dinner, or get your hair styled without ever leaving this one block, without ever leaving the block. Again, across the street from the Dixie, you've got the Union Grocery Company, and you've got a Rooms for Rent company as well. Moving on, we've got Elliot and Hooker Clothing. Across the street from them, we've got the Little Pullman Cafe, highlighted in yellow. All the places that are highlighted in yellow, my fine people, these are the businesses that are occupying these buildings. You've got the Tulsa Star highlighted in yellow over here. Liberty Plumbing Shop. You've got the Bell Barber Shop, Pool and Billiard Hall. And across the road from them, this is epic because this was a big iconic building. You've got the Dreamland Theatre, you've got the Alexander Hotel, and you've got AJ Whitley, physician, all occupying this highlighted building. Now, I'm just going to take it to the floor real quick. You know, Queen Sibu, she says, I'm in awe. And Sibu, every time I've played this, like I said, I didn't want to play it too much because I didn't want to take the element of surprise away from myself. But the first time I ran through this presentation, I cried. I literally cried. This is one block that we are addressing right now. One block, it's called the Marquee Block, and it was like the hub, the center, like our high streets today. There is so much going on. It's phenomenal. Let's continue because we've got to get through this presentation. So that's the Dreamland Theatre. Next door to that, little tiny dude, Kane's Cafe. And then across the street to them, on the block corner, is the Red Wing Drugstore, the Red Wing Cafe, the Red Wing Tailoring Company, the Red Wing Hotel, the Red Wing Barbershop, and C.E. Smith, a physician. So it's obvious that this is definitely a family-run building or family-run organisation. This is what's going on here. Not to mention, if you can just take a quick second away from that, you've got a tram, a train service, a train line that ran through the town. And unfortunately, this was like a segregational barrier. And on one side were the blacks and on one side were the whites. And the blacks were pretty much allowed to go and work white sectors, but that was it. They couldn't shop there. They couldn't live there. You know, they couldn't associate there. It was just come and do your duties and bugger off, basically. Now, this is one of my iconic inspirations. It's huge. This is the Stradford Hotel, and you will see that we have Stradford guest tickets to our events. This was one of my inspirations. So the Stradford Hotel, it was basically the first hotel, 55 room, or as Stradford would say, 54 rooms, because I think he didn't count his own quarters as a room. And it was the first 55 room hotel that was built here in Greenwood, and he was instrumental in the build up, one of the forefathers of the area. And again, so this is the Stradford Hotel, the Ferguson Drugstore was inside as well, and the Tulsa Waffle House. Look at this. This is amazing. So look, my grandfather often talked about how you could enjoy a full life in Greenwood, that everything you needed or wanted was in Greenwood. You never had to go anywhere, said Star Williams, 40, the granddaughter of Otis Granville Clark, who was 18 during the massacre. He talked about seeing black success and how his sense of identity and pride came from Greenwood. The businesses on Greenwood Avenue were owned by people who were among Tulsa's most prominent black citizens. Yes, look at this, look at this, look at this. I almost want to quickly flip back just so that you can see. This is just one block. This is just one block, the main street, the main hub. Okay. Now, we've kind of real quickly what's going on, but within that hub, there was some influential citizens, businesses, buildings. And I think we're going to take a quick look now. We've got 102 Greenwood Avenue highlighted right in front of your eyes. Let me tell you about this. So Lula and John Williams, they came to embody the entrepreneurial spirit of Greenwood. They owned a confectionery at 102 Greenwood Avenue and the East End Garage around the corner on Archer Street. And if I remember rightly, they were also the owners of the epic Dreamland Theatre as well. So let's see what's going on. So they own a confectionery there and a garage. Yes, and as it says here, we are coming to 129 Greenwood Avenue. This is the land of dreams. This is the Dreamland Theatre. Look at this. Look at this authentic picture. Okay, so the couple also owned the 750 seated Williams Dreamland Theatre at 129 Greenwood Avenue, the first movie house for black people in the city. It offered both silent films and live shows and was also a community gathering spot. Oh my God, look. Let me just throw the floor out. Sibu says, this makes me want to go harder now. Thank you, Queen Sibu, because this was my intentions. Because like I said, I don't know if you caught from the beginning when I was telling you how I stumbled across Black Wall Street, the story, and as a child, and I didn't know what to do with it then, but it impacted me so much. And all throughout my life, while I've been brainstorming, this has been my inspiration. This has been my inspiration. Mummy T says, people, are you realizing just how amazing we as black peoples were, even with the oppression back then, 100 years ago? We will get there again. 100, 100, 100. Rise up, Black Wall Street, London. Thank you, Mummy T. One love and united we rise. I absolutely love this. Guys, If you know of anyone who can benefit from this presentation, please share, grab the link, even take a minute away from the screen and just share with the peeps. This is a celebration today. And this is what I wanted to celebrate, not just us, you know, in the present and leaving legacy for those in the future, but our past. You know, this is how I like to honor our ancestors, by shining a light on what they did do and in turn have enabled us to continue to do in their spirit. So let's get back to it. You can see I'm super emotional. We were talking about the Williams Dreamland Theatre, okay? Absolutely amazing. So again, this is just inside this hub. This is just influential organizations, businesses, citizens that on top of everything that was going on were huge. Were even huger. We got 101 to 105 Greenwood Avenue. I need to calm down a little bit so you can digest this properly, but I'm excited. You got Dr. R.T. Bridgewater, and he was a physician with a practice in the Woods building. That's this highlighted building here at 101 to 105 Greenwood Avenue. And he owned 17 rental houses and was also a community leader. The Tulsa Star, black-owned newspaper, called his home on the affluent North Detroit street palatial. So basically he owned not just this building, but he also owned 17 rental houses. 17 rental houses. So he was an outstanding community leader. And the Tulsa Star and the founder of the Tulsa Star, Smitherman, he has basically said that his home was palatial. It was like a palace. So as much as the New York Times have done an amazing job here and depicted, what we can see, they couldn't actually do the details. So this just gives us an insight. The word palatial, a palace, it was amazing. So we've got to try and put it in context even more so than what we can see. I'm loving this. So we've been talking about forefathers, but let's talk about our foremothers. Several women set up shop as entrepreneurs in the same building. That's 101 to 105 Greenwood Avenue. You've got Mary E. Jones Parrish on the left. She was a teacher and a journalist who operated a typing school. And Mabel B. Little, you may have heard about her recently, ran the Little Rose beauty salon. So, this isn't just the guys doing their thing. This is sisters doing it for themselves. And I know that you guys in the chat room can appreciate that. Yes, okay. Moving on. This is amazing. Look at this. What a good job they've done. 112 Greenwood Avenue. Susie Bell, she ran an upscale restaurant called Bell and Little Cafe with her brother, Presley Little. That was her, Miss Little's husband. And listen to this. It offered 6-course meals that were written about in the Tulsa Star. 6-course meals. This is in the 1920s. All right. So these people were living large, maybe with no disrespect to ourselves. We've even gone backwards in not realizing exactly where we're coming from. So we must highlight and showcase this. We were eating well, 6-course meals. I've written about this guy in our newspaper recently in one of our recent issues. His name is Buck Colbert Franklin, and he was a lawyer, and he was instrumental after the massacre in helping people. But he was a lawyer, had an office inside a building owned by O.W. Gurley, one of Greenwood's founders. And after the massacre, it says here, Mr. Franklin provided legal services from a tent. So check this, peeps. The massacre happened. He's a lawyer. He's got no building because it's all been burnt down to dust. So what does he do? He sets up a tent and he continues his good work from that tent, providing legal services to those who need it. Amazing stuff. Okay. This is a guy that I love. His name is James Now, and he's shown here, and his brother Henry. This building that is like, they ran a shoe shop in the Gist building at 121 Greenwood Avenue, and the shop carried Black Swan Records. This is old school stuff, Black Swan Records, check that out. And the family also owned a dance pavilion and a skating rink in the community. All right. Hard as nails. And again, another inspiration of mine. I was talking about him, and that's who we dedicate our Black Wall Street London News newspaper to. It's A.J. Smitherman. He was a journalist and a civil rights activist, and he founded the Tulsa Star, which was headquartered at 126 Greenwood Avenue, and the paper reported on stories of racial violence and advocated for the rights of African Americans. So this is huge. This was like way back when this guy was spreading news like we're doing, spreading brand awareness, but on a much bigger scale. Don't get it twisted, Tash. And business knowledge. And this was one of, you know, the early sources of how news got around. There was no technology. There was no well, not as it is today. I mean, spoken word is the first technology as far as I'm concerned. But this was how people were informed, word of mouth, but more so, you know, in the newspapers as well. So big up A.J. Smitherman, and he was at 126 Greenwood Avenue. Again, an icon for me. I said this, I touched on this earlier. Let's see if that highlights a bit more. Yes. So JB Stratford, shown with his wife here, opened the posh 54. I told you he said 54 instead of 55. 54-room Stratford Hotel at 301 Greenwood Avenue in 1918. And it was considered among the nation's best hotels for African Americans at the time. Look at that, representing in excellence. 301 Greenwood Avenue. Okay, so basically, everybody's still with me? I hope everybody's still with me. I'm having fun here. This is me, honouring ancestors, shining a light on Black-owned business culture and the 100-year anniversary of Black Wall Street. So, a city within a city. Mr. Stratford and Mr. Gurley, who purchased large tracts of land in the early 1900s, were among the founders of Greenwood. They began building on the northern side of Tulsa, beyond the railroad tracks, forming the bones of the city's predominantly Black neighborhood that was separate from the white side of town. Greenwood was one of the few places in the country offering Black citizens less than 6 decades out of enslavement a 3-dimensional life. So you're getting some type of idea of what was going on here. By 1921, Greenwood had grown into a 35-block neighborhood with a bustling retail scene, as well as 2 schools, 2 newspapers, and a hospital. And here, some of the community's key places are shown in orange. So let me just scroll out so you can kind of see. So some of the cities shown here in orange, a few of them highlighted as well. It's amazing, absolutely amazing. So let's go into a little bit more detail. You've got Booker T Washington School, which opened in 1913 with just 14 students. They had moved to this 3-story brick building in 1920, and it would serve as a hospital and relief centre after the massacre. And where was that? Booker T, that was up here somewhere. There you go, Booker T Washington, up there on the top, highlighted. Booker T Washington School, amazing. What else did we have? Oh, Lord, universe. Mount Zion Baptist Church was among some half-dozen churches that burned, and it was the city's largest Black church. Now, there's a little bit of history behind this, because Mount Zion, they had a mortgage out on it, and they honoured that mortgage, even though it burnt down with no cause of their own in this massacre, and it took them like 20 to repay that mortgage. And they did that 20 years on, 2 decades later. They repaid the original mortgage that they had to build this church, and then they rebuilt it and paid off the second mortgage as well. That's dedication. That's dedication. Let's see what some people are saying. Mummy T says, yep, all the way. Great, great educational section for us all. Believe and build the legacy for our upcoming generation. This is what I'm trying to do here today, Mummy T. Give people an insight. How do we celebrate our excellence? How do we talk about our history without talking about or our story, should I say, like I said before, without talking about his story. How do we highlight our excellence like this? Again, thank you, New York Times, because this for me is epic. This highlights us in the way that it should be done. Oftentimes when we talk about the S word, slavery, people almost kind of think that that's where our story begins. Nah, man. And even this is just one moment in time. There was a lot going on before and after this, but this is one moment in time that has impacted me as Black Wall Street London. And this is how I can honor our forefathers, foremothers in moving forward and continuing legacy in their spirit. I'm going to shut up now and keep going on because this is everything for me. So yeah, that's the Mount Zion Baptist Church. And here it is. You can see it highlighted. I'm going around in circles. Hope you can pick that up at the top there. Okay, so there was also a small juke joint called Zulu Lounge. Check this. Owned by Isaac Evitt, who worked by day on a farm, but after dark he flung open the doors of Zulu. So we're talking like a juke joint. And juke joints, I mean, silly comparison, but Colour Purple, when you're talking about the juke joint there and how that was a hub for many. And there it is, Zulu Lounge. And I've got that picture in my head. He worked by day on a farm, and in the evening he would come and open his doors and everybody would just shock out and let loose. I love that. So this is the Greenwood district, the business district, and as you can see, there's orange all over the place. Okay, let's continue. So in the evenings, residents had their choice of entertainment. They had a choice. Survivor accounts that were relayed to relatives recall neighbours getting gussied up to gather in Greenwood, with Thursdays being big because of Maids' Night Out. Can you imagine? Black domestics, many of them live-in workers who cleaned the homes of white residents across town, were off that day. And so Thursdays was the big day then? Is that what they're saying? And many African Americans migrated to Tulsa after the Civil War, carrying dreams of new chapters and the kind of freedom found in owning businesses. Others made a living working as maids, waiters, chauffeurs, shoe shiners, and cooks for Tulsa's new oil class. And that's another thing that wasn't touched on, is that Greenwood was rich in oil. And at one point when the blacks were kind of told, go and find a space and maybe you can live over there. And they did. This is even before this was going on. And then when people recognized that it was rich in oil, that's when they came to try and teeth it back. And we're talking about even way before the residents of Greenwood arrived there. So there's even more history. Like I said, this is just a moment in time that I choose to use to highlight our Black excellence. Anyway, in Greenwood, residents held more than 200 different types of jobs. About 40% of the community's residents were professionals or skilled craftsmen like doctors, pharmacists, carpenters, and hairdressers, according to a Times analysis of the 1920 census. While a vast majority of the neighbourhood rented, many residents owned their homes. So what we're talking about is that we have a collection of, occupants of Greenwood, and they were an amalgamation of service workers, like the everyday workers, skilled craftspeople, and professionals. And here's a little graph here, as you can see on my left anyway, professionals, musicians. This consists of musicians, preachers, dentists, teachers, attorneys, actors, and physicians. And you can see all of the orange highlights there. And that's where these people occupied businesses within this business hub. Then that's just professionals. Then you have skilled craftspeople, and they encompass plumbers, shoemakers, carpenters, painters, barbers, tailors, a milliner. I don't know what that is, but machinists. Forgive me, because somebody's going to be like, you don't know what that is, but I don't. And as you can see here highlighted, overpopulated the business hub with skilled craftspeople. And then you have the surface workers, and this consisted of your everyday gardener, labourer, chauffeur, waitress, janitor, porter, boot black, shoe shiners, and elevator boy. Elevator boy, that is quite an epic one, because Dick Rowland, the young black boy who actually was a shoe shine dude, he went into a building to go to the toilet, because that's one of the only buildings that he was allowed to use at that time, or that had a toilet. I can't remember exactly how it went. And that's how this whole massacre apparently sparked off, but we'll get to that later. So elevator boys and shoe shine service workers are also really relevant and occupied the business hub. As you can see, it's highlighted. Sorry, I lost my trail of thought there for a minute. Yes, okay, so let me just go back real quick. Cherie, she says, we use our excellence to make lemonade out of rotten lemons they gave us, and then suddenly they get thirsty. Amen. Amen. Okay, so this is super powerful. Thank you, Sibu. We've really been shortchanging ourselves. Yes, yes. And the thing is, Sibu, you know me, I'm not one to talk about the race card. I'm not one to openly promote, you know, the S word, slavery, because I feel that by manifesting and talking, or by talking this stuff into existence, even though I know it exists, we manifest it. You know, we talk it more into the now. So, you know, I've been crushed so many times, people saying you have to know where you come from, you have to know your roots to be moving forward. And I absolutely do. I absolutely do. But I choose to digest it and fuel my fire with it. And today, in celebration, we are celebrating the 100-year anniversary of Black Wall Street. And this is why I said some people may see a different side of me, because in business, I want us to move forward. I want us to lick our wounds and you know, heal in business. But today I'm like, you know what? No holds barred. Let me talk the ting. Let me speak the ting, because this is how it really was. And even then, I still want to highlight ourselves in excellence, because enough people do the opposite for us. So anyway, that was a little bit of a tangent, but yeah. So let's go. Segregation kept African Americans from patronizing white-owned shops, and Greenwood thrived from community support of Black-owned businesses. So Black folks faced an economic detour, said Hannibal B. Johnson, an author and the education chair for the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre Centennial Commission. When they approached the gates to the wider Tulsa economy, they were turned away. So they ended up creating their own larger insular community. So basically what he's saying is they had no choice. They were not allowed to congregate, to mix, you know, with the white community. So they had no option but to create their own. They weren't allowed to go and shop, even though they served maybe in white shops and retail, you know, they weren't allowed to do that. So they had to create their own. So, you know, this wasn't like a gift. They did this themselves. They made this themselves. They had no choice. So they worked with, like Sharice was saying, you know, they got the lemons that they were dealt, and they made some sweet ass lemonade out of it. Excuse my good French. Anyway, the massacre that ended it all. Let's move on. Let's get a little bit morbid. The assaults on Greenwood raged over 2 days. The morning of June the 2nd, 1921, revealed emptiness and ruin in every direction. Plumes of smoke hovered over the neighborhood. Ash coated the ground. Brick buildings had been reduced to bombed out husks, and soon the bodies of those killed would be stacked and discarded in mass graves and a river. Again, this is just a little insight as to the aftermath. So this is a composite image showing Greenwood ablaze during the massacre. This isn't after, this was during. So this is whilst it's happening. Madness. So when you kind of think about what we've just seen, the presentation, what we've just seen, you'll kind of get an understanding of how treacherous this really is. Let's go. So it all began on the 30th with 2 teenagers in an elevator, as I was saying before, in the Drexel building in downtown Tulsa, and morphed into a sexual assault accusation. Accounts vary about what happened between Dick Rowland, 19, a young black shoe shiner, and Sarah Page, 17, a white elevator operator. One common theory suggests Mr. Rowland tripped and grabbed on the arms of Miss Page while trying to catch his fall. She screamed and he ran away, according to the commission report. The next day, Mr. Rowland was jailed in the Tulsa County Courthouse, By that afternoon, the Tulsa Tribune published a front-page newspaper story with the headline, "Nab Negro for Attacking Girl in Elevator," which essentially mobilized a lynch mob that showed up at the courthouse. Twice, a group of armed Black Tulsans, many of them World War I veterans, offered to help protect Mr. Rowland, but were turned by the sheriff. And as the Black men were leaving the second time, a white man attempted to disarm a Black veteran, and a gun went off in the scuffle. That clash and others that day marked the beginning of what would become Greenwood's armed destruction. Some white rioters were even deputized and given weapons by civil officials, and near dawn, the white mob descended on Greenwood. Black Tulsans fought back valiantly, defending their families and property, but they were woefully outnumbered. So, you know, something went down, and then the mob went away, they came back, and this was a strategic massacre, you know. So the reason why I really jumped over that real quick is because this is what I was saying. We often hear that part of this story. So although it needs highlighting, I want to go over it real quick. You know, these are key moments in the massacre. So as you can see here, let's start with number one. So just a quick depiction is you can see the Frisco train tracks running through here. And on the bottom half of the screen, you've kind of got the white community, let's say, and there you've got the police headquarters, you know, the Drexel building, the courthouse, you know, the cemetery, loads of other places, but those are the big ones. And across the train tracks on the Black side of town, so to speak, you've got, you know, the Greenwood Business District. So as it says here, number one, the riot erupts at the courthouse and the first shots were fired. Courthouse here in the bottom. Number two, heavy gunfire ensues downtown. So it's kicking off right now. 3, shots are fired across the tracks. Okay. Number 4, the white mob sets fires along Archer Street. So these were the first fires that went off, that were, you know, that were set alight, and that was in Archer Street. And then number 5, more buildings set afire in Business District. That's the Greenwood Business District here, highlighted in orange. And then by the end of it, number 6 here, it says nearly all of Greenwood is set ablaze. So as you can see, this big arrow through the middle, it shows the strategic planning of the destruction of the Greenwood Business District, and they swooped down, guns ablazed, and set fire to the whole damn thing. Right, so moving on. The mob indiscriminately shot Black people in the streets. Members of the mob ransacked homes, stole money and jewelry, and they set fires house by house, block by block, according to the commission report and many eyewitness reports. Terror came from the sky too. I have to just calm myself when I hear that. Terror came from the sky too. White pilots flew aeroplanes that dropped dynamite over the neighborhood. The report stated, making the Tulsa aerial attack what historians call among the first of an American city. The numbers presented a staggering portrait of loss. 35 blocks burned to the ground, as many as 300 dead, more like 1,000, hundreds injured, 8,000 to 10,000 left homeless, more than 1,470 homes burned or looted, and eventually 6,000 detained in internment camps. So let's just say 6,000 Blacks, not just 6,000, all Black, detained in internment camps. So again, I just want to show you the destruction. I don't want to harp on this, but this is where it's at. I'm afraid this is where it's at, and this is a authentic picture. It shows how the white mob shot Black people in the streets during the massacre, leaving as many as 300, they say, dead. And this is actually an authentic picture, and it's in the Department of Special Collections and University Archives at the University of Tulsa. And you can see here across, somebody has authentically written at some point, Negro slain in Tulsa riot, June the 1st, 1921. And look at the background, the destruction. And at the same time, look at the excellence of that motor vehicle. Rest in power. So the neighborhood economy was destroyed. 24 grocery stores, 31 restaurants, 4 drugstores. Greenwood, where Black success embodied the American dream, was no more, just suddenly dreadfully wiped out. But let's talk about what was lost. Well, that's talks, but Greenwood would be rebuilt, and for a few decades, it would again thrive before falling to urban renewal and other forces. But that spring of 1921 unmoored and unrooted the neighborhood with lasting effects. Just to let you know, a quick insight. Again, after this happened, within 10 years, Greenwood was up and running again, fully fledged. But this highlights the aftermath and the effects of that moment and what it did to the city. So not long after the attack, shell shock survivors who were blamed for the violence returned home to ruin. Amid the charred remnants, they were forced to make an excruciating decision that would change family histories forever: leave and start over again somewhere else, or rebuild. They also faced another kind of white resistance, a fire ordinance intended to prevent Black property owners from rebuilding on their own, and insurance companies that refused to pay damage claims. So that's to the rise after the massacre. Greenwood wasn't a gift from anyone. I love this. It wasn't a gift from anyone. It was created by the citizens of Greenwood who withstood the tragedy of 1921 and rebuilt it again, said Scott Ellsworth. So Greenwood is the story of resilience. It is the story of courage. And those who stayed behind began stitching their lives back together again almost immediately. They joined forces, people, and began rebuilding homes and businesses. And within a day, C.L. Netherland, a massacre survivor and minister whose barbershop at 110 Greenwood Avenue was destroyed, purchased a folding chair, check this, a strop and razor, and set up shop on a sidewalk. And still we rise. That's all I have to say there. The building burnt down. He bought himself a folding chair and his equipment, and he set up his shop on the sidewalk. The massacre also claimed the Mount Zion Baptist Church, we've touched on this before, whose first service in its new building had been less than 2 months earlier. The congregation's hundreds of members had financed and built the $92,000 church over several years, according to Black Wall Street. From Riot to Renaissance in Tulsa's historic Greenwood district, a book by Mr. Johnson, education chair for the Centennial Commission. It would have been easier to declare bankruptcy. Instead, church members rebuilt and dug in, and it took an additional 21 years before the initial debt was repaid. Epic. This is the Mount Zion Baptist Church, burnt down during the massacre. Wow. So the final insult of the massacre came in the silence. For decades, like 50 years at least. For decades, Tulsa deliberately ignored and covered up what had happened in Greenwood. Many descendants said they learned about the mob and the killings only as adults, and even then, some of the recounting was told in whispers. You could see in the pain of my grandmother's eyes when she talked about what happened, said Leroy Gibbs II, 52, the grandson of Ernestine Gibbs, a massacre survivor who was 17 when the violence unfolded. Before she would get too far, before it became too painful, she would shift and start talking about where we are today. Some surviving business owners who built the 100 block of Greenwood Avenue had remarkable second chapters, and others who struggled in the aftermath had heartbreaking stories. The Williams family, among the most successful before the massacre, stayed and rebuilt. So if you remember, we spoke about the Williams family. They owned a confectionery, a garage, and the amazing Dreamland Theatre that seated 750 people. It's depicted here, not depicted, this is an authentic picture. Dreamland Theatre, owned by the Williams family, was destroyed in the massacre, and this picture is actually in the Tulsa Historical Society and Museum. So they stayed and they rebuilt. We are literally just going through before, you know, the massacre, what the neighborhood of Greenwood looked like. Then we touched quickly upon the massacre, and now we're talking about the aftermath, what was lost, how it was rebuilt, and the effects that it had on some of the residents there. Let's just quickly go to the floor. Patrick, good morning, Tasha. Good morning, Patrick. How you doing, honey? Yeah, I don't know where you started on this, but we're doing a presentation thanks to the New York Times, who put together a 3D model of the neighborhood of Greenwood and what it looked like before the massacre happened. So I hope that you had a minute to check us out earlier on, because it was everything. Patrick of Combella, he'll be on later on as well. I'm looking forward to that. Sibu says, this is so barbaric and envious, totally heartbreaking. I know, Sibs, I know, but and still we rise. That's all I say. Mummy T says, it impacts more so because not one single We're getting to that, Mummy T. No, but Mummy T says not one single prosecution reprimand to this day has ever been brought to book. Just buried, denied in history. Lest we forget. Build Black Wall Street again. Build on your children, your children's children. Great. I hear you, Mummy T. I hear you. All right, let's get back to it. Thank you, everybody, for staying with me. This is how I am showing our ancestors love, keeping the spirit of Black Wall Street alive in showcasing Black-owned business today. We have to touch on our history. Today is a little different for me. Like I said, we are here celebrating Black business and culture and the 100-year anniversary of Black Wall Street, London. Those of you who know me, you may see a different side of me today, because this is one time where I'm going to show it how I want to show it. We're going to tell our story, and this is what we're doing. We're still representing in excellence, but we're speaking the ting. Anyway, let's get back to it, because we haven't got that much time before our first live business-to-business guest drops in at 9:30. So we have Mr. Zimmerman. So he was the civil rights activist who ran the Tulsa Star, and he eventually landed in Buffalo, where he became the publisher of another newspaper, Buffalo Star, later named the Empire Star. And he was among several Black Tulsans indicted for inciting a riot, can you believe it, because of his newspaper, and was exonerated posthumously. Miss Parrish, the journalist who ran the typing school, we showed you her building earlier on, stayed to chronicle the massacre. The two wealthy men who helped found Greenwood were hit hard financially. Stratford, that's the guy who did the 55-room hotel. He was indicted, but he escaped to Kansas and then Chicago, and he never recovered his fortune. And then Mr. Gurley reportedly lost nearly $158,000 in 1921. And in today's dollars, in today's money, that's like 2.3 million. Okay, so this picture shows authentic, again, African-American men sifting through the burned ruins of the Gurley Hotel on Greenwood Avenue. And this is in Tulsa Historical Society and Museum. So the funny thing is, there's so much discrepancy around how, you know, this white mob managed to completely desiccate, you know, this business hub. And it's still very little is spoken about how they did that. And they attacked from both the ground and the air. And these pictures, you know, through all of the fires and the smoke that we see, it's super clear here, you know, that bombs and dynamite were used to desiccate, to massacre, to murder. You know, the writing's on the wall, so to speak, no pun intended. And that's why it makes me laugh when, you know, people argue that there were no planes involved, there were no bombs involved, there was no dynamite involved. Check this out. Anyway, let's keep on going. Hard as Nails, James Nails, who opened up the shoe shop with his brother that we spoke about earlier, Henry, he rebuilt but never really recovered, and he eventually left Tulsa. So he was really unable to carry on emotionally or psychologically, Miss Nails Alford said. You get your education, you work hard, you start businesses, you're able to employ your family members and community members, and then you lose it all within hours, and it takes away a man's dignity. Absolutely. So there is a pending lawsuit and ongoing discussion about how and whether to compensate the families of the Tulsa massacre victims. like Mummy T just said, no compensation has ever been paid under court order or by legislation, nothing. All right, to this day, not one person has been or punished for the devastation and ruin of the original Greenwood. Again, we're going to touch on this. It's epic. It's absolutely epic. But what I really want to kind of just go over real quick. Let me just hit the floor real quickly so we're not missing out on anything. No, I'm going to come back to that. I'm going to keep going because time's running out on us. I just want to touch on the methodology, should I say, sorry, the method of how this was put together. And again, big loves going out to the New York Times. So quickly, the buildings, the maps and the data presented in this article are based on historical records. This isn't just made up. This is big works that went into this. And in as many cases as possible, multiple sources were used to confirm details like the location of businesses and residences. When there were differing accounts of information, the Times used what was cited by the most sources. So the number of killings in the massacre has been estimated to be up to 300, more like 1,000, but a precise number was not available. Oh, go figure. Street addresses of some buildings were numbered in different ways depending on the source. No excuse. Okay, so the 3D model of Tulsa, Oklahoma was created using a series of both computerized and manual steps that transformed historical material into digital data. This is amazing. First, they took images of Sanborn insurance maps from 1920 and 1915 and used a process called georeferencing to align them to modern geography. So in the 1920 maps, the 1920 maps came from the Tulsa Historical Society and museum, and were used to reconstruct as much of Greenwood and downtown Tulsa as possible. And the maps from the Library of Congress were also used to fill in other parts where the 1920 maps were not available. So next, they wrote a computer program to extract the building's outlines from those maps using a technique called machine learning. And they also created an application to input the height of each building from the Sanborn map. So we're talking about precision detailing here. So that's why this presentation is everything. And I'm going to give you guys the link so you can go back and check it out for yourselves at your leisure in detail. Archival photographs, you can see where my excitement's coming from, and maps were used to create a detailed model of the 100 block of Greenwood Avenue. Buildings or parts of buildings without photographic reference are shown without detail. And that's what I was telling you, you know, although it was amazing, you couldn't even get a real depiction of the details that went into the building as well. You know, brick, mortar, you know, some people were describing them as palatial. They were like palaces. And on this grid, they look like blocks, but not for want of trying. So the street grid was created by georeferencing a 1921 street map of Tulsa from the Library of Congress. So the New York Times then utilized a combination of optical character recognition and manual data entry to digitize the directory from the 1921 library, the details that were already there, or the data. And the data that were used to analyze the map businesses in Greenwood, that's what they used, sorry, excuse me. Additional businesses were identified using the Tulsa Colored Business Directory and the Tulsa Star. That was the newspaper that Smitherman was the founder of, and the list of losses published in events of the Tulsa disaster. So this is the detail and the technology that went into creating the presentation that you've seen. And so to create the maps of the occupations of African-American residents in Greenwood, they analyzed the 1920 US Census data from Ancestry.com and for the residents for which occupation data was recorded. So the analysis included residents who the 1920 census classified as Black or mulatto. And then they mapped the homes of thousands of those residents using the 1920 Sanborn maps. So all of their information is valid here. This presentation is so on point. But listen to this, street maps from 1921 and Sanborn maps from 1939 were also used to help map addresses. The addresses of landmarks and other buildings were used to help determine the order of house numbers on a block. So in some cases, open street maps were used to locate addresses where the numbering system had not changed. All right, so street name changes from the 1920 and 1921 city directories were incorporated into this process. They then categorized occupations in 3 broad categories: professionals, skilled craftspeople, and service workers. We went over that. And the records in which occupations were eligible or were without a house number or clear address were excluded. So what they're saying here is they tried to get as much information in regard to the classifications that were categorized on the occupations of the 3 pigeonholes that we touched on, which was professionals, the skilled craftspeople, and the service workers. But what they're saying here is that even their records couldn't even depict just how rich this area was, because they've even had to exclude some of the data that was just not clear. So they've left some stuff out. That's what this is saying. Anyway, while the Greenwood neighbourhood boundary is not officially defined, the outline shown in this piece includes the predominantly African-American area shown in the 2001 State Commission report, as well as some additional areas based on our analysis of census data. So that was New York Times just giving us a quick insight into the methods that they used to literally put all of this together, this amazing presentation. I'm just going to scroll back real quickly to the actual presentation. So you can get a quick back look of what we saw if you've just tuned in. The highlighted buildings and all the businesses that occupied those buildings. It went on for days. I mean, we started at just after 8 o'clock. So I'm hoping that you guys are still on board, because this had me locked in for a good couple of hours. At the beginning, really, we talked about the Marquee block, which was the, our high street, the business hub. It was just one block. And there we go. That's how we started. We walked through the neighborhood, and as you can see, highlighted, pam, 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 all of the businesses that occupy the different buildings. And we just literally walked through the area. Anyway, so that was amazing. Let's take it to the floor. You can literally, let me just stop this for a second. Okay, my fine people, so you can literally just see what I was seeing. I loved it. Let's quickly go to the floor. Mummy T is saying, hi, Patrick. Good morning, Combella. Combella says, doing good and looking forward to being on later. Yes, this is heartbreaking, and we were obviously a huge threat to the mainstream. Yeah, but we got to take the positives. This is where we're coming from. Fall 7 times and get up, Cebu says. Wow, wow, wow. Yes. Mummy T says, I'm a proud investor in the Black Million campaign. Thanks, Mum, for showing love. I'll be putting that up later. Cherie says, domestic terrorism. Amen. Absolutely. Strategically done. And Mummy T replies to that saying, sanctioned by the president, lawmakers, and anyone white. That's right, because, all of these lawmakers and the people in office were actually members of the Ku Klux Klan. KKK, so go figure. And then Patrick says, good morning, Mummy T. Okay, so a big thank you to the New York Times. And so in our celebration today of the 100-year anniversary of Black Wall Street, and in keeping that spirit alive, we honour today our ancestors of yesteryear by continuing their good work. That's what we're doing here. And that's why I am here, Black Wall Street London, the Afrocentric exhibition marketplace and business development hub. And we currently support over 100 Black-owned businesses via our physical location events, our virtual market, which we're giving a twist on that, but we're shelving it for a minute because we're busy, and our online business events. So we're utilising our platform to spread brand awareness, business knowledge, and the message of collaboration. And whilst we do that, shining a light on Black-owned businesses, we ain't mad at you, and we're promoting an all-inclusive community audience. One love, one people, united we rise. Now, I think we should take a quick break. And in doing so, I want to finish off taking us back, because it's all about moving forward. And a lot of people have said to me, I don't understand where you're coming from. You've just slapped on the Black Wall or the Black Wall Street label onto what you're doing. And like I said, what I was trying to show you today was just giving an insight into a moment in history that impacted me as a child when I was too young to know what to do with that impact. And it's followed through, it's stuck with me, like I said, like glue. And that is what fuels my passion today and helps me to keep on keeping on. I hope you've enjoyed this section. It was meant to come from a place of love. Okay, it was meant to come for inspiration and to enable us to continue doing our good works, because if our ancestors could do it through all of what they were going through, surely we can do it as well. You know, there is hope, there is love. Anyway, so this next video that I want to do, it's sourced from C-SPAN, and it is Viola Fletcher, and she is one of the oldest living survivors of the Tulsa race. There's not many of them left of the Tulsa race massacre. And she's here testifying before the Civil Rights and Civil Liberties Subcommittee hearing on the continuing injustice, the centennial of the Tulsa Greenwood race massacre on Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. And it was on the 19th of May, so a few days ago, 2021. So just to give you a quick insight, if you don't know, Fletcher is one of the few surviving or few living survivors who are part of a lawsuit for reparations that had been filed last year. The lawsuit, it calls for a remedy and compensation for one of the worst acts of domestic terrorism in United States history since slavery, the S word. It was brought against 7 different entities, including the city of Tulsa, its county sheriff, and the Oklahoma Military Department. Now, Black Wall Street London believe that it is imperative that we showcase and highlight this significant chapter in Black history, as I was just saying, and use it as an example of Black self-determination and economic development. If our ancestors, businesses could survive and thrive through the turbulence in days of old, like I said, we can too. So let me just see if I can pop this video up. It's great. I love this woman, Viola Fletcher. Here you go.
My name is okay. My name is Viola Ford Fletcher. I'm the daughter of Lucinda Ellis and John Wesley Ford of Tulsa, Oklahoma. I'm the sister of Hughes Van Ellis, who is also here today. I'm a survivor of the Tulsa Race Massacre. 2 weeks ago, I celebrated my 107th birthday. Today, I'm visiting Washington, D.C. for the first time in my life. I'm here seeking justice, and I'm asking my country to acknowledge what happened in Tulsa in 1921. On May 31st in 21, I went to bed in my family's home in Greenwood. Neighbors of Tulsa, the neighborhood I felt asleep in that night, was rich, not just in terms of wealth, but in culture, community, heritage, and my family had a beautiful home. We had great neighbors, and I had friends to play with. I felt safe. I had everything a child could need. I had a bright future ahead of me. Greenwood could, Still, Greenwood should have given me the chance to truly make it in this country. Within a few hours, all of that was gone. The night of the massacre, I was awakened by my family. My parents and 5 siblings were there. I was told we had to leave, and that was it. I will never forget the violence of the white mob when we left our home. I still see Black men being shot, Black bodies lying in the street. I still smell smoke and see fire. I still see Black businesses being burned. I still hear airplanes flying overhead. I hear the screams. I have lived through the massacre every day. Our country may forget this history, but I cannot. I will not, and other survivors do not, and our descendants do not. When my family was forced to leave Tulsa, I lost my chance of an education. I never finished school past the 4th grade. I have never made much money in my country. State and city took a lot from me. Despite this, I spent time supporting the war effort in the shipyards of California, but most of my life I was a domestic worker serving white families. I never made much money, but to this day I can barely afford my everyday needs. All the while the city of this Tulsa have unjustly used the names and stories of victims like me to enrich myself and its white allies through the 30s million raised by the Tulsa Centennial Commissioner while I was continued to live in poverty. I am a 107-year-old and have never been seen justice. I pray that one day I will. I have been blessed with a long life and have seen the best and the worst of this country. I think about the terror, horror inflicted upon Black people in this country every day. This subcontinuum committee has the power to lead us down a better path. I'm asking that my country acknowledge what has been happened to me, the traumas and the pain, the loss, and I ask survivors and descendants to be given the chance to seek justice, open the door. All of you know how easy it is to deny that a violent mob threatened your lives and took your property. For 70 years, the city of Tulsa and its Chamber of Commerce told us that the massacre didn't happen, like we didn't see it with our own eyes. You have me here right now. You see Mother Randall, you see my brother, Hughes Van Ellis. We live this history and we can't ignore it. It's our lives with us. Oh my goodness. We lost everything that day, our homes, our churches, our newspapers, our theaters, our lives. Greenwood represented all the best of what was possible for Black people in America and for all the people. No one cared about us for almost 100 years. We and our history have been forgotten, washed away. This Congress must recognize us and our history. For Black America, for the white Americans, and for all Americans, that's some justice. Guess is that it. Thank you.
Do you want to say anything else?
I thought it was another page.
Do you want to say anything else?
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything else you want to say?
No, that's not.
Thank you very much. We appreciate very much your testimony.
Yes, so that was the amazing Viola Fletcher, 107 years old. Absolutely amazing in one way, but for me, very sad in another way, because she's at the end of her line, the end of her days, and she's still fighting for some type of justice, but at least she's there fighting. Yes, so I have put the presentation link of the New York Times 3D model in the chat, so you can all at your leisure take a look and scroll through that in your own time. I just want to say big thanks out to everybody who is locked in today. Do me a favor, please take a moment and share this. Grab the link. If there's anybody who you feel that can benefit from our celebration today of Black-owned business and culture, do get them locked in. So good morning. 9:30. For all of you who are already locked in, like I said, universal blessings. That's my dog in the background, so excuse her. Let me just shut her up for 1 second. Sorry about that, and I didn't want you to hear me cutting them off, so I put you on mute as well. So my apologies, but the postman has just arrived. We're live, what can I say? So good morning. For all of you who have already been locked in, like I said, universal blessings. To those who are just joining, my name is Tash, founder of Black Wall Street London, the Afrocentric exhibition marketplace and business development hub. And today's online business event is in celebration of Black business and culture in remembrance of the 100-year anniversary of Black Wall Street. So as we at Black Wall Street London revert our focus back to our physical location events, now that we've all been allowed to go back out to play, allowed, I'm out of breath, I'm so unfit. I need to do more sessions with the Don Davies Boxing Academy, the women's boxing Saturday, quick shout out. I need to get my stamina up. Anyway, what I was saying, I thought it would be fitting for our finale virtual event to go down a little differently. And that's why I pretty much showed that 3D presentation care of New York Times to just send us back in history, but in a positive way, and to show you and showcase our excellence from way back when, like a century ago, we were doing it and doing it large. In the chat, as you can see, I've put the New York Times 3D model presentation link. Grab that and check it out. Let's quickly go to the floor. We are waiting for our first live business-to-business guest, who is Shirley White of OTC Beverages, but she's not in the building yet, unfortunately. So let's go. Mama T says, what we got? Mama T says, Viola, 107 years young. Yes, salute, salute. Still showing us the way. I know. And just to follow up to that, yeah, she appreciates her and she claps for her testimony, but you can see on the face, you don't give a damn. That's Mummy T talking her ting. Absolutely, you know how it is. Okay, so today's show, or today's event, business event, it's a show today because it's a celebration. It's content packed. To kick us off, we had that amazing presentation, as I just said, brought to you by none other than the New York Times, and I encourage you to go and check it out in your own time. It's amazing, and the link is in the chat, as I just said. But moving on, we all experiences whereby we take a back seat and lend a listening ear whilst a multitude of guest business founders and reps share their business knowledge, journeys, and good doings, all keeping the spirit of Black Wall Street alive. We have 2 open table discussions today. Really looking forward to this. The first comes up shortly at 10 a.m. to 11, and they are all around the topic of Black business and the importance of collaboration. And then again later on this afternoon at 4 to 5, the same open table discussion. And these are all with various selected business and organization leaders. So I'm really looking forward to this. So just bumping heads, having open discussions around that buzzword, collaboration. I'm just giving you a rundown of the schedule right now. That's what I'm doing. Anyway, we also have live entertainment with the Sound of Black Wall Street London, and that's the amazing sound and music entertainment with DJs Nizzle and Danson, and they'll be closing the event down with an hour-long set, just as they always do. And we're bringing them on early, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. And they started us off from the very beginning, our very first 24-hour live crazy marathon. They opened up the show. And they're going to do the honours of closing down the show. So that's 7 till 8. What else have we got? Keeping it all things music. We have special guests, and they include none other than the amazing Jason McLean, aka Too Badder. And he is a conscious rap artist, let's say that. And he'll enlighten us a little bit more on that. But we'll be bumping heads with him in a real talk conversation at 5:45 later on this afternoon about music and its manipulation. We'll also be putting a twist on our game show, The Black Million. previously sponsored by the amazing Mount Pure. Yes, right there, keeping my water intake up. And Mount Pure is Grenada's only natural mineral water, and Pure Caribbean, their exclusive UK distributors. They were our previous sponsors. But today, we're twisting it up. Throughout the day, whenever I feel, we will be giving up straight out prizes for those paying attention by testing your memory skills in a flat out questions and answers battle to win the corporate sponsored prizes. So it's simple. All you got to do is pay attention. And when I feel like giving something away, we're just going to hit the game show, the Black Million. That's it. What else we got? We've also got the amazing Black Books webinar. This is at 12. It's a mini Black Books webinar. It's at 12:30 to 2. And I say mini, even though that's a good old hour and a half, because the Black Books webinar normally goes on for hours. So it's brought to you by King Makanan Sankofa, and he will be compressing it, and he will be introducing authors from his own platform, the Black Books webinar, and they have just celebrated their first year as well, their first year anniversary. So it's basically celebrations all round. That's right. Then what else have we got? Oh, yep, we got the it's the Uncomfy Table, 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. And that's where Queen Leona Wilkinson introduces an open table discussion. Let's get uncomfy table, highlighting uncomfortable topics and issues that only the brave are ready to address. So all I can say is fasten your seatbelts as we make some business noise and celebrate Black business and culture and the 100-year anniversary of Black Wall Street. So take notes, my fine kings and queens and all in betweens, as I like to say. Reach out, collaborate, connect the dots, and please, please support and shop today because it's Black Pound Day. I even forgot that it's Black Pound Day. There's so much to celebrate today. Hold on a minute, let's have a look. Mummy T says, dancing to wrap up. Oh, that's right, Mum. We're going to dance it out today. Looking forward to the uncomfy table. Yes, me too, Patrick. Absolutely. Okay, so I'll tell you what, I forget to put up the graphics, don't I? I forget to do all that. Let's do some of that. Come on. Some of that. Yeah, that looks better. All right, let's go back to the chat. Okay, so where were we? We were talking about, Black Pound Day. I guess the message of collaboration, that's what we were talking about as well. It's so important. It has never been so important as it is today, here in the now. We, just like everybody else here at Black Wall Street London, we've been through an epic business journey, pivoting and twisting and trying to remain fluid in a climate that it seems is just there to test us and our business strength. I have personally had to jump through hoops and hurdles, to try and keep both Black Wall Street London and my other luxury candle business, Cornucopia Emporium, afloat. It's been real. The struggle's been real. But like I said, my fuel, my fine people, has been you guys, a reflection on you guys, the determination, the community strength, the spirit and the inspiration. It all tells our age-old story and shouts out loud and proud, and still we rise. And this is the mantra I wish to echo throughout today's live business event, as we collectively utilize our platform to rise and shine a light, spreading brand awareness, business knowledge, and prompting sales and sign-ups on this here Black Pound Day. What else would I like to do? I would also like to bring to your attention, my fine people, that we are campaigning for ourselves, the Black Million campaign. Let me see if I've got a little something on here. Let me see. Yes, so the Black Million campaign, it was created to raise capital to assist in the purchase of premises for Black Wall Street London, so we can simply continue our good work and provide accessible and affordable workspace and business trading space for Black-owned businesses. So we've got a vision, we've got an end of a tunnel goal, and that is to have our own building. And so this is all a call to action, my fine people. Where are you? Yeah, it's a call to action. You can head over to the Black Wall Street London official website at www.blackwallstreetlondon.com and invest in us. That's you. if you haven't already, and if you have, many thanks, and just please keep passing that message on. And so as we move forward, it's super important not to forget our humble beginnings, that we are here today in remembrance of our ancestors, keeping the spirit of Black Wall Street London alive and celebrating their 100-year anniversary. So I just want to quickly keep echoing this. So I'm going to play this one more time. I opened up with this. And then I'm going to probably go into a break and see where my first guest, business-to-business guest, has lost her way, maybe. But meanwhile, let me just get rid of these captions. Before I go to a break, I'm going to keep playing this all day long because it's everything. It really is. So one more time.
Out of the huts of history's shame, I rise. Up from a past rooted in pain, I rise. A black ocean leaping and wide, welling and swelling, I bear in the tide. Leaving behind nights of terror and fear, I rise. Into a daybreak miraculously clear, I rise. Bringing the gifts that my ancestors gave. I am the hope and the dream of the slave. And so, I rise.
Yes, love, 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 love. I'm going to go for a quick break. I'm going to grab another cup of coffee. I hope you do too as well. Let me just see if there's anything going on in the chat meanwhile. Look at, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Mummy, who's this? Combella says collaboration is so important, but only possible when both parties are honest in their collaboration goal. Yes, absolutely, Patrick. I second that emotion. These are topics of conversation that we're going to be talking about a little bit later in our live business-to-business panel guests, which you are part of later on today, 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. And it's just going to be interesting, and the fact that we are actually all like-minded enough to be able to even sit around a table and have these open table discussions, for me, is everything as well. No stress, no drama. Let's just talk it out and see where people are coming from. Oftentimes, things aren't even done in a malicious light. It's how they're perceived or received. And sometimes it just takes opening your ears and listening to where other people are coming from to form more of an understanding of why their actions are so twisted. Let's just put it that way. Anyway, I'm going to go for a quick break. Let's see what we got here. What we got? Okay, and I'll be right back, peeps. I'll be right back.
Step. Said, let me see you step, let me see you step, gone. Let me see you step, let me see you step, gone. Let me see you step, let me see you triple step, gone.
Said what happened to that old fashioned, that Illmatic, that music to our ears that we consider class. Cover your love in that covenant and continue practice. Stick to the script like an actor, but still be about that action. I wanna build a testimony through this matrimony, so the future generations understand the story that we built this love brick by brick. We done weather every storm, it didn't sink our ship. I was a bad boy who never knew a love like this, but through faith, no Evans, I received that gift. See, I'm blessed in your presence, relish divine image. You're the music to every lyric that is written. Baby, I love this vintage.
Gon' step. Said, let me see you step, let me see you step, gone. Let me see you step, let me see you step, gone. Let me see you step, let me see you triple step, gone. Gon' step. Said, let me see you step, let me see you step gone. Let me see you step, let me see you step gone. Let me see you step, let me see you drip step gone.
I wanna be drafted in every chapter to the land of milk and honey, sweet happily ever after. Give you my whole heart, no peace, portion. I'm active, you don't want that to happen. I don't need Pharrell's record just to keep you happy. A Billie Holiday harmony, man, my Lady Jackson. Picture perfect, perfect picture, Gordon Parks will capture. I feel a favor through the scripture, proverbial chapter. Whoso find it for wife, find it for good things. Overtime when I grind for my good thing. Long term, long haul, baby, please believe it. We stuck together forever, no adhesive needs.
Gon' step. Said, let me see you step, let me see you step gone. Let me see you step, let me see you step gone. Let me see you step, let me see you drip step gone. Gon' step. Said, let me see you step, let me see you step gone. Let me see you step, let me see you step gone. Let me see you step, let me see you drip step gone.
Hi, so we're back. Good morning, my fine people. Universal blessings in abundance. For those of you who don't know me, Tasha, Black Wall Street London founder, Afrocentric exhibition marketplace and business development hub. We've had an amazing start to our morning whereby we have showed a presentation care of the New York Times of a 3D model of the Greenwood, Oklahoma, Tulsa district way before the massacre. So it was showing and shining a light on our Black excellence and what we can achieve, we did achieve. And moving forward, how can we use that as incentive, inspiration for Black-owned businesses here today. So a little bit late out of the starting blocks. So we're going to just get straight back into it with our live business-to-business guest appearances. And this seems like a good way to begin by showing you an example of how Black Wall Street London are expanding. So I'm going to be introducing to you a brand new exhibitor to the Black Wall Street London fam, and it puts a smile on my face. Her name is Shirley White of OTC Beverages. And a quick insight is is that it's a beverage company created to bring organic, naturally flavored drinks to the market. It's a premium product, and their mantra, I love this, is only the best for our company. And so without our company, our consumers, sorry about that. And so without further ado, you can see I'm excited. Let's bring Shirley into the...
Good morning.
Good morning, Queen. How are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm really good. You can see I'm just running on happy juice today because this is a little bit different today. We're just celebrating. So it is what it is. We're just having fun, you know, as unscripted as possible. But let's get to you. I'm so happy that you are a new Black Wall Street London exhibitor. It happened very recently. You're going to be at our next event, but we're already eating up into your floor space. So I'm just going to leave it to you to shine a light on who you are at OTC Beverages and what makes your drinks different, if that makes sense.
Okay, so would you like me to start with a little bit of background on me first? Would that help?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so my background is not in the manufacturing food industry at all. My background is in banking and finance. So I come from the City of London. I used to work at Deutsche Bank, and I used to sell into banks, data into banks, etc. So that's where I have come from, basically, and that's where I've got a lot of my business and corporate background from and training. I didn't go to university, just about finished secondary school. So I've had quite a coloured career, you could say, over the years, which is great. But I think that's all built the foundation for me to take the risks that I do. So so I'm a mother of two sons. They're adults now. And the decision to go into manufacturing, for those of you that have had a chance to go into the website or food manufacturing, was when my father turned 80. And I was at the birthday party, and I was looking around and I was seeing all of these drinks that everybody had bought, you know, to the event, you know, the ginger beer and the sorrel in the 5-litre plastic and reused water containers that we have. And these drinks taste great. And then I looked at the generation that were actually making them. And I realized that that generation were basically dying out. You know, they're in their 80s, late 80s. And generally speaking, you know, my generation and younger, we don't have the time to go in there, grate the ginger, squeeze it for a gauze, do all of these sort of things that are involved in making ginger beer and sorrel and all the other drinks that we make. So I thought to myself, it'd be good to create or recreate that, but put it in a bottle with quality ingredients, because that to me was important as well. Because if you look across our community, one of the things that's happening is that a lot of us have got high blood pressure, diabetes. You know, we've got poor diets. We're drinking loads of nutriments, super malt, and the list goes on. These sugar upon sugar drinks, particularly when we're younger, thinking, you know, it's fine to drink them. And then there's sugar in our food. So there's these multiples of different refined sugars and fructose sugars that we're consuming without really realizing what's in our diet. But I wanted to bring to market a drink that replicates what our forefathers had our grandmas make in their kitchen, and but put it in a premium bottle and make it a luxury product, but with quality ingredients. So I went on that journey. I decided to go on that journey from that night and research exactly what was involved in the manufacturing industry, find a bottling company, design a sleeve, and even that has a story behind it. But also make sure that the suppliers that were actually supplying the ingredients, they had ethics as well with regards to what they were going to, where they're going to source their product from. So the sources that I have currently for the drinks, you know, organic cane sugar, we get our sorrel from Egypt and Sudan, we get our ginger currently from Taiwan, and we're looking to get the ginger from Africa and the Caribbean. So we add some provenance to the brand. But it's interesting actually, because I tried to actually work with Jampro, or I'm trying to work with Jampro, to actually source the sorrel directly from Jamaica, but it's tough. I'm not sure whether they completely understand exactly what's involved in business, because they work so slow. They move really, really slow. But that's a different story. But at least the conversations are ongoing. So OTC Beverages was born that night, and since then we launched in August 2019, and we were at the carnival. We were in the judges area, the VIP area, and everybody was saying, "Oh, this drink tastes nice." And I said, "Yeah, it's my drink." I said, "It's your drink?" Because you made this drink? It's your drink? I said, "Yes." But I think people underestimate, and I don't know why this is. They kind of like don't expect our community to create drinks that, you know, A, aren't in a plastic bottle, B, you know, the ingredients aren't good, and C, just, you know, get a label, stick it on it with a banana and a coconut and say, you know, so give it some Caribbean-esque description, and that's it. But I just wanted to basically make sure that all of the product had a feeling of, if you're going out of a night time, you're not drinking, you know, you pick up one of those bottles, you know, you feel good, and people might even look at you and say, "Oh, what are you drinking?" You know, because it looks kind of like it's got an alcoholic look to it, because a lot of people think that it has alcohol in it. It doesn't. But you're drinking something that looks good, and you're dressed up, and you know, not that we're going to clubs much these days anyway, but anyway, that's a fact. So we've basically created that. I see you put my drinks up there, which is great. The other thing that we did, although we did a sorrel and a ginger beer, still and sparkling, and we use oxygenated bubbles through our drinks. It's not just put a fizz through it, it's oxygenated bubbles. We use the same sparkling process as Fever Tree, which make the mixers. So the other thing I did recently was create the butterfly pea flower with lime, which is a Southeast Asian flower. Because if you look across all of the drinks, all of them can be drunk as teas effectively. So you can have the sorrel hibiscus tea, you can have ginger tea, and the butterfly pea flower is a Southeast Asian flower which can be made into a tea, which is very good for relieving stress, anxiety, depression, great for the immune system. And then also, if you consume enough of it, it's good for reducing the graying of hair as well. So and even sorrel's good for flushing out the system. And you know what ginger does. I think everybody knows the properties of ginger, because we actually use real ginger juice in our drinks. And if you look at the bottom, you'll see that the juice actually settles at the bottom of the bottle. So so that's effectively what the story is behind the product. And I also wanted to make sure that I left a legacy for my children and my nephew, because the OTC actually stands for their initials, Omari, Tyrone, and Corey. That's one of the descriptions anyway. And also just looking at what effectively a drinks brand can do for our community. Because if you look at Coca-Cola, look at where they sponsor different people, sponsor different things. And if you think that if every single Black person in the UK bought a bottle of my drinks and the other drinks that are out there that are on the shelf, you know, because there's plenty of us that are doing this, you know, what we could actually do for our community. But it's an education that we need to go through with regards to explaining to our community that a lot of the drinks that we're consuming and we think that they're community brands are not community brands. I know for a fact that True Juice is not owned by a community company. It's not, because I've met the owners. I went to Jamaica and I met them, and I know what I was told by them as well. You know, and also Grace, that's not owned by our community. So, you know, don't think just because it's got tropical or pineapple from the Caribbean that it's owned by us. Look behind what the label. That's my suggestion to anybody. If you really want to support your community brands and do what other communities are doing, where you keep the money circulating within the community before it leaves, because that is so important, because in order to, economics is a big thing. I don't think we understand that it's our community that has built Oneness. It's our community that's built True Juice. It's our community that has built Grace. And then if we've built it, what have we got back? Those are the questions we need to ask ourselves. You know, what is it doing for our young people? Are they able to go there and get jobs? Are they able to go into, you know, even the shop down the road, you know, in Tottenham or wherever you go in South London to shop? Can your son go in there and stack the shelves in Mr. Chowdhury's shop? Ask yourself that question. So anyway, so that's a little synopsis on the brand. So yeah, and we expect to grow. I'm not stopping.
Shirley, this has been amazing. So it's so nice to just get an insight into OTC beverages. And I love your backstory. I love your brand ethics. It's so true what you're saying in regards to it's marketing plans. You know, same with the hair products. Many of us thought that we were buying black, and it's just marketing, you know, strategies and tools that are used to divert and deflect us. However, we can't put it all on the brands. It's about us being more aware and looking a little bit deeper. You know, I myself, I hold my hands up. I give myself an example every single time with the hair products. I did it my whole life. You know, I didn't even give a second thought whether what I was seeing was authentic, or did I even care at some point. You know, it's about our rude awakening. I hate using that woke word, but you know, yeah, absolutely. But listen, I love me some ginger beer, as you know, and I love the fact that your signature drinks are your non-alcoholic ginger beer and your soul drink. And this is how much I love ginger beer. So I did take a moment to, we didn't get the bottles. I mean, we just go through them. We go through them. So we were like, right, cans, let's get them. And the portion control is great as well. But I must admit, I was, I'm gonna name them. I was buying Folkingtons, which nothing wrong with them, but I'm really super happy to, I'm awake to educating myself, like you said, recognizing and then transitioning. So I'm looking forward to this becoming a part of our family purchases.
I hope so.
Yeah.
We're going on a journey with everything. We're looking at the can and how that's presented going forward as well. You know, we're looking at the bottles. We're looking at everything to basically continue the journey and grow and change and make sure that we service everybody, because I want everybody that's out there drinking OTC beverages.
Yeah. Listen, let's just go a little bit deeper, because although you've got a premium product, and I commend you for everything that you're doing in regards to that, you are also, because it is about us looking a little bit deeper and turning page, your giving back story is huge as well. Whereby you give back to honour some of the NHS workers, the carers, the shop staff, as you say, the refuse collectors, you know, collectors, the bin guys, excuse me, and girls, and just ordinary people who help our fellow man by providing them with some of your healthy drinks to keep them nourished during the long nights and days during all of the hard work that they do. And I love that. Can you give us a little insight? I took that from your website. Obviously, I wasn't reciting.
Yeah, what I did was, because what happened during lockdown, the first lockdown that we had, I was watching the TV and I saw that there was a group in Tottenham that were working actually not far from the bottling company that I now work with, although they've moved location. They were working locally with some of the people in the community, giving them back food and drinks and stuff, and I thought, you know, it'd be really good to provide some of the drinks to them, to show that, you know, there is somebody locally that's willing to support. So they were quite happy to come down and collect some of the drinks. And we continue to work with them, Beverly, and also with Nigel, who's they've parted company with regards to what they're doing. They're doing their own thing. Nigel's now just not far from me. He's in New Southgate, and Beverly's still doing her work in Tottenham, in Northampton Road, which is really good, with the local community there. And I think they've got some events coming up at the Bernie Grant Centre in Tottenham. So we also looking at working with a company in Nigeria as well, because we visited Nigeria in March. So we're looking to expand into the Nigerian market. And there's a charity over there that we will be working with and sending clothing and also the drinks over there too. So yeah, to me, it's about giving back to the community and supporting the community where we can. Clearly, we're not as big as the other guys out there, but it's all about helping. But we're also very close. We work closely where we can with the Legacy Group in the Onside Youth Zone in Croydon. That's the foundational company that I work with. But I've been to the Barnet branch. I also went to the Barking and Dagenham branch when Harry opened that branch as well, which was nice. But yeah, it's all about helping the guys. And one of the things that I've started doing this year is taking on some of the young people with a community group that I'm working with down in Canary Wharf, to basically teach them about skills with regards to speaking to people, just going out there and being confident, talking about the drinks and helping with their confidence skills, communication skills, etc. So that's something I'll be doing over the summer, and hopefully that will expand into other things. So to me, it's always about giving back, because I think for me, that's where I get my most satisfaction, is giving back to the community. I like what I do. This is one of the streams that I do, but I like what I do. So yeah, it's all positive.
Excellent. So obviously, you know, we're a little short on time today because we got in the studio a little bit late, but that's my fault. I don't know what's going on with my links, but, you know, it is what it is. But it's been absolutely amazing to have you on. Just to let everybody know that you are a new Black Wall Street London exhibitor, not new to exhibiting, but just new to our events. So you can actually come to our next event and catch Shirley and her OTC beverages. Let me just see if I've got your exhibitors. I'm super excited, as you can see. There you go. Yeah, so you can come and catch OTC beverages, basically, on the 3rd of July at Conway Hall. All of the information is on the website, www.blackwallstreetlondon.com. Sorry for putting this in our face, Shirley. But also, as you can see there, something that we haven't touched on is that you are, you know, you've been awarded time after time, Great British Food Awards. You've been shortlisted there, and also
we were finalists in 2019 for the best new drink. 2019, yeah.
Yes, so that's amazing in itself. Let me take this out of our face real quick. So it's been great. I mean, like I said, it's a call to action today as well. So we have invested and bought ourselves some of the amazing ginger beer, and I can say it tastes waka. It tastes wicked. It's lovely. It looks great as well. It sits pretty in my fridge. Right?
Good.
So yeah, it's about presentation as well. Like you said, it's a feel. It's a whole experience. You know, like you said, when you're out and about and you want to look good, even though you're not necking back the alcohol, so to speak. And this is a good option. I love it. I love the look. I love the way I'm going to say she looks like a she. I love the way she looks. And even more so, I love the way she tastes. So we've already finished ours. That was literally, our house loves ginger beer, and I was like, can you just save me one can? Just the one. And so that's great. Just to let everybody know where they can get hold of your amazing premium products, and that is OTC Beverages at www.otcbeverages.com. Very simple. It's right there, and we'll run it throughout the day as well. So Shirley Queen, thank you so much. It's been great. I'm sorry that your time has been cut a little bit short.
No worries.
I'm going to do a quick ad break, and I look forward to seeing you present and exhibit and representing excellence at our upcoming event. And meanwhile, I look forward to necking back some more ginger beer.
Okay, enjoy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye. Bye.
Yes, so you know, that was the amazing Shirley of OTC Beverages. Like I said, it's so good to have new exhibitors on, spreading brand awareness and knowledge and business knowledge and the message of collaboration. And so OTC Beverages is a beverage company created to bring organic, naturally flavored drinks to market. They're a premium product and their mantra is only the best for our consumers. And as you can see, I'm already an advocate. With no shame, loving it, absolutely loving it. And what makes their drinks different? Well, they're made right on the motherland and their ingredients are handpicked to ensure full potency. And they use a cold pressing technique to preserve 100% of the vitamins, minerals, and enzymes. So it's good for you. Signature drinks are ginger beer and sorrel, but they've got a whole load of other stuff. And let me just quickly show you because it looks so good. Look at this. Representing in excellence. Yes, represented in excellence. And then, of course, you can see Shirley on the 3rd of July at 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. at our London Rising event at Conway Hall. Okay, let's quickly take it to the chat floor just to see. I should have kept Shirley in here for a quick minute, but that's okay. So everybody is basically just showing positive affirmations. And yeah, let's just go here for a quick minute. Patrick of Combella says, this is why it's so important that Black businesses have accreditation to be proven Black-owned brands. And this is why Combella and Black Wall Street London and others are members of the Certified Black Business Group. That's good. And that's something we can touch on later on as well. Patrick also says a little bit earlier, how true, so many Black brands just don't consider their branding or packaging to elevate their products and brands. Absolutely. And Patrick of Combella can actually help. I mean, Shirley and OTC Beverages don't need any help, clearly, but others who do need help, you can contact Patrick. Okay, so that has been us for a quick minute. I think we're going to take another break before we go into our first panel open table discussion of the day. We should have kicked off at 10. However, I've got Queen V in the background in the green room, and she's there on time as usual, looking good, looking fine. But we're still waiting on a couple of others who are having problems getting into the platform. So I'm going to go for a quick break, and then I will be right back, hopefully with all of our guests, and we can start our discussions. This is live today. So our first live business-to-business guest was OTC Beverages with the amazing Shirley, Queen Shirley. And I'm so happy that she kicked us off. But meanwhile, let's do this. Should we go for a quick break? Shall we? Shall we? Let's see. Let's go here. Let's go here.
Western Jamaica is arguably the most famous coffee region in the world. Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee is one of Jamaica's most prized possessions and is celebrated. Cultivated in the steep slopes, the volcanic soils and gentle mist provide the perfect conditions to form this wonderfully aromatic speciality blend. Out of many, there is one love. Marshall and Brown. Jamaican Blue Mountain.
Being a Black person in Europe, you are constantly searching for places to feel at home. You ask people for events, go through the internet, even watch TV hoping to find somewhere your culture is appreciated. A standing ovation goes out to those using their skills to produce things for the Afro-European missing the womb for their culture, providing spaces for all generations to reconnect and see the value of us sticking together. Afromoya is there to build the bridge between Black-owned creations and the people. Like a band, they are instrumental to us vibing together, understanding the importance of having a place we can unite and be our true selves. Marcus Garvey once said, "Be Black, buy Black, think Black, and all else will take care of itself."
This is a great time for other people, men and women, who may be thinking about how they can not just give back to their community, but genuinely pay it forwards to actually join the organization and help work that we're going to be doing, because we have that going to reinforce our 4 pillars. So for those that don't know, the 4 pillars that exist within the 100 are mentoring, which is where you see our flagship program, the community mentoring program. We've got our education pillar, which is about ensuring that young people can be best developed for the future. We've also got our economic empowerment pillar, which currently our main program there is about supporting small Black-owned businesses. And then we've also got our pillar, which is health and well-being, because as we know, health is wealth.
Hey, I'm Dominique and I'm the founder of Hairpop. Hairpop is an online marketplace for natural hair care for afro and curly hair. I've been on an amazing journey with Hairpop, and the latest chapter happens to be the story of all of our lives. We have made it easier for you to purchase your hair care products online, so you don't have to leave the safety of your home. We're in a time of uncertainty at the moment, but I have a feeling we're gonna be alright.
Brown skin girl, your skin just like pearls. You're back against the world. I never trade you for anybody else. Say brown skin girl. Your skin...
Yes. Okay. So welcome back, my fine people. Good morning. Thank you to everybody who has stayed with us for this morning's presentation and our first live business to business guest. So let me just take off our OTC beverages captions. So moving on, today is our first open table discussion about collaboration in business, and we're a little bit late, so we're going to jump straight into it. So we're celebrating today Black-owned business and culture, and in remembrance of the 100-year anniversary of Black Wall Street. I'm Tasha, founder of Black Wall Street London, the Afrocentric exhibition marketplace and business development hub. We're going to jump straight into it. Now, I tell you what's going on, guys, is I have given you a link that has been refreshed because we started a new event. So everybody's going to be having the same problem. So in the background, because this is live, I'm trying to get the links out to all of our guests. So do bear with us, but let's stay on track. So we have an amazing panel of live business to business guests, and I'm personally looking forward to this topic of conversation. So let me introduce our first live business to business guest into the studio. Yes, everybody is here right now. I'm so happy, bang on time. And here is Monique. She's from Bob Expo, Black-owned business expo, and it's a Black business hub providing products and services, and they have business exhibitions for Black businesses held in Manchester. Let's bring her in. Monique.
Hello, morning, Natasha.
Hi, morning, Queen. How are you?
I'm really good. How are you?
Yeah, thank you so much for getting in here. It's been crazy because I actually gave a dead link out earlier on, so that was my bad.
Oh.
Everybody who's and waiting for the 10 o'clock session. That was me. It's all on me. But Monique, give us a quick lowdown into Bob Expo, Black Owned Business Expo, before we invite the other guests into the studio.
Okay, so Bob Expo is a platform for Black-owned businesses. What we do is where people can easily locate them, both for Black businesses, but particularly for cultural products. You know, it's so hard to find hair products, diverse and stuff like that. So we've created people can easily locate them and just create the perfect customer and business owner relationship, really. So just connecting the two together.
Absolutely love that. We're going to give everybody on the floor and watching a chance in our call to action at the end to kind of get more of understanding of where they can get in touch with you and what you've got going on. But right now, let's invite our second live business to business guest into the studio. And I hope she's here. V Roberts, Insight to Marketing. Insight to Marketing offer brand and marketing business services. And V is a practitioner, coach, and author. Let me see if she's in green room.
Okay. Good morning.
Yeah. Good morning, Queen. How are you?
I'm good. I'm actually streaming at the same time on another device. How you doing?
Because you're always busy. That's what I mean. Multitasking. I know you are really busy this morning, so thank you for getting in. Give us a quick insight into Insight to Marketing, no pun intended.
Very briefly, I'm a brand and marketing consultant and coach. I'm a practitioner. I don't like to be known as a guru or an expert because everything I teach is actually based on things I've done myself or my clients have done, and I've helped them to build awareness, gain visibility around their brand, products and services, and sell more. I'm also the author of a planner, which actually for Black Pound Day is on special. I won't go into that now because I'm not here to sell anything, but I will mention it. Oh, you've got your copy as well. And yeah, I basically help business owners. So if you're watching now and you need help with branding or marketing, I've just released a YouTube video, youtube.com/insight to marketing. And it's all about how to convert your likes and comments into sales. So you will love that because I've actually had some really good feedback on that.
Lovely. Thanks, V. Again, we'll come back to everybody at the end and give a little call to action. Appreciate that. Our third live business to business guest is Ola. He's the president of 100 Black Men of London, a community-based charity focused on building the Black community in London and empowering our youth. They have been doing amazing things within the community. I'll leave him to kind of touch on that. But I think, if I remember rightly, they're actually 20 years in. Like they had a celebration birthday just recently. And yeah, let me just invite Ola into the room rather than speak his thing. King! On mute, darling.
Click on that. And
there you go.
Click on that. Great. Yeah, thanks, Sasha. Great. Yeah, 100 Black Men is an organization of, well, men and women. Men lead, with women right behind them. As you know, there cannot be a successful man without women. And that's what we do there. Yes, you're right. We had our 20-year anniversary in March. It's an anniversary year for us this year. So that's still carrying on. In fact, today, after this call, we have a graduation ceremony as well. But we'll talk about that later. Let's crack on.
Okay, thank you so much, Ola. Pleasure to have you all in here. We've got one more guest, our final live business to business guest. Let's see if we can squeeze her in the studio. It's Shah Hibbert, absolute queen. She's all about the money. She's a money and mindset coach, insurance advisor. She's FCA regulated, and we connected. She's been on the platform as V has as well. And here she is. Let's get her in. Let's squeeze her in. Shah!
Hi.
Hi, sweetie. How you doing, queen?
Thanks for having me. That was a great introduction. I don't know what else to say. But yes, that's who I am. I'm a founder of She's All About the Money. And it's a platform that I created to empower more women to have a better relationship with money. And that was purely from my own previous relationship with money, which wasn't great. So all the lessons that I learned and, education that I took on board, becoming a money coach, I thought I have to share as much women as possible to transform their situation with money themselves. So I do that via online training programs, one-to-one coaching, my membership as well. And as you mentioned, I'm FCA regulated to provide life insurance advice and recommendations as well. So that's me.
Excellent. So firstly, a huge congratulations for all of you participating in today's open table discussion. I personally think that it's super important as business and organisation leaders to connect and collaborate where possible. So I'm super happy that we're actually all like-minded enough in being able to just sit around a virtual table to discuss this topic first off. But let's get stuck in, because we're stuck for time as well, and address the phrase collaboration, should I say, is the new competition. So in theory, by working together, businesses like us can often think bigger and punch above their weight. So let's start off with your thoughts and experiences around that. So my first question is, what does collaboration mean to you? And Monique, I'm going to let you take that question first off, and I'm going to just sit out because I like the look of 4 people in the room. So I'm in the background, I'm still here. But Monique, what does collaboration mean to you?
Thank you so much. Yeah, so collaboration. So for me, collaboration definitely first off is just working together. There's no such thing as even if someone is doing the same, what I've learned is even if someone's doing similar to you, there's always room for collaboration, working together, because we can't do it all ourselves. There's no way you can know it all. There's no way that you can deliver it all. So working together in a way where you can collaborate and create something absolutely amazing is what is collaboration for me. Even if it means that you are given a bit more sometimes, and saying, look, I can help you with this, and especially with the us as owners and Black community, I feel that collaboration is even more important now, because we are, I would like to say, we are behind. There's no room to be competing with one another. There's no room for us to be against one another. For example, I do business sections in Manchester, and Natasha is doing business exhibitions in London. And someone may think, oh my gosh, why are you both communicating? But, you know, there's businesses that could benefit from Natasha's platform. So I would much prefer we collaborate. And on the day, you know, you come down and you come and poach the businesses that are exhibiting at mine, because they will benefit from your platform. I don't have to feel that, oh, I'm going to, you know, well, what if I want to go to London? There's room for us all. There's so much room for us to work together and achieve so much more by working together. Collaboration.
Monica, sorry to cut you, darling. I echo that so much. I am a great believer of everybody should be everywhere. And the hardest thing for me on this platform is just keeping my mouth shut, because there's like 5 of us on here, and giving people room to speak. So thank you, Monica, so much. V, same question. What is collaboration? What does it mean to you in your business?
I think collaboration for me is about aligning my business with others who are as genuine, and I will use that term, and also as I guess experienced as I am in collaborating. And there's nothing wrong with bringing new people in and allowing everyone to work together, because there's room for everybody. However, what I would say is sometimes we can collaborate with people that are on a different path to us, on a different mission. They don't really understand business yet, because maybe they're a little bit fresh to it. And also, sometimes people will want to collaborate and they have a very different motive to you. And I know some people will not admit this, but this happens a lot, particularly within our community. And I can see a few of the panelists nodding along. To me, I think collaboration is about working with people that get me, that vibe with me. I don't feel it's important to collaborate with everyone. I also feel it's important to say no sometimes and decline invitations to collaborate where they don't align with my values. I'll give you an example, just hypothetically speaking. If I was to be running a business that's all about vegan, you know, or you know, waste management and recycling, I wouldn't go along and collaborate with someone who sells fur jackets. Yeah, I wouldn't go and collaborate with someone that makes dairy products, because it's not aligned to what I stand for. And what I see a lot in our community is that people will jump on to collaborative partnerships without thinking through what they're actually doing. And so I'm all for collaboration. I don't know how many of you are familiar with my brand, but back in 2013 when I started with events, and I'll share with you very quickly, my brand was able to actually go further through collaboration because I brought other partners, other marketeers, other business experts, other people that did branding and marketing just like me, and the flyers are there as proof. I brought people on board because I wanted to provide a stronger impact in the room. I wanted to provide more value. So in that sense, I've always been collaborating, and you can see Patrick from Conbella just said, you know, I'm always connecting people, but I am just mindful that sometimes those collaborations need to be thought through, because sometimes we just do things off the cuff, and that doesn't make good business sense to me. But great question. Thank you.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, it's a question that is just such a relevant question. It's the no-brainer question. So I'm going to just move over to Ola, because I know that his organisation, 100 Black Men of London, it's almost as if this is their core message, collaboration. I know you work hand in hand and you're aligned with so many other organisations. So what does this question mean to you?
I'll meet myself. All right. So I'm currently trying to reconnect with my father's culture, Yoruba. So that's a proverb that actually captures all this. And it says, Ojú ọ̀run to a yelfo life igagbaga. It means the sky is big enough for all the birds to fly without them hitting each other wing by wing and stuff. Okay? Just like some of the ladies have mentioned, collaboration is the way forward. There are things that we cannot do ourselves, but at the same time, we need to understand that you need to collaborate with the right people that have the same mindset, that you're driving in the same direction so that they're not pulling you down. In the 100 Black Men, we've done that. So we collaborate with Manhood Academy. They're in the same area. There's Westside Boys. There's a few organizations like that. In fact, Manhood Academy and us, Manhood Academy Global, we're actually having a Father's Day celebration together later this month, which is two organizations coming together, inviting people around the community to have a chat, and let's see what can father do together. We're working with companies to make sure our young people are given those opportunities, because it's not just last year we had Barclays that gave 17 of our mentors 2 days to meet behind the scene players, which was great for those young people. This year we're working with POC, you know, an IT company that's given 6 of our mentees opportunity to turn their ideas into apps. You know, they're going through product design, product management, marketing that product to the public. So these are things that I could do as well. We understand within 100, we mentor them in life skills, make sure they have the right toolkit to meet the future with confidence, knowing who they are. But at the same time, we need the community. We need each one of you, ladies, to join what we do and be facilitators and collaborators and partners, because those young people are the future. You know, for what we do, for people that do not know, in the 100, the men, you have to be a member, you have to pay a subscription. So it's like the men are paying to help other people's children, but that is the commitment within the community. Okay, the women within 100, they don't need to pay, but we encourage them to contribute as much as they can if they want to, and they have the facility to do that. But the men, at the start of the commitment, they have to do that. But we cannot do all this by ourselves. That's why we're looking at the public and said, help us, join with us, and together we could drive forward and make sure our young people become the best versions of themselves. So I could carry on for a long time, because this is one of my areas, but I know we're kind of on time, so I'm trying to give it short.
I love that, and I actually didn't know that the men actually subscribe to be a part of the organisation. So that's a complete dedication in regards to that. So that's interesting. Shah, just moving across to you, Queen. What does collaboration mean to you personally and your business?
You know, I think being a one-woman band in what I do, I've had to learn about collaboration. And I feel, you know, collaboration really helped me in the earlier days of setting up She's All About the Money, you know, just making links and the right links, a lot of what V said, and recognizing where to say no. Because at first you just want to say yes to everything. So I had to kind of learn that the hard way. But for me, collaboration is so important and key, because, you know, it's about finding your right tribe and recognizing those who are on the same message and same direction as yourself. You want to kind of reach out to the same, you know, same audience and the same niche. and having something they can deliver, but also recognizing that on your own, often we can't do everything. So somebody else can have expertise in the area that you may not have. And just by bringing that together, how much more people can you reach? How much more of what you're trying to work for can actually, you know, have that purpose and that vision in mind, be, you know, coming forward. So I think for me, it's been very much about recognizing along my way as I'm learning, as I'm going along, about, you know, what to say no to, what to take on board, but also recognizing the importance of a team by being a one-person situation in what I'm doing. So there's kind of a pro and cons in both of that. But I think collaboration is very much important within the Black community, because we can all seem to kind of get to the top and be, you know, the one up the top all at the same time. And it's, you know, it's good to celebrate what our success is, but it's about recognizing our positioning. Not everybody can be everything. So it's about, you know, us seeing the right people to network with, right people to reach out with, seeing if they're on the same page as you are, and, you know, taking that, and also using what's around us for our benefit to push the same message. It's not just about us all, you know, separately achieving, but around what is the purpose here, what we're all kind of working towards in the overall. I've heard about young people here today, and I've heard about marketing, business. All of us have got our own, you know, businesses. Everyone's got their own different sectors. So it's about what is the purpose of me joining up with this person? What can we together achieve more of?
Amazing. I absolutely agree. I mean, it's nice to just sit around and just get the different views. All right. So that was the no-brainer question I like to say, you know, what does collaboration mean to everybody? But Shah, you hit on something about collaboration being the key to our success within our community. But here's a curveball for you all. What do you all think are the pros and cons of collaborating outside of our culture? Because Black Wall Street London, we are passionate about promoting an all-inclusive audience. And this is, you know, no right or wrong answers, but I'm just curious to find everybody else's take on the collaboration outside of our culture, and if we feel that this is an important aspect that we need to move forward to. I'm going to hit Monique up with that first off.
So yeah, oh gosh, that's a curveball question. For me, obviously, our niche is bringing the Black community together and getting them to buy within Black businesses. And I would say first, within our journey, we kept it to ourselves, you know, getting Black businesses and Black buyers. But what I've realized is that the businesses that we work with, they don't just need a Black audience. They don't just need, you know, they could do with, you know, customers from other ethnicities. And how do we get that? We get that by getting ourselves out. Because one of the things that I've realized when working with Black businesses is that we majority keep within the community. So if they're selling cakes, they're only selling to the community, but cakes is for everybody. So that's what makes them different to any other business. So I would say for Bob Expo, for us to give these Black businesses a larger market, we need to also collaborate with other groups outside the Black community. That doesn't mean that we dismiss the network that we have or the people that we're working with, because I feel that they are, without them, you know, we are nothing. Like people like yourselves on the panel, you know, we could definitely, you know, work with you. But then I feel that there's other services out there, such as other markets, you know, that our businesses can be connected with. There's other, you know, banking services, different things that can also give them that platform, magazines, PR, TV, you know, all these people. So us keeping women, for us, Bob Expo keeping in the network, I feel that it's key that we do reach out to other networks and give them that platform. So that's from a Bob Expo perspective.
Sorry, my mic was muted. Yeah, okay, so that's a great perspective, and I agree, absolutely. I think it's really important. I think I'm going to go to V for this one, because V looks like she's in this conversation.
Yeah, I'm streaming live on Instagram and also just on Facebook as well. I'm chat with people, but I'm listening, multitasking as I always do, being a mum of four. And I have to say, I am going to probably say something a little bit controversial, and I don't mind, because, you know, I'm very outspoken. And I feel that within our community, we limit ourselves. All right. We limit ourselves because we think very narrow. There is nothing wrong with doing business with a diverse audience. There's also nothing wrong if you choose to be pro-Black and only do business or only shop with your own. I think as business owners, we need to be comfortable with owning who we are and stepping out. Yeah. And when I started my business, I remember at the time, my panels were always diverse. I have a very wide range of clients. I've got clients in Wales, I've got clients in Sweden, Germany, all over. So I am not going to limit myself because of what people might say. And I'm not going to surround myself with one specific side of people. However, what I will say to you is where I can and where I want to, I will support Black businesses. And so I wouldn't say I actively go out there, you know, spending money daily with a Black business, because we all know in the reality, whilst we might want to do that, some of our Black businesses don't have very good customer service. I'm not going to go there. We also don't really understand pricing structures. So we will overcharge and still expect people to shop with us, right? So we have to be realistic and manage our own expectations. First of all, if you want to grow your own business, you need to not limit yourself. However that looks like to you, do your thing. I know for me, I cater to a very wide audience, okay? Secondly, you have to appreciate that whilst you might want to always support Black businesses, it may not always be possible. And that's the reality of it, because for whatever reason, sometimes services aren't set the way we need them, they're overpriced, or the experience that we get from aligning ourselves with certain brands isn't always a positive one. Yes, I said it. So for me, I think more of us need to think beyond this narrow view that everything has to be Black. Yeah, today's Black Pound Day. I shop Black as much as possible. I have a lot of clients from ethnic majority. Yeah, so I don't limit myself. If somebody that's non-Black comes to me, I'm gonna work with them. If I vibe with them, that's the main thing for me. If I vibe with you, right, and you understand me, and I don't feel like I have to put on a spooky voice just to get business from you, darling, then we're good. Yeah, that's how I operate my business. And everybody should operate their business the way that they feel comfortable, because if you're your own boss, nobody else should be telling you who you can sell to or where you can spend your money.
Yep, well said. Absolutely well said. I second that emotion. Each to their own, as we say in business. Shah, how are you feeling about this?
Oh, you know, it's so interesting to hear different views, because you just almost sit on the fence, because you're like, yeah, I get that, and also get that. He spoke to me a lot there. You know, for me personally, creating She's All About the Money, my focus was women, and I didn't care what creed you were, just women. So also, I'm a strong believer of you finding your tribe. So you will find that people buy from who they feel comfortable, who they relate to. So most of my clients are Black women. And that is not me putting anywhere on any of my information that is for Black women. But I find that I attract Black women because they can relate to my story, my journey of financial, you know, being from awful with money to being such great with money, being debt free. They can relate to that in the way that we spend and interact with money. Culturally, we do it slightly differently. So I find that I attract Black women, but that is not my only audience. So if somebody from other, you know, race background, diversity wants to work with me, I'm open to do that. But then I also was thinking on the side of if you are working under a company or your business, or, you know, what you're doing, and your message is pro-Black, you have to be careful that if you are going into, you know, other audiences, that you're not diluting your message. Because often other cultures outside of us will have maybe more links or other ways of getting their information out there, you know, whether it's advertisement or whatever it is. But so then that may be taken over by your message that you first had in initially. So it's about you recognizing, what is it actually moving for? Are you going towards a pro-Black business, or are you open to any person or any kind of background working with you? Because then, you know, you don't want to be kind of losing what you stood for in the first place. And later on down, just because, you know, that's the direction it's gone in, because of maybe the links you've made or the collaborations that you've made has now taken over from another perspective, that you're now moving towards something else. So it's about being clear what you want to do. But for me personally, I'm open to any woman. I also, you know, sometimes when men approach me, I give advice as well. But it's about you know, what feels right with you. It has to be right, what's right with you. So I completely agree with that, Fee.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, thank you for your insight again. Let's go to Ola. Ola, how do you feel about this?
Okay, I'll meet myself. What V said is bang on, what we believe. First, we need to rely on ourselves for as much as what we can do. While at the same time, there are resources we need that is not within our community. We need to know where those resources are coming from, and we need to tap into it. at the 100, when we mentor our young people, we let them realize how to work within themselves and outside of their community, how to lever the network for their progress in the future, how to, when they go to school, how to relate with their teachers, how to relate with their colleague, and how to build that network that they could tap into when they are older. So in the 100, we work with organizations that have that pure understanding of what we're doing. I want to assist us to get to where we want to get to. We will not change what we do for them, but if they are real and they want to assist, and we have a few organizations like that. We're currently working with Sony, with Citibank, with BlackRock, that believe in what we do, as long as they are assisting us to move forward and not diverting us in a different direction. Because we know what we're trying to achieve with our young children. We are well placed within the community to understand what's going on and what is going right and what's going wrong. So we ask for anyone that want to assist to jump in there, as long as they are not trying to change what we're trying to do.
I am absolutely loving this. I mean, for me, bumping heads on topics of conversation like this is everything. And I don't think that, no, that's wrong to say, I don't do this enough. I don't do this enough. We often sit and I'm focused on what I'm doing and I think it's right for me. So to hear other people's perspectives is everything. Now, I'm just really conscious that V, you've got to jump off real quick. So what I want to do is, I've got a couple more questions and we'll see how that goes. But what I want to do, V, is just give you an opportunity to tell people about Insight to Marketing. It's a call to action today. So if you've got anything going on, any promotions, any, workshops. I know I jumped on a 5-day challenge workshop of yours recently and it was everything. And just to get your voice out there a little bit before you have to jump off, if you have to jump off real quick.
Yeah, I can probably hang around till about 10 past, but I had an eye test this morning and my kids have got eye tests as well. And I cancelled mine to be here and support this movement. So I've got to be at my eye test for 11:30 and 11:40 for my kids. But basically, as I said, I've been doing this for a long time, 25 plus years. I'm very passionate about what I do. And if businesses need the help, a lot of us are very glued and fixed on likes and comments right now, right? Social media, you post something, everyone's always checking their phone, how many likes and comments they've got. For me, I've always been about results, real results. And whilst likes and comments might, infuse you to post that next post, really what we're looking at when we talk about business growth is leads being generated, inquiries and money in the bank. Yeah. So that's how I help my clients. Yes, I can help you get visibility, likes and comments. But actually the whole reason that I wrote this planner, the whole reason why I do my 5-day challenge, which you mentioned, Natasha, is because I want more businesses to recognize that results aren't necessarily what they're getting at the moment. Some of us get really excited when we get 10 likes or 50 likes or 100 likes on a post. But let's be honest, how many of those likes convert to sales in the back end? Yeah, I can do a live stream as I do and sell on that live stream. And the live stream could be 15 minutes. I've gone on to Clubhouse when I was very active on there and done 4 minutes of a conversation and immediately got sales. So for me, it's about understanding the right tactics, making sure business owners understand the tactics that you are using, and then making sure that you don't feel exhausted or frustrated or overwhelmed from applying those tactics. So time, money, resources, making sure you're clear on your audience that you're trying to actually connect with, because if you don't have the right audience, you're not going to sell that much. And then also making sure you've got consistency in your business and that you're comfortable with selling. These are just some of the things that I teach. I've been doing it, as I said, for 25 plus years, have over 400 testimonials, 430 testimonials online. And I love what I do. Tasha, you've worked with me for just 5 days, and I know you got a lot of value from that. And actually, I will do a dirty plug and say that today for Black Pound Day, this is usually £24, right? So it's full of different stuff, calendar, journal, everything in there, key dates for your diaries. But it's £19. And the other thing that I've got going on is the 5-day challenge, which starts on Monday. That's just a £27 investment, which is for you to work with me live. And then the other thing I have, and then I'll shut up, is a 30-day coaching program where if you do want to learn how to brand, find, schedule and promote content that actually converts, you can work with me for just £97, and that is actually a steal, because it's 30 days of coaching from me, working at your own pace. So that's me basically in a nutshell. I've got lots of YouTube videos. You don't have to pay me if you don't have the money, but there's lots of resources out there. Just be more concerned with actually getting results rather than consuming lots of stuff and not actually doing the work to see positive outcomes for your business.
V, thank you so much. It's never a dirty plug, because that's why we're here. It's all about collaboration, spreading brand awareness and business knowledge. So you can, just in case you have to pop off at any time, that was is V Roberts, Insight to Marketing, and you can pick up all of the information on her website at www.insighttomarketing.com. And she's all over social media with, like she said, YouTube's videos, Instagram, etc., etc. Just in case you have to pop off anytime soon.
Thank you.
So you're more than welcome. And I want to get back into the topic of conversation real quick, because I've had a couple of collaborations, as you probably all know. Let me just get rid of V's caption for a quick second, and bear with me, because this is just me, myself, and I, and it takes me a quick minute. So I've had some cray collaborations myself. Not even going to speak anything into existence right now, but taking from my own experiences and listening to what you guys are saying about, it's about connecting the right dots. It's not just about jumping in, it's about connecting the right dots. And I am testament to that. Universe knows. So my next question to you guys is, have you had any collaboration successes or disasters that you care to speak about? And I'm going to go to Monique for that. And I'll tell you why, because what you said, Monique, is so, we're speaking the same language, basically. I have no fear knowing that you do exactly what I do and I do exactly what you do. And we have literally just virtually touched base, social media, and we've been like, hey, we've been like, yeah, fantastic. Give me your stuff, I'll post it. Give me, you know, and vice versa. And for me, that has been everything, because I'm going to speak my thing, whereby I've reached out to a few people, y'all, who are doing the same thing. And that fear is so real that they won't even fart on me. Won't even give me a fart in the wind. So Monique, thank you so much. And I'm just interested to see whether you've had any collaboration successes or failures.
Thank you so much. So, yeah, I definitely, just like the other panelists have said, I agree with collaboration with the right people is so important. And I have learned the hard way. And even when you're collaborating with someone, you feel like you're doing the same thing. Sometimes, like V said, if they're not experienced enough, so you have to do your background checks. What have they achieved? And it doesn't mean you're not going to help them, but it doesn't mean that you have to jump on the same journey as them. So my experience with collaboration, which completely distracted me from what my mission was, where I was going, and if anything, it slowed me down, was I got on the, I went, in time of networking, you go to this networking event, that networking event, and you're in all of the speaker and people doing stuff, and you just want to work together. So, we got together, and, even with our second business exhibition, I needed their services. We thought we'll collaborate together. And what I then realized was they were in it for themselves. Therefore, when my venue went through, they were nowhere to be seen. They were just in it to see what networks from my network they can be getting, only for me to realize they created the similar platform a year later using my database, because they would have had my database from the work they did with me. Before then, anyway, I realized what they were doing. I realized that, they've totally distracted me, and I had to be told from my lovely supportive husband, who, just told me, where is everybody? All these people that you say you're collaborating with, where are they? And you really need to make sure that when you're collaborating with people, make sure that it's in line with your strategy. Make sure that there's a contract in place of what you expect from them and what, they expect from me, and keep drawing back to that. And the moment, so yeah, that's my horror story, where it slowed me down. I nearly didn't have a business exhibition going ahead. And that's how dangerous and how, disastrous it can be if you get on board with the wrong people. yeah, that's my disaster. However, I have had some amazing experiences. I have, worked with, so alongside our business exhibitions, obviously with lockdown, we created a business support system because we had so many businesses that we had a community with and they needed help during lockdown. So we created accountability sessions and help and business fund writing, you name it. And through that, I am not a business expert. I'm not a business guru. I'm not, and I never will say I am. However, I root for businesses. So I've, sourced people that I know what they're doing and they would help them. And through those collaborations, Bob Expo has grown. Businesses have done, doing really well. If they need an accountant, we'll connect them. So those collaborations have been really key. But that was because of lessons learned. I was able to write down contracts, know what my mission was, make sure that is in line with what I'm doing, and even go back to the drawing board when I felt like they were not delivering what was agreed. And it's okay to be like that. I think as Black businesses, sometimes we think, oh, we treat it like, oh, we're family, that type of thing. But I think we must treat it like business first so that we can achieve and get from it what we really want to and achieve amazing things. So those are my two not so good and not so and good experiences. And I hope that those listening can learn from that as well.
Yeah, thanks, Monique. I love that. And I think it's really important that we also highlight our fails, and not as failures, but just as, you try a thing. It's a learning curve. And you really do have to make sure that your body armor is tight. And I've learned this myself, V, this. I just give. And I've reached out to you many a times and said, how do I actually make my business not a really expensive hobby? Because I just feel like I'm leading with my heart on my sleeve. And I think the answer, as you've said, is just only give what you can afford to give. So that information, you need to hold back on it sometimes. My mum says you talk too mucking fudge, you chat too mucking fudge. I talk a lot, and that just, I can't help myself, verbal diarrhea. So I know I should have said that, but you know what? We can. So it's about holding back on what you need to hold back on. I've learned that. Collaboration, you don't have to give it all away. And sometimes my verbal diarrhea just runs away with me. Shah, you're probably thinking, because you hit me up a couple of times and you haven't followed through. Yeah. And again, in the moment, the intentions are good with the collaborations, but you have to kind of get a formula whereby you have a plan. You have to plan things out as well. Shah, let's leave it with you there then. What do you think about that?
Well, I've had a mixture of experiences. I must say my cons, I guess the ones that have not been such a great experience, are much less than what's been good. I must put that out there. So I've had a few that stand out as the bad experiences, and that was purely because we had different ideas of what we wanted as an outcome of the collaboration. And I think it's also because I was quite early on. So I was literally just, without doing the research, like we just heard, and hear what these people are really about, what they actually wanted. And also I gave too much. So I was smiling because I was thinking I'd done the same thing. I gave too much. And that person actually used my material in their own stuff as well. So I learned from that, not to kind of give away too much. But then also the second experience I learned about when I was thinking about managing my time, because when I put anything into something, I want to give it 101%. So I literally, as a mother and as, working all the rest of it, I was giving so much time of this actually building She's About the Money that I just had no time for myself. I was exhausted. So, it came to a point of me being like, I have to have a structure here. So Sundays is my day. No one talks to me. It's family day. Don't take no bookings, nothing like that. And Saturdays, the commitments that I make have to be something that's important to me, such as this, Natasha. I love anything you do. So it came to a point of me recognizing I had to make those rules, because before then I was just like yes to everything. And I realized my time was just getting taken away from me. More importantly, not so much the giving of the knowledge, but the time was important to me. So I said, you know what, I'll say no to anything. So I'll say no to everything that doesn't feel like it fits my message, what I'm trying to work for, if it's going to help me to move forward and if I can help them. If it's not going to go in that direction, the answer is no. So that was my rule on my time. I had to kind of put that in place because I kind of learned that I was just saying yes to everything, and sometimes it wasn't worth my time. Literally that, it wasn't worth my time. So the good ones, which I talk about, I like to talk about more positive stuff. The good ones were great because everything we spoke about earlier happened. It was the collaborations where I feel that we was able to access expertise, that kind of bringing it together. Once you bring those expertise together, it was reaching a bigger audience. What I knew, I was able to input into that person and they could put into me. So I learned from them as well. So it was then also not just empowering us as what we were doing in our fields, but also the audience that we were reaching out to as well. So those collaborations helped me to reach further and have more exposure, because, just starting out, you're not able to, reach the exposure that you could, but you could have something great, but if without the exposure, it's not doing anything. So that person was able to help me to reach a bigger audience because they had more of a backing. So those collaborations are the ones that I really appreciate, and for me it's also about me continuing that support. So it's not just when the collaboration ends, that's it. I want to keep in touch, just like I have with you, Natasha. Like anybody that I connect with, I want to keep in touch, and anything you're doing, I want to support, and I expect that back in return. That's how it should be. So I think that's not done enough within our communities. I said we all want to be at the top and think only one can be at the top. It's about supporting each other. So my success stories around that, where the continuation has been there with that support, and the communication is very important as well about, what's the message, what we're doing here. So when things may change, for example. So yeah, that's me.
I tell you what, Shah, you've just hit a big note for me, because oftentimes, and this is something that I'm struggling with as well, because oftentimes you hear people are up in your face, let's keep it real, up in your face when they want you, and then when they're done with you and they no longer need your services or your spotlight for a quick minute, you don't see them again. It's not always done in a malicious light. Let's just highlight that, because life, shit happens, excuse my good friend. Yeah, but it's something that I am really trying to work on in regards to being consistent. And again, that's where it comes to my experience. I have a good creative mind, I know that, but my business head needs work. So when I'm talking about strategically making a plan, so, not letting my creative mind run away with me and not being able to follow up on that, business world, dictates that you have to set it out. Even it sounds silly, but going back to the drawing board, V, you kept saying to me, get your pad and paper out, old school, forget your phones and all of that, get the old school pen and paper out and take notes, make plans. So it's really important that I'm hearing this echoed all from around the room. And again, it's something that we, not just as a culture, but in people in general, have to keep track of, is that stop using and abusing each other, man. Stop, and if you are going to use and abuse each other, just call it. Yeah. I say, at least be honest in your dishonesty. Just to take it out of context, Trump, for me, can't stand the dude, but at least he's honest in his dishonesty. Silly example, but that's what I'm saying. Anyway, let's move on to Ola, because you've been sitting there patiently amongst us queens. So King, what do you have to say about that? Success and failures in regards to collaboration. Do you have any?
Mostly success, I would say, on our side. We, in the 100 Black Men, we have what we call planning the 100 way. And that gives you different steps of what you need to do, which I would like to think help our members and volunteers in their lives. Because you need to plan, really. You need to think. You need to anticipate all these things. And just like one of my sisters said earlier, if you just jump in, then mistakes happen because you learn by experience, and experience can be quite expensive, especially as a business. But like someone said, you can only do what you know. And most of us have not been educated in what's required to drive something forward. Because most of us, the education that is set for us to be someone's employee, to be given us a direction somewhere. So within 100, both our members and volunteers, as well as our young diamonds as well, because in the 100, we call our mentees diamonds, because they are gems. We mentor them in thinking. We mentor them in anticipating. Whatever you want to do, when you think through that process, it minimizes failures in long run. Like I said, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. Okay, everybody knows that word. But we need to think it and we need to do it. So we do a lot of collaboration, and I cannot see we've had no failures, shall I say, or no apparent failures. It's just that when you get married and you're sitting on that table, you could see a lot of things going on, and you could see some near misses, but they always end up right. That's how I would say about the events at the 100. Because it's a volunteer organization, we sometimes have one or two people that are not pulling up the weight, but everyone jump in there to cover those gaps. So we collaborate with organization. I mean, before the COVID lockdown, we had about 8 different organizations that did Father's Day with us. To me, that was a great success up in Northwest London. This year, we're doing one already with Manhood Academy Global. That is anticipated to be a great success. So we had 8 great guests coming in. We have a monthly Time to Talk, where we talk about mental health issues with the adults, and that's been seen as a great success. And we have lots of collaborations on those. We have education talk that happened last week, that happened every 2 weeks. And we have collaboration with organizations on those as well, and that has been a great success. So looking back, really, I cannot see failures in what we do. We could get better with what we do, but because we go through the event planning the 100 way, which is like an event planning, project management methodology that we use within the organization, it works well. What I would say to those looking in, or my sisters here, just like V mentioned as well, is we need to understand who we want to collaborate with. We need to make sure they're on the same journey. And we need to protect our intellectual rights well. Because there's some people that will come to you because they cannot think, they want to take advantage of what you have. We need to protect ourselves from that. Now, the issue is, if you're an ideas person, many ideas will come. And in business, like we say, the business you're going into may not be the business you want to be in. I mean, when McDonald's was started, the business of McDonald's was not the burgers. It was real estate. The building that the burger stand sits on, until the owner or the founder realized that, that's when his business took off. So we need to understand what we're trying to achieve. If we cannot think that through ourselves, we need to get some trusted people around us and have that brainstorming session where we have the understanding. But then, part of that process is protecting your intellectual property. Get it patented if you can. And that will make sure you are in the right place. But definitely look to collaborate. Like one of my mentors said to me a long time ago, it's better for you to have 10% of a business than 100% of nothing. Because most of us have ideas in our head, but we cannot take it up to the next level. So we need to find like-minded organizations that could incubate that for us to take it on. Even if you're going to have a little subset of it, because you may not have the capital or the infrastructure to take it to the next level. And we need to be honest with ourselves and know where we are with that. I say, you know what? I'm happy to take 5% or 10% of this to move it forward if I don't have the time to drive it forward, and I will just sell the idea, then hold on to the idea. Because, like my mom always say, ideas are flung out there. If you don't use it, you see your very idea, someone else is using it 2-3 years down the line because you choose not to move with yours. So collaboration is required in our community. And we need to also think that we need to work together. I'm in the 100 now. I know there's 2 groups that are looking to buy houses together. We have Investment Club, where people are putting themselves together in crypto and options type platforms. So this is working together. This is what we need in the community. And if you do that, which other community do? So if other communities do the same thing, why can we not do it in our community? So we need to keep driving. I always encourage collaboration. But at the same time, also you need to think and you need to look and make sure it's the right thing for you. And you make sure you have an agreement. Don't worry, don't try to save on that little piece of money that may cost you 1,000 times that. Speak to people that draw agreement and draw an agreement that you all sign to us. And hopefully that'll be a success. And don't be scared to take risk. Risk is what turned your £1,000 to £1 million. So please collaborate within our community. Let's build ourselves up. But that's the way forward for us. And like they said in the 100, generate a side hustle. Don't just be an employee. Everything is in your hands. Thanks.
Ola, I love that. Thank you so much. As president of 100 Black Men of London, I know you are super busy. Just to give people a little insight, we bumped heads some time ago in regards to collaboration, and we left that open-ended. So I hope to come back to you, not just because we're on camera, but because I'm in a different space now. And I would love to maybe pick up where we left off, or at least just talk about it. Also, I would like to commend you on your 20-year anniversary of being in the business, because that's huge. You know, Black Wall Street London, we've been here for a quick second. And this is, again, where I am taking my income. And even though I don't say a lot, I have taken my inspiration and my fire from things like Black Wall Street, the original, and people like, it's amazing. You have some amazing young lady hosts as well. You know, absolutely. I was enough to receive an award, so I love the fact that you're to those who are sitting behind you as well, and it's something that you have to be commended on, because again, that fear of giving other people a spotlight for a quick minute is something that we have to just squash, just bitch slap out the way. Excuse my good French again. My mouth today is foul. So Ola, I just want to say thank you so much. I know you're going to be leaving us soon, so I just want to give people a quick understanding of 100 Black Men of London. You can go to www.100, as in the number, bmol.org.uk. That's correct, I hope. www.100, as in the number, bmol.org.uk. You can pick up all of it there. Your content is everything, and what you're doing community and for organizations like Black Wall Street London, it's epic. So thank you so much, Ola. Appreciate you being here. I know that you have to get, you want to leave us now just so that you're in time, because I know you've got a lot going on. So I don't know, ladies, let's just say thanks to the only king in the building right now. Thank you, Ola, and we will pick you up another time.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you.
All right, we're gonna say goodbye. Thank you, Ola. Thank you so much. Okay, yep. So that was Ola 100 Black Men, president of 100 Black Men of London. He's been great. He's really given me some guidance in regards to just watching what he's doing, watching his flow. So let me but just remove caption. And we are left with the 4 queens in the building. And I want to say this has been absolutely fantastic. V, I know that you are ready to do your thing. I know that you kind of just bypassed what you were doing today to sit on here and support.
Yeah,
and to.
I was literally going to respond to the question brief and then jump off, because my little girl's hair drawing literally down there, so she was making a mess in the background. I've got some really good feedback. I'll share it in my stories on Instagram, because I've been having a conversation with people about this amazing stream this morning. But just to quickly say, can I quickly respond to that question before dipping off? Yeah. Yep. Just very quickly, one of the things I learned very early on from doing events from years ago was that written agreements are really important, but also understanding that internally within your own organization, even if it's just you're clear on what you're doing, so everybody's singing off the same hymn sheet. So I'll just quickly share, when I do my retreats, which are international, I normally have about 10 to 14 men and women that will travel with me to the Caribbean to speak. And part of that collaborative effort isn't just about them getting to speak in the Caribbean and being able to add that to their CV or their LinkedIn. It's about us doing a joint effort. So always make sure people have the same mutually beneficial terms as you, so you understand what they're getting and they understand what you're getting. Make it very transparent and always get it in writing, and don't just send it to them in an email. Get it signed, because then it's more of a legally binding document. A lot of us do things and we might not be able to afford, protection of assets and the whole kind of legal and trademark stuff just yet, but still make sure you've got a written agreement. It's not just enough to do it verbally on the phone. Record a call, have an email, have something written up, standard agreements, and that will then help you as you press on. I haven't had any bad collaborations in the last 6 years, but the first 2 years, I definitely had a few experiences where people were using my database, using my Facebook page as their public notice board, tagging me into posts and stuff like that. And I learned a lot from that. So I hope that helps someone. And as I said, I've got to go now because I've now got 15 minutes to drive to the opticians. It's been amazing. I already know Monique. I'm going to be speaking at the Manchester Business Expo. And I also have had the pleasure of listening to Shah right here on your platform, Natasha. So I just want to say, keep up the great work. You're very inspiring. And I know what you're doing is very needed in the community. So thank you for having me on.
Reflections on you, my queen. Reflections on you. I'm going to let you go. Big loves. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. Take care. Bye. Okay, so let's just release captions. Hold on, ladies. Hold on, ladies. All right, so I'm going to move on to Shah. Shah, again, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate you. I want you to just, give a moment to shed a light on what you're going. I'm going to throw this up in people's faces because this was really interesting to me. We're talking about collaboration. This is an old school trick that you've got going on in an innovative way. Sorry, Monique, 1 second. So I'm hoping that this is still current.
So yes, we got another one. That was the last one, but it's the exact same information. So the next one will be starting in July. So the publications will be out for that next week. So yeah, old school partner, Stepladder is an organization that's created what's called The Circle. So I've collaborated with Stepladder to create The Circle for Under She's All About the Money. And it's worked exactly the same as a partner, but it's giving you that additional, security, if you like. There's no one playing banker. It's not going into someone's hands and you're hoping that you're going to get it and no one's going to get robbed or whatever else that may happen. You know that it's gone into a central system and it's all done electronically. So it acts as a direct debit. It's taken out of your account for the amount of months that it's for. I usually do 10 months. For example, the last one was 10 months, 10 people, £100, easy numbers. So once a month for those 10 months, everyone puts in their £100. And then each month, one person is chosen to receive their hand, old school partner way, which Stepladder calls draw. Exact same thing. So you receive your £1,000. So what you put in, you get back out. Exactly. And what's great about doing it via Stepladder is I was able to collaborate by putting in additional support and information and incentives that you can receive by being part of this circle. So it's not just having the money saved and you're going to get your hand. You also have access to my one-to-one coaching session. So we discuss about what you want to do with that money when you actually get your hand, prepare you in advance. You don't just go in and handing out the other, what you're going to do with that money, and get you to think about some ideas you may want to look into investing or whatever it is you want to do, and get on the property ladder. I also have access to my workshops. So you can also have 1 month's free access to my membership where I do seminar sessions each month. So you have access to that. And also, you also get a £10 Amazon voucher as well. And also, because we're linked to Stepladder, which was actually created to support people getting onto the property ladder, we have access to that expertise knowledge. So anybody who's part of that circle, who's looking about getting onto the property ladder, buying their first property, has no idea where to start, I can link you in to have those conversations to make sure when you do get your money, you can put it into the right places. So the circle is a great incentive. Next one will be starting in July. So follow me on She's About the Money on Instagram. Yeah, Instagram, I'll have the link in my bio where I'll share about, how to get on board. So you can just apply on there. So just as you just mentioned on the information there, you click on that link in my bio and it will take you to the information there. But I'll put that up next week.
Okay, Shah, thank you so much. It's been everything. I love the fact that you are schooling me in regards to following up, to keeping on track. We spoke about the partner in regards to me actually getting involved, and I was completely transparent with you. Life was in the way because I just had these events coming up, and the event space to hire, as Monique, is some real shit.
I can imagine.
Yeah. However, again, I don't want to speak too soon, but I said to you I would get back to you for the next hand, and I'm really, really, really hoping that is one of my top priorities, because I just want to try it as well. It's been a big thing in our family. My mum used to do partners and stuff. I love the fact that it's been brought around in an innovative way, and so I'm hoping to get back to you. But even more so is that our next event, I'm hoping that we can again collab and get you down and maybe just spread some gems, basically.
Yes.
And how we go about doing that outside of camera, we'll bump heads again. But I love that this connection of the dots is happening between everybody, just on a platform whereby we're sitting down and bumping heads and just talking about stuff, and then being each other's accountability partners as well. Because it helps me personally anyway, not to just have that verbal vomit and then pick up the slack on the other side of it. So thank you so much for being here today. She's All About the Money, Shah, and you can go to her www.linktree She's all about the money. She's all over social media, Instagram. You can just pick her up. She's all about the money, and she has different sources whereby you can get information and do. You've got so much content going on, so I look forward to
group as well. You can access it. She's all about the money as well, so you get information. My Facebook group, She's All About the Money. Is that
right?
Yeah. So yeah. Can I just also mention about my masterclass this month? Okay. Just a quick. Sorry, it'll be quick. So my masterclass I run every single month. This month's masterclass session, actually you've been to one, Natasha, haven't you? And this masterclass this month is covering a money boss's guide to having a hot girl summer. So now our times are changing and we're getting the restrictions released. Everyone's getting excited, spending way more than they should be. So I'm going to talk to you about how to manage your money and still enjoy yourself, doing it in the right way, on a budget. So this masterclass actually has some free spaces available. So if you are interested in jumping on board, just click on the link in my bio on Instagram page, She's All About the Money, or you can go to my link tree, which is Natasha's. I think Natasha's put it up down the bottom there. And you actually will see the link to get yourself on one of those free spaces. It's running on Friday, the 25th of June at 8 o'clock, and also Saturday, the 26th of June at 11:30. There's 2 sessions with a few free spaces. So if you want to jump on that and learn how to manage your money and still have a good time over the summer, I suggest you get on board.
Thank you, Shah. Yes, absolutely. I have been on one of your workshops, work groups. I don't even know what to say, mentoring classes, gems, everything all encompassed in one, and it's been excellent. And again, like I told you, I cleaned out my financial closet just on the offs of your guidance and teachings on that workshop. So thank you personally. And again, thank you for coming in today. It's been everything. I look forward to bumping heads with you, and hopefully moving forward can be something tangible that we can move forward with and just see what we can do. And again, you reached out to me very recently and just said, hey, Tash, is there any more room on what you got going on? So again, thank you. Just thank you from the bottom of my heart. Yes, Shah, gonna let you go, and big loves to you, and I'll speak to you soon.
All right, take care. Thanks.
Bye. Okay, Monique, one sec. Again, you know how I am. Let me just remove caption. Yeah, She's All About the Money. Let's see where we're at. Sorry. There we go. So, Monique, I've left you to last because, because again, let's just echo that we're doing the same thing, and the importance of feeling the fear and doing it anyway. I've got to be honest, there was no fear from my point of view, because I said from the get-go when I started Black Wall Street London that I'm going to try and reach out to everybody who's doing the same thing and see if we can just be a spider web of organisations. Not everybody took up the scope, but you were quick to really support and just say, hey girl, what's going on? And just virtually, let's not be superficial, it was all like through social media. Just show that support. So I just wanted to give you a quick shout out for your next event, which is is it the 13th, if I've got it right?
31st of July.
Yeah.
In Manchester.
Yeah. Go on. I'm just going to see if I've got. There we go. Hold on. In your face again. Sorry.
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go.
So 31st of July, Manchester, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. It's on Saturday. I've said to you, if I've got nothing going on, which it doesn't look like, I'm going to come to Manchester and show some support and see what's going on. You have got so much going on here. So much. 100 Black-owned brands, networking, books, kids items, clothing, the whole shebang, A to Z. And I'm really, really happy for you, because like I said, I think everybody should be everywhere and real quick. Listen, this is Black Pound Day today. Have you got any calls to action? Where can we get our tickets? Let me see if I've got it here.
So like Natasha said, we've got our business exhibition coming up on Saturday, the 31st of July. This will be our 3rd business expo, coming back bigger, 100 Black-owned brands from all different categories. So there's going to be something for everybody. Come with your kids. Everybody is invited. Let's come and show some support. Well, not show all the support for the Black brands that deserve the spotlight, deserve the customers on the day. You can get our tickets from our Instagram. It's on the Linktree, sorry. Bob Expo _. So at Bob Expo _. You can find us on there, all the updates of what exhibitors are going to be there, how to book. Tickets are free. So the whole point is that people come and you use your money to shop, use your money to enjoy the foods that are going to be there. That's where I'm going to be anyway. Food. You're looking for me, food section, all the food, the drinks. I've already a budget of, this is where I'm going to set a budget, and they're like, I need to get my new creams, need to get this. So come and just do your shopping this summer at this event.
I love that. I absolutely love that. And I'll be where the food is as well, clearly. Listen, I think that we should be doing this as much as possible. It's weird because, Black Wall Street London, we do it so it coincides with Black Pound Day. But every day should be a Black Pound Day, and that's the important thing we're doing. Monique, I commend you. I take your lead. I take lead from what you're doing. I look out, and again, it's not about, you spoke about, people taking people's ideas and stuff. Listen, it's about taking and showcasing and highlighting and, shining a spotlight on other people's businesses. And that's what you're doing. Even though you're encompassing Bob Expo, under that umbrella, you've got 100 Black-owned businesses. We've got 100 Black-owned businesses. That's 200 Black-owned businesses, child. Right. So I love this. I love that we know that this is not a new concept. We know that people have been doing this for a long time. But the current climate has dictated that people are stepping up their plate. People are leveling up. People are looking for alternatives to the 9-to-5, the rat race in society. So I'm looking forward to just us and today's celebration of us, businesses, what we're doing, 100 years in the making, plus even before Black Wall Street, it was way before then. But just how do we continue to shine a light on what we're doing? I think it's just with Bob Expo, Black Wall Street London, and just keep doing everybody else who was on there, not just us, a collective. So, any last calls to actions? Because I know we're overrunning on time. I know we can pick you up at your Instagram handle, which is at Bob Expo _. Peeps can also get their tickets. Is that right? For the Bob Expo Black-owned business exhibition.
Tickets are available.
Right, and that's at Eventbrite, right?
That's at Eventbrite. So you can book tickets on Eventbrite, and the link is it's on our Facebook, and it's also on our Instagram at Bob Expo. Tickets are there. What I would ask is that please share. Just like Natasha said, underneath us is 100 Black-owned brands. So if you support us, and even if you can't come, please do share in your WhatsApp groups, your Facebook groups that this event is coming, because all these businesses have been, they've struggled during lockdown. They've all been working so hard behind social media to get attention. So this is the time where they're going to be there physically, and you can actually come and, just meet them and give them that, empowerment from hiding behind the phone for like 1 year. So, please do share with so many people. And we are currently looking for volunteers as well. So, it is going to be bigger than our usual one. So we need more volunteers. So if you're all for supporting Black-owned brands and you want to come and help us for the day, it doesn't have to be for the full day. You can come and help for 2 days. You can come and help in the morning on setup or in the evening. Please do come down. We need more hands to come down and help. Plus, food will be included for volunteers. So I think that's a good catch.
Okay, Monique, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to have you on. I love the fact that we are in the same arena and we are still wearing our crowns steady, straight, and you are pushing mine on straight and vice versa, So thank you so much for lending us your time and giving us a little insight into what you do at Bob Expo. Sorry. Yeah, Black-owned business expo, my bad. And I'm wishing you a great day. You've made my day. just by coming on. And I look forward to bumping heads with you in the future and just carrying on the support that we are doing between each other.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for this platform. Thank you. You're doing absolutely amazing. Amazing. I can't wait to meet you.
Back at you, darling. Take care. Have a really good day.
All right. Take care. Bye.
Okay, I love this. I am absolutely loving this today. We are here in celebration of Black-owned business and culture, unapologetically. Shout outs to Chris Preddy. And the 100-year anniversary of Black Wall Street. I gave you an insight this morning as a child, the impact a moment in time, a moment in history had on me and why I am Black Wall Street London here today, shining a light on Black-owned businesses. Currently, just like Bob Expo, we are supporting 100 plus Black-owned businesses through our different devices, utilizing our platforms. We are here in collection, collaboration, collectively. You can see I'm excited. Just to shine a light, spread brand awareness, business knowledge, and the message of collaboration. We had an amazing panelist of guest live business to business business leaders, organization leaders. That was Monique of Bob Expo. Bob Expo is a Black business hub. Let me see what's going on in the chat as well. Yes, thank you, Mummy T. I'm going to get back to you. But Bob Expo is a Black business hub providing products and services. They have a business exhibition for Black businesses held in Manchester on the 31st of July, 2021. How do you book your ticket? Well, you just go and find them, Bob Expo, and they've got Instagram and Eventbrite links. Go and check them out. Get your ticket. Like they said, their tickets are free. They want everybody to come. This is a community event. Again, our other live business-to-business guest, I've got to do this quick because I've got a king waiting in the background. V Roberts, Insight to Marketing. She's everything. She offers brand and marketing business services, and she's a practitioner, coach, and author. Her services include workshops, coaching, and consultancy. And she also has a membership service. I'm testament to her workshop, her challenge workshop. Everything really dropped some gems for me. We then had King Ola Oyalegan, and I hope I'm saying that right. He can bitch slap me, excuse my good French, if I'm not, but he's the president of 100 Black Men of London, an amazing community-based charity focused on building the Black community in London and empowering our youth to be the best versions of themselves. Their focus is on mentoring, education, economic empowerment, and health and wellness. They are huge. Their content is big, and they are aligned with so many people who I love, have been serving our community since 2001 and impacting thousands of lives through the work that they do, which means that they are 20 years in the business, and they held their celebration event the other day. I was honored enough to have received a award from them for recognition of what we do, and I love them because they are passing the torch down. They are recognizing other people who are on pavement level like me, just trying to do good things. So thank you, Ola. And then finally, Queen Shah Hibbert, from She's All About the Money, money and mindset coach, insurance advisor. She's FCA regulated, and we connected via the, I think it was Ultravision TV platform some time ago, and she's been 100% supportive ever since, and we're working on some collaborations. Still, we're not quite at the starting blocks, but we've been talking about it, so hopefully you're going to see her around here much more in the future. But thank you so much. Huge thank you to all of the guests. They've been amazing. We were going to go into an ad break. We were also going to go and play the Black Million game show, but we ain't got time for that because right now we are slightly behind. We're on Black Man time right now. And I would like to introduce to you a king. His name is Sadiq Suleiman, and he is a specialist protection advisor. He goes under Mr. Generational Wealth. And he's got loads of stuff coming up. So I just want to see if he's in the building. Let me stop talking because we're already 4 minutes over. Sadiq. Hey, King. All right, while we wait for Sadiq, let's take it back. Oh, hey.
I'm in the building. I'm in the building, people. I'm here, baby.
King, how are you?
I'm very, very well. Thank you so much. Very, very well. Very honored to be here with you today. I'm blessed to be a part of what's going on and the amazing things you're doing.
Listen, thank you so much. I know that you are a busy man. Your face is just lighting up my life right now.
Come on.
And I know you're super busy, man. I'm like trying to get hold of you. It's like, wow, this guy's everywhere. But I commend you for the work that you are doing. I'm watching silently. Maybe I'm watching so silently. I should be making more noise about it, but I am watching silently in the background. And your topics of conversation that you address, you know, the financial aspect of business is everything, and it's something that honestly I think that we have lackluster in. And I was talking just the other day, I'm going to talk this real quick and then let you get on.
Please,
I was talking the other day, as kids, how I remembered, and this is no disrespect to my mummy T, who's watching, I remember watching all of the, you know, white kids that I used to hang out with, and they had the pleasure of having pocket money.
Yes.
They did their chores and they got pocket money for their chores. And we were in a arena whereby we did our chores because that's what we do.
Had to.
Right. And realization, you know, afterwards I went to boarding school, so I caught up on that because it was a different arena again. But the realization of how we miss out on financial education from way, not always, but in general, it's huge. And so I'd like to, I mean, I know you're here to talk about a multitude of things today, but I'd like to just over to you and give you the floor and give us an insight.
So as Natasha said, my name is Sadiq Suleiman. I go by the name of Mr. Generational Wealth, and the whole reason I'm called Mr. Generational Wealth is because I started off my journey being in a position, a young man from, you know, a Nigerian background. My dad, you know, he was a man himself, and we never really spoke about money in our family. So what happened for me is I ended up getting myself into a position of debt, probably by the age of 25 or so. And then when I hit 25, I was probably in around, you know, 10K or more of debt. And I was married. And I said to myself, do you know what? This is not the life I want to live. You know, surely there must be more for me, and there must be more for my family. And I committed myself to making sure that by the age of 40, I would be able to retire. So I am 32 now, just turned 32, and I'm still on that road and on that journey. But what was really important for me was to actually put myself in a place where I was being educated, and I educated myself on money. Now, what a lot of us don't realize is that the education system doesn't teach us how to prosper and how to manage money. It's crazy because the one thing that every single one of us is going to encounter in life is this thing called money. So if it's something that we're all going to encounter in life, why isn't it taught in the education system? Why isn't how to manage money, how to invest money, how to multiply money? Why isn't this something that is being taught in the education system? And the main reason it's not being taught in the education system is because the powers that be, you know, or the racial or the racial class system, they don't want us to reach a certain place. So the education system, if you look at the UK education system, one thing we have to realize is that the education system is not designed to see us prosper or to see us reach economic independence. That's not what the system is designed for. The system is really designed to keep us working, to keep the system flowing and keep everybody in their position. Now, where I come in is I'm on my journey to generational wealth. And part of being on my journey to generational wealth means that I've made myself privy to certain information and certain mindsets. There's a powerful quote that says that success leaves clues. And there's many successful people out there financially who are doing loads of things. They've put out loads of books. They've put out loads of resources, and there's left clues and trails for us to prosper. Now, I'm fortunate because I'm in a position where I'm somebody that will go out and seek that information. But there are loads of people that would not go out and seek that information and end up maintaining the status quo. So what I've put myself in a position now is that as I'm educating myself, I've now made it my responsibility to educate those behind me. And that's really what my journey is about. My journey is about helping other people who would be in a similar position to me, where they don't know how to access basic information on how to grow financially. I really want to inspire those people to think differently about money, and to think not only for themselves, but to think generationally. How can we be generationally free financially, so that by the time we pass the money down to the next generation, there is economic violence? Because I believe that when we start to make money as a people, and we have money on the table, we have our own resources, our own systems, when we have our own, that is when we will get certain levels of respect. But because we're almost always dependent on the system to feed us, the system to nurture us, everything is what can the system do? We're always going back to the oppressors. We're always going back to them and saying, like, even for example, I found it so funny, because not funny, but I found it quite interesting that there was a whole situation that was going on with Nigeria earlier. I think it was late last year, where the military and the government were killing its own people, and everyone was like, oh, we need to run back to the UK. We need to tell the UK and all these people to put sanctions on us. We need their intervention. And I was like, these are the very same people that created the problem, and you think that the people that created the problems in our country are the people that we're always running back to. That is how they get us to depend on them, and systematically we become servants to their system. So my role is really to deliver people from that mindset and help people to start to understand that if you want to grow financially, the only way you're going to grow financially is if you take your journey in your own hands. Yeah. Take your journey in your own hands and start to be responsible. And I believe financial responsibility starts off with something very simple, but not a lot of people engage with, is vision. I think if people have a vision for themselves financially, a vision for their family financially, as in where, and when I talk about vision, I'm not talking about these dreams and these ideas that people cultivate, and they're just nefarious things that they just hear. It sounds nice, yeah? What I'm really talking about is, where do you want your family to be in the next 10 years financially? And what I did was, I drew a presentation for my wife. I said, babe, come sit down. I've made a PowerPoint presentation, and the PowerPoint went something like this. From this 2015 to 2020, we've been in a cycle of debt. From 2020 to 2030, we're now going to be in a cycle of wealth. We're going to focus on what do we want. And I said, there's a place we can get to. We can get to that place in 5 years, or we can get to that place in 10 years. That is going to be dependent on what we choose to do. And in that presentation, I was so detailed with my presentation that I actually looked at the lifestyle I wanted to live, in 10 years. And this is what I would challenge some of you to do. In 10 years, how old are you going to be? I'm going to be 42 now in 10 years. Now, I know by 40, I know where I want to live. So not only where I want to live, I know how much it will cost me to live in that place. So how much is the mortgage for the type of house that I want to live in 10 years? The mortgage is around 2,500. That's 2,500 in my 10-year future budget. I've got my future budget, 2,500. I know that I want to send all my children to private school. Okay, private school is going to cost me around £2,000 per month, £2,000 per month. I know that I want to drive certain cars. I want my family to have 2 cars. 2 cars probably going to cost us £500 because we're probably going to lease it. I have a budget for 2040. Because I have a budget for 2040, I'm now looking at my 2020 budget and saying, how far am I away financially from being able to afford the life that I want to live in 10 years? Am I making sense? Please tell me. Perfect.
Absolutely. Not only you making sense, I'm just gooped right now, because again, it's about the preparation, the planning, and not just having this stuff in your head, getting it, manifesting it into existence.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I just like feedback, so don't worry, I'll keep talking, but I'm a feedback person. So I ripped the budget out and I presented it to my wife, and I said, this is what we are aiming for. Let's look at where we are now, and let's look at how are we going to get ourselves to that position. Because if you don't have something that you're aiming for, if you don't have a preferred idea of the future that you are obsessed with, I am obsessed with my future. I'm obsessed with it. I know that I am on a race for time, and because I've put a sense of urgency on myself, it's allowed me to say no to certain little things. For example, there are times when I work in Canary Wharf. Yeah, I work in Canary Wharf. Everything's expensive in Canary Wharf. There are times when I have money in my bank and I'm like, I want to go to Nando's. Like, I actually want to go Nando's. Like, I really want to go to Nando's. And I'm like on the escalator to Nando's, and I'm thinking, bro, you're going to spend like £7 on Nando's. You can literally go to Tesco and just get a Tesco meal, £3. And I think about my future, I think about my vision, and I tell myself, the small disciplines, it's the small choices you make that affect the big things. And because I know that the small choice of going to Nando's is about, it's not even about the money, it's about mastering myself, mastering my emotions, mastering my cravings, mastering my feelings, and saying to yourself, you are not going to do this because you have a future in mind. And again, the reason I have this future, so this is just an example. So number one is identify the future you want to have and actually write down what it costs to live in that future. If you can't do it yourself, contact me. We can book a consultation and I can help you do that. I usually charge £70 for that, but I will do it for free. Book an appointment with me and I will do that with you. Yeah. We will look at where do you want to be in the future. Let's start writing down very concrete, which includes research. What type of house you want to live in? Is it £500,000? Okay, you're going to need to put down a £50,000 deposit. Okay, then it's going to cost you £1,500 a month. So you know that two things now, one thing you know is you need £50,000 lump sum, and you know that you need £1,500 a month. So you know, it's clear to you. So writing down the future, very, very important. And I would love to help people do that, number one. Then number two is about having accountability. Yeah. People that you can be accountable to. So for example, me, I have a circle of friends. I have about 3 people that they are my family. They're my brothers. Like, I take them, that's my brother. Like, if I'm going through something, they're going to know because they're my brother. I don't see them as friends. They're not born of the same mother or father as me, but that's family. So when I made this plan, I actually presented the plan to them as well and said, this is what I'm doing. Do you know what I mean? This is what I'm doing and this is what I want to do. Not only did it mean that now they know my plan and they can touch base with me and say, Sadiq, what's going on there? Are you actually living up to that? Are you doing that? It done that for them. Number one, I'm now accountable to them. But number two, from talking to them, a lot of them expanded their vision. A lot of them saw it, and now they've made certain actions that I know and they know that stem from the conversations we had. So be accountable. Share your visions with certain people, not everybody. Let's be very clear. Share your vision with certain people that you trust and that you know they have a heart for you, because number one, it will keep you accountable, and number two, it will inspire them. And then number three, I would say, is think about your children. Now, a lot of us need to think about our kids and think about yourself. Think about the things and opportunities you would have liked to have and that you didn't have. And not because your parents didn't love you, because I'm a believer of our parents loved us, but they didn't know any better. You know, and they weren't exposed to the same level of information. You know, they were first generation in this country. So they had loads of things that they had to fight through. And thanks be to them for having the resilience, the courage, the discipline to fight. Because of their fight, now we have our own stepping stone. So because of their work, we can now think the way we think. And because of now, it's our time to not only think, but provide the resources financially, mentally for the next generation to take off. That's my mindset. So for me, it's about making sure that my children do not have to work. I don't want my children to have to work for money. That is not the way that I would train my children. Listen, I want to say something. I wanted to go to, I took my child, we're looking for private school for my son. And one of the private schools, they said something. They said to me, in year 6, your child will learn about mortgages. In year 6, at the age of 11, they will teach my child about mortgages. Why are they teaching my child about mortgages? Because it's a private school. The things that they're training the children in private school for are different from what people are being trained in normal school for. We have to understand that. The people in private school are being trained to be entrepreneurs. They're being trained to be bosses. They're being trained to take positions of power. Now, let me
just interject there. I'm sorry, because please. I'm listening with open ears, but I am testament to that. And I touched on that earlier, saying no disrespect to my mum, because I've had both sides of the fence. I've been in public school, been in private school, very boarding school at a very early age, and it sits the mindset differently from the teachings, from how early on they do it to the whole content. It's crazy. I don't even understand it, and I know it's strategic, it's manufactured way of control, but it's so right what you are saying. It's so right what you are saying. And it goes to show also that in public school arena, the education has to start from home, you know, because gone are the days the schooling system dictates that it's a fair level playing field.
100%.
You know, so 100%. I hear what you're saying, King, and it's epic. It's epic.
100%. So to support what Natasha's saying, you have to take responsibility for teaching your children. Can I be honest with you? Even before my children, listen, what I'm going to challenge every single one of you to do, because time is fast spent. I'm going to challenge every single one of you to identify what you want to leave for your children financially. What do you want to leave for your children? And the way I say it is I say, what is the minimum thing you want to leave for each of your children? I have one child now. I plan to have three. I'm done. Not getting involved with anymore. Now, the minimum I've set for each one of my child is that at the age of 25, once they've all finished their school, every single one of them will receive a property, an investment property. I would have built it. By the time they're 25, they would know it's theirs, and they will take it when they're 25. Completely off my hands. It belongs to them. The minimum they will all receive is one investment property each, and then they will all receive 100K deposit for their mortgages. That's their personal mortgages. That's when they say, Dad, I'm about to get married. I want to move out now. I want to build something with my wife or my family. Take 100K. Each of you take 100K, and you've got an investment property. That for me is the minimum I've set myself. I will do more, but I have that minimum in mind. Does that make sense? So everyone needs to identify what is the minimum you want to leave behind to create a stepping stone for your children. Now, some of you may be a bit late in the game. For whatever reason, whatever circumstance, some of you may be a bit late in the game. For those that are late in the game, that's where I advise on what I do on a daily basis, which is life insurance. Yeah. Life insurance, health insurance. These are some of the tools that we can use to pass down things to our children to make sure that our children are well looked after and they have a stepping stone in the future. Or if anything happens to us whilst we're building, we know that our children are well looked after. So I can see that my time is about to come to an end. So I hope that has blessed people. I hope that it's helped people. I hope that it's inspired people to think differently. I mean, if you want to connect with me, you can connect with me on Instagram. You can see my handle on there. If you want to book an appointment with me, a one-to-one appointment, you can book the one-to-one appointment with me through my Linktree. And I've got an event coming up that I really, really want to encourage as many people to engage with, or as many people to promote as possible. It's discussing how do you secure your child's future. And a lot of people don't know about life insurance. A lot of people don't have a will. A lot of people don't have a trust. Who is going to look after your kids if you pass away unexpectedly? If you do not have a will in place, you have not given guidance or instruction on who you want to look after your kids will be in a place where they'll be open to going into care or going into the social system because you did not write a will. If you pass away suddenly, someone is going to have to look after your children for you. How are they going to survive with their own children and with your children on a monthly basis if you haven't put life insurance in place? These are some of the questions we're going to be discussing at that webinar. So if you want to get plugged into that, follow me on Instagram, click the link tree, you'll get all the information on the link tree. And yeah, does anyone have any questions? Any questions before we close? I would love to answer one question if anyone has one, quickly.
First off, Sadiq, let me just say that thank you so much, because it's the generational wealth and the legacy that we are really needing to connect with. We are here, our generation, you and me, our work has just begun. You know, we've got it
100%.
easy. Sitting here, sitting on our laurels and talking about being in chains and all of that, no disrespect, men. But this is, we're supposed to be passing the flag down. So I commend you. There's not many people who are talking about this and in this way. You know, it's a self act whereby you put your shit aside. Excuse my good friend.
No, I love it. I love your French. I love your French.
You put your own self aside, and I haven't got any children, but the community is my children, and you work because you know it's not going to come in your lifetime, but we need to bridge the gap whereby we are maintaining generational wealth that has been stolen from us. All right, 100%. Questions. Everybody flaming up the chat room. I'm excited now, and not so much questions as positive affirmations and just answering back to what you're talking about. So we'll just go from the real quick. Naomi, learn from the elders, respect the journey, and teach the youth to do the same. Again, 100%. Patrick Bella says, surround yourself with people that have mutual aspirations to succeed, and the benefits of perpetual positive progression will transfer to you and others. Powerful. Naomi, again, she says her kids, touching on what you said, my child is learning about that at the age of 9. Yes, from home education. And again, she says at 8, he was learning about currency and stock markets. So yes, speaking the thing there when people are on it. Again, she says we can teach our children everything that we do, share our lives with them wholly, and they are the 100%. Best we will ever have. I love that. 100%. I'm just going through them real quick. Again, we've done that one. Yes, vision boards are excellent motivators. Well done, Sadiq. Lay the future for your youth. Give them a good start while you can. Listen, Sadiq, we have touched on a presentation here today from Black Wall Street. It was from the New York Times. It was an amazing 3D model presentation of Black Wall Street before everything you heard, the burnings, and what it looked like, businesses that it represents. And it was a depiction of how it was manufactured, that historical inheritance has put us where we are today. All right. So again, it's not about us crying about where we're at, but it's recognizing how we got here. And it's that's just one moment in history. So the fact that you are rebuilding, bridging those gaps, building the bridges selflessly, leave me alone, and I'm going to do it for my kids, next generation, is wonderful. People are all over the floor right now. So true. Thankfully, I have set this up for my children, grandchild, and nephews. The trust funds have just followed you on Insta. Wow, that's so chic. Love that. My mummy T says, if you are older, is life insurance still beneficial? That's my mum right there, mummy T.
Oh, is that mummy? Bless you, mummy. Bless you, mummy. Love to mummy. Yes, mummy, it's definitely still beneficial. We can talk. If you're ready to talk, we'll talk, mummy, and see. It depends on what you need and what you want. So we can talk, mummy. Bless you. Love you, mummy.
I will pass your details on, and we'll be talking about you all day long anyway. And then family trust from Daniel. So yeah, the floor's just giving positive affirmations and understandings and recognizing what you're saying. Listen, I just put up again, Sadiq, because it's very important that we have no fear and we promote and collaborate. And I do want to just, because we're too quick, so excuse this coming in your face, but I'm going to put this up again.
Yes.
And so what is this? Just reiterate one more time for us.
So it's a webinar where we discuss how you can secure your child's future. So no matter what level of life you're in, you're going to need a life insurance, a will, a trust. You're going to need all of these things, no matter how old you are in life. You're going to need a life insurance if you're going to pay for your funeral. You're going to need a life insurance to avoid inheritance tax if you've got properties or assets over 300,000. So you need these things, no matter what level of life you are. As long as you have children or you have dependents, you need to know about this stuff. So it's just our avenue of educating as much people as possible on how to secure their children's future, how to protect their children from debt, protect their children from poverty, or stop their children being a burden on another person if anything does happen to them. It's just about giving them that peace of mind and security. That's all it's about.
It's been great. It's been great and so refreshing, because we often, I mean, today, like I said, it's a celebration. We're just doing it how the hell we want to do it.
Yes,
and
let's
it's been
go.
so refreshing because we often miss the connection here. I've got an amazing young lady called Lexi Dewberry, and she's an advocate for the youth. And she says, you know, working with kids, they're crying out for this. They're
100.
crying out for this. And that whole, you know, be quiet and be seen and not heard. And, you know, it's got to stop. And this is why I commend you, because you're inclusive. You're including the kids. And it's so important. It's so important. A little bit off track there because I'm super excited.
Oh,
today.
come on, we can go anywhere. There's no track. We make the track.
But listen, time is up. Unfortunately, you have been absolutely excellent.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
If I can put me in the schedule so we can bump heads.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna do that. Do you know what? I'm saying it. I'm gonna do that before this month ends. I've said that. I'll put it out there now, so I don't want to destroy my credibility. This month ending, we're gonna touch base before it ends. I'll put it out there.
This is what I mean. The schedule is this month. You know, this guy's super busy, but you're doing great work. I commend you.
Thank you so much.
Honored to have you on here speaking truth, speaking about generational wealth and leaving legacy. And not many people doing what I'm hearing. So I love you, man, and I'll speak to you soon.
Thank you so much, love. Blessings. Bye. Thank you all. Have a great day.
Okay, so that was Sadiq Suleiman, Mr. Generational Wealth on his Instagram. You can catch his handle at Mr. Generational Wealth. You can also go to his Linktree, his link here, and you can catch all the information on what he's doing. Again, he has an amazing free webinar. Let me just put that up again one time real quick. It's a free webinar, and let me see if I can find it real quick. Let me take down his caption. So it's how to secure my child's future. It's a free webinar, Wednesday the 9th of June, 7 p.m. And he will be there with Neil Sims, helping you understand life insurance, wills, trusts, and more. Now, I love the way he touches on what I'm super passionate about, my core, and that is leaving legacy, leaving generational wealth. We are forgetting the kids, and it's not in a malicious way. It's just because life gets in the way. We are so busy as a culture just trying to give the best to our kids that we're kind of forgetting them. You know, again, I'm going to speak it. Like I said, you might see me in a different light today because I'm just going to speak how I feel. All right. And that is it, is that we are so head on. It's in our DNA. We have to give the best for our kids in general. And however, it's a silent entity. The kid is actually a silent entity. And what I'm hearing now from me just tapping into the youth of today, the people like Lexi Dewberry, who I was talking about from Anomalous, is that the youths, they're crying out. They're crying out. Hear me cry. I'm here. You know, okay, teach me, but here I am. I'm not invisible. So I love that Sadiq is addressing all of these topics of conversation all around generational wealth, the kids leaving their legacy. Look what he's doing. Look at his plans. You know, when he's talking about what he was doing for his wife, and he's talking about what he's doing for his kids. And you know what? I'm not saying that we're all in a position to be doing what he's doing, but that's the thought, the train of thought that we were on going back to 100 years plus before where we are at today, when our norm was to be thinking of generational wealth. Our norm was to be thinking of leaving legacy. We've had to claw our way back up. Yeah, and it's not just now that we've been thinking about this, it's been done in the past, so we can do it again. Today is a day of celebration. Sadiq has just got me happy because we are speaking the same language on a different page, but speaking the same language. I'm so happy that it was here. Mr. Generational Wealth, his free webinar comes up again, like I said, and he can tell people about all of the elements that he was just speaking about and then so much more. Okay, my fine people, today is a celebration of Black business and culture. The sun's come out. I'm super happy. We've had an amazing segment. We started off with a presentation, a 3D model presentation from the Times, New York Times. Man, I don't know if you guys were tuned in, but it was everything. It took us back in a way that we shine a light and showcase our Black excellence around business, around entrepreneurship, around just being us, you know, and we shone in a positive light. And the massacre of Black Wall Street, it was taken away, but however, we rebuilt and we rebuilt and we rebuilt, and that gives me fuel to fire. That's why I'm here today as Black Wall Street London. I'm loving this right now. Let me just go to the floor real quick. Miss Mo Sheik, thank you so much for coming into the building. Let's see what some people are saying. Yes, we saw that. We saw that. We've been here. We've touched on this. Let me just come back to ones we haven't seen. People say, when I make so much, I'll give to charity. I'll save a lump sum. Save with what you have. Start where you are. That's right. My charity starts at home, y'all. So that's what I'm talking about. Generational wealth and legacy for the kids then. Okay, Mummy T, this celebration is definitely worth not doing my not doing my today. Gardening, I imagine you're talking about. Daniel says, speak Tash, enough love, Dansome. Hey, Daniel, I didn't even know that was you. Because listen, Dansome is one half of the Sound of Black Wall Street London. They're here later on today, 7 o'clock to 8 p.m. to close out the show. They go by Sound and Music Entertainment, DJs Nizzle and Dansome, aka Nigel and Daniel. You know, I always see you as Dansome because you've got that deep, sexy tone in the voice when you come on, and I don't even recognize you as Daniel anymore. So big loves that you in the building. Yes, comes correct every time. I'm ready for you tonight. I'm so ready for you tonight. Okay, let's go. Combella, great show, Tash. Keep going. Thank you, darling. Patrick of Combella is also in the building later on. This is just a celebration, y'all. We're doing this however the hell we feel today. And we have got open panel discussions, and I'm looking forward to Patrick White of Combella jumping on and giving us some insight into business and collaboration, or collaboration in business, whether you know we're doing what we're supposed to be doing, and how we can better ourselves in moving forward. Okay. Daniel, he says, replying to Mummy T says, morning to Mr. D. Yes, you guys been on that flight without me. Yeah, okay. As you can see, I'm super excited. So my fine people, today is a celebration. You know what I feel like doing? I feel like giving something away. So hold on a minute, let me just find myself, because today we're doing things a little bit differently. Let me get rid of the captions for a quick second and put up something about me. Yeah, Black Wall Street. Yeah, there you go. Captions, Black Wall Street. Yeah, let's have a look. There we go. Yeah, so Black Wall Street London. Who are we? We are the Afrocentric exhibition marketplace and business development hub. We are celebrating today 100 years in the making, the anniversary of Black Wall Street, but also Black business and culture. We are doing a series of events. That's this one. This is our finale virtual event. It's not the last one, but it's our finale where we'll be wrapping up from home, and we're going to be reverting back to our physical location events. And we'll probably be bringing the lives from ground pavement level, because mixing it up actually in the event, like in real life, showing what's going on. Okay, so let me show you what's going on. That's today's picture, but our next event coming up very soon. This is on the 3rd of July, Saturday, Black Pound Day as usual, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m, 3rd of July. And basically, this event is called London Rising, because I feel like we are a phoenix from the ashes, man. We've been at home for like a year. Is that true? Is it possible? And this event is our first post-lockdown event, and it's being held at the iconic Conway Hall. That's in Holborn, like literally two-minute walk from Holborn Station, and it's an iconic building because it too is like almost 100 years old. And I think it was built in 1929, and the guy who it was named after, Monsieur Conway, was actually an anti-slavery advocate. Huge. And so there's been many movements there. It's headquartered many movements, event-wise, you know, like the apartheid movement, the women's voting movement, loads. So you should check them out. This building, let me remove it from my face. This building is everything, man. It's so cool. It's old and it has character. You've got a second floor balcony whereby you can watch our fashion show. Because right now, let me put it back on and tell you what we got. We got, not only have we got the Black-owned business exhibition, we got tons of different businesses, old and new Black Wall Street London exhibitors. We're actually running out of space, which is cool. And we also have live performances. So you can catch spoken word poetry, fashion shows, like I said, other type of presentation, live performances. I'm not going to go into it. And our fashion show, it's not our fashion show, it's actually in association with Black Woman fashion show, Shane Campbell, and the amazing Keely from Atu. So we are collaborating all day long, and we've got some great stuff. You can go and pick up your tickets. Let me show you about our tickets. This is my inspiration from Black Wall Street, because we've got a little bit of time to kill. Black Wall Street, London, you got Greenwood tickets, guest tickets. Now they're VIP entry, whereby, let me give you, if I can give you a little bit more info. Yes, so within Greenwood, every dollar, Greenwood, if y'all don't know, you better recognize, catch up, yeah? Within Greenwood, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Black Wall Street, excuse me, must need a coffee or something. So every dollar would exchange hands at least 19 times before it left the community. Okay, so purchase a Greenwood ticket, enjoy the Black Woman fashion show that I just spoke about with exclusive second floor balcony seating, and invest towards the purchase of our very own Black Wall Street London premises. So basically it's £19. You'll get why it's £19, because Greenwood, £19, the money used to circulate at least 19, they say 100, up to 100 times, but at least 19 times before it left the community, often staying in the community for more than a year, or a year at least. So purchase one of them tickets, Greenwood. They are £19. You get guest entry, VIP seating on the second balcony floor. It's like an old school theatre house, so it's amazing view. And you also contribute to our Black Million campaign, which is whereby we want to buy our own buildings, so we can, although we love buildings like Conway Hall, we can actually get our own building and represent in excellence. But that's the top end of the ticket system. The bottom end of the ticket system, let me just show you. Smitherman. Smitherman, if you saw the presentation today, or if you know anything about Black Wall Street London, Smitherman was the guy who founded the Tulsa Star, which was a newspaper, a Black newspaper headquartered in Greenwood, and that became instrumental in establishing the district's socially conscious mindset. AJ Smitherman. So these tickets are free. These tickets are free. It's the other extreme. Smitherman guest tickets, free entry for kids and those who basically need it. So this is a community event. We want everybody to come. So it's zero, nothing, free ticket, free entry, and bring the kids, bring everybody. There's something for the kids as well, believe me. And just come and enjoy. If you can contribute, great. If you can't, come for free, man. Come and enjoy. Stratford tickets, halfway. This is for people who can actually come in and contribute a little something, something. Every mickle make a muckle, as my mum says. So it's £5.50 for your Stratford guest tickets. You get free entry, and just you get the rights to say that I contributed to this event. I contributed to the next Black Wall Street London event. I'm a contributor, and that's it. That's it. Anyway, 3 different ticket types. So that is our next event. I'll plug it up one last time. 3rd of July, always the first Saturday of the month, coincided with Black Pound Day. Anyway, moving on. What was I saying? Did I say that I wanted to give something away? What we got? Listen, at 12:30, oh God, just to give you a rundown of what we've got going on. So much going on. 12:30, we've got the amazing Makanen Sankofa, who is the founder, host of Black Books Webinar. And he is coming to do a mini webinar for us, where he'll be introducing his authors from his platform, the Black Books Webinar, and he's just going to be taking the space and doing what he does. He's got a lot going on right now. He's just been in the Butterfly magazine. Oh, blimey. He's also got, his platform is 1 year old, has recently just celebrated the 1 year anniversary. So it's pretty much celebrations all round. Today, we're talking about the message of collaboration in business. And yeah, I know right now, I feel like I want to give something away. So good morning, my fine people, for those of you who've just joined. thank you to everybody else who has literally just been supporting and staying with us. But as you know, I'm the founder of Black Wall Street London, and I think this may be the Black Million Game Show. Yeah, so I love just playing that just for the sake of it. It's not really the game show. No, I'm kidding. So we're doing things a little bit differently today, just because we're all out of sync. We've been upside down because I gave out a dead link earlier on. So I feel like giving something away. And I think what I'm going to give away first off, because we're talking about the Black Million Game Show, is one of our Black Million campaign t-shirts. Yes, and I might even throw a few other bits in there, but that's going to be the main event. And yeah, I'm going to throw in some bits. I'm not even going to list it today. I'm just going to throw in a nice little bucket of guests. Hold on a minute. So bear with me. What were we doing? So, okay, so the Black Million Game Show. The Black Million Game Show is basically all about fun. Pamela, I see you there in the green room, my queen. Bear with us. So it's all about fun, and it was created to enhance Black brand awareness, business knowledge, and the message of collaboration, whilst prompting real-time sales and having mad fun. So we'll be putting a twist, as I said, on our game show, the Black Million, and it was previously sponsored by the amazing Mount Pure Grenada's, here we go, Grenada's natural mineral water and Pure Caribbean, their exclusive UK distributor. They were our official sponsors as we launched our first game show last month, first segment of the game show. So thanks to Gloria and Rolanda of Mount Pure and Pure Caribbean. But today we're going to switch it up a bit, because normally the contestants are pre-selected members of the Black Million campaign. So that's people like you, that loads of you on here who have supported us and invested in the Black Million campaign, helping us to buy our own premises eventually for Black Wall Street London. So normally we pre-select our contestants, but today we ain't got time for all that because I've been busy, y'all. It's that simple. So today we're switching it up a bit. So contestants are simply all of you who are sitting down there in the chat right now. You're all the contestants. Most of you have contributed anyway, invested. So I'll be simply testing your memory skills in a flat out question and answers battle, and you can win some of these corporate sponsored prizes. Corporate meaning me, I'm corporate, all right? And that's my t-shirt, so you can have that. Also, not forgetting I do candles. Also, there are other goodies. Let me show you about this. This is some product that I have come across quite recently. I've got to hurry up now because Mackina's on soon with the Black Books webinar. And this is by the amazing, and she runs the Unk Wellbeing Centre in Willesden High Road. And this is her own product. I mean, she is amazing because her shop is full of Black-owned business products, full, like an Aladdin's cave. It's crazy. It's cray-cray. I spent too much money in there. Sorry, Ivy. But I did. I spent too much money. But humbly, she then said I said, have you got anything new? What's going on? What are you doing? And then lastly, she came out with her own product. And this feels so good. I haven't used this yet. I think I bought 4 or 5 of them. And Mummy T, my mum, she stole all of them. And she's been raving about these herbal body butters. So I'm going to stick one of them in because I like to spread brand awareness. So this is basically just a basket of little goodies. And it's just for fun because I'm killing time. We're out of sync and I want to give away some stuff. So if everybody's ready, Mummy T says, I will sanction that product, Tash. Yes, she loves it. So, right, this is simple. I'm literally going to give you a question and answer quiz. And I don't care who types fast, who types slow, all right? I just want you to get in the chat and write down. We had our first open table discussion earlier, all right? We had 4 amazing business and organization leaders. Out of those 4, right, I want you to name just 2. Okay, so from our open table discussion earlier on, you must be paying attention. We had 4 amazing businesses. You can give me their names or you can give me their businesses of who was involved in that open table discussion, but I need 2. So it can either be a name or the business. Now, people who are actually on the open table discussion, don't think that you can step in and win a prize. Don't, stop it. So I'm giving you 20 seconds and I want some answers in the chat for a chance to win some sponsored prizes. Are you ready? Steady, go! I'm laughing because you guys are too much. You guys are too much. So before I even finished doing the 20-second countdown, we had bare people in the chat coming up with the answers. And just to say beforehand, Naomi Forrest Hamilton, she says, awesome Empress Unk Wellbeing Centre is a store full of dreams. And yes, you know. We had Patrick of Combella saying the 2 people were V. Roberts and Monique. Yes, absolutely. I'm going to tell you afterwards who actually got in there first, but I'm just showing you some of the answers. V, Insight 4. Okay, so that was almost there. Listen, Mummy T said Coach D and Kundi. I don't know who that is. I don't know who Coach D is, and I don't know who Kundi is, Mum. So maybe it was okay, so Miss Moshik was saying Solomon, Monique, and V. Roberts. That's also a yes. Yeah, Solomon, but Monique and V. Roberts, yes. And then we got Sadiq, which is almost correct again. It's Sadiq, Sodiq. So almost there. And then Insight to Marketing, yes, Naomi. And Naomi's laughing. Everybody's laughing because you only get 20 seconds, all right? So it was a great effort. However, I have to say the winner is Patrick of Combella. Can't even get over this. And I'll tell you why, because he was straight off. First winner, V. Roberts and Monique. That's right, Patrick. So you get Black Million t-shirt, Black Million campaign t-shirt. You get herbal body butter. You also get one of my candles, and you're gonna get one of the special ones. You know what I'm talking about. And yeah, I'll send them over to you. So just tell me what size t-shirt you want, because we've got small, medium, large, and extra large. So it can be for you, or it can be for one of your kids, or whatever. Anyway, so that was great. So let's go. Oops. Miss Moshik says, too funny. Mummy T says, unfair to me. No, but Mummy T, I don't even know who Coach D is, and there's nobody on this platform called Kundi. Nobody on this platform called Kundi. So I don't even know what angle you were coming from, but I love your effort. A for effort, Mummy T. And then Patrick says, oh no, Miss Moshik says, well done, Patrick. Miss Moshik, you're good, because when Patrick loses, he's such a sore loser. I wouldn't even be giving him well dones and thanks and praises. You know what I'm talking about, Patrick. And then look how he's larging it up now. Woohoo, I'm the winner. Thank you, Natasha. A large t-shirt, please. Okay, so this has been great fun. Like I said, we have started off today in celebration of Black business and culture. It's a celebration event. It's our final from home virtual online business event. We're going to still be doing our virtuals, our onlines, but we're going to be taking it to the actual physical location events, whereby we kick off next month, 3rd of July, in the amazing Conway Hall, as I said. And you can all go to, let me put up the captions, because I keep forgetting about me, don't I? You can go to, where are we? We can go to www.blackwallstreetlondon.com and you can check out all about the event. I've got to update it after this event as well, because we've got so many exhibitors coming. It's cray-cray. And you can get your tickets there, whether you want to exhibit or whether you want to come as a guest attendee. We've got all of that coming on. going on there. But yeah, so this is our kind of final from home virtual, and it's special because it's in celebration of the 100-year anniversary of Black Wall Street. Now, we kicked off this event by showing an amazing 3D model presentation, thanks to New York Times, and they used some amazing technology to put that together. I put the link, I'm going to put it up here again. Let me see if I can find it. I put the link earlier on in the chat so that you guys can go and see it at your leisure, because it's the best find to date for me. Like I said this morning, for all of you who are locked in, thank you. I was racking my brains and searching for what seemed like an eternity to try and find something that actually represents us showcasing Black-owned businesses and the history of Black Wall Street in a positive light. And this was a mega find for me. So please do, I've put it in the chat there. Check out the link and check out this amazing 3D model presentation at your own leisure. But today, moving on, we are celebrating. And again, I was saying that this is epic for me because we have some big players in here. We started off with the amazing Shirley of OTC Beverages. She's a new Black Wall Street London exhibitor. We then went straight into our first open table discussion where we had a panelist of 4 amazing guests. That was Monique of Bob Expo, Black Owned Business Expo. We had V from Insight to Marketing. We had Shah Hibbert from She's All About the Money. And we had the amazing Ola, who is the president of 100 Black Men of London. And our conversation was around the topic of collaboration in business and Black business. And we were just flying some questions around. We had great fun. But then, moving on, we had the amazing, he was great, Sadiq Solomon, Mr. Generational Wealth. I love this guy because he was hitting nails on the head when we were talking about generational wealth and leaving that legacy for our children, and how as this generation we need to be just starting on the good works and doing it in a selfless way whereby we kind of leave ourselves behind and we set a footprint for those who are coming after us, because we've got a lot of catching up to do. Sometimes you may say no fault of our own, but yeah, that's what we've got to be doing. So that was amazing. We then had our little game show episode where Patrick shouldn't even be a winner, but I'm going to give it to him. He's won nice t-shirts, a candle, some other little bits and pieces, and some feel so good herbal body butter by the amazing Ivy of the Unk Wellbeing Centre in Willesden High Street. You need to go and check out the Unk Wellbeing Centre because it's like amazing there, amazing. And then look, Mummy's just come up with what she thinks is Mummy T, Ola Kundi. Ola's going to beat you. Ola, the president of 100 Black Men of London, is going to beat you because that is not his name. Ola is his name, but Kundi, no point fighting it. Anyway, so in a few minutes, we have the amazing Mackinnon Sankofa with his Black Books webinar. He's here from 12:30 to 2. And just a quick insight, he's the Black Books webinar organizer, and he is 2 times best-selling author. And his books are absolutely everything. I'm not going to speak because I speak too much, and I'm going to let him do his thing. He'll be coming on in a couple of minutes. But this is the rundown. He's going to have, he's going to introduce his panel of authors that he does on his Black Books webinar. So he's introducing his platform here. This is a collaboration, basically, how we can utilize each other's platforms and just continue to spread brand knowledge, brand awareness, business knowledge, just by collaborating. It doesn't always have to have monetary value, but this is how we do it. This is how Mackinnon and I do it. And I know he's got a couple of amazing authors waiting in the green room, one of who is very close to my heart, but I'll leave him to get on with that. But then we've got a couple of minutes. So just after, we've got some other big hitters coming in. We've got Naomi Forrest, Finding Naya, and we've got the amazing Laquita Barnes, and she is basically the author of a book, and she's over in the States, a children's book on Black Wall Street, and I'll leave her to talk her thing. I'm just giving you a quick schedule, just killing time. And we've got another open table discussion panel platform, 4 to 5, again, collaboration in business, where we've got some amazing live business to business guest business and organization leaders just talking around different topics in business. Yeah, so we've got a lot going on. I'll leave it there for now. I'm going to invite Mackinnon into the studio. Let me get rid of all of my spiel first, as we say. Guys, thank you so much for being here today and just riding this wave of madness. We're having a lot of fun. But right now, let me introduce you to a king. He's huge, and I love him. Hi!
Hey, how are you doing?
Excellent. I'm having too much fun today. Too much fun. How are you?
I'm hoping I'm going to be better after this. You know, I woke up this morning, I had such a headache this morning, and today I've actually been feeling not too well today. But you know what? I was like, I've got this commitment to do, so I'm hoping that this will bring up my spirits and cheer me up more. So.
Oh, I hope so. I hate that. I hate that, and for no given reason either. It's just like, wham, there you go. Deal with that. Listen, anything that I can do for you, darling, like keep quiet, maybe keep really quiet. Listen, for those of you who don't know, you better recognize this is King Mackinnon & Co for Black Books webinar. He'll be with us from 12:30 to 2, like I said, and he is the organizer of Black Books webinar. He's doing a mini session here today. I'm talking quietly because he's got a little bit of a headache, and he's also 2 times best-selling author, and I'm so looking forward to his first segment whereby he's introducing his platform, Black Books webinar, onto this platform, and he's taking us on a journey whereby we get to have an insight and a preview into selected authors and their writings. And today's Black Pound Day, peeps, so our call to action is to support and shop these Black-owned businesses, these authors. And without further ado, I'm going to leave it to you, Mackinnon.
Okay, so I'm just going to do a brief introduction. I think you've introduced me a bit already. So, yes, my name is Makonnen Sankofa, and I'm author of 2 books that are both best-selling. So my first book is The Rise of Rastafari, Resistance, Redemption and Repatriation, of which I've been on this platform and spoke about previously. And then my other book as well is Life in Gambia, The Smiling Coast of Africa. So this is my latest book that I've got that I released recently. So both of the books, The Rise of Rastafari, I've been on there previously and spoke about it, so it's just to just give an overview. It just talks about the history of the Rastafari movement and dispels a lot of the misconceptions that people have of Rastafari. My book on Gambia, it talks about my experience of living in the Gambia in 2019 when I lived in Gambia for 6 months. So those are those 2 books. The reason I'm on this platform, what I'm going to be here doing today, is showcasing my Black Books webinar platform, which is an event that I run every month, and I've been doing it for over the last year. So it started in May 2020, last year, during the COVID pandemic. Similar kind of reason to how this has become an online platform, because obviously during the COVID pandemic situation, we can't do physical events, so things have moved on to online. So I decided to do a webinar and invite different authors. It was a year at that point since I released my book last May, The Rise of Rastafari, and I wanted to do an event to celebrate that. So, but then I thought I would also invite other authors who could share their story and also talk about their books as well. So I invited other authors to come on my platform. One of the authors that you're going to hear from later, Pamela R. Haynes, she was one of the authors on my first Black Books webinar, and actually Caroline as well, Caroline the Mugabe. So 2 of the authors today were on my original Black Books webinar that started last May. So it's fitting that they're here as well, representing in this mini Black Books webinar. And every single month, I invite different authors to come on, or sometimes authors contact me. And so if you are an author, you can also get in touch with me. And they're given a selected time where they speak about their books. So normally it's about 15 minutes, which you're going to hear a selection of authors later on. And each author is given a time slot or 15 minutes to speak about their books. I cover a wide range of different books, so from people of African heritage. So it's not just one particular genre. It can be a children's book, it can be about history, it can be culture, relationships, fiction, non-fiction, travel, as long as it's a book written effectively by people of African heritage, which obviously which obviously empowers our people, doesn't promote too much violence or bad things that, yes, we like to have or like to definitely hear from you, and that's like what we like to represent with my Black Books webinar platform. So normally, in terms of the range of authors that I've had over the last year, it's gone international as well. So it started off with mainly authors from the UK, but to the point now it's got to where I have sometimes more authors from United States of America that on my platform than even authors in the UK. So it's not just a platform of people in the UK. It's also have people from America, from Canada, Caribbean, all over the world that come on my platform, and it provides a good space for authors from internationally to raise awareness for people here in the UK, but and vice versa for authors that we have in the UK to raise that awareness in those other countries as well. And what I've found by doing these webinars is the quality and the variety in terms of different authors of African heritage that have written different types of books. And I know there's a lot of other people that have contacted me and be like, oh, I didn't know that there was they're looking for places to find books written by authors of African heritage. So what my platform does is it gives them that place where they can find these books, because sometimes people like they can't always find these books, so it gives them a place to find the books, but also it gives them an insight into the person behind the book as well, so they can really, I like to say, they can preview the book before purchase, because sometimes people like to, obviously before they just buy in a book, they like to find a bit more about the book, or they might like to kind of like find out more about the author. So it allows them to get an insight into the author's story, feel a bit more connected, and have and in terms of like gathering more of a kind of connection with the author as well. So that's, I think, definitely something which is quite unique about my Black Books webinar. And even people that don't necessarily purchase, I mean, the game is, yes, we do want people to purchase books from authors, but so many places, the fact that whereby sharing stories is people may, even if they haven't purchased your book, they might have found out information about a particular topic or something, or passed on knowledge that they may have not. So it's a space for education as well. I mean, particularly with myself, my book, I'll say The Rise of Rastafari, Resistance, Redemption, and Repatriation. I wasn't writing my book to make money. I was writing it really to make to tell a story, for people to know about the history, for people to know about the Rastafari movement and the significance role that it's played, and for people to have a grasp, a better understanding. So for me to be able to go on a platform and give that education, even if someone doesn't necessarily purchase a book, it's still something I've done a great thing, or I've still achieved something that I wanted to achieve when I set out my book, in terms of giving people knowledge on Rastafari and knowledge about my book. And for other people who have written books, that I know that they will fall into that bracket as well, for particularly other people where they've just getting out that message or getting out that story. That's maybe what people may have wanted to achieve. If you've got Bertie Daw is going to be coming on later, and I think the very much reason why she wrote her book again is to get out her story, because she's got a very powerful story which you're going to be hearing from later on. So at that point, I would just like to say you're going to be hearing a bit more from me a bit later on. I've also got a book coaching course which I'm going to be doing on Sunday, the 13th of June, next Sunday. And one of the other things that I've gone out into now as well is coaching and consultation. I find sometimes a lot of authors come up to me after the webinar, come up to me in general, people interested in writing a book, asking me, several different questions. Some people haven't necessarily had a good experience with some of the publishers, or some people might just need guidance or direction. So I thought, what a brilliant way to resolve a problem. But probably a solution would be to have a coaching course myself, where I can give my expertise. My second book on Gambia was self-published completely myself. So in terms of doing the book cover design, in terms of laying out the book, uploading on Amazon, getting the ISBN barcode, everything on that process was done myself. I had a friend of mine who's a head of sixth form. He used to be a head teacher. He's head of sixth form now, who proofread my book. And I'm a journalist and a writer, so we did proofread it ourselves. But in terms of the whole self-publishing process, it was completely me on the way. So I've got the experience of self-publishing a book myself, and through marketing, I decided to do the course which will focus one on self-publishing, the second part will be on marketing. And the reason it will focus on marketing, the second part, is after people have written a book, they need to find out ways that they can sell it or get promoted out there. So sometimes people have written great books, or you can write the best book in the world, fantastic book, but if you haven't got the audience, if you can't figure out how to market and sell your book, then it's not gonna reach the people that it needs to reach. So a lot of authors as well have this issue where they've got a book out, they published a book, they've even spent thousands of pounds with a publisher, but no one's really buying it. So my course shows you different techniques which can increase your sales. I mean, me coming from a sales background, I've been in sales professional for 10 years, having worked for some of the top companies nationally and globally. So I do come from a sales background. So I mix my sales background with generally marketing. And it's not to be that you have to be an aggressive, hard-on salesperson to sell books. I mean, even in my background as a sales, I was never a hard seller. People buy into me because my knowledge, because of how I can build a rapport, a relationship with people. So I show people different techniques which can help them sell, copywriting, what kind of text, what kind of places to go, and how to basically make sure you build up your brand and you become an authority on your topic, and other different ways to use influencers that can help you to market and sell your book. So that's just a little bit about me. As I said before, we'll be hearing a little bit more from me later on at the end of the webinar once we've spoken to the different authors. And I just want to say, if you are author watching this, I'm sure Tasha will probably leave her details in the chat. Get in contact with me, because we are always looking for more authors with the Black Books webinar going forward. Or even if you would just like to watch an event, for example, get in contact with me as well, and I can add you and let you know when our next Black Books webinar will be. So I'm going to introduce our first author now. Our first author is Pamela R. Haynes, and she is author of the book called Loving the Brothers. And she's also recently brought out a new podcast series where she interviews different authors who come on her podcast. And there's another book in the future, but I don't want to spill the beans too much in terms of the second book. I'm going to let her talk more about that. But Pamela R. Haynes is going to come on now. So if you would like to put Pamela R. Haynes on, and she will cover the next 15 minutes with first introduce herself and then talk a bit more about her book and her podcast.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Mackinnon, for the introduction. I'm very glad to be here with you this afternoon. I'll start by saying a little bit about myself. I'm based in London, based in East London, went to local schools, and I have spent the last 30 years of working in the criminal justice system. So first of all, for Her Majesty's Crown Prosecution Service, and thereafter I joined the probation service, and I retired in 2018. My reason for writing my book was twofold, because during that time I was a court report writer, and I heard thousands and thousands of stories of people going through the criminal justice system and what resulted in them, becoming before the courts. So I was also a domestic abuse facilitator, and in that group we heard several stories about people's experiences of criminal justice, of domestic abuse. So I worked with perpetrators of domestic abuse, and also outside of that, I worked with victims of domestic abuse also. In 2018, just before I retired, I was approaching a milestone birthday, and I wanted to mark it in some way. So on my bucket list, I had writing a book, and I also had doing my master's as well. So both of them cost money, so I had to choose. And I'm really glad to tell you that I decided to write my book, which is here, which is called Loving the Brothers. Certainly a labor of love when you're trying to write a book alongside a full-time job, it can be quite difficult. My book is fiction, although quite a few people say, actually, I know that character, I know that person, or I know someone who's exactly like that. But it's definitely a work of fiction. So far, the book has picked up 2 awards, which I'm really pleased about. So I got Author of the Year, and I also got a Black Excellence Award for Author of Colour as well. I've been nominated for a Bright Lights Award, a Black Award, and I will know the outcome of that in September. But my why in the beginning was really about just acknowledging and wanted to self-actualize and to feel as though I had reached a milestone and leave a legacy behind. But the book has been so well received that people have reached out to me, and they always start by talking about the characters in the book, and then they end up telling me about their personal situations. So I have been able to signpost quite a few people to get help, start the healing process when a relationship has ended. But my why has changed to now helping male and female victims or survivors of domestic abuse get the ongoing support that they need. Loving the Brothers is doing really well. I've had the opportunity to be on several radio and TV shows. It has carried me into arenas and areas which I never thought that was possible. I have traveled up and down the UK with my book. I've been to Northern Ireland, which I really enjoyed that experience. And I've also been to Barbados as well. It pleases me no end to know that my book is being read globally. I have over 100 reviews on Amazon, which I really encourage you all to check out. Going to Barbados was really, really special. Ended up on Good Morning Barbados, which is equivalent to GMTV here in the UK. Again, to not only talk about my book, but to raise people's understanding of what domestic abuse is about. So a lot of people know what domestic violence is, but they're not really quite sure what domestic abuse is. There are other issues where a person doesn't necessarily have to physically abuse you, but the behaviors are just as abusive. So on March 2021, I woke up on International Women's Day, and I have been waiting for the BBC interviews and waiting for people who said that they will come back to me with the opportunity to appear on their platforms, and it just hasn't happened. So on International Women's Day, I woke up and I thought, you know what? Why don't I just do it myself? Why don't I start my own platform, my own podcast, and invite people, especially self-published authors who do not necessarily get the limelight, who do not necessarily get media attention? Why don't I start something and invite other authors to come along and talk about their books? So the Author to Author podcast was conceived and launched on International Women's Day this year. I was overwhelmed by the amount of authors who have contacted me. I have a waiting list of 33 authors. I've decided to split my podcast up into 3 seasons. We are now at episode 5 of season 1. And I'm really having an enjoyable time finding out about self-published authors, what their journey has been like, and more importantly, what their books are about. The podcast has had international reach. We have listeners in Ethiopia, Yugoslavia, Oman, New Zealand, Australia, throughout the Caribbean, in the United States, Germany, France, and it's been really nice when we hear messages from people from Israel who have listened to the podcast. So if you are a self-published author and you would like to relaunch or refresh or talk about your book, then please get in touch with me. via social media. I am on Instagram at Loving the Brothers Author. I am on Facebook at Pamela R. Haynes. I'm on LinkedIn at author Pamela R. Haynes. And I'm sure if you Google me, some of my interviews and some of my previous work that I have done will come up. I am also hosting a literature lounge on Saturday, the 26th of June this year. I'm looking for vendors. The venue is in East London. We have vendor opportunities for you to display and sell your books. You'll also have a podcast interview with me throughout the day and the opportunity to read from your book. We have a beautiful space in East London and 10 slots available for you to come down and showcase your book. So I hope that some of you reach out to me and take advantage of that opportunity. It would be fantastic to have you and to meet you and to network with other people down there. Now, in a matter of days, again, I woke up making myself a cup of Dalgety tea, and I thought, well, why don't I ask Dalgety Tea to sponsor me? Because obviously tea and books go together. It was a Wednesday, and I remember reaching out to Mark Dalgety on Facebook. Within a matter of hours, Mark Dalgety came back to me and gave me the contact information that I needed for people within his team. So I put my pitch to them, and they wanted to meet up with me a couple days later. And by Friday, I had sponsorship, and Dalgety supply all of my teas for my guests and and as competition prizes. They also do all of my media in terms of preparing all my flyers and make sure that they are completed to the highest standard. And they have offered me far more support than I could ever imagine. In fact, they're sponsoring the Literature Lounge in East London. So again, come out for complimentary teas that they will be giving away on the day as well. So that's in short is what the podcast is around. But it all started with having this little book. Loving the Brothers has opened doors for me all over the place and all over the world. So I'm really grateful that I took the courage to go ahead and to publish my book. The reason why I went down a self-publishing route is because traditional publishers wanted me to change too many things around my book. So, for example, you will see the title, clearly 3 male protagonists on the front. They wanted to change the title. Then they wanted to change the name of the book, Loving the Brothers. They said spoke to a demographic, and they wanted something that would appeal to more of an international audience. And the last thing that they wanted me to change was one of my female protagonists, and they wanted to make her white because my female protagonists are all Black women with natural hairstyles, all different complexions, but very much Black women. And they wanted me to change that. Unfortunately, that was 3 of my non-negotiables. I wasn't prepared to change anything about my book because it just wouldn't be my book anymore. Now, it's interesting, that was 2018. Flash forward to the murder of George Floyd. Suddenly, these publishing houses are claiming that they want our stories, and they want them blackety black. They want them with Black people on the covers, and they want them to have strong female leads. They love the cover now, but I'm so glad that I stood in my own truth. I knew what I wanted, and I didn't want my story to change. And it's interesting, the book is being read around the world by everybody because either it's a good story or it's not. So I'm encouraging writers out there to stick to your guns, be true to yourself, and you will find a way. Now, I have gone back onto the traditional publishing route with my second title, but more recently, I have decided to self-publish my book, and I will be in touch with Maconan about how to do that, because I decided, you know what, when you write a book, it is personal to you. When you give it out to everybody else, you want them to enjoy it. And I want my book to be as authentic as possible. And that means keeping it in my own hands. That means designing the cover myself. And that means being brave about the whole self-publishing process. So that's me in a nutshell. As I said, I hope that you reach out to me on social media at Loving the Brothers Author, so that you can find out more information about the self-publishing process, about the Authors Lounge coming up in June, which I'm hosting, and also more information about my podcast. I'm not sure how much time I've got left, but I think that's been about 15 minutes.
Yeah. If you've just got like any last comment you want to wrap it up. Is there anything else you want to add to that, or you okay? You done?
I think I really would like to say that our season is now. The sooner you start, the sooner you'll be able to finish, and there are people around you who can support you in making sure you get your book published.
Okay, thank you. That's Pamela R. Haynes, award-winning author, Loving the Brothers, and podcast. And there's just two things now that I want to, what I'm going to say before I introduce the next author, that I really picked up from that is that what you just went on to say towards the end was certainly self-publishing gives you freedom. As Pamela was mentioning, there's different ways of publishing. So I'm not going to go through all the ins and outs because of time restraints, but obviously you've got the traditional publisher route, which what Pam was saying is that what happens with a traditional publisher is that you have less freedom, is because like they control you. They'll say like, we want to do this, we want to change this. Like they wanted to change one of our characters from black to white, for example. And that was a big decision with me as well, why a traditional publisher, particularly my first book, even my second book, wasn't even an option for me, because it's very much up to you and what you feel. If you feel that it's a book and to be authentic as well, I'm not saying, by no means, I'm not saying don't seek a traditional publisher, but that's something also in publishing that you've got to realize for those that are listening, that if you are going to go through the publishing process, that having a self-publisher will allow you to have a lot more freedom in terms of what you want to do. So Pam mentioned as well that the book cover design, like even with my book, Life in Gambia, two of the pictures, which are, say, this picture and that picture, two of the pictures are pictures that I took myself. So that I wanted to put on there. So I wanted to match some of it in my personal experience. Some of the things, again, in both of my books that I spoke about in Gambia, particularly my book on Gambia, some of it is very, very personal to me, but I wanted to have a book which would reflect and be authentic about my actual journey of my time in Gambia. So I couldn't have things that were altered. And even within myself, when I published my book, I thought, should I keep it in? Should I not keep it in? What about the reader? But again, I know that both of my books would have been books that would have been changed. The book on Rastafari as well, that went for a traditional publisher, maybe they would have tried to maybe whiten it, and it might not have been exactly how I wanted. So to get across that authentic message, I felt that. Now, I'm not necessarily saying in every example, maybe, again, if you've written a book, for example, it's a children's book and it's a book to appeal, but particularly the books that my market, who I was trying to appeal at, and also you need to think about your market, that it definitely made more sense to go through a self-publishing route, so I can have the full freedom in terms of what's the content of in my book and also how I market it, etc. So that, I just wanted to mention that. And the second part that you mentioned earlier is now turning into a book business. So you started out as well as an author, and now you've expanded and you've got the podcast going on, and having a book is a great way to extend. Both me and Pam didn't go into this writing a book expecting where we are today, what's happened. So I didn't, when I started writing my book, I didn't know that it was going to lead on to the Black Books webinar. I'm sure she didn't know it was going to lead on to podcasts and all the opportunities that she's mentioned that she's had, and where I've been able to go to Gambia in schools and do lectures that I've been on radio and this place and that. And so in essence, having a book can lead you and start you in one place, and then it can lead you on to other things. So as a result of it, my example now is the Black Books webinar. So as I said, this kind of, other statements came about by accident, because even the event that I did last year, I wasn't planning it to be a monthly event. It just happened because of the situation the COVID pandemic's in. So I think having a book is a great way to get a reach to a broader audience, and whether that is just through books and then the speaking engagements that will come from books and lectures you could do, or whether that is in turn turning it into something else that you do as well. So other people that have written books, they've then gone on to build other courses, and they've gone on to have other products and services, teachers that complement their books. I think Lyndon Wizard is a good example, the Inspired Diabetic, and he written a book about, he's been on my webinar before. Again, he was on the first webinar, ironically as well, that Pam was on, and our next speaker was on in May. And he's written a book about the Inspired Diabetic. Now, it's about his situation overcoming Titan to make really a brand for himself and a business where he's got other things, products and services that he's selling in addition to it. So that's another thing for people that are thinking of writing a book, that it's not always just a book, that it can lead you on to bigger and better things. And that's, again, partly some of the stuff that what I'll be talking about in my course, how to market and self-publish a book. And that course is on Eventbrite, the book coaching course. If you go on Eventbrite, it's £99, and it is going to be on Sunday the 13th of June, and it will cover a wide variety of how to publish a book, but also how to market outside that as well. There you go, it's part there, the book coaching course, how to self-publish and market your book. It's on Eventbrite, £99, which is a bargain. To publish a book can cost you £1,000 to £2,000. In that course there, I'll be showing you how to publish your book by saving a lot of money in the process of doing that. So without any more further ado, I'm just going to bring on our next speaker now. And this speaker as well, someone all the speakers that I'm going to be presenting are all people that I admire. Caroline, I recently was on an interview with her on Facebook as well, and she was on my first Black Books webinar. And she's got a very, very interesting story to tell, which I'm going to let her explain. So Caroline Namagabi, Challenges of Identity, a Psychological Perspective. I would like to invite you on where you can share your story, please.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello. Greetings, everybody. My name is Caroline Namagabi. As I said, excuse my pronunciation. I'm an author of Challenges of Identity, a Psychological Perspective. As you can see the book, I think you can see it there. I'm a psychologist by profession. Also a Mackenzie friend at law. I'm also a multiple award winner. I've got my own business called Think Tank 720. It's think tank dealing with different professionals within the same think tank and using our tools to support and help each other. My book, generally, this journey that I took with this book was more so to deal with different identities within different people, different cultures, and recognizing who you are. So basically, what the identity stemmed from, for me, looking at my own journey and how to identify who I am, because naturally I'm an African. I'm from Uganda. I came here when I was 5 years old. I'm now in my late 30s, so I'm just telling on my age now. But I came here when I was 5 years old with my mom, of course. And then once I entered into the system, I had challenges with my identity to sort of understand the culture that I'm in. And then I realized that delved into my friendship, school, and everything else. Therefore, I began to search before I got into university. I began to search for who I am and how different people associate themselves and present themselves in different areas and different environment. And from that, I understood that obviously a subject is subjected to change. An object, which is a chair, A car is not subjected to change, it stays the same. So a subject is always fluid within identity. A subject, which is myself, a human being, I'm always fluid and subjected to change in regards to whatever environment I might encounter. Now, I wrote into different aspects of identity. I delved into relationship identity, cultural identity. I went into social identity. And whilst I was delving into and unpacking and peeling back the layers, I understood that, you know, first and foremost, cultural identity, I got to understand that the culture that I'm in, which is a British culture, is very exclusive. The African culture that I came from is very inclusive. And so exclusive deals with privatization, individualism. And so in Africa, I realized that people are more so inclusive. They join each other, they celebrate together, they do things together more so. Then obviously the independent of the European system differs from the African cultures. From there, I got to understand that different environmental circumstances may cause a form of either conformism or assimilation. Then after that, I delved into different cultures like the Chinese and Asian culture. I got to find out that the Chinese and Asian culture, they take a long time to assimilate to people's cultures, way of being, regardless of where they are in the world. Even if they're in England, they're still Asian people. They still, you know, exercise their cultures. So I got to find out that a lot of African and Caribbean people tend to assimilate to the cultures whilst immigrating in different places. And so I got to assess that, is this due to slavery days? Then there was a psychologist, well, he was a philosopher as well. His name is W.D. Du Bois. W.D. Du Bois, he said there's a double consciousness on a psychological level. You have like a double consciousness, a way of thinking as Black people, basically. So that was the reason why, one of the reasons why I wrote the book, because I was due to find out who I am. I was assessing the environment, and I delved in terms of relationships, relationships in regards to how do people identify themselves in relationships, be it a marriage, be it mom and dad, home life, be it boyfriend and girlfriend. Some people lose their identities within different relationships, and some people cannot identify who they are within different relationships, because this is due to the person not knowing themselves, right? So once I got to find that out, then I got to know that identity, the subject of identity, it spreads wide in different topics, such as mental health. Like Pamela Hayes was saying, in terms of domestic violence, a woman will accept a lot of things with in terms of domestic violence because she don't know herself. So if you don't know yourself and you can't identify who you are, it means that you definitely will be assimilating to someone else's way of living or someone else's acceptance. So here we are faced with different challenges right now, actually, in the pandemic. I realize there's a lot of things going on in regards to how people are identifying themselves now. There's a psychological manipulation that is happening in regards to the pandemic, that you've been psychologically retrained on how to identify yourself. So my second book that I'm writing on is on digital identity. So you've been assimilating, they've been grooming you to have a next identity, a new identity, which is digital identity. And that is it. The subject of identity is it was really influencing, and it's really a big subject for people to delve into. If there's any authors in here, you can also delve into that. But having said that, also I'm also a guest lecturer in different universities. They call me to guest lecture in regards to identity. Also, my book is a self-help book, and also a motivational book, and also a book that you can use academically. A lot of young students in universities and in schools have used my book as a reference. Obviously the reviews are on Amazon, those of you that are interested. My genre of writing is more so I would say self-help and educational. I believe that a lot of people, once you know how to empower yourself and educate yourself as an individual and know who you are, I do understand that you get a form of education that you can take worldwide, internationally. And that is what I really write on. I am also self-published as well. I mean, it's very, as everyone that's been on here said, it is very, very liberating when you know that you have the right of your intellectual property, because intellectual property, it is something that is residual income. Okay, I do encourage people to continue writing, continue asking people that are actually, whether be it blogging, whether be it whatever you need to do, you need to write that in a book. Also, I understand that, you know, a lot of people, well, I wouldn't say in the African diaspora or all overall, but I would say that the African diaspora is now waking up into writing. We was writers before, but we was not exposed like that. So now, you know, platforms like this give us the opportunity to really express ourselves, and I'm very grateful for the invitation in regards to this book mini webinar today. I am also willing to, anybody needs me, they can find me on Facebook as Caroline Namugabi. You can also inbox me in terms of like my number 07946626487, or you can email me at thinktank720@info.org. That is really me at the moment. And so my next book is coming out very soon. I'm hoping to finish it at the end of this month. It's called Digital Identity, and it's really empowering. I mean, there's capitalism that is going on right now in terms of digital identity. They are shaping identities from a deep psychological level. They know what you do, where you're going. They know what you're gonna eat, how the algorithms of these phones that we use. Basically, I cannot delve into it more now. We'll be here the whole night. But the digital identity was thought out 30 years ago. 30 years ago of study, you know. So we really need to fight for our privatization, our privacy, and we really need to fight for a way of life, the freedom of human interaction, because without being physically human interacting and being online, you are losing your privacy. So that is it. That is me, Caroline Namugabi. I don't know whether I got anything to add on, but I think that is my 15 minutes. So if there are any questions, let me know.
Okay, thank you, Caroline. And yeah, it's all about identity. And I mean, interestingly, obviously, both of my books, The Rise of Rastafari and Life in Gambia, the common theme in both of those books is very heavily about identity, in terms of me and Caroline, we can speak for hours, and sometimes we have done previously about this discussion identity, because we relate in so many ways. Because obviously on my dad's side, he's from the African heritage. She's from Uganda, my dad's from Malawi. I was raised in my mum's family, which is Jamaican. But in terms of like being in the Africans in the diaspora, and then we've both been back to Africa, and then sometimes even you can say challenges in identity, which we've had some going back to Africa, and how they see us as people from the Africans, well, as foreigners from the diaspora, as Brits, as going back to Africa, and yeah, so that which is highlighted in certainly in my book Life in Gambia, the Smiling Coast of Africa, and there's so much layers into to identity without having to go too much into it. And our next speaker, Bertie Dar, it talks about another layer of identity as well. So I'm gonna introduce her
So
now
it is
to
a
come
big
on.
subject. Yeah.
Yeah, so because we would just get carried away, and we'll be speaking on out for hours and hours on end, and Tasha will come on and have to boot me off at some point. So anyway, without any more time to spend, I'm going to introduce our next author, which is going to keep on that subject of identity, but add another angle to it, and it's Barty Dirt. Barty Dirt, if you'd like to come on and share your story, please.
Hi, can you hear me, Makonnen? Can you hear me, everybody? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Okay. I hope people can hear me. I can't see in the chat. But my name is Bharti Dear. Hi, everybody. Thank you very much, Makonnen, for inviting me onto this forum. I feel very privileged and very honored. And having heard the previous speakers, I would say, wow, you know, people are so talented, and it's just amazing to be in this group and sharing this author experience with everybody. So my book is called Worth, and it came out on March the 9th. Essentially, if I just start by saying that I am of Ugandan or African Asian heritage. I was found on the roadside in Uganda, in Kabale. And I was, so obviously I know nothing about, you know, when you talk about identity, I know nothing about my heritage. I just know that I was found on the roadside. I'm part African, but what part of Africa I'm from, I do not know. And I'm also part Asian. And I was actually adopted in an Asian family in Kabale. So my story starts with the story of my adoption, the fact that my parents were berated for adopting a half African girl. They were berated for actually adopting a girl. People were saying, if you're going to adopt, why don't you adopt a boy instead? And you're adopting a girl, and people are going to think that, you know, they were talking to my father that you've had an affair with an African woman, so you're going to bring great dishonor onto the family. So my story is really about the sort of cultural and societal expectations, prejudices around illegitimacy, around race, around culture, and the sexism towards girls. And I also talk about leaving Uganda in 72 with my mother and my 4 siblings. They were the birth siblings. And I've sort of traced the whole story, the whole refugee experience of settling into the UK, and just basically the racism that my family experienced and that I've experienced throughout my life. So my book is called Worth, and the reason why it's called Worth is because for many, many, many years, I compared myself very much to Asian beauty, Western idea of beauty. And actually, I found myself wanting. And obviously, the book is inspirational in the sense that, you know, I've navigated that journey of lack of self-worth and come out thinking, you know, I am worthy, I am beautiful, and I love my skin color now, and I love who I am. And, you know, my story also navigates the whole spiritual journey. You know, I was brought up in a Sikh family, but with very much, my mom was very much into Hinduism as well. So her whole history, and my whole history was sort of hearing messages from Sikhism, from Hinduism, and from Christianity, because we went to a missionary school. And, you know, just navigating as a child, that sort of the conflicting messages from those 3 religions and trying to make sense of who God was and what God was, you know, and just hopefully, I hope that people who are going through a similar journey will sort of, it will resonate, the sort of conflict and the messages that we get from all the major religions. And, you know, and it was very confusing as a child to go through that. So I thought that I would, the last time I was on the Black Books webinar, I read an excerpt about when we were coming out of Uganda, and I talked about my mum's courage, because the soldiers pointed a gun at my mum on the roadside. We were outside and out of the car, and they basically said to my mum, she's pointing to me, that she's one of us, and don't take her. You can't take her. She's no use to you where you're going. And my mum just persisted and just basically said, no, I'm not leaving her behind. She's my daughter. And, you know, it was a very tense moment. It was a very heart-stopping moment. It was you know, and my mother just persisted and said, no, she's my daughter. We're not going. I'm not leaving this country without her. She's as precious to me as my other 4 children. And, you know, my mum didn't even know that I knew I was adopted by then, because I found out I was adopted by going into my dad's study when I was about 8 years old and coming across a file with my name on it and realizing I was adopted. But obviously in the 60s, you couldn't really talk about it. And I wouldn't have dared say to my parents, you know, I'm adopted, you know, and who am I and where do I come from? So the fact that, you know, the soldiers stood there and said, she belongs to us. I often sometimes think, what did my mum think? You know, what did I, you know, about what I thought at that time? Obviously, during that period, at that time, you're just thinking about your life and thinking we could all be shot here. And my mum's prepared for us all to be shot for me, just for me. So, you know, the chapter is called Mother's Courage. And then I want to talk a bit in this forum about another form of courage. So this was my cousin's wife, and we were in Kampala by now, and my mum had to go and get the visa and the passport all checked for us to leave to come to England, and we were left behind with my cousin's wife, and she had 4 children of her own, and then there was us 4. My youngest brother had gone with my mum because he was 2 years old. So mum, I'm just going to read a little bit. Mum and Pritham Paji means brother, went into Kampala to fetch the papers we'd need for our departure, leaving us with Babiji for a couple of days. Babiji means sister-in-law. During the day, we could play freely, but with firm orders to stay in front of the house and not wander off. But just before sunset, we'd scuttle back inside. It was important to show that the house was unoccupied. So every evening, one of my cousin's children or my brother would climb out of a window, lock the door from the outside, and then climb in back through the window. A chain and heavy padlock on the front door gave a sure outward sign that the house was empty, hopefully keeping the soldiers away. During our evening meal, we were given instructions to remain completely silent if there was a knock on the door. We weren't to make a sound, not even a cough. All lights needed to be off, and we were to lie on top of our beds in complete darkness. If soldiers started breaking down the door, we were all to climb into the water tank in the bathroom. Again, we weren't to make a sound, no matter how cold the water. We were worried that we'd drown, but Babiji reassured us that the water wasn't that deep. She said she'd knocked 3 times on the tank when it was safe to come out. We had no idea how long it would be before we could venture out, or what would happen if her knocks didn't come. As children, we just accepted it. Once darkness fell, we all slept in one room, but we were told not to climb into bed. If we had to bolt, Babiji didn't want the beds to look slept in, so we lay on top of the quilts with instructions to smooth them swiftly if the need arose. Not a whisper was to be heard. Then came the awful trundling sound of a truck coming up the road that we'd so dreaded. It stopped outside our house and we tensed, ready to flee into the water tank. Soldiers began pounding on the neighbour's door, where we knew a young couple with twins was living. Through the wall, we could hear the soldiers entering their home and shouting abuse at the family. The babies woke up with the commotion and one of them began to cry. "Shut it up," a soldier commanded. The mother attempted to quieten a child who wouldn't hush. Then the other twin started blubbing. "Shut them up now or I'll do it for you," the soldier shouted. "But they're babies. Babies cry. Don't you have children?" the mother retorted. 2 shots rang out. The babies' cries were silenced immediately. The parents started screaming and wailing. 2 more shots. Silence. We heard the bodies being dragged out of the house, followed by a cry of, "Throw them into the lorry. The crocodiles will be happy today." There was raucous laughter at that. Babiji put her finger to her lips and her eyes conveyed a stern warning. "Don't so much as to make a move." There was to be complete silence as they still hadn't moved. The chain on the front door rattled moments later, and the soldiers knocked repeatedly on our door. "Looks like this lot have gone," one said. Footsteps faded. Then we heard the truck start up and move away, struggling with its heavy load of death. Sleep came uneasily that night, and we slept fitfully, waking at the slightest noise in case the soldiers came back to check that our house was really empty. So it is now that I sense the tremendous courage of mothers at times of adversity. Babiji had been prepared to die to save her children, nephews and nieces, while my mother was equally prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice to save me or die, trying alongside the rest of her family. Faith is a powerful force. Mum's faith told her we weren't destined to die that day, but it still takes courage to accept the message and to trust in it fully. So faith empowers us to know that we're not alone in the battle for survival. It helps us to get through moments of darkness, anger, or despair. Mum's faith and Babiji's faith guided both her and Babiji throughout. So I'm just sort of giving an illustration of an excerpt from my book. And, you know, the book goes on about our journey to the UK. We were placed in Greenham Common, which was in Newbury. It was an American base, army base. So we were placed in a dormitory. And I talk about once we did settle in social housing, the sort of racist attacks that we had bricks coming through the windows. We had, you know, somebody tried to set, the racists tried to set fire by breaking a branch in a tree in our garden and putting it across the front door and trying to set fire to it. But we've prevailed. And, you know, with all of that adversity, I would say that we've come out as a family stronger, more resilient, and with our different varying levels of faith. Some of us have faith and some of us don't, but you know, we're there for each other. And I really hope that you'll pick up Worth and that you will buy it, because it's not just a memoir about suffering. It's also about hopefully empowering people to think that whatever adversity they're in, it's only a temporary thing. And you know, you do have inner strength and you do have that sense of value in yourself to say, I'm going to get through this. And that's what I really want to empower people and inspire people by through this book. So I really hope that people will buy it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Bharti Dar. I've actually my mom's got it. I purchased a copy of the book for my mom's birthday. Her mom's birthday in May, so she's got the book. I haven't asked her yet if she's read it or whatever, but I'm sure from hearing you today and hearing your previously at my books webinar, I'm sure it's I thought it was amazing story of just from what you spoke about, and it really touched on very very emotional, and we've spoken about this as well via email, and I think it touched a little bit, kind of touched with me as well, because I've got a friend from Uganda, and she was born in Uganda and is dual heritage like yourself, so she's half African and half Asian, and her not exactly same, but her Asian side of the family, they rejected her. So that makes me think of that. And then even on my dad's side, my dad was dual heritage. He's from Malawi in Southeast Africa, which is near Uganda. And again, like yourself, he is half Black African, half Asian. And I know without having to tell me, I know that caused some issues with his upbringing, the fact that he had that dual heritage of both as well. So it really brings home when I think about my father and when I think about my friend that I know as well. So thank you very much for sharing your story. And again, if you've just joined us, this is Black Wall Street London's online event. However, we are doing the Black Books webinar mini market. So if you have tuned on and you're seeing my face and you're probably thinking you recognize him from somewhere else and people are talking about books, yes, we haven't taken over. We are working in collaboration with Black Wall Street London. Thank you, Tasha, for allowing us to put on this mini Black Books webinar. So the full Black Books webinar, the next one is going to be on Sunday, the 27th of June, and at the end of the month, yes, if you join the Facebook group, I think Tasha's just put it in down there. If you join the Black Books webinar Facebook group, or just go on Facebook, put the Black Books webinar, you'll find us, and you can stay up to date with the information about when our next event is and updates from authors as well. So that's the best thing to do. So if you're an author who maybe would like to participate, whether it's at that webinar or webinar in the future, get in contact with me. You can go on the Facebook group and send me a message, or I will put my email address in the chat later, or give it to Tasha. Contact me, and we can have a discussion about that. And also, if you are someone who's looking to, who just wants to maybe enjoy it, who just wants to attend and watch, you can also watch the Black Books webinar as you're watching this event as well. And I also encourage you to come on and to join us on Sunday, the 27th of June as well. So the Black Books webinar, it's been going on for over a year now. So last May was the first Black Books webinar. It's a monthly event, and over the course of a month, I've had over 100 authors of African heritage. Normally on each webinar, there's a variety of different authors who come on from different genres. Normally on average, we have about 10 authors each who share their story. And just like we're seeing today, but today we're not going the full 3 hours, which is normally what the show is, and having 10 authors. We're doing a mini one. So I've selected 4 authors that I thought would be really, really good to have on this mini Black Books webinar alongside myself, so that you guys on Black Wall Street London that are watching could get a sneak preview of what we do at the Black Books webinar. And then if you're interested in in either just watching and following events in the future, or if you're an author who's got a book to share, then you can get in contact with me and reach out. So we're thankful for Tasha, Black Wall Street London, for providing this space for this mini Black Books webinar. Now, the person who actually introduced Tasha to myself is actually going to be coming on next. He's an author as well and a publisher, and that's Chris Sibia. So Chris Sibia, he's written a book, A Product of My Environment, and his publishing company, London's Finest. So Chris Sibia, I'm just going to invite on, just spend a minute or two about yourself, and then tell us about your story and your journey. Take it away.
Greetings, brother. Thank you for having me. Big up Tasha as well for putting on a great event as always. So yeah, my name is Chris Sibia. My journey started with the untimely death of my son. The day after I buried him, the police caught up with me, and yeah, the situation wasn't very good at the time. So it was very emotional. But within the period that my son was born, because at that point in my life, I had started reading. So I'd been reading for about a year or two within that period. Before then, I didn't read any books. But my son's mum, she had a book on the counter. It was called A Piece of Cake by Cupcake Brown. And I picked up the book, and I really picked up the book to tell her all the reasons why she shouldn't waste her time reading people's stories, and she should more focus on self-help books. But when I read this book, when I started reading this book, I was just captivated. Her story was so it was a hard life she had. It was a terrible story, but it just kept me really captivated. So in the time my son was born to the time he died, it was a month. I read this book, and the day my son died, I was at that point where I'm saying, you know what, I think I should tell my story, you know. But then when the police caught up with me, that was kind of like the tip. That was the tipping point where I said, you know what, I'm going to write my book. If Cupcake Brown can tell her story, she can write her story, then I can write my story. So that's what led me to write my book, A Product of My Environment. So writing A Product of My Environment, it kind of it started off more as therapy for me. As I would write and read it back to myself, there was points where it was very emotional. So yeah, it was a process. I wasn't getting paid to write books, so I would come back to it as and when. You know, it wasn't something that I was writing every day. Some days I wouldn't look at the book for 6 months, sometimes maybe even a year. So fast forward 10 years. My book's looking like something now. It's a big book. It's 137,000 words at the time. So I've got it into a book format, and it's looking really thick. And I'm saying to myself, now I've written this book for a particular demographic. It's the youth like myself at the time that didn't really like to read. So my book was written with really colorful language, and yeah, it was just for young people who don't like to read, the same young people that like to listen to drill music, etc. So I said to myself, you know what, I've got to cut this, I've got to break it into parts. So I released my part 1. Now, in the process, when I got it to a stage now where it's typeset, it's ready to go, I started looking for publishers. No traditional publisher was kind of talking to me in the way what I wanted to hear. So I went down the self-published route like everybody else, because everyone who's spoken today, because I wanted to be in control of my destiny. You know, I wanted to say, you know, if I put in work and I make it happen, then it's going to happen, and it's going to be off of my back. If I win, I win. If I lose, then I'm going to try something else. But it came time for me to buy the ISBN. So in talking to Nielsen, yeah, I can't remember what it's called, but yeah, in talking to the ISBN company, they gave me a price for 1 ISBN. They gave me a price for 10 ISBNs. The price between the two wasn't that much different. So I decided at that point, it makes sense to buy 10. But I've got 1 book, I'm buying 10 ISBNs. I need to start writing other books. So I made a link with a few of my elders, a few of my friends who I knew they also had stories that would be interesting. So I started trying to convince other people to tell their stories. So this is where my next book came into fruition. It's on Top, The Reggie Stepper Story. His story, I'm not going to go too much into the stories because I want to talk about what's happened after the writing. So yeah, I wrote It's on Top, the Reggie Stepper story. Then I helped Mark Tugwell write The Lie That Made Me. I've also helped Jermaine, another friend of mine, release A Conscious Guide to Self-Help, and Shakira. This one hasn't been released properly yet, but we're working on it. I've got several new books that I'm working on as well. GT, Gary Tomlins, he's a celebrity chef. That's been a very interesting journey. His journey, he decided to start writing the book due to coronavirus. I'm also working on Metro Downbeat. He's the founder of sound systems in this country, pretty much. He brought the first sound system to England in 1958. Very close friends with Bob Marley. A lot of the reggae music that we've grown to love over the years, he was instrumental behind the scenes in bringing it to the public. Mystery, another DJ who's been very big in the soul and the rare groove era. I'm also helping him with his book. Dennis Rowe, Saxon Sound. So I've basically, with me writing my book, the doors that have opened, the stories that I've also heard due to helping other people tell their stories, it's been crazy. Floyd Jarrett, the Broadwater Farm Riots, that's another one, and I got loads more that, I mean, I could talk about them for hours on their own. But I'm thankful to Macaulay Speak today, because I want to talk about other doors, like the other authors mentioned about the other doors. So my intention was always to help young people, young Black people specifically, but young people, all young people generally. And it's simply because we need help. All other ethnicities have got help. They have access to help. We're the only people that no one doesn't seem to want to help, and we are instrumental in every aspect of human life. So, I mean, in my journey with the doors that opened, I decided that it made sense that I also opened a charity. And this is what I want to talk to you guys about for the last few minutes what I've got. My charity is Learning Foundation Development, and the explanation is in the title. All forms of education I'm focusing on, and charitable donations that come in, programs that we're building now. It's all geared towards building a better future for our young, you know. So we're going to be launching a program in the next month or two, teaching, because young people right now, for some reason, not even for some reason, everyone wants to be they want to film things on their cameras. All of this recent spate of violence in the community, no one don't want to help. They all want to run to their camera, start recording. I was there, you know. Look, I'm recording. You know, so one of the programs that we're going to be running, we're going to be launching it soon, is a program to teach young people how to film things properly on their camera, on their phone. So we're friendly with YouTube Original. So what we're going to do is we're going to collaborate with YouTube Original to show young people how to monetize the filming that they like to do so much. So that's one of the programs, because I mean, our thing at Learning Foundation Development is simply this. We've got to draw young people in through things they like. On the other side of coronavirus, the job market is going to totally change. Artificial intelligence is coming for at least 60% of the jobs that are out there now. loads of businesses have closed down due to the pandemic. So Learning Foundation Development wants to focus on equipping young people with the skills they need to be able to maintain and sustain a legitimate lifestyle and quality of life on the other side of coronavirus. So everything we do is very much geared to facilitating young people and a legitimate job that they enjoy. Because I mean, a lot of things that I've been learning over the last even 6 months in this period of lockdown, I went deep on education, and it's not coincidence that in school they teach us things that are not really applicable when you leave. English and maths, science if you're into science, but the majority of the things that they're teaching us is the distraction. It's not really equipping young people for what they need in the real world. Why don't they teach us mandatory accounting? Why don't they teach us mandatory about the law? These things are things that we need to know in our everyday life. 90% of the things that I learned in school has no relevance to me now. So we realized that at Learning Foundation Development, and it's very important for us to facilitate that aspect of learning moving forward. You know, yeah, I don't know how much time I've got left. My comment.
If you just take another few minutes and just kind of wrap things up.
Okay, lovely. Nice one. Yeah, so in wrapping up, Learning Foundation Development, look out for us. We're coming soon. We've got several programs that we're working on. That's one that we're going to be utilizing and bringing to the forefront pretty soon. But yeah, look out for us. We're coming. Look out for the books. I've got the Metro story coming soon, GT story coming soon, Mystery story coming soon, D-Rose story coming soon, Patrick Roach story coming soon, Floyd Jarrett's story coming soon. Bloody heck, we got quite a few. I've got quite a few stories. Yeah, part 2 as well. Part 2's got to come soon as well. A lot of people have read my part 1. Where's part 2? Where's part 2? And the thing is, part 2's actually been sitting down for a minute. But as I've been working on so many other projects, I've kind of neglected it. And then I said to myself, as I think about it, I said, boy, right now I'm gonna read it, and I feel like I'm gonna tweak it as well. And I need to really start on part 3, because part 3 is all about this journey that I'm in now, that I've talked to you guys about, the books and the show. I've got a show, the SIB show, that I'm going to be relaunching soon. Yeah, my socials, you can find me, you can follow me on Chris Sibia on Facebook, writer_Chris_Sibia on Insta, Londons_authors_unite on Insta also. And if you want to connect, you can get me on info@chrissibia.com. It's my email. Yeah, thank you for having me, guys.
Okay, thank you very much, Chris Sibia. Chris Sibia has been on the Black Books webinar twice, a couple of times, where he's come on and shared his story as well. So yeah, I really appreciate it, and appreciate him for the one being the one who's always pushed the Black Books webinar, not in just connecting me with Tasha, but I always see on social media, on Facebook and whatever, without asking, he's always sharing, you know, the Black Books webinar within his group and within his people. So yeah, I just like to say, thank you for Chris for doing that.
And I'm gonna keep on doing that. It's very important that we lift each other up together, you know.
Listen, absolutely. I couldn't let you go, Chris, without saying a quick howdy doody. Seeing as you were
going on, Tash.
Black Books webinar for me, you know, it was everything. Like Makonnen said, you literally posted, you rammed it down my throat until I got on that platform. And I've just been, look, I mean, this is books for days that I've got from you and the Black Book webinar. You know, it just goes on and on. And there's a queue. At the minute I'm reading Barty. This was everything, by the way. You said it's not yet published release, but I got my copy of
Yeah.
We could go on and on and on, you know. That I haven't even touched on yet, Makonnen. So thank you. I couldn't just come on and not let you not say hello. I'm excited to have the two kings in the same room. All right, I'm out.
Okay, thank you, Chris. I'm going to bring Tasha back on in a little bit later on in a moment. But what I'm going to do now is just I want everyone to just be aware of a new show that I'll be hosting, which is in line with the Black Books webinar. So if you've just come on, in case you're just signing on now, you are watching the Black Wall Street London business online event. However, within the event, me and from the Black Books webinar, in case you recognize my face, or we are doing a collaboration, the Black Books webinar with Black Wall Street London. And you have just seen a mini Black Books webinar. That was Chris Sibia who just spoke. Chris Sibia has been amongst 3 other authors that I have had on this platform. I've had Pamela R. Haynes, Carolina Mugabe, Barty Dart, and Chris Sibia. So 4 authors alongside myself, who I'm the author of the book, The Rise of Rastafari, Resistance, Redemption, Repatriation, and Life in Gambia, my new book, The Smiling Coast of Africa. So, so this is just basically to give you a taste, the insight of these monthly events that I host. The next one will be on Sunday, the 27th of June. If you would like to join or find out more about the Black Books webinar, please join the Facebook group. The link is below and all the updates and information is there. Also get in contact with me if you are an author and you would like to feature on the Black Books webinar. I would love to hear from you. But if you just like to follow and attend, you're welcome to do that. Now, another thing we also do is we work alongside Black businesses. So this event is all about Black business and promoting Black businesses. So with our Black Books webinar, we do work alongside Black businesses and support Black businesses, and to try and get them exposure as well. So even though it's a webinar predominantly where we have authors, we do have advertisement slots. So if you are a Black-owned business, whether that as a sole trader or you work with other people and you want to promote your services or product, whether it is, I don't know, whether it's hair product, you design posters or t-shirts, whatever product it may be, please get in contact with me as well, and we can look at advertisement slots. There is a fee for advertising on the show, but if you are interested in promoting your service to a wider audience, please get in contact with me as well. And again, my contact details, Makonnen Sankofa on Facebook. Also, the Black Books webinar. Join the group, and you can just send me a message. So that's very much how you can get in contact with me. Now, a new thing that we will be doing in the Black Books webinar, we will be going on radio. So we'll be having our own show. It's going to be called the Black Book Show because it's going to be on radio, not on a webinar. So it's going to be the Black Book Show, but it is going to be basically the webinar put on radio. So it will be the radio, the snippets of an author speak, but that aired on radio. So that starts this Monday between 8 and 10 p.m. UK time, and that will be on Luton Urban Radio, LUR Radio, LURlive.com, and we will be playing parts of the Black Books webinar. Because the Black Books webinar is normally a 3-hour event, the radio show is a 2-hour show. What will happen is it will be on every other Monday. It will be split into 2 parts. So I'll have part 1 this Monday, which is going to be off the Black Books webinar. I believe I'm going to be doing the Black Books webinar from April. Yeah, from April. So it'll be part 1, and then the following Monday, not the following Monday, the Monday after that will be part 2. So it will be going forward. It's going to be a regular event. So it'll be every other Monday. We'll be showing the Black Books webinar. And obviously as the months progress, so May, June, July, we'll be showing those webinars But that's a show to look out for on Luton Urban Radio. So if in case you miss the actual Zoom, which takes place normally at the end of the month, or you want to listen to the April's Black Books webinar, you can actually tune into radio and you'll be able to catch the show. Now, what I'm going to do now, before I'm going to have a bit of a conversation with Tasha, but I just want to remind you about my book coaching course, the Black. See, I'm so used to saying the Black Books webinar. I was going to say the Black Books coaching course, but the book coaching course, stay on your screen. Makonnen Sankofa, best-selling author, the founder of the Black Books webinar, top salesman, public speaker, and yes, I hold a degree. I'm a qualified journalist, and I've done lots of journalism work. I mean, part of the journalism work that I did was actually when I was in the Gambia. You know, I haven't spoke much about it, but my book when I was in the Gambia, I did the videography and video editing for the popular channel Blacksit, which I worked alongside Juliet Ryan as one of the original members of Blacksit. In the 3 months of the Gambia, we reached 20,000 subscribers. The Blacksit YouTube channel, that was basically what we did is showcase the best parts of the Gambia and highlighted a lot of people's journey who have moved from the diaspora that are now living in the Gambia, and also Gambian businesses. And we went into medical centers, supermarkets, and showed people, yes, in Africa, they have all the same kind of stuff that we have here. But in terms of the course, the book coaching course that I'll be doing, that is on Sunday, the 13th of June. Please join me. It is a must if you are considering self-publishing. What you will gain in this course, me going through it, is you will learn how to publish a book for free. Yes, did you know it? It is actually, if you are serious about publishing a book, you can actually really publish a book without spending a penny. How? I will show you exactly how to do that on this book. Now, I will put a disclaimer that I will be showing you how to publish a book. It's going to be via the Amazon Kindle Direct Publishing platform, where I'll go through the step-by-step guide. When I did my book myself, Life in Gambia, Smiling Coast of Africa, there were some additional services that I paid, even though I did it myself, such as ISBN. However, I will explain in my course that if you want to, you can use Amazon ISBN, which is free, and other things. So it will show you how you can publish a book and save £1,000. If you are going to get a book cover designer, or you need a proofreader and certain other things, you will have to pay an additional cost for that included. But this will show you a way that if you want to do it literally on yourself, completely, you can do it without spending a penny. So it will show you how to get self-publishing, because a lot of times people think that if you get a self-publisher, when you're self-publishing a book, going through a traditional publisher, which is not traditional, independent publisher, which a lot of people do, which is not a traditional publisher, but it's an independent publisher who would do most of these services. You don't necessarily need to get someone to do everything. Like, you don't need to get someone to do the template, the cover, the editor, this, that, depending on your needs, but not everyone is. Sometimes you just may need someone to design a cover for you. You may just need someone to, proofread, and that's all you need. But you're happy to do the cover yourself, or you've got someone else doing the cover, so you don't necessarily have to acquire all of those services. And that will also save you a lot of money as well by just taking all these services. So what this will do is really this publishing course, it will assist you in the publishing journey, and show you, for example, step by step how it works if you was to plan to self-publish in the book. So it's an interactive session. We're showing you how to publish your book in paperback and Kindle. So even in terms of Kindle, so on Amazon you can publish a paperback, you can do Kindle effectively, which is ebook. So I will be showing you the kind of software that you need, that you can use for that, which will make your text in the correct format for it to be uploaded onto Kindle. Now, I'm in this course, I'm a teacher, I'm a coach, I'm a trainer, but I'm not going to sit the exam for you. So in other words, I'm not going to be giving work and uploading people's work. I'm literally going to be guiding you on the steps of, this is what you would have to do, and then you need to do it yourself, kind of thing. Now, the other areas that we will look at too is find out how to get a barcode for your book, how to get printed copies of your book, and learn about Amazon print on demand. So Amazon, the benefit of Amazon is that they print books anywhere. So if you buy a book, if you print on demand, is the benefit of that is, if I was in, say when I was in Gambia, is I don't have to have any stock in my house, and it will literally, as soon as someone purchases the book, Amazon ship it out straight to them. So low stock inventory. You don't have to deal with any of the postage yourself if you've got a busy schedule, or like myself, if you're in another country, Gambia, where shipping from, say, England to so Gambia to England, or Gambia to America is going to cost a lot of money, more than the money you'll get back for the book. The benefit is that Amazon will do that shipping for you to the destination. So there are very much a lot of benefits with the Amazon print on demand services, as I've mentioned. And also you can get books printed from Amazon. So in terms of Amazon, they work as a printer. So I'll show you how you can actually get copies of your book from Amazon printed that you can sell, whether at events, online, etc. So that's another part that I'll be going into. Tips and advice on how to maximize your book sales. Learn how to sell books like a pro. So in essence, I'll be using some of the things that have helped me along my journey in terms of not sales and selling my book, and showing you where to put your book in the right places to make sure that you will increase your sales. As I said, it's not a something overnight where all of a sudden you're going to be making loads and loads of sales. You need to put in the work, and it happens over time. So you also, just like you're training at the gym, you also need to put in the dedication yourself. So what that is, Sunday the 13th of June is how to publish and market your book, where I will be breaking down exactly how to publish a book and how to make sales. So yes, please join me. Also reporting as well, very important. I'll be going through some sales reporting software and how to keep track of your reports and know how much sales you're doing. So the next part of this, I'm just going to give a couple of tips actually in terms of writing for people that may be interested, because this kind of links into the course as well. So one tip that, and I think all of our authors who have spoke today have kind of mentioned this, or have pointed this out, is, and what sticks out to me, they haven't necessarily mentioned it themselves, but it sticks out to me, is passion and being passionate. If you're going to be an author or aspiring author, and I think what stood out to me about the authors when they spoke, because they were passionate about what they were speaking about. And anyone who's heard me speak about my book, Rise of Rastafari, if you've seen my Black Books webinar, if you've seen me on this platform before, you know I'm very passionate about it. And when I talk about Gambia, I'm very passionate about it. And that's what a lot of times sells books. And also you are going to struggle with books if you're not passionate about it. Some people say everyone can be a writer, everyone's got a story to tell. No, yeah, that's something that, without no disrespect to publishers, that's something that publishers will tell you just because they want more people to publish books. But I'll be blunt, not everyone, it's a skill set. Not everyone is, everyone has got different talents and different skills. Some people might be author, some people might be writing a book, some people might be playing football. I'm not here to say anyone isn't this, that, and the other, but in terms of being an author, if you want your book to be successful, and if you are writing a book, you should really be passionate about what you're writing, and it will certainly help. So if you make it, if what you're talking about is relevant to you, and people will feed off that as well. If you can sense when something is someone's own reality and it's themselves. So like when Barty Das, when she spoke about her journey, I think a few people mentioned in the chat they're going to be purchasing the book, and I purchased the book for my mum, and you get me, you could feel, you could connect with her sense that's about her real life journey. So you could get that kind of experience. Chris Sibia, who came on, the way he was able to speak about his real life situation. And the beautiful thing about my Black Books webinar, people have been able to share these great stories about themselves, and you can get insight into their lives. Pamela I. Haynes, she's an ex-probation officer. Again, she's used some of that into her book, and she's then gone on to do talks in various different places about, I think it's relationship, domestic abuse, and all of that kind of stuff. So you're a living example of what your book is about. Myself, going to Gambia, I moved to Gambia. I've written a book. This is my life. I moved to Gambia. I'm moving to Africa. This is about what I believe in, going back to Africa, repatriation, the book on Rastafari. I want people to know about Rastafari. I'm very adamant that the history of Rastafari that is often told in a wrong way, and I want people to know about how Rastafari has contributed and have a real in-depth understanding of the original intention of Rastafari, which is often distorted, and also how it is linked into our story, not just a story of necessarily just Rastafaris in Jamaica or small set of people, but it's how it's linked into the experience of Black people in the diaspora on both sides, even for those who are not Rastafarian, how it's inevitably part of, it's not just Black history. Because when you talk about, when I look at some of the subjects I talk about in the book, it's like reggae and Rastafari. Reggae is a universal thing. Reggae is not just, even though it was inspired by Rastafari, reggae is something that touches all of our lives. Everyone listens to reggae music. But how was reggae inspired? It was inspired by Rastafari. If you look at, say, not just Bob Marley, whether it is Bernie Spare, Peter Tosh, even artists today, Jacure, and even though it has kind of drifted a little bit reggae today, but a lot of the inside the messages is still very much that whole Black liberation, repatriation, and the need for us to be a liberated and free people. So that's an element. I mean, if you got cover like the Windrush generation, again looking in the history as well. So it talks about, you know what, when we came into this country, what our people experienced. You know, I've seen your message, Tasha, about wrapping it up. I completely lost track of time. You know, I kept thinking I was going on to 2:30, not 2 o'clock. But nevertheless, I'm just going to wrap it up now and say, yeah, thank you everyone for listening to the mini Black Books webinar, particularly this section. And I hope to see some of you in the future at my Black Books webinar. Please join the group and you'll be kept up to date when it's happening. So all of your author can contact me, or if you would like to follow up, listen to me. But I'm just going to say now, thank you, Tasha, for inviting me onto this platform, and I'm looking forward to doing more collaborations with you.
Yes, Makonnen, you know what? It wasn't even a prompt as such. I was just like, you know, I'm on a time scale here, so I've got the Queens waiting in the background. But I just wanted to say thank you so much. Your platform, you know, I don't shout it out enough, means so much more than you know to me, and also to my family. I pass all of the stuff on that I read onto those who I feel can benefit from it. So it's platforms like this, collaborations like this, whereby we can just continue spreading brand awareness. We have collaborated, and we at Black Wall Street London have lent our platform to Black Books webinar, and look what's happened. Look what's happened. Not only that, but I commend you for compressing, because I know your book webinars go on for like 3-4 hours normally, you know. So thanks for just compressing it. But before you go, you've also got big things going on. Today is a celebration, and you have just hit your 1 year anniversary. So I just want to say happy Earth Strong to you guys. And then also, you are also doing crazy mad things all on your own, because check this out. Yes. Yeah. What's this about? Come on.
Well, that was a magazine that I was on. And last week I was put on the front cover of the magazine. Last week I was interviewed by a lady called Beverly from Butterfly Magazine. She attended my Black Books webinar in April, and she heard me speak about my time in the Gambia. So we did an interview, which was last week, and then she wanted to interview me in the cover, and she wanted to interview me and put me on the magazine. But when she told me she was going to run me on the front cover and have me as the main feature article, I was really delighted about that.
Nice. Listen, I've got to let you go. You know, we could continue. I would have loved to have a conversation with you, but you know, anytime. So thank you so much, King. You've been amazing. All of your guest authors have been amazing, and it's so true what you say. I have many books under, or booksellers under Black Wall Street London, but very rarely or not at all. In fact, you're the first platform that gives more of an insight into just buying a book. Every book that I've got from your platform, and again, with no shame, just real quickly, sorry, Queens in the background, tons. Every book, I've been inspired into buying because of the stories that you just spoke about, how people can portray a story. And that's the incentive that kind of sucks you into like, yes, I can relate to that. So not just are you spreading brand awareness and giving the authors a little light, but you're making it 3-dimensional. So I commend you for that. I've got to let you go. Makonnen, thank you so much. Big love's coming at you, bro.
Okay, take care. Goodbye.
Bye. So yes, again, no introduction or exit needed. King stands alone. I'm so happy that he came on today. That was a collaboration between the Black Books webinar up there, and us, Black Wall Street London. That's what collaboration is all about. Today we've got Queens in the background. I'm just going to take a quick couple of minutes. In fact, I just want to really say, I should have said this while he was here, but also congratulations, because he's got a radio show coming out as well for the Black Books webinar, or the Black Bookstore, I think he said. So I'm really looking forward to seeing the amazing stuff that Mackinnon is actually bringing to us in regards to just expanding his empire. So really happy about all the stuff that he's got going on. But he was talking about, well, you heard what he was talking about, and I think it lends us really well into our next set of live business-to-business guests. So I would like to, without further ado, bring into the studio guest appearances, Naomi Forrest Hamilton of Finding Naya, and Asha Campbell. So I'm not going to waste any more time and take up their floor space, because I can see them in the back like, come on, what's going on? We've been sitting here for a quick minute now. So here we go. Queen.
Hey.
How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. One excellent show. I'm sat here with my toes just going so brilliant. So well. I'm so pleased to be here.
Oh, listen, you are glowing as usual. I've caught you on a couple of independent platforms that you've been on. The other day you were with Ash, was it? No, Ace, sorry, on the radio show. That was amazing. So you're really hot right now. We are collaborating. You don't even have to try hard. Just a quick insight. We are collaboration partners. We are accountability partners on the Boss Squad, Kubi Springer. And I'm so happy that you've kind of been brought into my life. But right here today, so open up your floor space, we are talking about Finding Naya. And I am going to leave you to get on with it, and then introduce, when you're ready, just let me know, and bring Asha into the studio as well.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Naomi Forrest. I am the founder of the charity Finding Naya. Finding Naya is a community communication enhancement charity. We offer mentoring and tutoring. The mentoring is for empowerment through trauma, and the tutoring goes right the way across the board. So at the moment, we've just launched our home education sector, which is called HE Together. And we're going to be talking a bit about what's with that today. HE Together is a platform where we home educate our children. We offer them higher education courses free of charge, which are just broken down for the children to understand, to interact, and gain knowledge on various subjects that they will need to carry them forward in life. It's basically just to give them that armor to go forward, the things that they're going to need, all the tools that they're going to need. So with HE Together, we started off with human rights and common law classes back in September. We started off those, and they were taken to really, really well. Within 6 months, we went international. Sorry, I'm in the comments as well. So we went international, teaching children about some of the laws that were coming out during the lockdown, during COVID. As if most people will know, laws come out every day and they're forever changing. So you've got to keep up to date on them. At present, there were a few that had been adjusted, including the age of criminal responsibility. So that was a vital one for me to put forward to the children, because they're now going to be responsible for any criminal actions that they take from the age of 10. Now that's crucial for our children, because that they're being charged criminally, they're being blacklisted in a sense for certain things before they're even capable of being capable of being independent. So they're not actually allowed to buy cigarettes until they're over 16. They're not allowed to take part in adult activities, sexual activities, until they're over 16. Yet still they will be charged for their criminal entanglements back from the age of 10 upwards. So as parents, what I'm trying to encourage is, or what we're trying to encourage with HE Together, is that we give our children the knowledge that they need for out there before they need it, so that they're prepared. Like I said, we started off with the human rights and common law classes, and then we had another one of the parents come on board and offer her skills. And she's going to be talking to us in just a few minutes. She does cultural visual arts. So basically she takes art back to the basics, back to the beginning. She's going to tell you a little bit about that in a minute when she comes on. We also do vision board classes. We do business economics classes, and we have some social media classes coming in within the next few months as well. All of these classes are run by the parents of the children that take part in the group. This is why we're able to offer them free of charge. We recently introduced some Spanish classes, and we're starting to encourage our children to be bilingual from as early as they can be. My 9-year-old and my 3-year-old are learning Spanish at the moment, and we're introducing more classes into the group as well. So it's a free platform. Anybody's welcome. We just want to get the children motivated. We want to get them moving and give them more than what they're getting in the curriculum. We don't want them to be getting the repetitive teaching. We don't want them to be being taught to take instruction. We want them to have minds of their own and be able to think broader than the school system or the curriculum system allows. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce you to another one of the amazing empresses that have come into my life within the last year. She is so amazing. Oh, before I get onto her, can I just advertise my t-shirt? Yeah, right. So Dragons and Daisies, I know that you've been waiting for my review. I have been pumping news. I wore you on my BBC interview, and I wore you today as well. So yeah, Dragons and Daisies, brilliant. They are definitely on my motto, who we are raising the future here. And this is what we are all trying to do. And collaboration was a topic on the show today. So I just want to inform you all that we're also collaborating with the tutors on Finding Naya, all the ones that are in HE Together, for their own personal businesses to be pushed as well. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce you to Miss Asha Campbell Henry, who is an excellent artist. 3 generations of artists.
Hi, thank you, Naomi.
Yeah, we have her just enveloping the minds of our children and the minds of our adults, because I can now draw more than a running stick man, and I'm so excited about it. Literally, my father is like an artist. He is drawing over every texture you can find, Asha, and I'll hand it to you.
Okay, thank you, Naomi, for that wonderful introduction. I couldn't have done it better myself. So basically, I wanted to talk a little bit about how I started, how I partnered with Finding Naya, and that was because I started homeschooling after the lockdown. It's something that I was considering before, but then the lockdown just accelerated that. So got into homeschooling, and we really saw the value in it as a family. And then Naomi, like an angel that she is, came with Finding Naya, HE Together specifically, and she was offering the classes, human rights and common law. So during that time, we basically what the aim of the group is that each parent in the HE Together group would offer their skills to the children within the group, so that anything that we are an expert on, we would be able to now offer a class for the children, to just benefit the collective. And I really appreciated that idea from Naomi. Human rights and common law is something that is not taught to our children. It's not even taught to us adults. we have to go and look for that information if we really see the need for it. And especially nowadays, we do need to know what the laws are so that we can protect ourselves and our families in the most efficient way. So I really appreciate that I was able to join forces with Finding Naya and HE together because of that. Now, what I offered to HE together were my African art classes. My background in art is from birth because both my parents are artists and they met in art school. So art made me. I'm here because of art. And it is something that I always did, even when even when I did other things. I love sciences. So I did marine biology and zoology in university. And then I was an environmental health and safety manager in the hotel industry, and then health and safety regional manager for another large hotel chain. So I was doing a lot of other things, but definitely art was always a part of it. And I'm just reading the comments here to make sure that I'm not missing any questions or comments. Okay, so where are we based? I am based in Bristol, and Naomi is in Manchester. Okay, so basically, we use our technology. We use the technology that we have access to basically form this group of a very close knit group of parents and homeschool children. And at the moment, I'm really seeing the children flourish in their creativity through our art classes. So basically, when we have art classes, I would present history, I would present culture. We get into sciences as well. I can't leave out sciences. And we have a lot of aha moments as well, because there's lots of our own history as African people that we don't really get exposed to so often. So during our classes, it gets a lot heavier than just creating pretty pictures. And I really appreciate being able to expose the children to this now at this age. These children though, like they are so they're just amazing because they have been exposed to certain things in terms of our history and our culture, and just being proud of who they are at a very young age, which we didn't really get growing up. It's now the environment that is being cultivated now for our African descent, the children of African descent, is a lot more conducive to self-love and the confidence and the fervor to just do more and be more. So I am glad that I'm able to just give my contribution to that journey that they're on. And in terms of where I can be found, I have my website, anekiwa.com. I see it down there. Yeah, nice. So anekiwa.com is my website. I launched this website at the end of December last year, 2020. And that website is a culmination of 3 galleries. A gallery for myself with my artwork, a gallery for my mother, Marcia Henry, and a gallery for my father, who is Philip Ambokile Henry. Now, in those 3 different galleries, I selected a few different pieces, but the family's gallery is extremely extensive. So I continuously add new works to the galleries. Every month, I think I add different pieces to the galleries. Otherwise, from that, we do commission portraits. So I do commission portraits as well as my father, and that service is also offered on the website. There's lots of portraits behind me, so you can see how a portrait would come out if you were to commission a portrait. And last but definitely not least is the African art classes that I offer through the website. You can book through the website as well. And those classes are held 2 times a week now. It's Wednesdays at 3:30 p.m. London time. And we have a class on Saturday at 4:30 p.m. London time as well. In both of these classes, there is like a big multicultural meeting or gathering that happens there, because I have students from all different parts of the world. I have students who are in Maryland, children who are in Virginia. I have a student who is in South Africa, which is so amazing. I also have a student, well, I have more than one student that are in Jamaica as well. You might have heard my Jamaican accent. So I am originally from Jamaica. I've been living in the UK for 3 years now. So the roots, my Jamaican roots are extremely strong, and my ties to Jamaica are also extremely strong. So when you have your child join one of my classes, it will be a whirlwind of a experience because of all of these beautiful things that are happening all at once. So we have the art, of course, the main event. Then we have the African history, we have the African culture. I use music, stories. We have all these different children from different parts of the world. So it is so exciting, and like every time I go to class, I think I come more excited than the children. But we feed off of each other's energy. So yeah, that is it for me. I don't know if Natasha has any other questions for me. I think I covered basically everything.
Hi. Oh, Asha, that was excellent. I'm sat here like, yeah, we do. I'm there talking back to the camera as you're talking, but that was excellent. Yeah, so that's a little sneak peek into what the children get during the art classes, during the cultural visual art classes. Like she says, it is very, very integrated, as in there is the history behind it. There's the geography behind it. You're finding out so many things. It's just so enlightening for both the adults and the children. And the fact that we're all learning together, we're learning new things together. The children get a different experience of you as a parent. They get to interact and learn that at the same time, and that point of learning something new at the same time, it's so enriching for your relationship as a parent, for your household, for the harmony in your household. It's been amazing. I can tell you, since we have been doing this, it has just been so inspiring, and we're trying to do so much more and just get out there and be able to facilitate to a lot more people so that they can all be feeling the way that we are at the moment. It is just an amazing thing to be able to give back to the children and to know that you are having a hand in helping them with their future and with what they need for the future. So it's just been an amazing time for me. It's been so good. We did start this like Asha said, during the lockdown. The children were experiencing signs of isolation, and they were becoming very irritated, very antagonized, internally antagonized, trying to understand what is going on and what the rules are around being outside the home and indeed isolating. So what we've done is we've given them back that power to know that their safe space can be anywhere they make it. Their safe space just needs to be their safe space just needs to be a place where they can think, they can breathe, they can concentrate, they can meditate, from they can do those things there, it can be a safe space for them. And the brilliant thing about this setting and as being able to, as doing it virtually, is that we can do it from anywhere. I mean, there's been times we've had classes and like Asha might be in the park with her children and they just stop on the roundabout for a bit, or they stop to have the lunch, having a picnic from a field day out. It's just, it's been so truly, I don't even know if emancipating is the right word, but it is so very spiritually uplifting, being able to interact with people all over in different spaces, yet still be together. It's just a beautiful thing. So back to you, Tasha.
Yes, so that's absolutely fabulous. I'm hoping that the feedback is okay right now in the box. People just give me a thumbs up just so that you can, yes, okay, we're good. Okay, so that was amazing. I mean, for me, you know, I think that the amazing part of it, and this stands out for me, is the way you explained last time that you were on our show. You spoke about Finding Naya, and for me, the standout was the fact that you are offering empowerment to children and adults via your two branches, yes, but also that your growing team of mentors, the tutors and the coaches, they each have lived experiences or have overcome life trauma, and this makes them good servers. I mean, we always echo the point that, you know, when we go to counseling, when we seek help, self-help, we often feel like we're a fart in the wind. Let's just keep it real, you know, like we're not being heard. So I think a really important element to what you're doing is that these people, your mentors, your coaches, they've experienced, and in that way they can relate and they can have empathy in a non-biased way, but that serves really well. So I absolutely commend what you guys are doing. I know you want to touch on that. I see you go for the move button. Let me move.
Yeah,
and then you can follow up.
touch on that. Tasha, you can like feel me. I'm like, yeah, it is so important when you are going through trauma. It is extremely, it's imperative that you have somebody there that's able to display unconditional positive regard. You don't need to be judged during that time. You don't need to be told where you're going wrong, what you've done to enable this to happen. What you need is for someone to meet you where you are and help you out of that situation. People that have lived it, people that have lived experiences of these traumas, they'll be able to identify with what you've gone through, and they'll be able to recognize the signs and the signals of what you may be going through, what may be to come, and they'll be able to help you navigate your way through that, basically just showing you where the hooks on the mountain are for you to be able to climb up and get yourself out of that rut, because trauma can last for a very long time, and it's unhealthy for us mentally if it does go on for longer than it needs to. Sorry, I'm breathing a lot at this present moment because I'm at the moment, I am actually going through something that this group has me through immensely. I'm at the moment going through a situation at work where I raised a discrimination grievance, but was basically gaslighted out of it and told that there is no issue. So for me, the battle that I'm facing on the other side with my professional career, and then being able to do this in my personal life, has basically just rearranged life for me, really. It sort of showed me what is important, where the actual gold and the nuggets are to be found. It's not going to be in my bank account from any employer. It's going to be from what I can give out to the universe and what the universe is giving back. So for me, the Finding Naya has just been the greatest thing where it comes to the empowerment side of it. It has helped to stabilize me no ends, and I cannot thank Asha and our other tutors enough. Sinai, Rihole, Isana, I cannot thank you all enough for what you're doing. Kay, all the parents in there, I'm shouting Kay because she's like the biggest help with the homeworks for the children. She's constantly scuttling around and trying to help them get the homeworks done, and she shares it within the group, and the children love it. They all love it. I just love the way that they've been able to interact and build themselves up. It's just been a beautiful thing. Thank you so much, Asha. Oh, can I also say a massive thank you to Cheryl Phoenix, because without Cheryl Phoenix, none of this would have been possible. We all connected through Cheryl Phoenix's platform, Black Child Agenda. And since that, we have just literally ran with the torches that she's got. It's like she just came and lit our torches again, and we ran with them. So thank you so much, Black Child Agenda. Thank you, Cheryl Phoenix. I hope you're having a brilliant time out there in Ghana. We're all going to be coming soon. And yeah, we're coming. Yes. So yeah, go Tasha.
I just wanted to commend both of you ladies and the entire team. Is it Sanaya that I met last time?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, you guys speak my language. When we're talking about collaboration, this is the true essence of collaboration. And Asha, I'm so sorry that we have to keep putting one of us on mute because we've got a little bit of feedback. But this is what I mean about incorporating different elements of learning, of entertainment. I mean, the artistry that you can see behind Asha going on, it's really important, you know, because it's almost like we get taken away from that. We get focus fed into TV, you know, social media, and we're losing the creative artistry. Well, you know, in some respects, we're losing the creative artistry. It's not a norm anymore, you know. So I love the fact that you're bringing that element of education back to the forefront. So I commend you, ladies, for what you are doing. One question I'd like to maybe bring this to both of you, each at a different point, is that Phil in the chat room, she brought up a good question, like, where are you based? And if I've got this right, you guys kind of set this up through lockdown. So you had interactive tech teaching, I guess, for want of a better word. As we slide out of lockdown, what do you guys foresee as your future? Are you going to keep it on the internet, or are you going to move to physical locations? What can we expect? Let me unmute.
Right, I was going to let Asha talk, but shall I go, Asha? Do you want to talk about the retreats that we're hoping to do? Okay, right. So what we are looking to do in the future, we will be running the classes virtually still, but like I explained about the empowerment and the mentoring and the tutoring, we want to incorporate it all in one. So what we will be doing is trying to offer, we will be trying to offer quarterly retreats where you will be able to book, or as an individual, go on these retreats. You will have access to all of the tutors, either via visual means, or they'll be there with you on the retreat for that set time. There'll be the mentoring, the mentoring inclusive of health, physical health. We have, I did forget about Balmoral. Yep, he'll be coming with his health and wellness courses. So they are going to be based on aligning your core alignment. So core conditioning, core alignment, aligning your mental health, physical activities. He's a judo instructor, a swimming instructor, and a personal trainer. He has a list of other things that are on there as well, including, I've forgotten what the technical name for it, but that proper deep muscle massage. Like he's going to be qualified in that by the end of this year as well. So he's going to be offering classes within that as well. So it would be like a conditioned class. You can choose the ones that you want within your package. It will be a retreat based in a location that is serene. It will have water. It will have nature, greenery, trees. There will be meditation being done there. There will be interactive sessions with all of the people there for communication exercises, and just to and business economics exercises as well, to empower you to go forward, leave the retreats, and be as good as you can be at anything you want to be. And we will give you that. We'll give you links to other organizations as well that we will be collaborating with. If you need a professional counselor during the retreat, we'll have them all available for you. Literally, we are sorting these packages and it is going to be brilliant. We're hoping to have the first one out before the end of this year. And yeah, it's great things coming forward, great things coming forward. So everything that we do, everything that we do, it is like a collaboration exercise. Yeah. So I'm sorry about the noise in the background. That's my 3-year-old. So the retreats are basically to fill an empty space that you have.
I want other parts. I want other parts. I want other parts.
That's don't stress out, darling. She's like, mute. But listen, Naomi, this is live. So this is what I love about this. So I'm just going to pass it over to Asha and see if there's anything that you'd like to add, darling. We're on mute, so you can go for it, Asha.
Okay, yes. I am so ready for those retreats, and you realize that it's like a holistic kind of approach that is being given here. And I just see a lot of value in the collaboration, as you said, Natasha, because each of us are experts at a different thing. And, no one knows everything. So when we collaborate is when there is strength and when there is power within what we're doing, So I just really look forward to our first retreat, and it's going to be amazing for sure. Also, I'd like to say that I totally understand Naomi. Don't worry about it. I have a 3-year-old, I have a 7-year-old, I have an 11-year-old. Okay, and they just know when to come in at the wrong time. But anyway, it's live. It's the beauty of being live. You see the genuinity, you see the motherly love as well. Like, oh, go. Yeah, so it's all beauty, in our gathering. So I really do appreciate being able to be on your platform here and sharing what we do. Naomi is so passionate about finding Naya and HE together, and you see it coming through as she speaks. So once anyone is passionate about something, you're going to get the best of the best of the best. So that is all I have to add. And I'm going to mute myself, and I don't know if Natasha is going to take over. Okay, Natasha, thank you.
Let me just say one thing, Naomi, before you get on there. My cheekbones are hurting me right now, and this is just testament to the emotions that are coming through that I get from you ladies. Yeah, I've had a great day, but literally my cheekbones are hurting me. I can't stop smiling, and it's just because there's pure beauty represented in excellence. And I don't mean this physical beauty, I mean this type of beauty. I can feel it, and you're bringing tears to my eyes right now because I'm getting emotional. So I just want to say reflections on you, queens. Thank you so much. I'm going to leave Naomi to wrap up because we've got about 5 minutes left, and I know so she can chat. Yeah. But listen, I just want to say thank you from me, from everyone on here. Again, it takes a village, like they say, and that's what I feel that you, Naomi, are building within Finding Naya, and with the collaborations of people, tutors, mentors, coaches like Asha, who again bring offerings in abundance. So I'm watching your lead, queens, and reflections on you again. Thank you so much for coming on here. So I'm just going to leave it up to you guys for your last couple of minutes. And remember, today is Black Pound Day. If you have any call to actions, if you want to, get people to sign up, don't, with no shame, no guilt, splurt it out. I'm going to mute.
Yeah, well, as we were talking about collaborations as well, what I would like to also say is that Finding Naya has its first official sponsor as well. I did mention that we're a non-for-profit charity as well. We're registered as a non-for-profit, so we don't have money coming in as such unless we make it, unless we create it. So rather than us going and asking people, can you fund us? Can you give us this? Can you give us that? We're trying to make it ourselves. So the first official sponsor of Finding Naya is Elizabeth Hamilton, which is me. And everybody may not know that in the future, but for all of you that hop in there now, this is me. I'm Elizabeth Hamilton. I write by the pen name Elizabeth Hamilton so that I don't take the emotions of myself into my work. Now, Elizabeth is my middle name. Hamilton is my paternal father's name, my paternal surname. And so I've used this book because in speaking in the voice of Elizabeth, I'm more like my friend. I'm more like my auntie. I'm more like that assistance that you wanted but never had. So that's who I am. I can sort of take my emotions, separate them, and see what it is to learn from that, what there is to learn from that, what there is to teach from that, with my writing, by writing in a separate in a separate name. Partly because some of the things that I talk about, as Asha has mentioned, I am extremely passionate about the youths, about children being able to be children before they have to be adults, because it's a long time being an adult. And whilst they're children, they need to be able to embrace it, they need to be able to enjoy it, and they need to be able to feel loved and supported in anything that they're doing whilst they're a child. So in my books, I write about, they're basically memoirs, and it's a 5-part series. It starts with 2 books in relation to men, part 1 and part 2, where I talk about my youth growing up, how certain experiences can affect homes, affect your future, affect those around you, and how the actions of others can affect other people, and the actions of others affect us as well, and how our actions affect other people, and probably just shining a light on certain things that may not have been thought of, or may not have been noticed, or may not have been at the forefront of a lot of parents' minds or a lot of children's minds. In reference to the way we live, the things that we give off, the energy we give off, and how that paves our road going forward. So I look at it as that all of our actions and interactions, we're laying paving stones for our journey forward. Dependent on the type of stone you place, your journey may be smooth or it may be rocky or rough. So within my book, I'm just trying to explain a little bit of what I've gone through, and how I see that it could have been made easier, either by myself or by other people, but always taking a lesson from all of those experiences so that I can teach them to my children, and they don't have to fall through the same holes that in the net that I fell through, or they don't have to experience the same blockages in life that I experienced also. And also for the young girls out there, the first book is going to be available on Amazon next week. We're giving away a free signed copy today. Tasha will tell you more about that. And the first book, it talks a lot about some of the traumas that I faced as a child. And I say child because I wasn't a teenager as yet. So I was definitely still a child. It talks about a lot of that. And I want to reach out to other people out there that are having those experiences to let them know that they're not alone. Please share your experience. Please talk to somebody. Please find somebody to talk to. Do not keep it to yourself. It is the worst thing to have any type of trauma eating away at you. So please find somebody to talk to with whatever it is that you're going through. Find somebody to share it with. And if you can't, write it down. Okay. That is me, Tasha. I've finished dot on 45 minutes. So this is the book, everybody, and it will be available on Amazon as of next week. So I've been told, so that's a yay. And also you'll be able to get signed and dedicated copies via my website. And yeah, the prices on that will be updated later on today. So the signed copies, it will be an extra £1.50 on top of the Amazon price, which is £9.99, and the dedicated copies will be an extra. The dedicated copies will have an insert in there. I will, if you give me a little bit of information for the dedicated copies, I will write a verse, give you a song to listen to, or write a poem. I'm also a songwriter, so I will write you a little poem of inspiration as well. So yeah, that's me.
Yes, Queen, thank you so much. You just so humble. You got so much going on. I said last time you got many layers to your onion, so to speak. And not to mention, I'm hoping that you are going to be exhibiting at our next Blackpool Street London physical location event, 3rd of July. Yes, at Conway Hall. So we haven't spoke over the logistics, but I'm hoping that maybe people can come and get books signed there, maybe, or at least get a bit more information on when it's going to be.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Any book that is purchased at the event, at the it's a 100-year anniversary Black Wall Street event. Next month, it's not next month, it's in July. That every book that I sell there will be signed, so you'll be getting that. You won't have to pay the extra pound or £1.50 for the signed copy. That will be there for free. So anybody that gets a book, buys a book from me that day, will get that for free. And I might even throw in a little token of something else that I'm doing to do with crystals. So yeah, just a little token of inspiration and a thank you from me for supporting the events and for coming forward. So yeah. Oh, and the giveaway, Tasha. There's a signed copy for you to give away at whichever point you want to. Sorry. And should I give more? Okay, I'm also going to be at the Black Books Legacy Festival in Birmingham next month. I think that is on the is that the 20? Right, I'm trying to look at my calendar, but I can't actually see the date on it. I can't remember. I haven't got my calendar in front of me for the date of that. But if you look out for it, it's advertising all over Facebook and social media. And Black Books Legacy event books. Black Books. The Black Books Legacy books event, and that is going to be in Birmingham. I'm really terrible. I should have this in front of me, but I'm pretty sure if you keep an eye on the chat, somebody will write that in there. Somebody will write that in there, or I'll write that in there as I come off. But yeah, thank you very much, everybody, for being here today. It's just been an amazing experience for me. I've got so many people that I've written down that I'm going to be contacting after the show and over the week to collaborate with. Yeah, it's just been amazing. And I'm really appreciative of McConnon coming on as well and giving his experience through the book journey and what his business does, what he is offering out. Yeah, tap on him. Very good. Also, for pre-orders of my book, you can get them from Marcia M Publishing at the moment. You can pre-order via the website, via her website, or via contacting her on the telephone number that had flashed across the screen a moment ago. And you can also contact her through the Facebook page to pre-order also. So that's Marcia M Publishing. I'm not sure where Tasha's gone. So I tell you, I'll just keep on talking. So amazingly, Tasha, I'm going to speak a bit about Tasha now. So Tasha is an amazing queen. She has been doing so much since I met her. She has just been upscaling, leveling up constantly, and encouraging me to do the same. She inspires me no ends with what she is doing with this Black Wall Street London, and the collaboration of businesses. It's just been amazing. Also another shout out to Kubi Springer, who is the reason that me and Natasha met. Kubi Springer offers her She Builds brands, and you can reach her via her, just tag her in, to put it into Facebook or Instagram, and she will definitely come up. Listen to a few of her posts. She's helpful also. There's so many people out there with so much information and so much knowledge. There's so many nuggets that we have. We are a rich people. We are a very rich people, a very rich nation as well. So yeah, I'd just like to say thank you for having me. Thank you for being here. I'm not sure where my host has gone. Tasha. Okay, then I'll keep on going. Can everybody hear me out there? Am I frozen, or am I still live? Anybody? Oh, you can hear me. Okay, brilliant. All right then. Well, I'll keep on going. So I'll talk a little about, shall I talk a little about Black Wall Street's event? Yeah. Okay, well, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to talk a little bit about Black Wall Street up in July. Now, it's going to be amazing. When I say amazing, there's a fashion show, there's artists, there's performances, so many different businesses there. You'll be able to get intel. You'll be able to get self-help. You'll be able to get anything from, oh, let me think what's going to be there. I think there's going to be several bookstores there, So that's information and knowledge right at your hands. There's going to be clothing designers, lots of different apparel designers. You're going to have jewelry designers. You're going to have candle makers. There's going to be cosmetics makers, creators. Yeah. There's going to be, what else? There's so much. Oh, food stalls, food businesses. There's just so much. Body care, hair care, natural products, vegan. Yeah, a lot of vegan products. And I love that because I am pescatarian. I eat fish and vegetables at the moment. And I have been doing for the past 11, maybe 12 years now. Excellent for your system. I'm not telling anyone to stop eating meat, but if you ever choose to, notice the difference in your perspiration, because one thing that I definitely noticed was that when I stopped eating meat, my perspiration no longer felt the way it did before. It no longer had the same odor as it did before. And on one occasion I did eat meat, and that's how I managed to notice the difference between them, because it took about 3 or 4 days for that meat to go through my system. But on the also, you're going to have I think we've got a talk coming up at the moment after me. I think that there'll be a talk coming up soon with the writer of Black Wall Street. With the writer of Black Wall Street. Oh, Tasha, you're back. Is Tasha back now? No? Okay. I'll just keep going then, Tasha. I'll hold the fort for you, yeah? Okay, so yeah. So you've got the author of Black Wall Street coming on to give a little bit of a talk about Tulsa, and she's written a children's book, which she's going to be. Oh, she's back. Hi.
Queen, I have no clue what just happened there. I heard a pop and then I don't know. So thank you so much. I was looking on Facebook and I saw you continuing to talk. This is what I'm talking about. Thank you so much. I don't even know what happened just then. Like, I think my electricity popped. Anyway, this is live, so I'm going to let you finish. I'm not going to cut you off. I'm going to let you finish real quick and then come back in.
I was actually just trying to fill in gaps in your show and sort of tell people what might be coming up next. And I'm not sure if I'm correct on that. I'm not sure if we've got the offer of have we got the offer coming on next? I'm not sure, but I was telling them a bit about your event and all of the things that are going to be there, because I'm just really excited about all the things that I'm going to be buying. I've got a list of all the things that I'm going to buy, and I sort of read off all of those lists. So I've got all of my stalls there that I'm right. Visit this one, visit that one. Okay, in your break, go and visit this one. So yeah, I've just been literally like, yeah, I'm so excited for your event. But amazing things, Tasha, amazing. Thank you very much for having me here.
Yes, thank you, Queen. I appreciate you picking up the slack. This is what happens live. And I applaud you. Again, don't know what happened, so apologies everybody in the studio, but Queen Naomi just sorted me out. Anyway, listen, getting back to it, thank you for finding Naya and for Naomi and for Asha to be coming on the platform and just spreading brand awareness and business knowledge and just giving us an insight into what they are doing, the good community works that they are doing on ground level. Again, thank you so much. And it's really fitting because our next guest actually was on introduction of you, Naomi, and her name is Laquita. I'll get to that in a minute, but I just want to say thank you so much, because this is the importance of collaboration. Sometimes, let me see if everybody's still in the chat. I don't even know if everybody's still with us. I hope so. But sometimes when people are doing good work behind the camera, it takes a quick minute for you to recognize that sometimes when nobody's looking, that's when the good work actually happens. And what actually happened here is Naomi reached out on my behalf to somebody else when she should have been talking about her own stuff, and she put me in the spotlight. So I just want to say again, thank you so much for that, because it means so much to me because it was such a fitting topic for today, as we are celebrating 100 years or the 100-year anniversary of Black Wall Street. So Laquita actually sits in so nice in regards to her children's book on that topic. And I just want to say thank you so much for shining a light on me when you when nobody was looking, when it was dark. Thank you, Queen.
You're so welcome, Queen. I am. You give me oxygen. You help me to breathe. So thank you so much.
And thank you to Asha as well. Let me just bring you in real quick, Queen, so that we can actually see your gorgeous face. Everybody's been hitting me up. Oh, she's gorgeous, she's gorgeous, she's gorgeous. So yes, thank you again for your insight, for your business knowledge. I love the portraits that are going on behind you. And I'm hoping that people are going to pick up on this because it's Black Pound Day today. So we're not just having a celebration. It's all about celebrating. We're prompting sign-ups, real-time sign-ups. And if you can't sign up, if you can't buy, at least just shout from the rooftop, spread brand awareness and help us make some business noise. That's all it's about today. Again, Queens, thank you so much. And Naomi, thank you for picking up my slack, Queen.
I got you, Queen, I got you.
Okay, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, ladies and gents, fine kings and queens and all in betweens, as I like to say. Thank you again for keeping with us. This is live, so we do have some tech issues, you know, and I'm not a tech guru, so I have no clue what just happened. I think my electricity popped. Anyway, we are here today in celebration of Black business and culture and in celebration of the 100-year anniversary of Black Wall Street. We started off today in a mega way, whereby we had an amazing find, care of the New York Times, and what they did is they put together, using tech and all different other sources, a 3D model presentation of the Greenwood area, the neighborhood, of how it used to be before the massacre. So, you know, we're shining a light on our history, and this is the best way that I know how, is to give you insight into why I'm here, Black Wall Street, get my juice for my fire, and that is from Black Wall Street. And you often hear about all of the negatives, you know, the massacre, the fire, the deaths, the massacre of Black business, but you rarely get to see us shining in excellence, because they don't like to show that too much. So today we spoke our thing, and we showed this amazing presentation, and it just lends us inspiration. It lends us a way into how back in the day, like 100 years ago, people were way on their way in regards to a mindset of entrepreneurship, of business collaboration, of building themselves up, of generational wealth, of leaving a legacy, you know. So this is what we're trying to highlight today. And how do we honor our ancestors? Simple, in continuing to keep the Black Wall Street spirit alive. And that's by showcasing business after business, sitting down, bumping heads, having conversations. So thank you again to Naomi Forrest Hamilton of Finding Naya, and Asha Campbell. They are absolutely amazing queens. Like I said, I was feeling their energy, and it's actually really fitting that it lends us to our next guest, and she's way across seas from the US, and it was an introduction from Naomi. I'm going to stop talking, and I'm going to bring Queen Laquita Barnes into the studio. She is an Title I reading teacher with over 13 years of experience teaching within the public school system in Houston, Texas. And I'm going to leave it there for now, and she can tell us a little bit more about who she is and what she does. There we go.
Well, hello.
Good afternoon, Queen. Afternoon there?
Yes, it's morning here. Good morning.
Good morning. You look beautiful. You're glowing, my queen. And I want to just thank you before I let you take the floor for a quick minute for participating in this event. Again, it was an introduction from Naomi, and I really recognize the fact that you are helping us to get a bigger understanding of, you know, not just what happened in Black Wall Street, London, but more current. Let's keep it relevant. We're talking about, you know, the generational wealth gap. We're talking about how do we educate our kids, and you've done this in a splendid way. So I'm going to leave you to it for a quick second, and you have an amazing children's book that you have out. We'll come back and answer questions and get a little bit more start bumping heads a little bit more. But for now, can you give us an insight into who you are, what you do, and how you help the community?
Yes. Let me share my screen. Okay, is it sharing? All right, so my name is Laquita Barnes. As stated, I'm an educator from Houston, Texas. And my stumble upon Black Wall Street was a happen chance. I was watching the show Watchmen and saw the first scene and was just captivated. And I knew about Black Wall Street, but I really didn't know the facts. So I just went down this tunnel of trying to figure out what was the story, the history of Black Wall Street, which prompted me to write, because I'm an educator for K through 5, a children's book. I did not find a book at the time that shared the history, the success, the entrepreneurship that I wanted to expose my children to. And I wanted to make sure that I shared that in this book. So my book is The Black Wall Street, The Spirit of Community. So when I start talking, I always ask people, well, what do you know about Black Wall Street? Because what I knew about Black Wall Street is similar to what everyone else. Location, it was located in Tulsa, Oklahoma. It was a thriving Black-owned community for over 15 years. And it had over 300 and actually more, like 600 successful businesses in this area. So I love the fact that we're talking about the wealth of the area, because the wealth is what we often do not hear about in our stories. The wealth such as the J.B. Stratford Hotel, the Dreamland Theater, which was the hub of the town for entertainment, as well as other businesses he owned at the time. And then so many more businesses that we just need to uncover and expose and bring to life. So my trip to the Centennial in Tulsa, Oklahoma was it was a way for me to connect what I've written in the book and how I can give light to what the experience of learning. So those are my two babies. The reason why I wrote the book, Sanaya and Tariq, and their excitement of seeing that crossroad of Greenwood and Archer, the hub of Black Wall Street. I know this is being displayed across the world. So if you're ever in Tulsa, you have to stop by to see some of the artwork, the murals that show you and highlight some of the history of this town and giving you just a glimpse of what it was and what it can be after the massacre. Again, highlighting some of the businessmen and women. You see the servicemen there during the time of the massacre. This was also during the time of World War I, where a lot of our soldiers came back home, and hence a lot of the tension in the town, such as Tulsa. And then we also had an opportunity to go to the Reconciliation Park. And this piece of artwork, it has 3 sides. So one features the hostility, the tension, the jealousy from this white neighborhood, white community of seeing a Black thriving area that was booming on its own. The humiliation that ensued after the massacre. Some things I see that we've had a lot of documentaries showcasing what was life like after the massacre, when a lot of our Black men and women and children were left homeless, but still unable to leave or to grow and build, that they had to endure after the massacre. And then this image of hope that is still there. of making sure that we continue to shine a light on this story, but also to make sure that we take on what we've learned from Black Wall Street and grow from that. So one aspect of generational wealth that I found interesting when coming to the Centennial was I had an opportunity to meet two sets of descendants. Right here is pictured is Lisa Stratford. So I asked you, if we know the Hilton name and Hyatt and Marriott, shouldn't the world know the Stratford name? J.B. Stratford was part of the wealth of this area. And one key information that I found out of maybe why we don't know is that on the night of the massacre, when the white armed mob moved through the courthouse and began attacking in Greenwood, Stratford fled to his hotel to defend it. Even though machine gun fire had shattered the windows of the hotel, he stayed to fight back throughout the night. By the morning, the National Guard arrived to evacuate the neighborhood, but they also wanted to negotiate with Stratford and those that sought shelter at the hotel by telling them that the building would not be further damaged if they would just surrender. They agreed. However, the National Guard confiscated over $2,000 of Stratford's money, and the Stratford Hotel was burned to the ground. So there is a key aspect of the stories that we don't hear about because, again, we can erase it from the history books, we can repeat it. And that was the prompt me for writing the book, our children's book. The other part of this story is the generational trauma. We have to keep in mind that there are descendants. Here we have Teddy Williams and her family. Her grandfather was 4 years old during the night of the massacre. And he was able to share with her, unfortunately, the trauma that he faced that night and with a family such as his, unable to flee because although they were entrepreneurs, they were supporting the community, they just did not have the funds to move on, but they were forced to stay there. And so the story of the trauma of fear, reliving the story, is something that was passed on to the descendants, such as Miss Teddy Williams and her family featured here. But we have to know that the descendants' history cannot be erased. So we have to keep on sharing the stories for them. And this is them featured with their great-grandfather, Mr. Wes Young, in the hall that has been dedicated to the survivors. In each portion of their spot in this hall will give them an opportunity to share their story. A lot of the untold stories that have not been told, but now it is due to the Greenwood Culture Center. So how do we remember Black Wall Street? First, we educate our youth. This could be done through my book. This can be done through the conversations that you have from today as we honor the centennial, the 100th year of commemorating the survivors, the victims. But we also want to give hope to the youth that if there was an area such as Black Wall Street, then it is an area that can survive now. Also, we replicate Black Wall Street in your own town. I talk about how it doesn't have to be brick and mortar. What we're doing now online, sharing and collaborating and seeing so many beautiful businesses that are booming and thriving. And so we can continue to support that. And that's how we embody the spirit of community. In order for Black Wall Street to grow to what it was because it was a community effort. And then the last one is support entrepreneurship. This is key to me and to my heart. Not only am I an educator, but I'm also a real estate investor, working to making sure that we provide quality homes in Houston and making sure that we take care of our areas as well as connect with each other. And entrepreneurs, it's a hard task. Sometimes it's challenging, but we have to make sure that we continue to support one another and continue to grow. And that's how we take on the spirit of Black Wall Street. So if I could, and take this moment to share my book, I would like to, it's the heart of me of being an educator, is to share a read aloud and talk about some of the key aspects of the book and how this can be beneficial for anyone in the audience. I'm seeking a way to teach our young scholars because they want to know the story, and sometimes we don't know how to tell the story. So Black Wall Street, the spirit of community. Have you ever heard of Black Wall Street? Have you ever thought about what Black Wall Street looked like? Well, let's travel back to the past and see what life was like at the corner of Greenwood and Archer, the hub of Black Wall Street. In 1921, the Greenwood District was a beautiful and blooming neighborhood for Black residents in Tulsa, Oklahoma. In those days, it was common for Black and white people to live in separate areas because of Jim Crow laws. Jim Crow laws defined where Black people could live, where they could eat, where they could work, and what stores they could shop at. So why the name Black Wall Street? Well, Wall Street was a popular area known for financial institutions and successful businesses focused on making money. Black Wall Street was similar to White Wall Street, except the fact that all the businesses were Black owned and were supported by Black residents. This Tulsa neighborhood became known as Black Wall Street after a visit from Booker T. Washington, educator and founder of the National Negro Business League. There were over 300 successful Black-owned businesses here, and this impressed him. All of these businesses had been started and were run by Black business owners called entrepreneurs. Out of respect for their hard work, Booker T. Washington called the area Black Wall Street. These businesses were supported by more than 10,000 Black residents living in the Greenwood District. It was once said that every dollar circulated among these businesses over 30 times before it was spent outside the community. Neighbors supported each other, and this contributed to the success of Black Wall Street. So let's meet some of the people from the neighborhood. In Greenwood, you could find a variety of Black-owned businesses, such as the ones developed by O.W. Gurley. Gurley was a wealthy landowner who purchased 40 acres of land that he used to start several businesses. The first was a rooming house that offered a safe space for migrants fleeing from other southern states. He also owned a parlor and a cafe in the Gurley Hotel in the Vernon AME Church. I would like to point out that the Vernon AME Church is one of the lasting or longest standing buildings in Tulsa at this time. Presley and Mabel Little were a married couple who operated 2 businesses in Greenwood. The wife, Mabel, owned a famous beauty parlor, the Little Rose Beauty Salon, the best spot in town for a press and curl, and the husband, Presley, ran the Little Bell Cafe, which was known for its smothered chicken and rice. Greenwood was also home to the headquarters of a Black newspaper, the Tulsa Star. The newspaper kept Black residents informed of their legal rights and any court rulings that could help or hurt the community. John and Lola Williams owned Dreamland Theater, which featured piano music accompanied by silent movies and live entertainment. With over 700 seats, it was the entertainment hub of the area. J.B. Stratford owned several rental properties. However, his hotel was a highlight of the district. The Stratford Hotel was grand, with 54 guest rooms. It was considered the finest Black-owned hotel in the country. Gorgeous chandeliers hung from the ceilings in the lobby and in the banquet room. The hotel featured a pool room, a dining hall, a salon for the guest entertainment. These businesses were thriving. However, this would change on May 30th, 1921, when two teenagers working downtown crossed paths. On that Memorial Day, Dee Rowland, a Black boy who shined shoes, and Sarah Page, a white girl who operated elevators, had a fateful interaction on an elevator in the Drexel building. While alone in the elevator, the cable car jerked, causing Rowland to accidentally step on Sarah's foot. Sarah reacted by slapping Rowland once. When she attempted to slap him a second time, he blocked her actions before she could hit his face. Sarah screamed, and the nearby store clerk came to her aid. Fearing for his safety, Rowland ran away, and the store clerk called the police. The next morning, Rowland was arrested without being told what he was accused of doing. When questioned by the police, Sarah told the officers that what happened in the elevator was an accident and that Rowland did not harm her. However, it was too late. A white-owned newspaper had already circulated rumors throughout the white community that Sarah had been harmed. This prompted an angry mob to gather outside the courthouse wanting to harm Rowland. In response, a group of Black men from the community went to the courthouse to support Sheriff Wilder McCullough and help protect Rowland. As a sidebar, information not in this book, but it does want to shine a light on the time of this story, the time of this event. There was called the Red Summer, where there was a history of massacres and lynchings at this time. So these Black men went to protect because they already knew what was bound to happen if they did not show up to support and protect this young Black boy. As the numbers grew on both sides, it was only a matter of time before conflict would erupt. A gunshot was fired and a fight began between the two groups. The fighting continued throughout the Greenwood district. The small group of Black men were overwhelmed by the growing number of white men threatening their community. These white men wanted to destroy the neighborhood. They stormed through the community, burning businesses and homes to the ground and harming anyone in their path. Privately owned planes circled the air and dropped makeshift bombs made of fabric soaked in turpentine. The pilots lit the bombs with matches before dropping them on the properties in Greenwood, which reduced the buildings to rubble. The attack caused the destruction of 35 blocks of area known as Black Wall Street. More than 1,250 homes were burned, and 200 others were looted of valuables, including cash, family heirlooms such as jewelry. Newspaper stations, schools, grocery stores, churches, hotels, and many other Black-owned businesses were destroyed and damaged by fire. 300 Black men and women and children were killed. 10,000 Black people were left homeless. This community of entrepreneurs and homeowners suffered 50 to 100 million in property damage, which is equal to 600 million to $1 billion in today's value. It took 15 years to build this blooming community, and within 48 hours, it was burnt to the ground. However, out of the ashes, the community gathered to rebuild Black Wall Street. Although spears were broken and government help was limited, the small community that remained forced itself to move forward. Greenwood residents were resilient and determined, and they challenged city laws that made it difficult to rebuild on their own land. 4 years later, by 1925, this community was restored with the help from organizations such as the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, also known as NAACP. However, the community was never the same. And I can speak to how the community was never the same. During my trek to Tulsa, Oklahoma, the businesses that we would want to see, the businesses of what the history of Black Wall Street has not been able to rebuild after, even though it came back and was restored 4 years later. We have the history of the Great Depression, also from the 60s and the 70s, the plight of our areas that have been gentrified, as we've seen in other towns. So I say that again, that this community was never the same of what we knew as Black Wall Street. From the shadows of Black Wall Street, other Black-owned communities were able to grow and flourish. We must remember the importance of Black Wall Street as we continue to build on that legacy of entrepreneurship, success, and community. And so, although this is an image of the United States, I do want to share that there is an opportunity for Black Wall Street to be featured and promoted in every single city, in every single country. So I go back to, how do we remember Black Wall Street? And I definitely want to have a conversation about this. One, how do we educate our youth? Currently, in Texas and other states, they are trying to pass laws where they are challenging the 1619 project of being taught in schools. They are challenging stories such as Black Wall Street, slavery, civil rights movement, women's movement, anything that they think will cause guilt on one particular race or sex, they're trying to erase from the history books. And we're fighting hard as educators, as parents, not to have that occur. But again, in the States, we are having that challenge that we're seeing within our governmental systems. Two, we replicate Black Wall Street. So I challenge our young scholars to think about their neighbors, their neighborhood. What does that look like? What would it look like if we were back in 1991? What would it look like to have the money circulated? And I put 30 times, but it's been documented over 60 to 100 times. If our dollars circulated through the community. And then, do we embody the spirit of community? Do we continue to lean in and support each other? And then, of course, support entrepreneurship. We come from the legacy from Black Wall Street of entrepreneurs. The name O.W. Gurley should be in all of the history books. From his 40 acres, he was able to bring in other people, other men and women so they can thrive. Not being selfish, for him to thrive, but they could thrive and create this community. I hope you enjoy the read aloud today. Again, this is a perfect story to share with your young children, even as adults have gained some knowledge. So if you would like to purchase the book, it is available on Amazon. There's a QR code, but then I believe there's also going to be a link in the chat. I can provide that. It's $14.99. In the story of Black Wall Street, it lends itself beyond the 100th anniversary, the 100th year that we pay honor to the victims, the survivors, and the descendants. It gives us an opportunity to keep this story going in our areas and spread it beyond. And I would also like for you to join us on any of our social media handles. Our umbrella platform is called Our History Told. And the reason for the name Our History Told is because I want to make sure that we take charge of the narrative, that we hone in on the stories that are told. They're told from our perspective. They're told with our lens, our lights, because we have to make sure that we continue to share the stories. It's often stated that if history is not communicated or shared, and if it is erased, then it's bound to be repeated. So we want to make sure that we continue to shine a light on stories of events like Black Wall Street or historical figures that are not in our history books that should be told and should be shared.
Wow. Laquita.
Hi there.
That was absolutely amazing. So I had no idea that you were going to do an in-depth presentation like that. And I left my book alone, and I was so happy to be reading alongside. And you gave us an in-depth look into how we can kind of continue to educate youth in just one way. Let me just touch on a few things, my takeaways. I think it was super important that you mentioned about the Stratford legacy, for example, how the loss of name, we don't even, or maybe we do, but until it's highlighted, we don't recognize the importance of the inheritance that we have lost just through loss of name. And the way you put it, when you put it in conjunction with the Hyatt, Marriott, all of these household super, mega trend name brands, and how Stratford is also one of those. Yet nobody knows about that. And this is something that cannot be erased, like you said, which is why we continue to move forward in business today. That was one takeaway. Another takeaway for me was the no nonsense approach that you had in the learning sense. How the book contained grown-up words, which will essentially spark interest and topics of conversation. So we're not dulling it down. We're giving incentives, inspiration to these kids where they will ask questions. And then if they don't know, go into the back of the book, the glossary, how you actually in detail kind of go into some explanations on that. I think this is a job really well done. And again, it's just, I got goosebumps right now. I was reading this like I was like a little girl, and we've spoke about this so many times, how when you are young and influential or you need influence, and you see nothing that looks like you or nothing that you can relate to, and it becomes a norm. And then when you pick something up like this, and you have that ooh-ah moment where I'm sitting down at 45 years young of age, and I've got goosebumps as if I'm a little girl reading a book that I should have been able to read. So I commend you on what you're doing.
Thank you so much. It has been a pleasure to share the story. Like you said, so many adults have picked it up for their children. And even for me, I learned so much and I still learn. I was blessed by meeting the descendants because you really get that firsthand, I felt as if I was meeting their grandparents and hearing that story. And the descendants just want, if I can communicate from them what they are seeking, is just that we continue to acknowledge. Again, if we know the history, they once tried to call it a race riot. So that way we could not pay out the Black residents what they were due. Also, too, want to make sure that in Oklahoma that they are, again, like Texas, they're trying to erase the history of it, from where kids in Tulsa don't even learn this story. And so if even in Tulsa they can't learn the story, then where are we at with that? And then also too, they also want to make sure that we seek some type of reparations, whether that's a scholarship or some form that is given back to the community, to make sure that we continue to support our scholars. And then also to just continue to share it within their own communities. So making sure that Black Wall Street continue to thrive beyond this weekend, beyond, the centennial, making sure that we continue to honor that.
Absolutely. I've literally just put the link in the chat. I'm not going to put it up because it's too long, but it is actually in the chat. I definitely second that emotion on everything that you're saying. It must have been an overwhelming experience to actually meet descendants, and the passion that that evokes within itself. I think it's, again, a really important topic to not just read ourselves, but to continue passing this on. Once I've read this again in my own time, what I will be doing is passing it on to my nieces and nephews, and also the link I will be passing on to as many people as possible. We are here today in celebration of Black Wall Street, the 100-year anniversary, and how we kind of continue to honor our ancestors in just showcasing and keeping that spirit alive. And we're doing that by having platforms and bumping heads with the likes of you and me. I would love to know how we can maybe collaborate in the near future and go ahead and make this accessible. I know you've got it on Amazon, but I would love to, it's a no-brainer for me. So maybe we can have a talk behind the camera and see where we can go with that. I would love to kind of do something, maybe at events, get a bulk of them and just, get them out there. This would sit so well in our kiddies corner. Our kiddies corner at the moment is, around a TV, a black doll TV channel, and all things to do with kids from 0 to 12. And we're trying to get a little bit more interaction. So maybe we can kind of bump heads and see how we can integrate that. You touched on so many things there. Let's take it. I'll tell you what. Let's take it to the chat for a minute, because a lot of people are just showing love. Phil, of course. Mainly just positive affirmations. We listened. It was so nice to sit down. Like I said, big old 45 years young, and I was sitting down like I was being read to. As a young queen. Again, just affirmations. Mummy T comes in and she says, Mummy T, no matter how or what they do to our history, our story, it can never be erased. Absolutely. That's it. I had a brain fart moment for a minute, but it's just come back to me. I heard over here in the UK that an outstanding number of people who are close to this, people who are born in Tulsa, Oklahoma, people who are in the surrounding areas, actually know very little of this massacre. Being a little bit closer than what we are, is this a true fact?
It is a true fact. So what I've gathered from talking to the descendants and talking to people from Tulsa is there was so much pain. Even those that survived, there were, in order to rebuild, so during that 4 years, a lot of them were living in tents, tent cities. They were forced to, they had limited help. The government at that time was really trying to avoid the rebuilding, but again, they were resilient. They wanted to make sure, even with the Dreamland Theater, John and Lola Williams did remain back, but their wealth was wiped away. There's a famous image of John in one of his vehicles. He actually had an auto shop that I didn't know. So I was digging deep and learning from the descendants, and that literally was wiped away in 2 nights within that period of time. And so because of the pain to rebuild, there was a concern of fear, because again, not only was it the mob that took place, but also the government. So there was just a lot of, and then you have to think about generational trauma. The descendant that I shared the picture with, her grandfather was 4 years old, and she tells this chilling story of how when he passed, or when he was, going through the passing periods, that he would have nightmares, and he was reaching out and calling for his mother, because that was what occurred the night of the massacre. So I think that a lot of, on the side of Black residents, or why it was not really shared or maybe limited, was because they just, it was a lot of trauma at that time.
Yeah, absolutely. And, sometimes that's how the brain works. When it's that painful, we do block it off. We do block it out. I want to fast forward for a quick minute. And, it's been recent all over the news where we've had the amazing 107-year-old Viola Fletcher, whereby she sat in front of Congress. This is crazy when you think 107 years old, and I know we're supposed to be shining a positive light, and this is a positive, because for me, that's a warrioress who's still at 107, is not laying down flat, but she's standing up tall and still fighting for her rights. But it's a sad case in a way, 107-year-old, and you're still, and still to this day, there has been
There's been no form. So they had their commission 20 years ago. So if you think about, even if we did not know, this has been 1921, even if we didn't know in the 60s or this, 20 years, we should have enough movement on Black Wall Street. It should have been in the school books. It should have been exposed. There should be more of a support of rebuilding Black-owned businesses. In the US, the number of challenges and hoops that Black owners have to go through in order to get a business, that should be a no-brainer of making sure that there are loans provided, funding provided for them, education. On the land of Black Wall Street resides the Oklahoma State University. There should be an endowment. There should be a Black Wall Street, the descendants of, or some type of scholarship that is automatically created. So there's just so much of the fight against government there's no righting of the wrong. And I think that they're doing a bare minimum, and there's so much that they can do to make sure that we honor this period of time. And that's one thing that I wrote the book, is that I wanted kids to resonate with them of how Black Wall Street was built, and not so much how it was destroyed. Because if you know how it was built, then you can rebuild it again. If you know how it was built, then you know that my community, I can see that Black grocery store. I can see that Black business. I can see how money can circulate within my community if I know that I come from a legacy. I come from this legacy of entrepreneurs.
And the fact that it was rebuilt, within 10 years or so, it was, they rebuilt it. When you're talking about the church, the Church of Mount Zion, how they paid back a mortgage after 20 years and then went on to rebuild again and pay that off. It's incredible. It's incredible, the resilience that we have. But bringing it back to the kids, how do they digest this? Because you've got first experience when you're sitting down. I know I got goosebumps, and I'm a big fairy really at heart. So how do the kids digest this? How do they take it? What do they say? What are their reactions?
The looks on their face, like they're really captivated. One, they want to make sure, like I wanted to expose this because the first question is, was this real? And I'm like, yes, it was real. And so it's a myth to them. They're in awe And I share with them that I can only capture so many businesses, but their challenge is to go and find more, learn about the other businesses in this area that allowed it to grow to the point that it was. And of course, when we get to the incident, I have to explain the racial tension in during this time. But I think what I do a good job of is showing them that we are resilient. We're determined to thrive, even when we are faced with a horrible trauma, that we can continue to grow from that. And when we get to the map, especially the kids in my school in Houston, Texas, and they see that they're on the map, I explain to them my school is actually in the heart of a Black-owned area that was once thriving. So I give them that history. And so now they're challenged to go back and research Third Ward or Houston, Texas. But they're now empowered. I think I see someone there. The empowerment is essential to economic progression of our youth. And I agree. If we show them this legacy, then they are bound to know that they can do it. And so one girl was like, I want to own a business. I want to do this. Like, they were so captivated by the stories of what they can do on their own. So it has been an amazing time to share with them. And I just can't wait to see one school that we are partnering with that they've already done in the past, but want to bring in the book. But they've actually done a Black Wall Street as a project. And so each student had their own business that they promoted on the day of this event at their school. And so you see it growing. You see it that by giving them the knowledge, they're able to take that and run with it. So it has been an amazing experience.
I love that. I love that project as well, you know, giving them their own business and letting them run with where that evolves, you know. Again, it's that spirit that is within us, the resilience. Let's just flip it for a quick second in regards to how do you get something like this, you know, the spirit of community, Black Wall Street? How do you get something like this into the curriculum? How hard is that to do? What is the pushback? What is the, the struggle, I imagine, is real.
It is.
Do you do anything like this in the curriculum?
So we currently do not have anything like that in the curriculum. And what I'm learning, especially with the laws that we're facing in Texas, is that we're going to have to do our grassroots efforts. We're going to have to work with corporations and organizations that want to sponsor a classroom, want to sponsor a school, and we're going to work directly with the schools. If the districts won't allow us, we can work with the schools, because what I do know with our school is that you have the autonomy of what you bring in and what you expose your children to. And so hopefully we are still fighting with the laws, but if that doesn't change and they're trying to erase it from the curriculum, we can bring it in that way. There's so many ways around it, because I think with the national attention, you can't avoid teaching Black Wall Street at this point.
Absolutely. And also, you know, taking it away from the schooling system, you know, many people, I'll echo this, we touched on this earlier, you know, school starts at home. So like you said, you have to try and be innovative in ways that you can kind of throw that curved ball. You know, so how if not schools, how do you get this into the homes? You know, how do you collaborate with people like us from overseas and say, you know what, how can we, instead of just talking in front of camera and out of the side of our necks, how do we make stuff like this really happen? You know, so I mean, I'm super excited. I wish we had more time, but time seems to be slipping from us today.
I know. I just want to say thank you. Thank you for this platform. Thank you for the invitation. It has been an honor just to share this children's story with your audience, and hopefully they'll go check it out and purchase, so that way they can have it in their hands. And then also our, you see that there, Our History Told. Please check us out on our social media handles. And again, this is only the beginning. We will support each other and grow and thrive. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Queen Laquita Barnes, author of Black Wall Street, The Spirit of the Community. An excellent presentation. Like I said, I sat here like a baby in a fairy tale, having my book read, your book, so that's mine now, mine. Having your book read out loud. I'm going to pass it on and scream it out loud from the rooftops. I want to thank you for sharing with us. It's been excellent. You've given us a really nice addition to a platform whereby we very often forget about the gap between adults and kids. You know, it's either one thing or the other a lot of the time. And I was saying this earlier on today, I've been speaking with a lot of young queens, you know, 26, blah, 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 who work with kids. And they're saying that these kids are screaming out to bridge that gap. You know, there's something that within our culture that we kind of miss a connection of dots there. Adults, kids, we need to kind of just bridge that together again in a community way that you spoke of. And this really helps me to kind of connect into a way of doing that. So thank you so much. I'm going to ramble on because I'm very excited and I look forward to touching base with you again outside behind the camera. So thank you, Queen. Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you.
Yes, my fine ladies and gentlemen, let me remove captions because I always forget to do that. And that was the amazing Queen, Laquita Barnes. So beautiful. I can just feel it again. I've had an array of queens that have been on this platform that have just give me that ooh-ah moment feeling. So just to reiterate, Laquita Barnes, she's an A Title I reader, teacher with over 13 years of experience teaching scholars within the public school system in Houston, Texas. She is a versatile educator and she's enjoyed transforming kids' lives through literature and reshaping their future. She was inspired to write Black Wall Street, The Spirit of Community because of the lack of age-appropriate text to teach notable moments in history such as this amazing story. And that is such an important quote right there, a lack of age-appropriate text. And that's one thing that stood out to me. There's some big words in here and kids aren't stupid. You know, kids are not stupid. They need this type of interaction. They need this type of inspiration. They need this type of questioning. And so I was loving that all day long. I know everybody in the chat was also loving it. So I've put in the chat the link to Amazon where you can purchase this book, just like I did. Spread it, you know, spread it. Do you remember the old Peter and Jane books? Well, I do anyway. That's my era. This is what I should have been reading instead of Peter and Jane. Peter and who? Okay, Black Wall Street, The Spirit of Community by Laquita Barnes. Get it. Get it. Christmas is going to be here in the blink of an eye, if you believe in that. Okay. Please stock up on it. Kids, nephews, you know, nieces, friends' kids, godparents, you know, godparents, should I say godkids, godchildren, should I say? I'm excited. This is what you want to be spreading brand awareness, love, and history in a positive way. I loved it. Thank you so much. Let's just quickly go. You can see I'm super excited today for me personally because it's personal to me, as it is to many others, but to me it's super personal. So I am so excited that today has just literally been a celebration from top to bottom. Had a few tech issues, we won't even go there. Thanks, Naomi, for holding down the fort. Let's go to the floor quickly. Mummy T said, that's what I said before, Tulsa massacre has been hidden, denied in history, so not many know. I know, and it's amazing. It's cray-cray how people, even close to the fact, really don't know what's going on. Again, let's see, so true. Empowerment is essential to an economic progression of our youth. That's Naomi, she was on earlier. Queen, absolutely, I hear that. Again, she says, great to hear the history behind it. Amazing. And again, if you guys also wanted to pick up on this 3D model presentation, it kind of hits on exactly what this book is saying. So you can see a positive as opposed to a negative. Check it out. I'll put the link in there again, but let's stick on this for a minute. We are such a rich people. I'm feeling rich today, just from the morning session through to the quality and excellence of live business to business guests that we have had on here today. I feel rich. I feel plentiful and abundant. I got mine yesterday. Okay. And then, okay, so in the chat, I'm not going to put this one up, Naomi, because it's long, but there you go, is the link again, reposted by Naomi. Yeah. Okay, so how is everybody feeling? We have been streaming now consistently, apart from that little tech glitch that happened just then, and I'm hoping that we didn't lose people. My platform is dud right now. I have no clue of what's going on in the chat room in regards to the different platforms. So I think we've got Facebook going on, and that's all I can see. So excuse me to everybody else if I'm not picking up on your comments and stuff, but you're here, you're here. So moving on, what time we got? We've been streaming, as I was saying, for almost 8 hours. This is cray, and I don't even feel it. I don't even feel it. In a couple of minutes at 4 o'clock, we will be having our second guest panel of amazing business leaders, let's say. They'll be on 4 to 5, so we'll be bumping heads again and talking about business and collaboration and its importance. But before then, I think I'm going to go for a quick ad break. What do you reckon? I'll tell you what, let's do this real quick because I need to take the captions down and put the captions up. Because I never do. Got mine yesterday. Okay, let me try and there we go. Hide that. Fabulous. And I am going to go for a quick ad break because I'm going to go and have a little tinkle and put the kettle on and get myself set up for just under 10 minutes, I think. Okay, who we got in here? Who we got? Okay, let's do this. You know, no, I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there. Excuse me, getting a little
Being a black person in Europe, you are constantly searching for places to feel at home. You ask people for events, go through the internet, even watch TV hoping to find somewhere your culture is appreciated. A standing ovation goes out to those using their skills to produce things for the Afropean missing the womb for their culture, providing spaces for all generations to reconnect and see the value of us sticking together. Afromoya is there to build the bridge between black-owned creations and the people. Like a band, they are instrumental to us vibing together, understanding the importance of having a place we can unite and be our true selves. Marcus Garvey once said, "Be black, buy black, think black, and all else will take care of itself."
I'll hurry
We were the poets and the artists, the muses and the critics. From our pens flowed powerful words, and from our mouths inspiring melodies. We were the scientists and teachers, the researchers and theorists. We embraced freedom of body, mind and spirit. To the carnage of war we brought care and compassion. Where lives were threatened, we brought salvation. We resisted invasion, opposed the oppressors, and fought off the dictators. We have been here all along, and we will be here for all time. This is not your story or my story. It is our story, our history, yes, but also our destiny, British history, black history. I am the black farmer, and I salute those who came before and all those yet to come.
Time I come in the kitchen.
How's it illegal even though
Did we tell you to put sticker on your wall? Or,
You're saying
wait.
It's my rule.
Doesn't matter. And
You're
you
saying
pay rent.
so it's my rule. I'm paying rent. Guys, it's education.
Paying rent.
Don't
I ain't paying rent.
Why making money?
The only thing you do is mess the room up. You don't clean it.
How's it illegal even though
Did we tell you to put sticker on your wall? Or,
You're saying
wait.
It's my rule.
Doesn't matter. And
You're
you
saying
pay
rule.
rent.
So it's my rule. Yes, I'm paying rent.
How are you paying rent?
Don't
How you paying rent?
Why making money?
The only thing you do is mess the room up. You don't clean it. You mess it up. No. It's not your room.
Yes, it is.
I would say to you that's your newsroom, but you don't own it. You actually live rent free. So,
No,
what we're saying is,
I rented.
what we're saying is, none of us gave you permission to put a sticker on the wall, to write on the wall. So it's illegal. It's graffiti. The same as graffiti in someone else's property.
It's in her room.
It doesn't matter. It's not her room.
Yes, it is. If it was someone else's rule, like
It's not her rule. Of course, it's someone else's wall.
no, it's my rule.
It's someone else's wall, of course.
No,
That's what I'm
it's
trying to
not.
say to you.
It's Chanel's rule.
No, it's.
It is so refreshing. There is no denying. We come to let you know. We drinking Monk Pure water. It's good for your son and your daughter. Monk Pure water. It keeps you away from the doctor. Monk Pure water. Got so many good health benefits. Monk Pure water. Drink it, drink it, drink it.
So I was just about to have a quick sip on my coffee. I didn't realize that was coming up so quick. But hi, good afternoon, my fine people. What time we got? It's just 4 o'clock. My name is Tasha. I'm the founder of Black Wall Street London. You all know who we are. With the Afrocentric exhibition marketplace and business development hub, showcasing and shining a light on hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of businesses over the past few months, and just trying to spread brand awareness, business knowledge, and the message of collaboration. Today, it's been epic. It's a celebration. We're doing this a little bit differently. Basically, however the hell we want to do it, we're just running with it and having fun. And we have had open table discussions. We have had live business to business guests. Great presentation, one from the New York Times, who did a 3D model presentation of the Greenwood neighborhood, how it was before all of the negativity came and rained havoc. And we also had the amazing Queen, Laquita Barnes, who gave us a presentation of her book, which is Black Wall Street, The Spirit of Community. And this is a children's book, and it's excellent. It's excellent. I was sitting here like a little kid at big 45 years of age as she did her presentation. So that's 2 presentations we've had today. Anyway, as you can see, I'm super, super excited. We have our second open table discussion. Let me get back to script. So today's second open table discussion is about collaboration in business. That said, I hope that in displaying our collaborative efforts and leading by example in spreading the message of collaboration is key to our success, that we can simply demonstrate that as a culture, we can replace competition with collaboration. Universe knows it hasn't been easy, but we have an amazing panel of live business to business guests, and I'm personally looking forward to this segment. Unfortunately, our panel is not as large as I would have liked it to be because a couple of people just couldn't make it for whatever reason, but the show must go on. The show must go on. And so without further ado, I am going to introduce into the studio right now our first guest, our first live business to business guest. And she is Sophie Marie, and she is founder, owner of Black Owned Birmingham. And Black Owned Birmingham is basically a business directory of Black owned businesses in Birmingham, a business directory. And it's Birmingham's first ever Black owned business directory. And I'm going to not speak too much about it because hopefully she can give us a little bit of an insight. Let's welcome her in, Sophie. We're going to give everybody a quick minute because we're live. We're live. Sophie, in the building. Okay, let's move on. Let's move on. Let's take Sophie out for a quick second, see if she comes back into the green room. Again, I don't know what it is. People are having tech issues, difficulties, but we're going to keep going on. Next, our second live business to business guest, however, it's our first live business to business guest now because he's taken over Sophie's role, is the one and only Patrick Wright, and amazing CEO of Combella Creative Solutions and Partners. And I'm going to bring him into the studio. King.
Hey, Queen.
Hey, how you doing?
Can you see me?
I can see you. I don't know what it is. We're having a couple of tech issues today.
Thank you very much. I'm really pleased that I won competition earlier on, but
I'll get out.
There's a lot of issues. I think everyone's using the net at the moment.
Yeah, it is what it is. We will battle on. It's been great. We've had a celebration.
I don't know if
Yeah, you're cutting in and out. So what?
Anything that's... Oh, yeah, I'm on there. I'm on there. Oh, I can see your lovely face as well.
Listen, what I'm going to do, because we're having issues, I'm just going to bring everybody in and just see how we get on. Yeah?
Yeah.
So I'm going to take it back to Sophie, and then I'm going to give everybody a quick minute to kind of talk about who they are. But let's see how we get on bringing everybody in. This is Sophie Marie, Black-owned Birmingham Queen. On mute, darling.
There you go. Hi, can you hear me?
Ah, yes, absolutely. Loud and clear. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. And yourself?
Yeah, pretty good, pretty good. As the day's wearing on, we are experiencing a few tech issues, have no idea what it is. From here, I'm 100% and everybody else seems to be 100%. So I don't know what's really going on. But what I'm going to do, before I give everybody their space, is just bring our last live business-to-business guest on and just see how we get on in the studio room. Okay, bear with me. Sibu?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, but we can't see you.
Wow. Okay.
We got a black screen, but we can hear you.
Yeah, I can see her. I can see you.
You can see me? Okay. How about you, Queen?
I can't see you, but it doesn't matter. As long as I can hear your radiant voice, we're good.
So strange, because the others can see me.
That's fine. Maybe it's my side. Like I said, my electricity popped earlier on, so maybe it's doing crazy things. Listen, before we get started, let me just give you all a quick second to introduce yourselves. Let's go back to Patrick, as he was first in. Patrick, CEO of Combella Creative and Partners. Please tell us who you are and what you do.
I'm trying to get a picture.
And also the winner of the competition. Don't forget my daughter's taking all.
Is anybody else not getting this, or is it just me?
On my side.
No, I can't hear him.
Yeah, okay, Pat, I'm so sorry. We're going to come back.
And she will.
We're going to come back to Patrick. I don't know if you can hear us, P, but you're frozen from our side.
Properly, I hope so.
No. I'm so sorry. I've got your internet connection here as 10%. So I'm thinking that it may be something on your side. I'm so sorry, Pat. But stay with us. Maybe you'll pop back up. I'm just going to have to mute him for the minute because I don't even know if he can hear that we're saying don't talk.
Packaging company.
No.
We also.
Bear with us, guys. Let me just write him a quick message. Pat, you are frozen. This is live, y'all. So this is what we've got to do. Stop talking, my darling. And we will come back to you. This is the team. Everybody's like you and your team. This is my team. All right. So that was a private message to Pat. Pat, you're frozen, darling. I'm so sorry. I don't know what it is. I've got all of us at almost 100%, and yours is saying 0% now. So it's got to be your connection. No. So meanwhile, let's see if I can. Pat. Right. Okay, ladies, I'm so sorry, Pat. I'm so sorry about this. We're going to have to try and you know what? I'm going to kick you out, Pat, and see if you can come back in. No disrespect intended. Okay. Ladies, queens, I'm so sorry about this. We've had tech issues, but we are here today. Sibu, amazing. You look absolutely beautiful, darling, by the by. We are here today in collaboration, and I'd just like you to take a quick minute because the floor is yours. And if Sophie, you could start off, if you could just tell us a little bit about you and who you are, Black-owned Birmingham, please do.
Yeah, so hi, I am Sophie Marie and I am the founder of Black Owned Birmingham. So Black Owned Birmingham started off as a Facebook group a year tomorrow. And it was literally just for all of the Black companies to come together and, you know, just their customers to find them. Because me, especially with everything that was going on with George Floyd at the time and, you know, the police and everything just being crazy, I made a conscious decision to always shop Black. So instead of me just putting on a Facebook post, I then decided to make a group and the group just kind of blew. And we're like 4 members off being 18,000 at the moment. So that's really amazing. And what we've now launched since then is our website, which is www.blackownedbirmingham.org. And it's a platform where it's a directory. You can go on there, you can search. And then also for businesses to advertise on there, it's completely and utterly free. So anyone that's got a business in Birmingham that's Black owned or Black run, and by Black run, it's not just like, you know, the shopkeeper, it has to be like a certain percentage. They can advertise their business on there for free. We've got a blog on the website as well where we do like meet the owners so people can find out, you know, the behind the scenes of the owners. We do Treat Tuesdays, which is where we'll collab with other businesses and, you know, people can do giveaways and stuff. We have Support the Kids Saturdays where we'll, you know, put forward kids organizations or, you know, businesses that are owned by kids. And yeah, basically right now we're just growing and growing and growing. At the moment, we're trying to sort out the Black Owned Birmingham Foundation. And once that is approved, we'll be able to actually finance Black owned businesses in Birmingham, which is obviously the end goal. So yeah, that's me.
That was just like, oh, and by the way, but that's huge, you know, because we lack the access to finance. You know, it's simple, you know, we try and keep it undercover and say it very quietly. But the truth is, shouting it out loud, is we lack access to financing, to funds. That's why we are doing stuff like this, whereby we are really having to tread harshly just to get a foot up, you know, or we'll to dungeons or places that don't represent in excellence. So that's amazing what you're doing. I commend you on that. And often this is a good thing. Often it's when we see what we're doing, we see it as very small, you know, and it's when you're outside of the bubble, that just caught my ear, you know. Enough said. Anyway, you can see I'm super excited. Thank you, Sophie. That was such a good insight. Queen, oh, Patrick's back in the building as well, and his internet connection looks good. So what I'm going to do, Sibu, is I'm going to give you a quick minute to introduce yourself. Sibu, who are you, and what do you do, darlings?
Hi, my name is Sibu. Sibu's Drink to Shrink or Slim with Sibu. Basically, I help other moms and dads who want to actually become a better version of themselves. We actually do a holistic approach because we work on the mind, the body, and the spirit. So what I do is, after having lost like 40 pounds during the whole process, and I've got a 19-year-old and a 2-year-old, it's my passion to actually help other moms, and I promote and market Sibu's Drink to Shrink. And at the same time, what we've started doing now is to also do workout sessions on Zoom with other moms that wake up in the morning while the kids are still sleeping. We do that at 5:45 and we get on with the activities, and then so that by the time the kids are up and about, we are ready and we're all fired up. So our products basically are natural and organic, and they help people lose weight.
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. And as Sibu is clearly aware, because she's a Black Wall Street London exhibitor, your Drink to Shrink formula is a big part of my everyday routine. So absolutely amazing. And again, you speak very small. Oh, you know, we just do this, but what you do is everything. You know, it's not just about the 9 natural herbs that are actually in the formula. It's also about how you kind of blast belly fat, how you kind of address the issues of diabetes and all different types of health ailments. And then on top of that, you are so passionate about what you do in regards to, I mean, I see your videos. I wake up on a daily and it makes me, it's like an accountability partner for me. When I see you doing your thing, I'm like, shit, excuse my good French, I've got to jump to it, you know? So inspiring. Let's just see if we can get Pat back into the studio real quick. Patrick, my darlings. Any joy?
It's black my side.
Yeah, dark my side as well. I'm afraid we're going to
Same
just have
here.
to. Yeah, we're going to have to move on without Patrick. With all our love, if I see him pop up again, and at the minute he's at 5 out of 10, we will bring him back in. But as it is right now, we'll continue. So, firstly, a huge thank you for your participation today. Again, I'm just echoing the fact that I personally think that it's super important as business and organisation leaders that we connect and collaborate where possible. So I'm super happy. Again, I'll echo this, that we are like-minded enough up here to even be able to sit around this virtual table and discuss this topic. So let's take this buzzword, collaboration. I mean, it's almost like a trend right now, right? Collaboration is key to success for Black entrepreneurs. And when we talk about teamwork and collaboration and the fact that there's not enough of it, I'm going to ask you the same old question. It's a no-brainer question. What does it mean to you? And I'm going to start off with you, Sibu.
Hey, yeah, I mean, collaboration is my passion. Being one of the first exhibitors for Black Wall Street London, I realized that, especially during the pandemic, and of course, it started just before the pandemic, did it? Or was it when we didn't have so many restrictions? But from that, I realized that we really need to come together in partnership instead of us looking at each other as competition. Because sometimes you find that when you are used to 9 to 5, you have that mentality that the next person is your competition. Because if you're going to go to that next role or that next post, that person is the one that you're going to be competing with. So that mentality sort of like will trickle down when we come to do our businesses, of which I realized that, especially when I took my business seriously, that we actually need to realize that we are stronger together. And through that, it's like we always learn something. Hence, for me personally, it's like I would rather be the dumbest person in the room or the least qualified in the room so that I can learn from other people. And once I get that mindset that I know this person that is sitting next to me has got something that I can sort of like get from, I can actually, squeeze something from this person. Through that, I have learned so much. And for me, I believe and strongly think that the pandemic, for me as a person, was the best thing that ever happened, in terms of me realizing that, I may be at home, but I need the next person. I can't exist as an island. And my business actually, the foundations were actually built stronger during the pandemic. And when we got to actually sit down from the hustle and bustle of life, we realize that, it is important. The next person is important, and the next person is my partner. The next person, I can get something from them. Especially for me, it's women. I'm passionate about women's well-being, and I'm passionate about the fact that we need each other. We look at each other as competition, but we so need each other spiritually, emotionally, and physically, because when we sit back and take away everything else, we're actually going through the same things. And if you realize that, whatever I'm going through, that person is going through as well, then they are your sister, they are your queen. You need them, because you have to walk through that walk together. And once you do, it becomes much easier. And we become better, we become happier people, we become less moody, less clack, like we like those kind of people, like happy people, because we realize that we're not different, because we're always afraid of people or things that we are not familiar with, things that are different from us. But once we realize, like, oh my goodness, Tash is just the same as me. She wants me to succeed. She wants me to be healthy. She wants me to be a better version of myself. Then my guard is down. She's no longer an enemy. She's my queen. She's my sister. We need to collaborate, because that way we will succeed. Together we're stronger. We can't exist as an island. No, we can't. So that's what collaboration means to me.
Wow, I feel the passion. I feel the passion. You almost make me want to cry, and I tell you why, because we're on the same page, my queen. And we're on the same page. It's so interesting that you talk about. Sorry, let me just cut you 1 second there. Patrick has dropped off the connection. He can't get in. Patrick, don't worry, darling. It's live, so this stuff happened. We've had a couple of other guests who can't get in. I've dropped off again, once already today. So it is what it is. If you can get in, fine. If not, don't worry. Also, Sophie just dropped out, and for some reason her connection is popping in and out as well. So we're going to see how we go. But meanwhile, we're going to continue on with Sibu and I. Sibu, some powerful words that you just said, and it's so important because you touched on my next question really, and that is that in our quest for achievement and success, it appears that we've begun to see each other not as potential partners but as competitors, and you're talking about when you have your guard up or down, so it's interesting. It's so interesting to me. Can you elaborate a little bit on that, on where we why we seem to feel that people are potential competitors as opposed to collaboration partners?
For me personally, I think we're conditioned to be like that. We conditioned to feel and think and believe that the next person is a threat. That is survival of the fittest. Because if you don't if you don't destroy, of course, it sounds like a strong word, but then that's what it is really. If you don't sabotage the next person, if you don't destroy that next person, they're taking your sport, not realizing that there is enough to go around. And that starts with us re-educating the mind, realizing that there is enough for everybody. And now that we are realizing that there is enough for everybody, we can now understand that we can all eat at the table. There is room at the table for each and every one of us, because why? We're all bringing in different things. We're all, the menu, like in the morning, we're talking about 6-course meal. At the end of the day, it's different people that have got different gifts that are bringing all those menus. Just even if you can bring the same pudding or the same salad, you will realize that there is something special about you. There is only one touch. No matter how much I can mimic you, no matter how much I can try to be you, you are so unique and so special, and you've got something to offer that I can't offer. I've got something to offer that you can't offer. Patrick's got something to offer that the next person can't offer, because there's that vavavru that you have that somebody is attracted to. That's why you find people just loving people, liking people for no reason, because there's that special uniqueness. And in the same vein, that's why you find people hating on people for no reason. And you ask them, why do you like them? Why do you hate them? I just like them. I just hate them because there's no reason. But now when it comes to business, I've realized that we need collaboration more than ever, because we can always learn from something. There is nothing wrong with copying a cat as long as you're copying the right cat, because once you get that, you can modify it. And no matter, even if it's a duplication, it's different. It's not the same copy. It will always have that uniqueness. So you shouldn't be shy from learning from the next person, or for actually giving, because when you give, your hands become open, and when they're open, they're ready to receive more. They're ready to receive more. But if you've got that little information, that little knowledge, and you're holding on to it, that's all you will ever have, because you're not open to giving up and receiving, and giving out and receiving. And once we know that, we are formidable. We were unstoppable. We're like felt fire, and nobody can stop us. But we need that realization. We need that understanding that no, you can't say I hate people. You can't say I would rather do it by myself. You can't say I hate collaborating. Yes, sometimes you might get hurt, but at the end of the day, if you have that mindset that people actually are there and they wish you good, There is somebody out there at the corner looking at you, rooting for you, wanting you to succeed. And they might never tell you, and you might never know, but they want you to succeed. Not everyone wants to see you fail. Not everyone wants to see you sabotage. And once we know that, that should actually propel us to become a better version of ourselves. To be like, I'm going to get up because somebody's waiting to see me succeed. They were waiting for my story.
This is interesting points of view. Absolutely interesting. Let me see. I've got, again, Patrick and Sophie. They're trying hard to get in, Sibu. We got to try again.
I'm monopolizing.
I know. I don't mean to mess with the flow, but Sophie. No,
Can you hear
it's
me?
just a no-go.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you, darling. I can't see you, but I can hear you.
Okay, hold on a moment.
I've got an orange screen. Maybe you need to flip it.
Ah, there we go. No. Can you see me now?
We can hear you, though.
Yeah, absolutely. There you go. Yes. Welcome back, Queen.
Hi.
So we just hit two topics of conversation in regards to the no-brainer question was, what does collaboration mean to you? And also in our quest of achievement in success, you know, we seem to see each other as potential competition as opposed to potential collaboration partners. Can you just hit on that for a little bit?
Yeah. So in regards to competition, so I'm Jamaican, and my mum used to always say crab in a bucket lifestyle. So she would always say that like as a group of Black people, we'd all come together, we'd all have a great idea, and instead of someone saying, okay, you know more about this than me, or you
It's gone. Can you hear me? Oh, I can't.
Can you hear me?
Now I can, yeah.
Right, okay. What I was saying is I'm just going to leave Sophie and Patrick out of it, because it's not fair to any of us for them to keep jumping in and out, and also not fair to them because they're not getting a very good showcase. So if it's okay with you, Sibo, we're just going to move on and just have bump of heads of topics of conversation around this collaboration and what it is in business. Let's move on to question number 3, or kind of phrase number 3, in that we must be honest in assessing the areas in which we are not gifted. And you touched on this. So it's okay for us to put our hands up and say, you know what, I'm not so good at this as what the other person is, or vice versa. And then taking that into consideration, isn't that where collaboration should come in? Because before you answer, I know I'm an advocate for thinking up here that I can do everything. And by doing that, I often, hands up, I often fall short, you know, by not passing that buck, by not thinking of collaboration first, you know, so I sell myself short. What do you think?
Well, you know what? I think personally, it's the woman in us. It's the woman in us, because as a woman, being considered the fairer sex, we always have to fight to prove ourselves. We always have to do more than what is required to show that we deserve the seats at the table. So that then naturally comes in and transcends in everything that we do. Hence, that's why women, we go to work, you know, we look after the house, we do businesses, and we actually, when you realize the Black woman as well, they are one of the most intelligent species really in the world. When you look at the statistics, and when you look at also those Black women as well, they are mothers, they are homemakers, they've got businesses and all that. So through that, and us just, you know, being raised to actually do it all, It's so hard to actually, let's say you got a business, your business is thriving and you've got enough for you to actually get somebody to clean your house for you, because you feel it's a reflection on you to be like, you're failing. Why can't you manage your home, manage your business, manage your family? Why can't you do it all? So then you are not worthy. So that comes from that. So we need to get to that point where we understand that, you know what, unless it actually needs me, if it's me that has to do this, I can actually delegate to the next person without feeling any shame and being unapologetic about it. And look at it this way, you're actually helping the next person, whether to gain experience or whether to actually put their foot in the door in terms of showcasing what they can do. And again, you're actually creating relationships. Because when we look at, I'm going to go quickly digress a little bit. When we look at relationship goals, first, we always look at them as romantically, but relationship goals are business goals. When we look at relationship goals, for me, I look at them as business relations. So what am I going to do in order to make sure that I've got the best business relationships? And that comes with me being able to be vulnerable. Because when you're in a relationship, you're vulnerable. You're actually giving your all. You're allowing the person to see all your flaws, everything, and without you being ashamed of it. So in the same vein, when you're looking at a relationship, why can't you be vulnerable? Why can't you be yourself, love yourself, your growth, everything, as you are becoming a better version of yourself? Collaboration is like a business relationship. So what is your goal? Your goal is to be yourself because you want to be accepted and loved as yourself. And then if you're loved and accepted as yourself in a business relationship, then it means that you're offering the best that you can, even when you are still learning the process. And once we get to that, once we get to learn that, we will find that it becomes easier for us to grow, because we don't need to hide behind a facade that because I've got Sibu's drink to shrink, everything must be perfect. No, when I'm starting, I might not even have labels. I might not even understand truly how the products work. I may not even know how to market my business. But should that stop me from starting? No, I can start and learn on the go. Look at other people that have done it and actually reach out without being ashamed.
This is really important topic, and this is why it's super important for me to try and get Patrick of Conbella in here. All right.
Let's try again.
Because he's made another attempt, and I tell you why. Because what you just touched on, he is the bridge, the gap. Patrick. Hi, we can see you.
Hey.
Speak to us. How
Lovely.
you doing? Oh,
Well,
you sound.
I'm thankful. I hope I'm all right, and everyone can hear me.
Yeah, it's a bit choppy, but go on. Give us. Give us your take.
Sorry, just cut off then, Natasha. Give us.
Yeah, give us your insight.
At the moment.
Not working. It's just not working.
How about if he moves around the building?
Stick my hand up like an antenna. That might work.
It might
work. Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you right now. Yeah.
Oh,
right. Lovely.
No.
Look, there are a lot of amazing. Have you lost me? Have you still gone? Oh, I'm still okay. Lovely. Okay. Well, look, there are a lot of amazing drink product from what I'm hearing. A lot of people talking and there are a lot of amazing products, but as business businesses that have entered this arena into the food and drink business, because we major retailers on major brands and created major packaging design and you know, known ranges out there for the likes of Sainsbury's and people like that. With that in mind, I think we bring a lot of experience for a start, and this is where a lot of the black businesses are. They need to be elevated and brought up to that schedule. An amazing amount of food brands out there that need to be careful, because thinking it's a great brand, and I'll sell it on Instagram, I'll sell it on Facebook as my wonderful source, also accredited. You might have flakes to where you're cooking your sauce, and if that's contamination that gets into that food, someone dies from a nut allergy, responsible as a company, and you will be closed. So there's all these implications from sal, there's all these implications of nutrition labels, there's a lot out there, there's packaging legislation, it's more about the packaging. Are you putting on the right legal requirements? We're very astute on packaging standards, and the European packaging standards help create packaging brand guidelines as well. So it's really important people and well having a wonderful there. If something goes wrong, liable, because you have a product does not come to the UK packaging standards, because there's a lot of must-haves. And then you've got the issue, and I think some of them early on, the ladies touched on this earlier on, and that wonderful lady who had the drinks, something like that. She's got it right, you know. If you look at her drinks brand, she's got thing. She's got a legal route on the pack. Most importantly, she said something which is really valuable. When we have an amazing product, we don't market it in the right way. We tend to just slap a label on it and think everyone's just want our brothers and sisters to buy it. But my view is, if you've got an amazing product, build your business up, sell it to everyone, and the only way to sell it and to the general public is to make pricing and inviting. So that business, we're only going to grow, as some of the young ladies if we open our businesses producing products or services to the general public, because we're bringing in, after all, how long has it been since we have all been buying products from other companies, from non-black owned companies? Black owned company that sells toiletries or manufactures it, no black owned company that manufactures kitchen towels or anything like. So we're limited. There's 6 right now. A lot of shea butter and everything else. They're buying their, not a black owned company, a wholesaler that buys it in from China. So here's the thing: you're bringing that money black business, but consider opening up your business to all and bring money. God knows how long. So, open up your business, grow your business to a multicultural society. Because if you limit it only to own black people, well, you're never going to have a successful company, because there's only a certain amount of black people buy your products. And every successful brand, black brand, Levi, for example, has a multicultural society. You go down the aisle and you look at reggae sauce, and you see multi sauces and jerk sauces. Half of them are not owned. And this is why I know we joined Combella, the businesses joined certified businesses, because this is important for us. And how many are doing this to we keep talking about accreditation and so the consumer has first sight product knowledge. Consumer will never know if you've got first sight product knowledge that your brand is a blown brand if they don't search company's house for a start. A lot of people starting up their businesses are not even ready. So we have to start taking business serious and learn good business acumen to help our businesses grow, and that is starting to register your business, to make it a bona fide business. Don't just think of selling it on Instagram or Facebook. Look at the global business. You might have an amazing product that everyone wants to buy. Are you limiting that? Are you only limiting yourself to a certain area of the market? And with in mind, will you ever be successful? So we have to look at things like with collaborations and everything else like that. People talk about collaborations. The problem is that, it boils down to one thing: money. Okay, collaborations is all great until the person or the collaborators that are with realizing that the greed takes over. So have that one goal, that mutual benefit, that together grow and build each other up. Work in or partnership, and the others are not. Person is going to feel a little bit.
I don't know if anybody else is getting me or if that was you are. Okay, so listen, I'm sorry. None of the viewers were getting any of that. I tried, probably as a detriment to the platform, and I apologize to you queens as well. Pat, again, you just keep dropping out. I'm so sorry. I got a little bit of that, and I hope that everybody else got a true benefit of what you were saying, but it was very hard because you basically sounded a bit robotic. Again, it's just how it is. We are live. Sophie Black-owned Birmingham said, I can't hear you, but can you hear me? Say something, Soph. Nope, Sophie as well. I don't think it's just not happening.
Sophie, can you hear us?
No. No, okay, we got to just knock this on the head. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to apologize again to the viewers who have stuck with us. I think we've lost a couple of people due to the tech issue. Sibu, my apologies again, but let me just do this because I think it warrants this. Sophie Marie from Black-owned Birmingham, she was kind enough to come and share an insight with us in regards to collaboration and business around collaboration. Unfortunately, our tech issues are not allowing us to go ahead with this panel. So I just want to shine a light on Sophie Marie of Black-owned Birmingham. Black-owned Birmingham are a business directory of Black-owned businesses in Birmingham. They're Birmingham's first ever Black-owned business directory, and you can list on their site for free. And they are all about supporting the Black Pound and businesses around that. I'm going to give them another shout out towards the end of this panel, but I just don't think it's fair that we keep trying to bring them in and out. It's just not fair to them. And then again, Patrick Wright, you just heard a little bit about what he was saying, or we hope that you did, but he is the CEO of Combella Creative Solutions and Partners, and they are all about branding, packaging, design and packaging production. So you could kind of hear that he was touching on that. And Combella is a unique creative solutions company in that they can help you with an entire brand journey from concept to product, and their core message is centered around sustainability. So again, and we will put their information in the chat and try and big them up a little bit later. At this minute, Sibu, I think it's just you and I, my darling.
Yeah, but that was very important. I mean, I found that very, very helpful because, if I may just add on to that, when it comes to us as business owners, we really don't see ourselves like scaling up our businesses, because most people, when they're starting their businesses, you're just looking at, or you're supplementing your income, or you're just looking at making a couple of £100 extra in, per month or per week. But then I strongly feel like we just need that information, more of it, like what Patrick said, that we need to have an in-depth understanding and actually go out of our way. And as a Black people, it's so important. We know that, okay, when we are, growing up, you're told you go to school, go to uni, get a good job, and make sure that you get promoted. Very few of us, myself, I don't come from an entrepreneur background, meaning that everything that I'm actually doing, I have to actually go, you're just going in the mud, you're just going there, and you're just making sure you're grabbing as much as you can in terms of information and actually understanding what it is to own a business. So we sort of like come a long way, but that can also be compressed by what we're talking about, collaboration and opening ourselves up to learning, because we might have platforms like this, but very few people might feel like it's something for them, because probably they've got a 9-to-5 job. But there's nothing wrong with having a 9-to-5 job and also on the side working on your dream. Remember in the morning when we're talking about the Tulsa massacre, that gentleman would go to work and come and do his business in the night. And it was fully fledged successful, because we have to get to a point where we are not comfortable by just having that is enough for me to feed my family. We have to think about the bigger picture, which is creating a legacy, not only for our families, but for the Black community, for us as a people, to realize that if we could see those people doing all those things in the 1920s, we can do it now. But who lied to us? That's the thing. Somewhere along the line, wires got crossed, and we got to a point where we feel like, as long as I can feed my family, that is enough. But we have to have that hunger to learn. And what Patrick was saying is so important. It's like, you're doing this thing, and why can't you think of yourself actually producing, mass production to provide, to supplying to Sainsbury's, to supplying to Costco, whoever. It's because there isn't that knowledge. And even if I don't have that knowledge, am I seeking for that knowledge? And most of the times we don't. We just want to, just be in our cocoon and be like, no, it's okay. I don't want to bother the next person. I don't want people to see that I'm too ambitious. I'm being greedy. No, we're not. We need to break the chains. Yeah.
Definitely what you said is that entrepreneurial mindset, whereby when you think about it, let's just take into context what we have been talking about today. So Black Wall Street, and how we spoke about earlier on this morning, how for 50 years plus it was hidden by government, by all organizations, by the hidden fact what happened. And so that is a break in entrepreneurial spirit. And when we're talking about trying to bridge that gap, it's not that we don't have it in us, it's just that history, how is history fed down to us? Well, it's recorded. If it's not recorded, then we don't really know. It's either word of mouth from our ancestors, from our mothers, from our grandmothers, or whatever, or it's recorded. So when we've lost that, or when that's been taken away, I can understand whereby there's a huge gap that's missing. There's a huge gap. So it is that the struggle is hard. The struggle is hard. So it's not that, it's like reprogramming, really, just reprogramming that spirit, so to speak. I'm loving this topic of conversation. I'm going to switch it around a little bit. We had the same question on the first panel this morning, and I think it's such an important topic that I wanted to kind of bring it back. And that is about, how do you feel about the pros and cons of collaborating outside of your culture, outside of our culture. Let me just put this into context, because there has been culture war, inner culture wars, let's say, and everybody's prejudiced in one way or another. You know, we've had it between Africans and Jamaicans. We've had it between light-skinned people and dark-skinned people. Let's keep it real, Sibs, yeah? Light-skinned people, dark-skinned people. Yeah, true, it's true, you know, and it's still that way of, we are not recognizing, but it's a way to conquer, divide, and then control, you know?
Of course, you just hit the nail on the head. Exactly. Like, it goes back to you are taught to be weary of the next person. Me as an African person, I'm being taught to be weary of you, because you have this preconceived idea that we sold you out. So I grow up knowing that you don't like me because I'm a sellout. I sold my sister out. Therefore, I've got that guilty thing that, you know, oh my God, you don't like me already. You don't like me already because I sold you out. And then I don't think about, what if we build a bridge and we realize the common denominator. At the end of the day, we notice and realize that we've got so much in common, because no matter where you're born, no matter where you are, your person would never change. That's why you realize it's in your DNA. You look at a 2-year-old, they would do habits that you never taught them. But when you think about it, you realize somebody out there back home used to do that, because it's in our DNA. We've got the same DNA. We are queens, we are kings, and we already established kingdoms way back when. Despite geographical location, we did invent a lot of things without even being, whether we were moved or whether we stayed. There is so much that we have in common, and there is no need to actually be afraid of each other, because we are the same. And once we realize that, which is hidden, that together we're stronger. That's why even when I advertise my business, and usually somebody will be like, I want to buy this package. And then the next thing, they can't afford it. And I'm saying, here, I'm offering you a solution. You can actually do this and get these things at wholesale. They'll be like, no, I can't. No, I don't think it's for me. I don't have the time. This and that. And, you know, already they were closed off.
Yeah.
So we have to do a lot of work. Because for our children to survive, for our children to be better than us, we need to do better. And if we continue with this narrative without us rewriting it, we're in trouble. We are in trouble. So we need to rewrite the narrative. And I pray that each and every day, when we're looking around us, we realize that actually we need each other. And we are so similar, because the only thing that brings people together is a common denominator.
Yeah.
So when you next meet a stranger, regardless of color, creed, or whatever, look for the common denominator. Once you find that common denominator, run with it like a crazy fool, and it will take you to places that you never imagined you do. It will open doors that no man can shut. But somebody out there knows that once our eyes are opened and we see that common denominator and realize that we are in formidable spirit, then that's it.
Love it. Loving your insights, Sibou. And this, forget, Black Wall Street platform. I'm talking about just having these open table conversations in front or behind of camera. It's what is setting trends, it's what is putting these trends aside and actually setting mega trends. I don't know if everybody out there knows what a mega trend is. It's huge, and I feel that this is where we are going right now, which is why we are being suppressed. I think Black business and culture is a mega trend, and people are afraid of it. But look, let's go to Patrick has already said he's sorry for the bad connection, peeps. That's cool, Patrick, you don't have to apologize. But he's also saying, absolutely, Sibu, we have to create a legacy. He's blowing up the floor because he can't get in on the studio. So he's saying, would be more than happy to help businesses to envisage the bigger picture for your brand and product to enter the bigger market. Absolutely, Patrick. As many of you may know, Patrick is actually a sponsor of Black Wall Street London and Cornucopia Emporium, my other side, so to speak. And he helps you to level up. And then he's continuing. He says collaboration with other culture businesses is a vital part of our growth, as we can not only collaborate with Black businesses, as we do not have the resources or infrastructure with supply and demand across the board. But here's this question, right, Sibs, in relation to what Patrick has just said. Is it that we need to concentrate on, and this is with no disrespect, is it that we need to concentrate on us to build that resource pool, to build that infrastructure pool? Because when you look at, again, we can only go by examples that we're shining a light on today. So when you look at the story of Black Wall Street and how the Black community were forced to build their own resources and infrastructure. Why? Because they simply were not allowed to integrate with the white community. So they were forced to build their own infrastructure. They were forced to build their own resources. And off the back of that, they were super successful. And then only when the white community realized that they had so much to offer in riches did they begin to let them integrate once more. You know, the segregation stopped and you could integrate culture to culture. And that is when Black business and culture, after the regrowth, crashed again. So is it that we should be, and I'm a, advocate for promoting outside of our culture as well, but it's a question that I'm asking, is this something that we should be doing? Or in your point of view, is it something that, hell no, we should actually be concentrating, and as hard as it is, trying to build up resources and the infrastructure within our own community? Because if we don't, when is it ever going to happen? What do you think?
Yeah, that's a very tricky one, because when you look at the whole staging, it's like we have, of course, the financial resources to be able to purchase. We always are like the end user. And for us to actually succeed, we need to actually be in that position where we are actually producing. And so in terms of, collaborating and all that, it's like, how far do you collaborate? Because at the end of the day, it's like, how much are they willing, the other ones, to let us in? And we have that reliance, because remember, we have to re-educate and reprogram the mind. You get to a point whereby we've got so much reliance that we think the other person is able to do it for us. So for me, I feel like it will make us a little bit lax in terms of relaxed, like, okay, they will produce this for us, they'll produce this for us, they can provide this for us. I do understand that when it comes to scaling up, there is a lot of information that the other people have that we don't have, and that is a fact. But the truth of the matter is, how many of us are already at that level where they need those other people to actually get to where they want to be? And for me personally, we can still do it together, because everything that we need as a Black people currently we have. Unless you're talking about investing in building, building these massive buildings, cooperative buildings where you can rent out to people. Yes, maybe, because we don't know how, few of us know how. But when we talk about us starting having that entrepreneurship mindset, us actually working together to realize that, okay, if I need this, if I need to do this, I don't actually need to go to Mr. Smith, or I can actually go to this, my sister, my brother. I don't feel it's the right time right now, because there is already so much mistrust. We can learn from them, of course, but then in terms of us growing, we need to actually put on our big girl panties on and get our hands dirty ourselves, because we've relied so much in the handouts in such a way that we've become redundant. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry, because this, again, it's points of view, and I love your point of view, and it's why I asked the question. You know, when I think about when it's highlighted, when we go again back to the Black Wall Street story and how after the massacre, you know, instead of, okay, we've got no buildings, these guys literally rented a chair, a razor, and he continued his barbershop business from the side of the road. You know, you had the lawyer who basically was working out of a tent. So I understand what you're saying, and I understand that, you know, you don't even have to be sorry. It's interesting topics of conversation, and that's all we're doing here. We're just throwing things out there in an open table discussion. So I appreciate your point of view and your honesty, Sibu. Listen, we've got Sophie, like Patrick, I'm not laughing at you, Sophie. I know you're here. Hi guys, Sophie here from Black Owned Birmingham. Unfortunately, every time I go to talk, it freezes and restarts my device. Tried on my Mac and 2 different iPhones, unsure why. So it's just the way it is. I apologize from my side too, but as you say, we know you are here listening and in spirit. Okay, so the spirit of collaboration is still here. When we're meant to bump heads again, we will. Goes the same to Patrick. So I appreciate you putting that in the chat. Sibu, I think pretty much, you know, we've come to the end of our time. But let's just real quick. Mummy T says, use it till we don't need it anymore. That's a good way of looking at it. Again, listen, the thing is, we can't be afraid to just voice our opinions. And, you know, it's always the whispers. And we don't need to be whispering. We can literally sit here and voice what we want to say. This is a celebratory platform. And there's not one right or wrong point of view.
To answer that question before we go away, says we presently do not own or manufacture raw materials, and that's where collaboration needs to come in. We've got brothers and sisters in Africa that have got Black-owned businesses, and we are here, and they've got the raw materials, and it's time to actually bridge that gap and do businesses with those people so that they are able to actually leverage as well and scale up, whereby they are exporting to us and we are importing to them. Because all this raw material we're talking about, where is it coming from? It's coming from the motherland. It's coming, coffee comes from the motherland. All these things, you know, I mean, we can begin to mention all of them. When you think about it, it's all coming from the motherland. And there are Black businesses in the motherland that are also struggling because they cannot scale up and they do not have collaborations with us here, so that we could be like, okay, provide us with this. And then we'll be able to actually sell it from this. And there's mango. Look at how much this dried mango is so expensive. Every African tree every home, poor or rich in Zimbabwe, has got a mango tree. So you can understand how much of all these things we have. It's yours too, whether you're Caribbean, but because we don't know, we haven't been connected with our sisters and brothers, we feel like they have to provide it for us because they went there before us and took advantage of all that. Yes, we're not going to cry no more to say they owe us. When do we get to a point whereby it's like they don't owe us anymore? We're actually doing what we need to do.
Sibu, this has been an amazing conversation. It's turned around, you know, it ended up as just you and I. I'm happy to have your points of view. And just to finish us off, I just want to give you a quick minute to really talk about who you are, where you're coming from. You had a quick introduction, but just give us a little bit of an insight into Sibu's Drink to Shrink. It's a #1 formula, please, just before we let you go.
Okay, so our flagship project is Drink to Shrink, which is like organic, made up of hand-picked herbs where it's all blended. And we've got about 9 of them come from pemmican leaves, from thistle, from chamomile. So they are all blended to actually gently cleanse your skin, purify it, remove all skunk, all junk. Because when we look at it, most women, let's face it, they suffer from IBS, they suffer from bloating, some are not even regular. Our product will gently give you that opportunity to actually remove all skunk. And some people feel like 20 pounds, you know, like they're carrying 20 pounds, but with this product, that's what it will do. It will begin to actually purify your skin, remove toxins from all the daily food that we eat. It will clear your skin, it will make you feel energized. And I always say to people that once you feel energized, then you are able to do the activities. So I then come in terms of also helping people, you know, tone up and all that. And we also got like things like drops that actually convert the fat in your body and turn that to energy, so that you actually begin to lose the weight faster. And that comes obviously with a diet plan, because you are also what you eat. So that diet plan is not, it's 1,200 calories, and it actually would give you suggestions of what you eat. You don't totally change your day-to-day food, because you get a list of food items, and from there, from the list of food items, then you can see that, okay, if I take this and I take that, this would actually be enough for the day. And through that process of all like weight loss coffee, it jumpstarts your journey. It helps you actually get started, and once you get started, then you can even do other activities, and you actually become a better version of yourself. You become healthier, less moody, and more active. And that's what we want to do. We want to, you sleep better as well, because I just got a testimony from somebody that saying that they used to struggle sleeping, but with the O2 drops now they can actually sleep a good 7-8 hours without any disturbance in terms of waking up. So in a nutshell, these are the flagship products, but we do have others like weight loss coffee. And I also offer this business to other people to show you how to make 100 pounds a day from the comfort of your home using a 3-step formula, part-time or full-time, from the comfort of your phone. As long as you've got internet, you're good to go. So in a nutshell, that's what it is, Tash. You there,
Excellent.
Queen? Yeah.
I know all about it, but yeah, I just wanted you to spread brand awareness, some love, some business knowledge. Love your points of view. This has been excellent for me, barring the fact that we couldn't have the panel of guests that we envisaged. But thank you so much for stepping in. You've made this segment work.
Thank you for having me.
No, and I look forward to seeing you exhibit at our upcoming. Let me see if I've quickly got something for.
I'm excited about that. We haven't seen each other for a while.
Yeah, no, Sibs, I don't even think I've got your exhibit flyer, but that's okay. Sibs will
That's
be joining.
okay.
Yeah, at our next event on the 3rd of July, Saturday the 3rd of July at Conway Hall. You can go to the website, Black Wall Street London, and you can pick up more information. But right now, let's finish off with Queen Sibu, Drink to Shrink, and you can catch her products, www.slimwithsibu.squarespace.com. Again, www.slimwithsibu.squarespace.com. Thank you, Queen. You've been everything, and it's a pleasure to have you on.
Thank you. Take care.
So, my fine ladies and gentlemen, I just want to quickly remove Sibu's captions right now. She's been amazing. She literally, like I said, she helped me to make this platform work, because we've been having tech issues. So that was supposed to be a guest panel. It ended up as just me and Sibu of Drink to Shrink. But let me just shine a light. We had Sophie Marie of Black Owned Birmingham, which is a business directory of Black owned businesses in Birmingham. I've got to keep saying this. Birmingham's first ever Black owned business directory, and you can go onto their site. You can list on their site for free, and Sophie is all about supporting the Black pound. Let me see if I've got Sophie here real quick. There you go. You can go to Black Owned Birmingham at www.blackownedbirmingham.org. That's www.blackownedbirmingham.org. Sophie, excuse me, thank you so much for trying to participate. No blame, it happens, we're live. Could have been your end, could have been my end, because my end's been playing up like a mofo, excuse my good French. So I would just want to shine a light on you real quick. Thank you, Sophie. We also had Patrick Wright, CEO of Combella Creative Solutions and Partners. Let me see if we've got some spiel on Patrick. Yep, there we go. There's his logo, and there we go. So Patrick Wright, CEO of Combella and Partners, as it says there. And again, he is all about, or Combella is all about branding, packaging, design, and packaging production. You can see the angles that he was coming from when he did get a minute to talk. And Combella is a unique creative solutions company in that you can help, or they can help, with your entire branding journey from concept to product. And again, I repeat, their core message is centered around sustainability. And I am proud to say that Combella actually sponsor both Black Wall Street London and my side hustle business, so to speak, Cornucopia Emporium. And they do great things with us, all of our banners, advertising, logos, our whole branding journey, basically. So I just want to give a big shout out to those guys. And we had a couple more who were supposed to make it but didn't actually get into the studio at all. So tech issues, gremlins all day today. But it's a day of celebration. So, you know, poo-poo happens and we just have to keep moving forward. But I just want to say thank you guys for making the effort. I really appreciate it. And I know that you're still in the chat. Yeah, and so people are just saying, thanks, Sibu, thanks, Sibu, thanks, Sibu. All positive affirmations. Again, we're all good. Okay, so what should we do now? We have been streaming for, I don't even know how long we've been streaming, 9 hours and 20 minutes. 9 hours and 20 minutes. We've had an amazing start to the day. We've had great guests on, great presentations. You know, we've been talking about collaboration being the key to our success, and for Black entrepreneurs, what does that mean? And then we've just been having live business to business droppings. So I don't know, I feel like I should be going for a break, but before I do, let me just say who we've got coming on the other side of the break. Where are we? We are 5:15. Oh, so we've got a little bit of music coming up, a little bit of music. In fact, I might even go straight to that because I feel that we need a little and I might put the kettle on. But we've got Soul First Music, and unfortunately they couldn't be here with us today. They are a permanent feature of Black Wall Street London. However, people got stuff going on, so they did give us a nice video rendition of a couple of songs. Well, I say a couple, 4 songs that I'm going to play in a minute because I feel that we need some music, and then that will bring us nicely into our super special guest. He goes by the name of Jason McLean, aka Too Badder. He'll be coming on at 5:45 if I remember rightly. And then what have we got after Too Badder? First of all, Too Badder, we will be, I mean, he is a conscious rap artist. So I'm super excited to be having a conversation with him around music and its manipulation and what it means to business as a, you know, as a whole, because a lot of you may not recognize, but music is the top influencer when it comes to all things cultural, not just business. So that's an interesting topic of conversation for me personally, because I'm coming from a performance background myself. I used to have a little sing song myself. Anyway, after Too Badder, we have Leona Wilkinson, Let's Get Uncomfortable. Universe knows I've been waiting for this segment, because today I said it's all about open table discussions, bumping heads, and Leona Wilkinson is the queen of that. She introduced her platform to this platform, the Let's Get Uncomfortable, where she addresses topics and issues that only the brave will be able to sit down and digest. So looking forward to that. And then at 7 o'clock, we have King Anthony of Ultravision TV. And then after that, we have the amazing Sound and Music Entertainment. I'm so happy to say that they will literally be seeing us out tonight. I've had a blast with them because they have introduced me to another plane, no pun intended, guys, of music, with their cheeky check-in flights. And it's been everything. They started us off on our very first journey of our 24-hour on live business events. I'm laughing because I'm thinking, where did the 24-hour idea come from? Well, it was my partner JD who decided that we were going to do 24 hours, and here I am. 5 events in, and they're going to be seeing us out nice and easy, just as they brought us in. So they are the Sound of Black Wall Street London, Sound of Music Entertainment, and they are DJs Nizzle and Dansum, aka, or the other way around, Nigel and Daniel. Anyway, I think it's time for a quick break. Let's go for a music break, shall we? Shall we? Shall we? And I think I will actually put the kettle on as well. There we go.
Hi,
Hi,
I'm Charlotte,
I'm Techi.
and we are Soul
Soul
First
First
Music. God is all that you need. I am the one, yes, I created the whole universe, greater than anything in heaven and in all the earth. It's my air you breathe, so I'm the one that you should please. I am the one you need, why should you be alone? I am that I am, I'm all that you need. I can, yes I can, no, it ain't too hard for me. Do you know, really know, do you really believe? Every day, every night of your life, I am. It hurts my heart indeed to see those whom I love in need. Knowing all, I wonder why they never call on me. If you just ask, then I can satisfy you with good things. I'll give you everything, yes, you can have it all. I tell the sun to rise, the wind to blow, the rain to fall. Then I move the mountains and the oceans, rivers great and small. It's everything I made, I want to hear them give me praise. Especially you, my children, each and every day. I am that I am, I'm all that you need. I can, yes I can, no, it ain't too hard for me. Do you know, really know, do you really believe? Every day and every night of your life, I am. I am and I am, I'm all that you need. I can, yes I can, no, it ain't too hard for me. Do you know, really know, do you really believe? Every day and every night of your life, I am. I am and I am, I'm all that you need. I can, yes I can, no, it ain't too hard for me. Do you know, really know, do you really believe? Every day, every night of your life, I am. I am and I am, I'm all that you need. I can, yes I can, no, it ain't too hard for me. No, no. Do you know, really know, do you really believe? Every day, every night of your life, I am. God bless you.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Have mercy, oh God. I
to your loving kindness and your tender mercies. Blot out my transgression. Have mercy, oh God, according to your loving kindness and your tender mercy. Blot out my transgressions. I acknowledge my transgressions, and my sin is ever before me. I was shapen in iniquity, and in sin I was conceived. Have mercy. Have mercy. Please purge me, oh God, and I shall be whiter than snow. Create in me a clean heart and renew a right spirit in me. Cast me not away from your presence. Please don't take your spirit from me. Restore the joy of salvation and uphold me with your spirit so free. Cast me not away from your presence. Please don't take your spirit from me. Restore your salvation and uphold me with your spirit so free. Have mercy. Please have mercy. Deliver me from shame, thou God of my salvation, and my lips will sing your praise. Hallelujah. Cast me not away from your presence. Please don't take your spirit. Restore the joy of salvation and uphold me. Cast me not away from your presence. Please don't take your spirit. Restore the joy of salvation and uphold me. Have mercy. Please have mercy on little on me. Now I'm delivered from sin, and I'm delivered from shame. Thank you, Lord. I will sing your praise. Hallelujah. I see us in the park, strolling the summer days of imaginings in my head and words from my heart, told only to the wind, felt without being said. I don't wanna bore you with my troubles, but there's something about your love that makes me weak and knocks me off my feet. Something about your love that makes me weak and knocks me off my feet. It knocks me off my feet. the stars under a lover's tree that's seen through the eyes of our minds. I reach out for the part of me that lives in you, that only our two hearts can find. I don't wanna bore you with my trouble, but there's something about your love that makes me weak and knocks me off my feet. Something about your love that makes me weak and knocks me off my feet. It knocks me off my feet. I don't wanna bore you with it. Oh, but I love you and love you and love you. I don't wanna bore you with it. Oh, but I love you and love you and love you. I don't wanna bore you with it, but I love you, love you, love you. I don't wanna bore, I don't wanna bore, I don't wanna bore you. No, 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 no. I don't wanna bore you with it. Oh, but I love you and love you and love you more and more. The love of God is greater far than tongue or pen could ever tell. It goes beyond the highest star and reaches to the lowest hell. The guilty pair bow down with care. God gave his son to win his erring child. He reconciled and pardoned from his sin. When hoary time shall pass away and earthly thrones and kingdoms fall, when he who refused to pray on rocks and hills and mountains cold, God's love so sure will still endure. Oh, measureless, measureless, and strong, redeeming grace to Adam's race, the saints and angels. So his love is more than words could say, but just imagine, could we with ink the ocean feel and where the skies of parchment made, where every stalk on earth a quill, and every man a scribe by trade to write the love strong, it shall forevermore endure. The saints and angels song.
Yes, absolutely amazing. That was Charlotte and Tochi of Soul First Music. Like I said before, they're a permanent feature of Black Wall Street London, whether they're here in the physical for their live performances or whether they just bless us with their performance in regards to a pre-recorded performance. They are absolutely amazing. I love them. Let me just quickly go to a quick plug for them, because the last song that they sung was called The Love of God, and it's out now, streamed on all major platforms, and I think I even have let me see, where can you get it from? Yeah, you can go to Charlotte and Tochi, Soul First Music, www.soulfirstmusic.com, or their Instagram handle is @soulfirstmusic. Yeah, right there. And you can pick up their good stuff, pick it up. They are so blessed with just music in general, and it's hitting a good topic of conversation, because later on we have another musician in the house live, who is going to be having an open table discussion about music and its influences, about its manipulation. Does it manipulate? Yeah, and we're doing this differently today. So let me take Charlotte and Toach off. There we go. Bear with me, guys. And let's get back to business. Okay, so good afternoon. Is it still afternoon? I believe so. Good afternoon. Let me know if you're still with me. And for those people who have been plugged in since the morning, thank you so much. For those of you already locked in, like I said, universal blessings. And to those of you who are just joining us for the evening session, my name is Tasha, founder of Black Wall Street London. And we are the Afrocentric exhibition, marketplace and business development hub. And today, still here, everybody's saying, great, thanks, Patrick. And today's online business event is a celebration of Black business and culture in remembrance of the 100-year anniversary of Black Wall Street. As we, Black Wall Street London, revert our focus back to our physical location events, now that we're allowed out to play, that is, as I said earlier on, I thought it fitting that our finale virtual event would go down a little differently. And that is basically a little less unscripted, so to speak. We're just going to have fun up in here today. And we have been content packed, even though we have had the gremlins and the demons trying to bring us down with the tech issues. We've been battling through it. And I get it, people. We've had some people who couldn't make it into the studio, into the building today. And also, our platform crashed a couple of times today. So even right now, we're running on empty. So let's see how we go. But it's been great. I personally have had a lot of fun. Like I said, we've been content packed. To kick us off this morning, we had an amazing presentation brought to us by none other than the New York Times. And I encourage you guys to check it out in your own time and at your own leisure. I'm going to put it in the chat one more time because, wow, this presentation was everything. And let me tell you about it. The New York Times, they spent money on this, okay? I've just put it in the chat. I'm going to put it up here. However, it's too long for you to even write it down. So check it out in the chat. Grab it from the chat. Let me put up some stuff for us because I always forget to do this. I keep forgetting, don't I? Who are we? We are Black Wall Street London. That's right. Yeah, let me, before I go on, let me also put my email up here. Any of you guys want to get in touch, for anybody who you've seen here today, if you want to connect some dots, if you want to collaborate and you can't reach out to that person, people, organization, business in person, get in touch, drop me an email. Good work is done behind the scenes when the cameras are off. Email Tasha at blackwallstreetlondon.com. It's that easy. Tasha at blackwallstreetlondon.com. Sorry, I was looking at Nigel and Dansom of Sound of Music. They sent me a private message. I was just reading what that was saying. Anyway, what were we saying? Back to us. So we opened up with this amazing presentation, care of the New York Times. Like I said, I would encourage you guys to go and check it out. And I'll tell you why, because it was a 3D model presentation that you scroll through and you get this feeling of walking through Greenwood, the Greenwood neighborhood, the business hub, the epicenter of Black business and culture in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And you go through their neighborhood, walk through the neighborhood basically, and you get to see all of the businesses that were up and running, all of the buildings that house these amazing businesses, entrepreneurs, organizations. There was everything there, A to Z. But you get to see all of the good stuff before all of this massacre and the negativity and the drama actually evolved. Because like we keep saying today, we're highlighting Black Wall Street London in its excellence. We're not talking about so much the massacre and the killings and blah, 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 blah. We're talking about the excellence of business entrepreneurship, the excellence of collaboration, okay? And how we can utilize that today in moving forward in keeping the spirit of Black Wall Street alive. How do we do that? By showcasing us lot, business after business. Anyway, moving on. I'm just giving you a rundown of what you've missed today if you've just jumped on board. Let me get back to the chat as well. Moving on, we then had live business-to-business guests. Started off, kicking us off was the amazing Shirley of OTC Beverages, who are new Black Wall Street London exhibitors, and you can catch them. Let's have a look if we've got anything about them, because we're just kind of killing time right now. Yes, they're going to be with us at the next event that we have, which is on the 3rd of July, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. This is going to be cray-cray, you guys. You need to be here. And they are OTC Beverages, new Black Wall Street London exhibitors, and you can catch them on their website, but you can also catch them at this event on Saturday, Black Pound Day, the 3rd of July, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. And that's at the amazing, iconic Grade 2 listed building, Conway Hall, 2 minutes away from Holborn Station. So that's who we kick the show off with as well. What else did we do? We had open table discussions. Our first one was at 10 to 11, and that was amazing. We had some really good business leaders and organization leaders, had a blast with them. A little bit later on, we're going to be touching base with Sound and Music Entertainment crew. That's Dansom and Nizzle and Dansom, DJs of Sound and Music Entertainment, the Sound of Black Wall Street London. They're going to be giving us a party up in here. And then a little bit, in about 5 minutes, still waiting for him to enter the building, but we've got the amazing Two Better, and we'll be bumping heads with him, James McLean. And we'll be talking, well, we'll be having a real table talk, a real talk conversation about music and its manipulation. We had a bout of our game show. We were supposed to have a couple of bouts, however, scheduling went to pop today, so we only managed to give in a couple of prizes. And guess who the prizes went to? Patrick of Combella. Yeah, so we played our game show, The Black Million, put a twist on it today. But I think my highlight for today was the mini Black Books webinar. We had that at 12:30 to 2 p.m. and that was with the amazing Mackinnon Sankofa, and where he introduced authors from his own platform, the Black Books webinar, and also they've just celebrated their first year, so it was celebrations all round, and he gave us an insight into his normally 3 or 4 hour Black Books webinar, but he compressed it into an hour and a half for us here. So we were just trying to lead by example in showing you how we collaborate, and we did that with Black Books webinar. Anyway, a little bit later on, 6 to 7 p.m, we got the Let's Get Uncomfy table. That's with Leona Wilkinson, and she introduces an open table discussion, Let's Get Uncomfy table, and she's highlighting the uncomfortable topics and issues that only the brave are ready to address. So that's at 6 to 7 p.m. So you guys need to fasten your seatbelts right now. We've just heard from Charlotte and Tochi of Soul First Music. And they are absolutely amazing. They gave us 4 tracks of pre-recorded niceness, spitting down bars. And that lends us real nice into our next guest. And I'm really excited about this. And I know that King is in the green room right now. We've got a couple of minutes before he gets on. So I'm going to just big him up just that little bit more. We're going to be talking about the influence of music. Now, this is an interesting topic and one that is super relevant and important. And I'll tell you why, because since the beginning of time, let me put the chat up in here. At the beginning of time, since the beginning of human civilization, music has been used as a device, let's say, to control social behavior. So it's been operated to promote solidarity within groups as much as hostility between competing groups. And so we ask, does music influence behavior? And this question seems to be a current question that is being asked over and over. It's a question of trend, let's say. But for me personally, it's simply another diversion. And let me tell you why. This is my personal opinion, because we already know the answer. And that's why music is globally recognized as the #1 influencer for trends and control of power. So we've got a minute before we introduce our guest. So let's look at the negatives. So aggressive music lyrics increase aggressive thoughts and feelings, which in turn may perpetrate behavior and have long-term effects such as influencing listeners' perception on society. So it's simple in a nutshell, music is a major influencer. Well, that being said, let's look at the positives. Music is magic in its strongest form. Let me just repeat that. Music is magic in its strongest form. With music, we soar. With music, we relax, we unwind, and we work. So music is essential refreshment that completes us. And with music, we dream without words and fly through time and space without even moving. So enjoying music is our cosmic right, our connection to self and our natural enthusiasm. So music is powerful. And as the late, great Bob Marley said, one good thing about music is when it hits, you feel no pain. And so after a quick presentation on the yin and yang, on my perception of music, and with the knowledge and a clear understanding that music is indeed an influencer, and also recognizing how it can be used as a tool or device to spread a message, how can we connect and bring this back to our celebration here today of Black Wall Street? Right, so it's simple. We are here today in celebration, and basically I want to introduce our next guest, and he is none other than the amazing writer, performer, and voice of the people, Jason McLean, aka Too Badder. Give me 1 second, I'm going to introduce him into the studio. King!
Greetings, sister.
Oh, wow. How are you?
I'm very, very well, sister. How are you? First of all, thank you for having me here. Thank you for having me today.
No, thank you for participating. It means everything to me. It really does mean everything to me. As I don't know whether you've had earlier on, but we've had topics of conversation, and music for me is a big one. You know, I've been waiting on this moment for some time because I've witnessed you navigate your way through, let's say, somewhat disheartening industry, of a somewhat disheartening industry, if you're not willing to play ball. Right. And your style of music has been described, tell me if I'm wrong, as reality conscious rap. What is that? Tell the people then.
Right, so my name is Too Badder, and yeah, I'm a rapper and business owner, but my style of rap is more, so it's been placed in a few categories: conscious, reality rap. So it's rebel rap as well, though. Really, it's the rebel spirit in me who will speak up on any issue that I feel needs speaking up on. So, and because I've been in the music industry for quite a long time now, so I've noticed where there are people who don't have a voice, who need somebody who could speak for them. And then I've noticed on the flip side of that, there's people who have a voice, who's silent as anything, can't hear nothing from them. So me personally, I've always tried to deliver a message in my music anyway. So it was just a fitting part of my character to just do what I feel natural.
Listen, that is everything in itself, but let's talk about music and its manipulation. So it's clear, rap music, I mean, it often gets dealt a bad card, but you yourself, you are testament to how we literally have choices in music, and how music can be used to manipulate on a positive or a negative. What's that all about?
Right, so I think we need to go down to grassroots for that. For that, first of all, a rapper is a poet. He's a poet of the street. So he's a voice of the street. So your average rapper is somebody who has got a grassroots level understanding of the street life. So there's a language that comes with that. There's a dress code. There's certain things that go with that. Now, as we all know, that's one representation of the street. There's plenty of other people who do not necessarily fit into that same category, but still can be classed as we're on grassroots level. So it's a voice first and foremost. And then Big Corps came in, saw how popular it was, and then decided to popularize it. So then when that happened now, they picked the parts they wanted to be popular. They're negative. The media controlled what bits they wanted to push forward. So all the conscious rappers, all the reality rappers were just left rapping in the community because Big Corps were paying for this slander and this profanity to get pushed a certain way. Because if you will notice, there will be 100 songs with the N-word in it. There won't be not one song with honky in it or redneck. That won't get through. Because the people controlling these networks are the same white in control media anyway. So that's the first point. It's a voice of the street. So then where I come into it now, I'm from the same environment as these guys, but it's the same as the guy that chose to go to university or the guy that chose to go on the road. You both came from the same area. It's a choice thing. So then when you come into choices now, upbringing, parenting, environment, there's a few factors that go into this before that person gets to the mic. When he gets to the mic now, usually it's a voice of pain we're hearing. So in my case now, you're hearing the pain of the losses that I had in the years building up to this George Floyd. So when my George Floyd freestyle, when I wrote those lyrics, it was coming from my point of view of pain. Obviously what we've just witnessed, so I was speaking for everyone else. So I encapsulated it into my way of expressing. So what I have noticed is it's more of a grassroots problem than what they say in the songs. It's how they're living, what's the environment, what's the resources, how do we change the options for them, what's their options right now. So I think once all those things are in a melting pot and then it gets on a mic, we're dealing with an angry, oppressed teenager, doesn't know how to express himself, abandonment issues. You put all of that into someone who's going to rap on the mic now, you're not going to get what comes from me, because what comes from me comes from a whole different life. So it's the voice of a street.
I love that. I love the fact that in a nutshell, you are the voice of the people. You just hit the nail on the head saying, although you're coming from your own personal life experiences, you're hitting on stuff, you're sending a message through music that everybody's thinking of. Everybody wants to voice, everybody wants to talk about. However, people don't have that tool or that platform to do so. I'm super excited for you to be here, because in talking about the manipulation of music, I'm not looking about the negatives, like you said, because there are 1,000, 1 million platforms that are doing that for us. All right. So my perception of music and its manipulation is what you're doing in a positive light. And let me just give people an insight how you have chosen to do this. You are also the founder of the Badder Trust, which is a non-profit organization, right?
Yeah, that's
Can you
right.
tell us a little bit about that? And did that evolve from the music, or did the music come first, or was it hand in hand? How did we get there?
Yeah, it's hand in hand. So we have to go back a bit for that. So I'm a trustee on a charity called the Fear Free Trust. So in 2012, we went to Ghana with the aims to build schools. So we bought a piece of land and we bucked up on some problems we didn't know of at the time. We was young, had some money in our pockets, and had a whole heap of energy. We didn't have the business ethic. We didn't know much about landscape. And so we came back kind of disheartened, but then kind of put boots to the ground and tried to develop something here. So then out of that birthed the workshops that we just kind of gave to my friend's son and my son and our little cousin. We showed them how to make beats and how to rap properly. So we started our own little workshops, and that kind of grew. I partnered with my business partner, Dexter Sims. So that's Muller Cake Clothing. Shout out to Muller Cake Clothing down in Fulton Heath.
Hey.
And so then Dexter was working with charities, and he saw the vision that I wanted to do as well. So then last year, when my George Floyd went viral, so when the music gave a little launch, it opened up the doors for me to do the other stuff that I'd kind of had on back burners, was half doing with no budget. Now we could kind of form a company, apply for budget, run the workshops properly now. Got funding from private investors as well as government showing interest. So it gave me the opportunity to kind of almost live out my dreams of the teaching aspect, but then through the music. But then I was teaching through my music anyway. So the two of them kind of just intertwined, and it just became this union of something that I was always inside of me. So the Badder Trust now I've partnered up with Forever Family and Guiding Hands and Dexter Sims. So now we've joined together to put on the School Patrol. So the Community School Patrol. As you know, there's been a lot of things in the media, kidnappings, knife crime, kids are running around like they're crazy. So it's been in the plan for a couple of years. And Forever Family have been doing their patrols out anyway. Farron Paul taken knife amnesty. So we've kind of put it in a melting pot now and said, look, we need to start positioning some bodies outside schools. Parents need to be feeling safe. Anybody who's along that kidnapping lines needs to see that there's presence here and we are standing for our kids. So that has birthed our Community School Patrol, which was launched a couple of weeks ago. So as soon as this half term's done, we started in the Croydon borough. So now we're raising funds to spread it borough to borough, city to city, so we can start policing our own ends. So that's the initiatives that's coming off the back of the Badder Trust, off the back of the music. So it's all intertwined in one big pot now, and it's all community based.
This is amazing. This is amazing stuff, because I'll tell you why, until you just turn page and look a little bit deeper, people's perception, Two Badder, rap artist, and that's it, done. That's why I really wanted to have you on here today as a special guest, just to give us a little insight into the thought process and where you're coming from, where you perceive yourself to be moving forward off of the manipulation of music. And like you said, you've been in the industry for more than a quick minute, you know, and you've risen to fame because of, in an unfortunate way, what's happening around us. You know,
exactly.
It's one way, but is beautiful in a different light. You know,
exactly. That's exactly how I describe lockdown. It's like it was unfortunate in one way, but then at the same time, it was such a beautiful thing. So many people went inside themselves and found that inner spirit, that inner talent, that inner desire that you've always wanted to do, but big corps has had you doing 9 to 5, so you couldn't. So lockdown has been a curse and a blessing for lots of people, but for me, it's been actually a big door, a wide door opener.
Yeah, absolutely. So is this right, or am I getting this twisted? But do you have a daughter who you also are releasing some material with?
Oh, yes. So that's my second daughter. My first daughter, my eldest daughter, She is currently training to be a barrister. So she's at the bar at the moment. She's got 1 more year left at the bar, and she's a fully qualified barrister. And then my second daughter, Teasy, she's the artist. She followed in dad's footsteps. But it's such a weird one. We always say she took her own path. We didn't sit down and do writing sessions. We didn't come together, and she took her own path and came to me when she felt that, Dad, listen to this. I think I'm ready. And yeah, when I say she is a force to be reckoned with.
But you know, that's a beautiful thing. So blessings to your firstborn, obviously, for her achievements. But when you're talking about it's just in the DNA. So she wasn't looking to ride on your coattail. She went off, she did her own thing, and she came to you to say, you know what?
She's building her own album now. Her album's nearly finished. I said to her, she shot 2 videos. I said to her, so when are we going to drop this video? Because I'm managing her as well. So I said, right, so let's set a date to drop the video. Her frame of mind is, I don't want to drop one until I've got 10 more behind.
Wicked. Something to back it up.
Right. She wants full backup, full. So yeah, her head's screwed on, and she knows exactly what she wants. So yeah, I'm very proud of her.
Listen, I'm so happy that you've been able to bless us with your presence. I know you are super busy, super busy. You've given us an insight into you, your organization, your charity. Is there any chance that you could just spit us a few bars?
Oh, 100%. I've got something just for you. So,
go ahead.
All right. They say knowledge is the path to enlightenment, but I still don't know if they're right enough. I see some clued up freedom fighters that ain't fought off the demons inside of them yet. I see some pure hearts that's willing to ride, but let vampires suck off their vibes. And I see people stand and unite, willing to fight for what they think was right. Badder, you gonna make it. Make what? After I ain't living in mansions with whips outside, people still ain't got. You must have thought that this was bars to riches, like I was interested in cars and trinkets. Let me chat to them. Lockdown 3, Tier 5, Episode 1, Scraggly You did it again. I left last year with him staring down the barrel of my lyric gun, and this year I'll do it again. Listen to me. I will blaze all year though, they don't know me good. Make sure you stay grounded. That's why I keep it hood. I burn the lyrical fire, I pour the lyrical petrol, and I stoke it all with this lyrical beech wood. I ain't gonna stop till my people them eat good. You can keep your vaccines, cause no one ain't sheeps. Look, there ain't no trust with my people and vaccines. If you know about Tuskegee, you know what that means. If you don't know, then you need to look that up. Tuskegee experiment is where they lost all the trust. Now it's one earth, yeah, we've all got to live on it, so finding some common ground is a must. But it's like someone who lies and cheats and steals and murders and still wants you to forgive them. And we've got the capacity to forgive, but first, you got to put your hands up, say sorry, admit that. Do not act like you never did that. In the courts, you don't show remorse. What do? They sting that. Same thing here. Let's have the proper conversation. Stop acting like things is really fair. You see, this year, I swear, there's no apologizing. See this black right here? There's no compromising. Not one time will I take the bass out my voice. Who don't like it, you can just stay frightened. You can't tell the Pied Piper how to blow his pipe. You can't pick for the devil's advocate which side. You can't tell me how to live my life. I tell you how I live my life. I really don't care who don't like it. What's white privilege? Let's be real. Storming the Capitol without getting killed. If that was a bunch of black souls, there would have been a bunch of black funerals, bunch of black mothers pulling on their clothes, a bunch of black people screaming out, this ain't fair. White people stormed the building and just walked out of there. So if we're going to talk, then let's talk proper. If not, allow me to continue this hip hop. The flow hot like red coal rocks and it won't stop. Last year was just a warm up. Now let's get it popping. I'm going to use hip hop to do things they didn't realize. Teach the younger generation, you ain't got to fear, guys. You the most powerful thing on planet Earth. Young black king, young black queen. Know your worth. Ah, bada bada.
Wow. Just wow. Just wow.
Blessings, sister.
Wow. Listen, thank you so much. And this is the thing. I wanted to show the two sides of you. The two sides of you. There's more than two sides. I feel it. But thank you so much. I'm just going to leave it on the wow, ooh, ah moment. Ladies and gents, this is too badder. Please, please, please. Let me just, you got me all twisted right now. I can't even think straight. Hold on a minute. Listen, go to www.thebaddertrust.org. You can read up on his charity organization. You can also go to his GoFundMe page because it's all about collaboration here today. We are shining a light on Black Pound Day. If there was ever a good reason to spend your black, blue, green, white, whatever color pound it is, go to this GoFundMe page. It's actually in the chat because this is too long to for you to all to be writing shit down. Excuse my good French. So just it's in the chat. Visit it if you can. Deposit. If you can't deposit, spread it out loud. Spread the word. Spread love. We're spreading brand awareness today. It's Black Pound Day. Tubada, you've been everything, King. Thank you so much.
Bless you so much, and thank you so much for having me on. Shout out to everybody who's locked on today, listening to this Black Pound, this Black sitting today. We're just blacking it off today, so I just love it. All right, sister, you take care.
Thank you, King. Big love.
Black Wall Street for London.
Bye. Oh my God. Okay, ladies and gents, that was Tubada. And he also has, apart from being a badass UK rap artist and influencer, he is the founder of a global charity called the Badder Trust. And listen, he told us all about it. The good thing is he came in here and he shed some light on who he is, where he's coming from, what music means to him, and the influences around that. So the topic of conversation was music and its manipulation. And this is one way to show you how music can manipulate in a positive light. So please, his charity is absolutely amazing. Because we didn't even touch on it too much, let me tell you about it. So the Badder Trust, and I know I've got Queen Leona sitting in the green room. The Badder Trust is a non-profit organization that improves lives for disadvantaged people by building schools, homes, and addressing the issues of the homeless. They have 3 programs. That's, excuse me, their community food bank, where they take donations from local businesses and use to fight hunger. They have a volunteer Sunday service where every Sunday they mobilize a team of volunteers to make a real difference. And then they have community connections. So their community, as they say, is full of people who want to help, like the yous and me's, and they work to basically help the people provide a service to the people who need them. So they're kind of like a connection of dots. So that's the baddertrust.org. Go check it out, and please use the GoFundMe page. It's Black Pound Day today. Okay, as not only that, but it was, look, hold on, let's quickly go to the floor, Leona, before she beats me, because we're on Black people time right now. Word, yeah, people on the floor, Badder. Yes, Mummy T says brat 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 boy. And again, Mummy's just saying Badder, 100, 100, 100. So we've got positive affirmations all over the floor. I apologize if I'm missing a lot of you out. It's those tech gremlins again. So I can only see part of the screen and what's going on here. But right now we are going to introduce, well, we're going to shake things up. Let's just say that it's time to shake things up with the Let's Get Uncomfy Table segment, 6 p.m. till 7 p.m. We're 5 minutes over. So Leona Wilkinson, she introduces an open table discussion, Let's Get Uncomfy Table, highlighting uncomfortable topics and issues that only the brave are ready to address. So click in your seatbelts, my fine ladies and gents. Let me just, sorry guys. All right, here we go. It's a clear runway for you, Queen. Oh,
hi.
Oh, stop it.
How you doing?
I'm good. You're just making me look bad. Look at you.
Thank you.
We spoke about this. Tone it down a little bit so we can be on par, yeah? You look great. You look great.
Thank you. And look, you don't even have to do anything to try and be anywhere near. But I attempted. You're going all natural. I thought no, natural, no. bit of foundation. How you been?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm really good. Today is a celebration. We've come a little bit differently. We've had a really good morning and afternoon segment, and then we had some tech gremlins, so it's been a little bit up and down. But we've got to start in our truth, speak our truth. But literally today we've been celebrating Black business and culture, and the 100th year anniversary of Black Wall Street. And I tell you what I've done today. You have been a big inspiration for me, because what I did, instead of just doing business after business after business with live B2B, business to business guests, I took a leaf out of your book and I opened up to open table discussions. So we've had a couple of panels of collective guests, and that was kind of feeding off of your segment. So again, apart from what you're doing, thank you, because you're inspiring. Do you know what I mean? Apart from what's going on this end, what is going on in your world? It's cray out there right now.
Yeah, and you know what? Today I think I wanted to talk about something that people approach but don't talk about enough. It's all related, and I want to talk about Black on Black crime.
Oh,
yeah, I just feel like this is something we don't acknowledge or talk about enough in a way that's productive or that's progressive. I suppose in one way I can put it is, when a lot of people use that, oh my God, Black on Black crime, I do also think to myself, well, you as a white person shouldn't then worry about being killed by us, because we're killing each other. We're not really killing anyone else. So that is always kind of my almost like, why are you worried about us? We're not killing you. We're killing our own. But that's still going, why are we killing our own? Why am I even using that? Why are we doing this to each other? And I just think, you know what, it's one of those things we always say to our kids or whatever, treat people the way you want to be treated, you know, go out to the world and show people what you want to be. And like, while we're saying don't kill us, we're killing each other. And I know that's part, and what I'm trying to say here is it's part of the whole system. It's part of that whole thing about economy and community and policing, and the whole thing connects. But I need people to just, I suppose, link it, because we have a way of putting things in little compartments and going, oh, right, well, let's sort that bit out, because then we can sort that. But actually, it's all linked. So the reason why a lot of these young boys and girls are out, and I do want to talk about girls as well, because we talk about boys a lot, especially when it comes to gangs. And don't get me wrong, you know, boys go through it, and boys go through initiation that can include abuse, sexual abuse and rape. So I'm not taking away what they go through, but there's girls, young girls going through this that we hardly ever talk about. And I want to talk about all of this as one sort of thing. So a lot of these kids have parents that, because of the way society is, they're working how many hours a day? They're working night shifts. They're working hours that mean that they can't be supervising their kids the way we expect them to, or the way maybe our parents did. I remember growing up, obviously we didn't have mobile phones, but we had mobile mums. So it didn't matter where you were. You could be in South London. I'm from East London. You could have been in South London, but by the time you got home, your mum knew where you were. There was a chain of mums that talked to each other. That was faster than any damn mobile.
Signals.
Exactly. Or like something I posted on Facebook the other day, how you knew where your friends were was where all the bikes were left outside which friend's house. Do you know what I mean? There was this whole sense of community. There was this thing that, you know, you wouldn't do anything wrong, because you knew that nanny Auntie Sue next door, there is no auntie, she's just a neighbor, but she's old and she have to, you know what I mean? She will tell your mum how she saw you dressed, who she saw you with, and what she heard you say. So I think part of this bigger thing is we've lost the community. And I'll explain that a bit. My partner told me off the other day because I told my sister off because she thought it, sorry, my sister, and I'm not going to name which one, but she was talking about putting a just a shellac thing on her little girl's nails. They're 11. And I have a problem with that. And I did the typical, what I just thought was normal, and told her. I have a problem with that. Why are you doing that? They're young. Let them have nails. Blah, blah, blah. And my partner was like, oh my God, you know what I mean? Why are you telling her how to, you know, raise her kids, basically? I thought nothing of it. To me, I'm helping my sister make, for me, good decisions. I'm hoping my decision, you know, they're, in my opinion, better decisions to keep as natural as possible forever rather than put anything on it. But again, it is my opinion, and they are her children. But when he pointed that out, I was like, that's normal. That is surely normal. Like anyone who has the best intentions for your friend, your mum, your sister, you voice it. Now, maybe not in the way that Black people or I do or whatever, but you do that. But I think there is that sense of, it's my child, stay away. But then I say to people, it's your child till they're 18. Then they're everybody's problem once they're 18. And then you all of a sudden you want everybody to help you because they're all of a sudden a troublemaker or this or that and that, and all of a sudden you want this person involved. But if we helped you in the first place, there's a reason why there's a phrase saying, you know, it takes a village, and it's not because we're all being nosy. It's because it is hard, even with one child and one person. It is hard. It's hard to make sure they're getting all the right influences and eating all the right food and doing the things that make sure they're resilient and strong and have self-belief. And I do think, like I said, we do need to tackle, man, why we're killing, why we do not value each other, while we're asking for people to value us, while we are taking each other's life. We need to wake up to this. We need to understand why people may not be taking us seriously. And the ones that I think are taking us seriously are actively ignoring the fact that we aren't taking ourselves seriously. That's the way I'm going to put it. And it's not to say we're not doing things. You got that guy just now who was just on, who is doing exactly the kind of things to help encourage people to be better and know better. And then you've got charities. There was something I saw the other day where there's this amnesty for people to put their knives, and I saw this array of knives and machetes and things, and you're like, why are these first of all being manufactured? We no longer need to hunt like that. So why are they even being manufactured? And if they are being manufactured, why aren't they just being given to the military or people that need those kind of weapons? Why are they in any way mass produced? So this huge array, but these are the things that people are giving in. But don't forget, these are kitchen knives as well. These are things that your mum and dad will replace because they've lost, not realizing you took it to go and try and stab someone. So yeah, I don't know what the answer is, because like I said, it's not to stop working hard, but I do think we need to bring back what we're almost saying about the financial community. We need to bring back the emotional parenting community.
You know what? You've just hit such a nail on the head, because it's almost as if, you know, any action, this is my personal opinion, any action is emoting. You know, so when I think about the cray that's going on right now with the kids, you know, young adults, it's them expressing some kind of emotion, and you have tools in which you can funnel your emotion into. You know, we've spoke about this before. With us, it used to be back in the day, we used to do after school activities, summer school. You know, we were never on the streets. It was, and if we were on the streets, like you said, the heels have eyes now. And again, that's what I feel that we are not connected with. I've been speaking to a young lady who I think is still on here, Lexi Dubry. I keep bringing her up because she is talking about connecting the dots, whereby she's 26, if I remember rightly, and she has a brand called Anomalous, and she is trying to bridge that gap, whereby she teaches, she's an advocate for the youth, and she's saying that the message is loud and clear. It's just that us as the slightly older generation and the generation above us and above are not hearing. The kids are shouting out to have all of the inspiration and the incentives that you just spoke about. They're shouting out for this stuff, and as a generation we are missing a whole load of gap. We're missing a whole load of gap. That kid should be seen and not heard has been trickled down for so long that it's become the norm, and the kids feel completely unheard, and they're acting out in the only ways that they know how, because all of that stuff has been taken away. Where are the youth centres? The music studios where they can go and implement this emoting. Do you know what I mean?
I remember as well, my mum had I mean, again, I'm not asking for things for free and everything, but I do remember these things growing up. So you could, as a single parent family or family on benefits, you were allowed to go. So in 6 weeks holiday, you went on a, 1 week or 2 week camping trip or something, and your parents had to pay a little contribution, 10, 15 pounds, maybe 20 pounds. And that kid would have an experience like I don't think I've been rock climbing since,
Right.
So no, and that's a lie. I went actually did it for charity and but again, like if I hadn't done it for charity, I wouldn't have done it again since. So there's lessons that I learned through these lovely things they had available when we grew up. And if I'm going to be a conspiracy theorist, which I am a little bit, but I'm not saying this is what I believe. But if I was one of those extreme thinkers when it comes to conspiracies, I would say it's done on purpose. Because who wants any? If the government wants us to rely on them, then they don't want us to progress, do they? And I've spoken about this in different forms and different ways. But you don't need to be governed if you're doing well. You don't need to be governed if you have everything you want. So it is not. Oh, it sounds so wrong, but it's ultimately not in the government's favour for us all to be doing well. And there's a lot. Look at us. We're the generation that more or less it started stopping from those youth clubs from around our, we had them, but I'm not sure the generation below us had them. They started fading out. Now look at the proportion of now knife crime and stuff in relation to that. And also as well, I'm going to throw it out there, the disciplining of your kids.
Oh,
now, I've talked about this. I'm not necessarily as hard-nosed about this as I was back in the day, like you need to beat your child, right? But there is a significant increase, I believe, in the amount of kids that had an attitude or just seemed to be ruder once parents were worried about how they should discipline their child. Now, don't get me wrong. Like I said, I don't think beating your child is ever necessary. Do you think a slap is occasionally necessary, though? Like especially if a child doesn't understand. You got like 6 or 6 month old or whatever about to touch something. That quick tap has to happen. There is no time for negotiation. They do not understand. You have to do something. But that whole whack per name and word thing maybe shouldn't happen. Okay, that one I agree. But even that, and my mum was like, that rule doesn't apply in my house. So, my mum was willing to go to jail to make sure I got the telling off that I needed. But this is what I'm saying. I'm saying there's things that happen. And if we check the timeline with the increase in crime and the increase of feeling insecure and like there's nothing for them, it's when there was a decrease in youth clubs and a decrease in activities that they could do during the school half term. So, like I said, I think what can we do about that? What is it that I kind of want to move slightly on to like why we protest and stuff, because I do say, we need to this is the way we're going to get things fixed. Unfortunately, I'm not a lover of money. The love of money will always kill you, but we need a financial basis, a financial foundation in which we can build the communities or the support in which our communities need. Now, I keep saying this, and I don't mean this in any disrespect. I love my white friends, and my white friends 100% are not racist, right? But I can't rely on those ones. They're not the one in power. They're not the ones making decisions. They're not the ones making the laws. If they were, these things would be changed already. So, do we do it like the Jewish? Shouldn't we be having our own police? I'm not saying it's paid or anything. I'm not sure how the Jewish community policing works. I don't know if they're paid or if they're voluntary or whatever. But shouldn't we be looking at that? Shouldn't we be looking at opening our own schools? Shouldn't we be looking at, do you know what I mean? Looking at basically, and not to make it exclusive, by the way. And when I say this, I want a black school that white kids go to, Indian kids go to, Muslim kids go to, but it's a black run school. I just want to see what that education looks like. I want to see what the outcome of those kids look like. Because I'm thinking, like I said, why are we expecting any grace from the people that are happy with the status quo?
Listen, you just dropped a gem right there and just ran over it like it was nothing. Let me just ask you this question. What would that look like to you, this black school that was all inclusive, but it was a black foundation, a black core? What would it look like to you?
It is literally, and I've got to say, this is going to be, because black isn't one, right? Let's be clear. Black is the Rasta to the Jew. Black is the atheist and to the scientist, right? But it is someone who, I'm going to throw it out there, British. Not to say that I'm not going to have a Nigerian or whatever, but what I'm saying about, if we're in Britain and we want to about British history, my black grandfather's in that history. And only my black teacher is going to be telling me about my inclusion in that history. What I also want in this school is what our gran and granddads taught us about herbs and medicine, about mental arithmetics instead of writing things down and putting it. Let's go back to where we don't even need the computer, because my mum could do 600 by 25 by 6 in her head because of the way she was taught. Let's incorporate music in everything we do. Now, I know this sounds really silly, but it is. You get a 3-month-old and that 3-month-old is rocking. You ask that 3-month-old to say dada, but if you ask it to hum a song, 3 months, come on, people, we are missing a trick. And we know from our parents, from your parents, we know they were taught a lot of what they were taught by a song. The alphabet was a song. Everything was a song. Religion was everything was a song. And that's probably why they retain this information. Like I said, Alzheimer's patients are a very good example. Play them a song and they've got that memory back. It links, it stays. And that is what we bring. We are all song. We can't help but sing. Everything is musical. And if it isn't a song, it's a beat on the table. It's a tap on the foot. But if it is such a good way to learn. And I just think we need to be able to incorporate, to be who we are. I don't want to have to, we all been in that workplace, but I have to hold it down not to offend those who might be offended that I'm too black for the environment. This is, we shouldn't have to do that. We should be able to raise, like I said, and educate white ginger kids to know that me doing this isn't aggressive, because that means they're not going to call the police on me going, there's an argument outside when it's just me and you laughing and joking.
Listen, let me just, absolutely. Let me just cut in there as well, because something happened the other day whereby you just triggered something, a memory, where it happened the other day where JD and I, for those of you who don't know, my partner JD is white Jewish. And we've been together for 5 years plus. And we were talking just the other day about when his mum says to me, Beryl, bless her soul, love him to death, when she says to me about the stories, how JD has always had black friends. And this is how the story went. I'm using it as an example because this is all I know. All right. And the example was, this is Beryl, his mum, telling me, we've always been okay with, with blacks. JD's always had little black kids come into our house. And this is a story that she tells. She said one day JD came home from school and he said, Mummy, I've bringing a friend in. And she said, yeah, that's fine. And he said, Mummy, but he's got a black face. All right. And shock horror to whoever's out there, I'm just speaking my thing. And I said to JD, I said, listen, I don't think there's ever been one time where I've brought anyone into my house, my mum's house as a kid, and I've actually, my first thought is to say, oh, mummy, I've brought such and such to my house, but mummy, they're white. That has never, ever, ever happened. Or mummy, they're Chinese, or mummy, they're Asian. So I'm not even sure where I'm going with this, but it's absolutely relevant, and I was trying to say to him that there is the difference. Like the difference, the fact that you're saying how we have to teach people that our movements, our natural movements, is not an aggressive flaw, and it stems from that,
this is why it's so. Yeah, and this is why it's so important, and this is why it needs to include men and women with dreads. And I'm not talking about, sorry, scrap that, with locks, not dreads. With locks and, you know, who look slightly different. We need to understand, they need to understand us. And like I said, I do not include, I'm not about excluding anybody, but we need to be included. So the only way that's going to happen is, I feel, is if we start like you're doing, getting your premises and promoting things. And again, this needs to happen with schools. This needs to happen with housing communities. This, you know, there's a family in America that's bought a whole load of land, basically, so they can sell that land to the black community, so they can help build the community. That's what we need. And like I said, we need black police in. And I'm not saying that they need to then join the Met. I'm not recommending that. But then maybe we need to have, you know, like all those ones that used to dress in red, or Black Panthers, but what's the other one that used to be in New York, the red something, and they used to roam the streets, and I can't remember, but maybe we need that, you know, whatever it is, we need to be helping ourselves. We can't rely on this institution. We can rely on individuals, and there are great individual police, and there are great individual programs, but like I said, we need to make sure these things are happening ourselves. And like I said, there are things that are perceived as aggressive. So that, again, I understand with your partner and the mum. And if it's not even like, you know, I don't even have a problem with it. If your only exposure to a certain culture is through media, and that media only decides to show us a certain way, you are going to have your reservations. And so I can't blame anyone for that. But to not give us a chance, I think, you know, obviously that would be a problem. But to have your reservations, I've got no problem with that. I mean, you should be cautious with anyone you probably meet at the first time. But you just check your unconsciousness, check your unconscious bias.
The subconscious bias,
yeah.
Absolutely.
Because like I said, is this do I believe that because I know it, or I had a bad experience, or is this what I've just heard? Let me give this person a chance, and truly give them a chance, because you've given them a chance but are looking for signs, you're still not giving them a chance. So like I said, I feel like this black school, or the black hospital, even the black GP surgery, and it's not to be exclusive, but it's to educate those that do not go black. There's a debate at the moment about black flicks. Have you heard about this? So the black Netflix. And then obviously there's a lot of white people going, how racist is that? Imagine if there was a white Netflix. And you know when you go, oh my God, that is Netflix. You don't understand what we're doing.
Yeah.
Netflix is white. It's white stuff all the time. And the minute we say, can we have a section? And this is not about excluding people. We're not the ones that want to exclude. These institutions do, not us. What we want to do is be able to easily access our shit. So where's that movie that's by black directors or with black actresses, or where's that book with black authors? It should be in the mainstream, but I should be able to filter by black artists if I want to. And that doesn't mean, so there's this thing at the moment, there's a lot of films, right? There's a difference between, I think there's a difference between a black film and a film with black people in it, right?
yeah, absolutely.
Because there are some people that just don't understand the concept. I'm going to get you, sucker. I'm going to say that's a black film. Friday, I'm going to say that's a black film. Have you seen Get Out? Have you seen Us? Have you seen have you seen Little Monsters with Lupito? That is a great film. It is just, she happens to be a black actress starring in it.
Yeah.
But people look at it as a black person starring it, and it's a black film. Oh no, I can't watch it. I'm like, you're doing the exclusion. We're trying to open you up to all we're capable of doing, like the new Anne Boleyn that's going on Channel 5 or whatever it is, and they've put her as black, and they're like, oh my God, she's not really black, but she clearly was the best actress for the role.
Right.
That was it's about. That's why we're here. Otherwise, let's not go about Cleopatra and her portrayal over the years. We might have mentioned it once or twice, but nothing's ever changed about that. Let's not mention the fact that, you know, in the A team, you know, I think it was Hannibal, blacked up at one point to be a waiter. Let's not talk about Bond, who went the Chinese, Japanese eyes in what? Come on. Like, you didn't complain then, but you want to complain about one woman who got the role as Anne Boleyn, who died in 5 months. Come on, she got the shortest role ever. It's, you know what I mean? So I think we just need to expose ourselves, and it has to be sometimes pushy. So like, we just get to that foundation. If we get to that foundation, we can look at investing, look at property. Let's not kick our little kids out at 18 anymore. Come on, guys. I know 18 is not an adult. 21 isn't an adult. I think 25, you might just about. Let's support our kids. Let's not kick them out at 18 or expect them to work and support the household. Then they have no savings for themselves. These are the kind of pressures that are meaning that kids are thinking that I need to earn money. Let's not value a brand over savings. Let's not value a Gucci over Versace or whatever, when that money could be put in something that is going to mean that you can buy a house, buy a car, go on holiday, do something that is going to improve and leave a legacy. And I think, like I said, it's all part of this bigger thing where, you know, we maybe not paid as much for the job, so you're working harder, and how do you keep an eye on your kids? But I think we go back to the basics. I want to be nosy in what your kid's doing. Hey, I saw Jack down the street. Did you know that? What time should he have been home? Because this is what this problem is now. Everybody's too scared to tell everyone about everyone's business in case the parent has a go at them for chatting about their business. Get over it. Because when they're 18, they're either in jail or they're burgling someone and there's somebody else's problem, all you're going to say is, I tried my best. Well, you can't do it on your own. You cannot do it on your own. You cannot spy on that child or know exactly what they're doing on your own. You need your teacher when they're in school. You need whoever's on the street when they're on the street. That's what you need to do. Let's get back to it. I don't care how offended people might be. Get back to the old days of that mother's network, because that's when less crime was happening. I was more scared of my mum than any policeman. If the policeman had caught me at all at anything, I would have said, not that he did. So that's because I only bunked off once and I was so scared I never did it again, even though I wasn't caught. But if I was, I would have begged that policeman, please do not tell my mum.
Please don't take me home.
Please don't take me home. Yeah, in fact, arrest me, officer. Put me in a home. So we need that. We need that again. And I'm not saying there's an element of fear. You should have an element of fear for your parents. I'm not saying you should be scared of them, but you should be scared. You should care that they're disappointed in you. You should be caring that they're working hard to make sure the shoes on your feet fit. You know what I mean? That is what I was always conscious of when when my mom was working hard and doing her thing, is that ultimately I couldn't be and do the freedom I have if my mum didn't have that extra cash or didn't save here or whatever.
Let me flip it back round. When you're talking about extra cash, I mean, even that, for me, that doesn't come into the equation, because I remember, my neighbours having Barbie horses, for example. But hear what? My Barbie horse was a toilet roll or a kitchen roll that I made the head and the tail out of wool and the kind of something. Or my go-kart was, the wood with the pram wheels and, my skates, so it doesn't always, it's that creative mind, it doesn't always come down to money. So let me just flip it in regards to what you said before about us not having that outsource for creativity, or just for, in general, just keeping these kids off the street. I mean, what is it? What is it that hit these solutions?
I mean, solutions for me is very easy. We need to do the cousin network. We can't afford a building. Then everybody comes to my house. You and your 6 kids and your 12 kids and your whatever, come to my house, keep it down, have your fun. again, before youth clubs, what did we do?
Yeah.
so let's not use the youth club as an excuse. I'm using it because that's what I had and I loved it. If we don't have a youth club, every Sunday or every Saturday, let me organise you and your 12 brats to come round. We'll go round to the park. We'll play a bit of footy. I love that. Like, anybody who knows me knows I'm up for that. I will be the one to rally them kids round. We're going round and they'll be tired before me, right? I've got no problem. There's other ways we can do this, and we doesn't have to involve money. Like I said, we can buy a football. I live right near the Olympic Park. What are we talking about? It's free. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah. But it's people have to rally together. People have to go, do you mind if I take your son here? Or, you know, we just need to talk to each other. We just need to.
Here's a relevant question then. So forget the youth clubs and stuff. Do you think that technology has had a lot to do with the miscommunication, not the miscommunication, the disconnectedness of communities? Now everybody head down, phone. You could be talking to me and I'm still in my phone. You know, you could be talking to me like this. Do you think the shift in technology, because I hit briefly on mega trends, and I hope people understand what mega trends are and their influences. Music is a mega trend, clearly, you know, but technology is another mega trend, and mega trends can be used as our allies or our enemies, you know. So is it that these mega trends are getting in the way of our community network?
Don't hate me, people, but we let it. Pure and simple. Again, it's different technology, different time. But there's no way I could have had my TV on in my room. I didn't have a TV in my room until I think I bought my own TV at like 16, 18 or whatever. It's an easy thing for busy parents to allow that to happen. Now, as a parent,
so is that a yes? Is that a yes?
Well, yes. I suppose ultimately yes, because we do have, even when I was talking to you in the beginning, I was looking at my phone. Because I don't know, I can't remember why I was looking at something, but I was looking at my phone. So yes, we're not fully concentrating on anything anymore. And what I've worried about before as well, I was talking about the fast response. So my nieces and nephews are used to ping response, whereas we're growing up of, you know, you ring, no one answer, there's nothing, you know, they might have voicemail, they might not have voicemail, you hang up, you might go round, knock on the door, see if they're in. Like, you had to be patient. There was no option. If you weren't patient, you just wouldn't do anything. So there is this fast turnaround, but also parents are busy and parents are busy, and education isn't the same. So our maths is not their maths. So they've almost, again, if you're a conspiracy theorist, you might say they've catered it so that parents are less able to be involved in what happens in the education of their children. Because it's not like the parents are given a heads up of the curriculum and said, these are very good books in which it would help your children succeed in these new ways in which maths is being discussed. Nothing. So they do these things to say they're improving, but actually then I'm not sure that's the intent, because like I've gone back to my original thing is, who needs to be governed if you do everything well? If you've got your finances in order, if your education is really well, if you're working, if you've got your home, if you can do your holidays, what do I need the government's help on? It's a genuine question, and people have to ask themselves why things have not got any better in all this time, with all this money, with all this investment, and it is not in the government's favor for things to get better. And it's horrible to say that. I personally believe it is still able to have a government, an overseer, an overall rule maker or negotiator for the country. I mean, their job just be less involved. You just have to deal with, you know, the other countries about, you know, travel and import and export, but just stay out of our lives. Do you know what I mean? You still have a job, calm down. But they're not thinking like that. They think, what is our job without the needs of the people having to have a need? So yeah,
I
I
agree.
think,
I don't believe in politics or government in general or being governed. So I completely agree. You know, I think we're all built with an inbuilt instinct. You know, we all know morally right from wrong, and if we don't, we learn it real quick.
Yeah. And like I said, I think this is why we need to think about, there's certain countries that don't start their children at school from 3 or whatever. I mean, I was surprised the time I could hear 6 months old going into, creche and stuff. And I'm just like, oh, and, I'm not a mum, but it's for someone else to see that baby's like first walk or, the first word. Why are you having a child if you cannot be there for those most precious moments that you just give that to somebody else? And like I said, hate me whoever I'm going to offend, I actually do not care, because I understand that your situation will mean you may need to go to work within 6 months. You just should have considered that. Do you know what I mean? Like I said, again, you might be like, fine, I don't mind that I missed their first word or I missed the first steps. So then, therefore, that's fine. Yeah. But what's the point? What is the point of having them? Adopt. This is what I say. I'm not having a problem with you having a kid, but there's plenty out there that don't have enough love, that someone left or couldn't deal with for whatever situation. Adopt them, and adopt them at 5 or 6, so you don't have to do that. Oh, I missed their first word, or they missed. Do you know what I mean? So I just think we're very selfish as a nation, as a breed, as humans. We can be very selfish, but I think the only way as people in general that we're going to get better is if we know the truth. So I hate this term woke, and we used it, and then, no offense, these middle-class people started using it and screwing it up. I'm just like, ugh. Every time I hear it now, I'm like, but we do need to wake up. We need to wake up that this government isn't hardly any government. There might be a few. Hardly any government is designed to build us to the point that we truly are successful, because they believe that's against them. Like I said, I don't think that necessarily means we don't need a government. Who's going to deal with our international market, etc. But that's what happens. The people think power is finite. So there's only a certain amount, and if I share it, then it's just less. And that's just not how it works. But like I said, I think we need to, as a community, Auntie Sue that's having to go and work in the hospital tonight. Where's Richard? Where's Richard and Susanna? Who's looking after them? Okay, come to my house. Do you know what I mean? That not let them. And I remember what it's like to be 16, 14, and you really don't want to go to Auntie Leona's house because, you know what I mean? But I don't care. I just don't care. I want you around my house rather than being stabbed up in a park. I want you around my house rather than being made to have sex because you're hanging around the wrong crowd. I want you around my house rather than seeing you sell drugs. That's what it has to be. I remember growing up thinking my mum was a hard-nosed bitch, but I realised she stopped me from getting into some very many situations where I would have been in trouble. And I would have been in trouble not because I was a bad kid, but because I had breasts and hips and I had a look, and because boys are boys. And so there's very many situations. My mean mum saved me, to the point at 17, I turned around and thanked her, because when I heard what happened to some of my friends at these parties that I was moaning about I didn't go to, or went to some of my friends that went to these clubs that I didn't get to go to, I understood it. I understood what she meant. I understood why she did it, even though she didn't explain. But I understood why she did it. And I remember turning around to her at 17 and saying, thank you for doing it. I said that obviously I would have loved to have understood why. And I think that's the difference with our generation now. We're not just going to say no.
Right, you're going to have an explanation. Yeah. And this is exactly what I mean. And don't get me wrong, I'm not dissing the older generation. It is just that it's a shift. Yeah. A shift. It's like a new era. Nothing wrong with it. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but it definitely scarred us in a way that we are still clawing back from it now in regards to kids aren't stupid, man. They're not frigging stupid. Kids are mini-me's, and kids deserve that education in regards to, just as you're going to put your hand on a fire as a kid and whip it back real quick, that's how it thinks. That's how the mind thinks. So in fact, it's almost selfish not to give that explanation. This is just my opinion.
100% with you. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And it may just be a case of being uncomfortable, funny enough. How do you say that to a kid? How do you explain the situation? Sometimes, again, kids catch on to things that because they're innocent, they don't understand it means that you're calling mum easy, maybe, or dad a player, or a drug dealer. Do you know what I mean? You ask a question like, how comes daddy has a son there, or whatever, and it's an innocent question. It's a child can ask that, and the parents, because they're going through their issue with clearly dad had an affair and that's how it happened, or the kids caught something, they don't want to, whatever, I suppose, face it, or it's an awkward subject. So instead of it being discussed, it's dismissed. So I think that's the thing that hopefully our generation are getting better at, the understanding actually that anger we have at that question isn't them, it's us. It's our anger that we're even having to answer that question, or we're in a position, even though it was the partner or the dad or the whatever that put us there, now we're answering, why is daddy not home, or why is, you know what I mean? So also with our kids, when they're screaming and kicking and shouting, and believe me, having dealt with kids for a long time who have been going through different situations, they will kick at you, they will swear, they will try and pick things up and throw, and they are trying to tell you something. Now we have to stop being black in this respect, and please, I do not care who I offend again by saying that, where we go, how dare you raise your voice? How dare you look at me that way? Because actually they have a valid emotion, they have a valid reason in which they may have asked you something, and we need to stop being so
switch offish.
So almost slave owner like, do as I told you, nothing more, or you get a beat. Now we need to think about this. I've told you about our language before, haven't I? We treat our children like slave owners treated us. I think if we understand that.
Well, we're going to get some emails about this.
I don't care. I do not care, because it's true. And anyone who hasn't caught on to this already, this is part of the problem. Please tell me people have worked this out already. We use slave owner language like pick-me. Please stop using that. We treat our children how slave owners treated us, and we kick them out at a certain age as adults, because slave owners class us as adults from a certain age. And to be fair, it was before 18, but then again, we get looked at sexually before 18, and boys get looked at as men before 18. This is down to slave ownership, colonization, that indoctrination. When we understand why we do the things we do, if we carry on doing it, we're the problem. But if we don't understand it, and now we understand and we change it, we'll fix it. But if we don't know by now that beating your child for speaking in back, it just isn't right. That's just not right.
Yeah, isn't that weird, man? This is the thing. Where does that chain reaction stop? Do you know what I mean? Because this is the thing. It's almost as if, if I was to sum it up in one word, it's like denial. An alcoholic, the denial is real. The age-old saying, you can't deal with your problem until you actually accept that there's a problem.
Yeah.
That denial within our culture is so real, it's unreal.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, it's so hard because it's taken on such a personal level, whereby when we're talking about these things, it's not like we're trying to discredit our forefathers or our foremothers. It's just because you evolve. You know, there was a program that I watched on a tribe, and I'm not even going to name names, but this tribe, just through myth and through word of mouth, carried on a tradition whereby they killed their children. If a certain birth happened, and it took a young guy of a younger generation who actually was the first one to go outside of the tribe to a university to study, and studied, you know, the essence of mythology and all thing that encompasses, and came back to the village and said, hold on a minute, do you not get that this tradition whereby we're killing off our children who were, just say for example, born out of wedlock, right? So if the child was born out of wedlock, it's a bad omen for the tribe, and so you have to kill off the kid before it's 2 years old.
Oh my God.
All right. So this young dude, he went away and he recognized that this was a way of divide and conquer, whereby the white man, so to speak, had put in this seed, planted it, whereby if this happens, it's a bad omen, and that's the way we're going to keep the population down, the numbers. And it was taken on board, and it was literally passed down generation after generation after generation. And these kids were getting killed off, and this guy literally took it upon himself to go and rescue these kids, and showed the older generation that these kids were thriving at 5, 6. You know, they weren't demon children. They weren't born with veils over their faces. They weren't bringing to the community. It was just an old myth that was taken on as tradition. And that's how I feel about our culture. It's almost like these myths have to be broken. Bad example, I get it, but it was a way that a whole 4 or 5 generations had been wiped out on a myth. And then it was one of the wise men who said, hold on a minute, let me see it from a different light. But the denial was so real to the point where the mothers were killing their own children.
Yeah, that's how good people need to understand how good this system is, man. It is really good. It has been years and had been adapted and been tweaked, and 400 years, right? This went on for 400 years. They had a long time to perfect how to manipulate, how to use psychology, how to use belief systems. And I've mentioned this before. There was a theory that a lot of the misogynist behavior that Europeans took on was actually found from African tribes. But again, they've exaggerated it, you know, how they did. But again, in African tribes, the woman would fetch the water, have the child on her back, blah, blah, blah. And the guy would just hunt.
Yeah, not just in African tribes, just in tribes in general. Do you know what I mean?
Right. And yes, and then these Europeans have come and then gone, oh, because apparently slaves were just the men. But then they realized the men don't do nothing. It's the women we need to be taking. So they've started this whole thing of understanding the power, first of all, of the woman. The woman can reproduce slaves. The woman can educate those slaves or not. The woman can be a thing of pleasure. The woman can cook, the woman can clean, the woman can literally breastfeed my children. So there's this whole thing where we're a cash cow. We were their life. We were milking the life into their children. There was no benefit for them to make us realize our own power, to make us realize that we were being used and abused. And so like I said, we kind of need to own the responsibility that what we think now some of these things are ours aren't. They were taught by the slave owners. They've been integrated with some other things to then make us believe it's our stuff. But it's not. You know, we know.
Sorry to cut you, cuz you know why I'm smiling? Because that's exactly how I feel about the Bible.
Yeah. I agree. I totally agree with you. When it comes to the Bible, and again, and I've said this, and I hate to say it, like, oh my God, white people are such steely thieves, although they have been, let's be real. Okay. But but I do believe a lot of the basis, like I said, the best lies are always based on some truth. And this is why I said to you, I believe certain things in the Bible to be true, because it's hard to maintain a lie if there is no element of truth to it, because you can always go back to that element of truth and therefore elaborate off of it. So I do believe there's elements of truth in the Bible. The origins of that truth, I believe, come from what they practiced or saw from our people. And again, these are the basics on how nothing is owned, nothing is ours. If you don't have, I don't have. And these are things that I think we have always been, and always almost the problem we had, and why we were possibly taken over, because we understood the importance of community. We understood the importance of, even when it comes to, like I said, slavery. Slavery wasn't the way Europeans did it. Slavery was, oh my God, you stole from my tribe. Now you have to work in my village for however many times to pay off what you've done. Once you do that, you can piss off. And I'm still going to treat you like a human. Don't let them fool you that we had this kind of evil, sadistic kind of slavery that they now like to say, oh, wasn't a problem. Let's also remember the Jews got repatriations for the Holocaust. But when we asked for it, we're like, oh my God, no, you could want this. Why? Because you can't afford to give us the money that you would have to give our people for us to be validly paid.
Compensated.
There's not enough. And I'll tell you why I know this. Because Africa is still paying Europe and the US. I posted this on Instagram. Still paying them for not providing slaves. Now, England stopped paying that in 2015. Can you imagine? England's rich, and it stopped its paying its debt in 2015. Now, if these needy countries weren't paying us, would they be needy countries? If this debt didn't exist, would they need us?
Listen, you have just started off a whole different topic of conversation that the floor started. The floor's like, hey, let's talk about this. Listen, cuz, right, I hate to cut you because loud, because this is our final from home virtual online, but you know we're going to be bringing the virtuals to the physical as well. So this isn't the end at all, but I just want people to know that you brought this platform, the Let's Get Uncomfy table, to Black Wall Street, London. So thanks and praises for that. Your baby, your brainchild. And I'm so excited to see where we evolve from here. Listen, I can't wait for our next segment, because honestly, the minute you mentioned the R word, you know, the floor started to go crazy.
Yeah.
I can't see everything. Yeah, I can't see anything that's going on because my platform's cray at the minute. But listen, I have to stop because we have Anthony, not Sound of Music, Ultravision TV in the background, and then we've got Sound of Music Entertainment waiting. They're supposed to be kicking us off at 7, but we're going to be half hour late. I'm hoping that they're cool with that. So no, that's. Listen, I just wanted to say thank you so much. Listen, we have to pick this up again because, like I said, you've just started a topic of conversation that is fire. All right. Even around, do people believe that we should be compensated? Even that question in itself. I'm excited. The thing is, we have to write it down because there's so much to talk about that we just get lost. Do you know what
I know. Sorry, people. Thank you.
Listen, I'll catch you on the other side. Thank you so much. This is the Let's Get Uncomfy table with the beautiful Queen, Leona Wilkinson. Take care, cuz.
All right, see ya.
Bye. Okay, as always, hot fire topics of conversation leaves people gagged, leaves people gooped, leaves people with jaws on the floor. Quiet. The floor goes quiet, and then it pops up again. So this is where I know that it's interesting. I'm loving the Let's Get Uncomfortable, but right now we are on Black Man time. We're running minutes over. So please, let's introduce. Hold on a minute. Let me just clear screen, clear deck. Captions. Yes. Who are we bringing on right now? We know who we're bringing on right now. That was Leonie Wilkinson with the Let's Get Uncomfortable. But right now it's King Neville. Some know him as Neville. I know him as Anthony of Ultravision TV. What is Ultravision TV? News and media website, amongst other things. Ultravision TV showcases the best in Black excellence. So let's see what's news. What's news? Yes, Anthony King.
Hello.
How you doing?
Yeah, out here enjoying a little bit of sun that we're getting.
The 2 days. What are we? 2 days into the 2 days of sunshine? You look good, yeah? Good?
Yeah, man, I'm good. Just busy. Always busy. You know what it's like. It's just.
But this is a good thing. I was just giving a little introduction to who you are, Ultravision TV. And I was just asking, what's news? What's new and what's news? Bring us some news.
Well, obviously, I think last time we spoke, we had just launched with our app, which unfortunately wasn't a success. The app let us down. So we're in a little bit of, we've had to do a rethink, in a bit of consolidation. But it's been actually, since it's been a weird thing that, as they say, when the one door closes, another one opens. Since the issue with that app, we've just been contacted by numerous people. A lot more people want to work with us. Obviously, we met people like yourself, and we're obviously working on a few things. But yeah, it's been great. The app's going from strength to strength. We've the channel's going from strength to strength. We've just launched a YouTube channel, which is doing some good things, and that's showing some of our content. We're not going to put everything on there, but it just shows what Ultravision is about. So we've got talk shows, we've got health and fitness that we're going to be pushing this month. We've got interviews. Yeah, we've got a lot of stuff. It's really going well, and I'm really proud of the team that I've got working with me. They've been amazing. Can't fault them. So yeah, it's a journey. We're got a long way to go.
Let me just jump in, because again, you got to be giving yourself pats all over the back, because like you said, we bumped heads when you started, not when you started, but when we spoke. You were starting a journey. You were telling me about your pitfall with the app, and you've literally transitioned from there. I mean, you've got some amazing presenters, you've got some amazing shows going on, and like you said, people are reaching out to you. Again, this is a call to action today. What is it that you need people to do? Is it the fact that you need people to be tuning in more? Is it a fact that you are looking for more presenters? Is it a fact that you're looking to expand on your, on your enterprise, on your empire? What's going on?
All of the above.
Yes.
All of that and more in a bag of chips, as they would say. Yeah. I mean, as I said, Ultravision is about Black Britain. It's not about London. As you know, we've got presenters from the Midlands, the North, Sheffield, Leeds, Birmingham, High Wycombe, London. We're looking for Black representation around the UK. Yeah, we don't know, the London bubble is great, but it's not what it is. Do you understand? It's not about that. That doesn't represent all our brothers and sisters and our families, around the UK. So that's our prime thing. Yeah, we need the numbers, we need the support. With that support is when we can start attracting, bigger sponsors and do more in the community. As I said, Ultravision was started by me and a couple other gentlemen, and it's not about the money. It's about a platform for our people. But as you know, business and community goes hand in hand. Is it, you know, you can't go forward if you're not doing some sort of business.
Mm.
So the more numbers we get, is the bigger we, you know, we can go to the Nikes, the Barclays banks, all these corporates, and say, look, these are the numbers we're getting.
Mm.
Come and sponsor us, come and support us, and then we can do a lot more of the projects that we want to do in the community. You know, you know, setting up organizations and different activities for different reasons. You know, single moms, you know, kids having issues. These are the things that why we started Ultravision, so we could do community work, but also give our people a voice. A platform to show what they're doing. There's people out there, as you're finding out, doing amazing things, you know. But what's happening is we're all fighting for the same space. But that's why when I said if I'm going to do Ultravision, it has to be a lifestyle channel. We're not just focusing on events or you know, cuisine or fashion. We're doing it all. It's all or nothing. That's unfortunately that's how I am. But that's been great. As I said, we're meeting some amazing people. You know, one of our most recent shows is a gospel show. Adassa, she's doing great. She's only been done. We're doing everything. We're doing everything. We're just going from strength to strength.
I mean, not only that, but you've also, you know, you've hit me up with a couple of amazing people that I have coached collaboration. Off of your platform. You know, Sadiq, Mr. Generational Wealth, Shah Hibbert. You know, we've been in close conversation, and that is the whole point of the collaboration, the community network, is that we bring everywhere, that we can, without fear, pass these people around, because they should be utilising our platforms collectively to more exposure. You know, one question for you, and it's quite important because I'm interested as well. What in the current climate, what's going to change for you? You know, because I know that in some respects, a lot of people are saying, with no disrespect, I know a lot of people have suffered. A lot of people have also had a positive season with this lockdown. So what has it meant to you? Is it a pro or a con?
It's been a bit of both, because unfortunately, as I said, because our core team is spread around the country, we've not been able to meet because of COVID, even though technically what we're doing is work. But you know, it's difficult because people are from all around different areas. So we've not been able to meet, and we're very much a kind of a big family, you know. So when we've not been able to meet, you kind of lose that little bit of vibe and that connection. So it's been sad in that sense. But from COVID, indirectly, we've kind of very much sprouted online, doing like the coffee morning when we first interviewed you. That, you know, that's been an amazing show. We've had some fabulous guests, you know, the everyday man or woman who's just bringing out a book and their journey to, you know, black A-listers, you know, Benjamin Zephaniah, Johnny Nelson. We've had some really great guests. So in that sense, but it's very difficult. Obviously, we like things to be normal, but you've just got, you know, it's like anything in life. You have to learn to adapt and move on. You can't stand still. So,
All right. So, interesting. What about, you see, like Black Wall Street London, so we support over 100 Black-owned businesses. What is it, or how can you integrate Ultravision TV with a platform like us? You know, what services do you offer that we could say, you know what, let's put a package together, or not even a package that you already have, that you can say, let me bring this to the exhibitors of Black Wall Street London, and what can they gain out of it, and you know, what can we gain out of it?
Well, again, I mean, that's again, the platform's there for exposure. You know, we're, as I said, our presence is growing online. It's down to people to reach out and have a chat. We've got, I was having this conversation yesterday, we've got fixed rates and stuff for things, you understand? But that's more for the corporates. Do you understand?
Like
someone, so for advertising. But let's be real, you know, we know that people out there are struggling and doing certain things. You know, we're here, we can provide advertising, we can do promo videos, voiceovers, we can, everything in media we can provide. And don't get me wrong, it's not that it can be done free, but again, we're not looking to kill people, because, you know, if we said, okay, £100, to some people, that's nothing. Do you know what I mean? £100 to other small businesses, that's their profit for the month. do you understand? So what we say, look, let's sit down with us, contact us, we're approachable. Yeah, we've got our fixed rates and we've got things that you know, need to be paid for because, you know, people are working and are going to be doing stuff. But yeah, I mean, anything in media we can provide.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to try and kind of hit on. You got, you know, exhibitors who are watching today, they see Ultravision, they can say, okay, so what does Ultravision mean to me? Apart from it being a platform that I can gain exposure from, how can we integrate this into my business, for example? You know, and we've you know, you've hit me up and you said, you know what, Tash, you know, I said to you one point, I'm struggling, I'm doing my adverts. And you were like, Tash, you know, we do adverts, you know, and overs. You know, for a long time, I've been looking for, I'm not going to name any names, to do my jingle. Because it's busy, so it hasn't happened as yet. You know, so it's something that I can say, you know what, Ultravision TV, let me hit you up. Let's have a conversation. Can you do my jingle for me? Can you do my voiceover so we can get this exposure on radio stations or on your platform or whatever it is?
Yeah, 100%. I'm working with a gentleman at the moment. And there's a radio network called YDN, and they're looking to help to promote businesses. They've actually doing an event. Sorry, I meant to try to send this to you earlier. I don't know if you can get this up. Let me see if I can send this to you. This is the event that we were talking about on the 10th of July. Let me send this to you. Sorry. So we're going to be part of that event. Now, anybody that wants a stall, this is a good place to do networking. It's to do with it's the UK Unsigned Mini Festival happening on the 10th of July. If people want stalls, you can get a stall for the day. And they're also throwing in 1 week's radio advertising on local radio. It's a really good package. You'll get to meet some really good people. I've just heard that they've got Paul Dawkins doing a PA down there. It's going to be a very busy day. Well, it should be a very busy day if people support it. So,
give me a second. I'm going to hit it up on here so people can have a.
So yeah, we're Ultravision. I'm organising the stalls. So yeah, there it is. That's the event.
All right, so Chalk Hill Community Radio and UK Unsigned Mini Festival, Saturday the 10th of July 2021 at the Grange, which is in Neasden. It's on Neasden Roundabout. You told me that. Neasden Lane, NW1Q. You can see it all here. It's from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m, free before 5 p.m. and £5 after. It's a mini festival and they're celebrating 4 years of Chalk Hill Community Radio, 21 years of UK Unsigned, plus the Brent, what's that, the High Crash community?
Yeah, High ICIC is the community element. So, and they're doing the radio awards. So, I mean, so just a little quick background. They basically commissioned us to do a documentary on local community radio, and this is part of this event as well. This doesn't actually do it justice. There's a lot going on that day. There's awards. It's going to be a barbecue. It actually goes on till I think about midnight, and that's why they're charging after a certain time, because it'll be going inside. But it's a community thing. People to come down. You'll meet a lot of people. But the making contact with the radio station, because they said their network is up and down the country. So yeah, it's good. So this is the type of thing we're getting involved with, and telling people to come down and support.
Excellent. And I mean, we spoke about it behind the scenes and about how we can maybe integrate what we're doing, or at least hand it out to Black Wall Street London exhibitors if they wanted to get involved themselves. So we're still kind of chewing over how we're going to do that, because no, Tasha's busy, but we'll get into it. We've got other things in the pipeline, like you said. It is all about collaboration and just utilising, what we can do, It's busy times for everybody right now. As we slide out of lockdown, stuff is starting to happen again. And we were talking about following through on our good intentions, and so not just talking the talk, but keeping walking in a straight line. So I'm passionate about doing that. I'm passionate about doing that. So I know that we will have at some point. I kind of feel like I want to give a little spoiler, but I don't at the same time. Do you know?
well, we haven't even caught up. There's a lot. There's more I need to tell you. I think you can give him a teaser. You can give him a little teaser about it's not now. It's for next year, so you can give him a teaser.
Let's just say connected. Listen out for connected. That's all I'm gonna say as a little appetizer. You know, again, let's not jinx it. Let's just get this up and running, and then we can kind of holler out in the right way. But let's just say listen out for connected, peeps. That's all. It's about collaborations and doing what we can do under one umbrella. You know, what else is going on for you guys?
Well, it's just keep on. We got to just keep on. I said we're looking for new presenters. We've got new segments coming out. We've just launched another new women's talk show called The Women's Lick, which was last week, which was brilliant. Sandra, Susie, and Angela, they've done that. We're just moving on. The next major thing for us is, I said, we launched our YouTube channel because of the app. We are looking to stream from the website now. We're just getting that in place and hoping to get that done by August, September. But we'll revisit the app probably in a year or so's time, because that's where we ultimately want to be. It has to. We need and want our own platform. We don't want to keep using the YouTubes and the Facebooks. It's lovely and whatever, but you know, you're restricted by certain things. So
yeah.
So that's where we're at. And obviously working with people like yourself to do great events and helping other people. As I said, you know, people we can do lots of things, as I said, to give people exposure, interviews, promo, a lot of stuff. So people just have to reach out.
Absolutely. Listen, Anthony, it's been absolutely amazing. Again, thank you so much for the catch up. Appreciate it. Again, have to really continue to just stay connected. And
I like how you're dropping it in now. Yeah, it's okay.
And then do what we can do behind the scenes when the camera is off. Like I said, you know, I'm not even going to chat shit, excuse my good French. Just bear with me, because, you know, we've got a couple of things happening in. I mean, you know, we're going to connect up again, no pun intended. It's a private joke, peeps. It's a private joke. But listen, it's been great to see your smiling face. Big loves to you and the team, the trio, the ladies trio, Sandra, Angela, wicked.
Sorry, just remember the brand, Ultravision. Yeah? Yes. You can go to our website, ultravisiontv.com, and all our social media handles are at Ultravision UK. Especially go to YouTube, please. Go subscribe, click the bell. Support. We need it, we want it, and we're here to help you. Support us to support you. That's the way it goes.
Thank you so much, King. I'll catch you on the other side. Have a really good evening, and thanks for participating and shedding some business knowledge.
100%. Keep up the good work. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, yeah, so that was King Anthony Neville to some people, and he is, one of the members of the Ultravision, he's founder of the Ultravision TV crew. But as a collective, as a crew, they are doing amazing things. Their presenters are crazy. I love them. They get down and dirty sometimes. So, like I said, let's try and stay connected. Last time I'm going to put that out there, but just keep an eye on that. But listen, today has been absolutely amazing. I would just like to quickly, because we're running out of time, quickly bring on the sound of Black Wall Street London. Let's put it that way. Let's say that these guys opened up our first 24-hour show with an amazing set, 2-hour set, I believe it was, the very first 24-hour gig, online gig that we did. And so this being the closing of our 5th celebratory online event, it seems like a good segment to pay tribute, not to all of the DJs this time, but personally to Sound and Music Entertainment, who have shown us continuous support. These guys, they do their crazy o'clock thing. I mean, they are all over the place right now, working for the NHS, doing good things on ground level, keeping us all, or providing us all, the masses, with a platform whereby we can just be. Music, I keep saying, in whatever shape or form it takes for you, is the food of love, so let's eat. And so without further ado, in the true spirit of collaboration, I want to welcome back into the studio the sound of Black Wall Street, London. That's Nigel and Daniel, aka Nizzle and Dansum, the Sound and Music Entertainment crew. So just before we do, whether you're planning an event, function or party, Sound and Music Entertainment will provide a VIP service with 2 DJs that play across genres with a quality sound system and a very reasonable price. Let's bring them into the studio once I've put the caption of Ultra Music, Ultra Vision away.
Hello, people. Welcome. Tash, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. How you doing? What do you mean, how can I hear you? That deep voice, everyone can hear.
Yeah, I'm going to stay off the camera. So, like, yeah. Anyway, once again, we are Sound and Music, and I am Dansum. That's Nizzle. Thank you very much for being here and celebrating this tremendous 100 years anniversary. So, we're going to close as we always do. You know, this is Nizzle. I am Dansum. Tash, once again, big shout out to you and everybody involved. Hopefully, I've got everybody's logo around there. And if I've missed anybody, I really do apologize. But next time, I'll catch you. Yeah?
This is crazy.
You're listening to Sound and Music Entertainment.
Give me a call, 'cause if we can hook up, baby, please let me know.
So big shout out to Bobby T.
Well, I'm young, free, and single. I just want to mingle with you, lady. Well, I'm young, free, and single. I just want to mingle with you, girl. I know when I see you, baby. No ifs, ands, just so baby. It'll be me and you, yeah. So won't you take me by my hand and let me be your man? Ooh, feels so good having you around. Well, I'm young, free, and single. I just want to mingle with you, lady. Well, I'm young, free, and single. I just want to mingle with you, girl.
So remember people of July, yeah? Pencil that date in your diary. There's only one place you need to
Gotta get you home with me tonight. Ooh, baby. Gotta get you home with me tonight.
So big shout out to Slim.
Gotta hold your body tight. Make it scream out all night. I do the things that are good to you, baby. I got the tools I know you're sure to like. Kick off your shoes and lay back and let me soothe you. I wanna take my time and do it right. By the love, Tom Perignon to get us in the groove. And an atmosphere that's sure to please you. Ooh, baby, I gotta get you home with me tonight.
So that's why people welcome once again.
Ooh, baby, I gotta get you home with me tonight.
We are the sound of Black Wall Street, London. Make sure you join us on the 3rd of July where it's going to be the whole face-to-face in reality. Yeah.
Always the same, just a little different.
I like it.
So if you love your old school, you know what you need to do. Turn it up. The sun is still shining outside. Oh, open up the windows. That's right, turn it up just a bit more. Go on, Tash, turn it up just a little bit more. We're not trying to get you an asthma, but just turn it up just a little bit.
You know very well what you are. You're my sugar thing, my chocolate star. I've had a few, but not that many. But you're the only love that gives me good and plenty. Juicy, juicy, juicy. Yeah. Candy rain coming down, taste you in my mind and spread you all around. Here I am, oh, this love's for you. Hey, baby, sweet as honeydew. Close my eyes, I would fantasy, and you're right here with me.
So that's why people, you're right here with us. Black Wall Street, London, nice and simple, yeah. Side of Music Entertainment.
Cherry blossom kiss, what you giving makes my body rock, keeps me sizzling. Do what you want, I don't care. I'll be your lollipop. You can lick me everywhere. Juicy fruit. You're so juicy, juicy, juicy fruit.
Don't you stop it, don't you stop the music.
Don't you know you've got me mesmerized with the beat? I'm always fantasize. Don't stop the music, cause it tends to soothe. I can tell you want to groove.
Don't you stop it, don't you stop the music.
The beat keeps going round and round, turns me upside down. I just wanna rock you all night long. Love song. Yeah. I just wanna rock you all night long. Yeah. I got a love song. Whoa, 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 whoa. Everything we do is right on time. The beat so smooth it blows my mind. Don't stop the music, it's so satisfying. It feels so good to me. There is no denying. Just because it's 2 o'clock, don't stop the music. Don't you feel like dancing and prancing? Don't stop the music.
You're listening to Sound of Music Entertainment.
Don't you stop it, don't you stop the music.
Always the same, but different. You're listening to Sound of Music Entertainment.
Sorry, good guys. I'm going to pull up on this tune, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed.
Check.
Once again, we are the Sound of Black Wall Street. I have done some. This is Nizzle. Yes, Phil. See, I got in there before you. Yeah, you know, I got in there before you. So make sure you join us on the 3rd of July. Nice and simple, yeah. With my sing-along crew. I know you know the words to this one, innit? I know Mommy D's singing along to this one. So that's right, it's all about the secret one, baby.
Don't know what to do. This state of mind makes me blind and always leaves me blue. Surrounded by a crowd of indecision and despair. Oh, you know I ought to be home, but my heart never really there. I want another secret rendezvous. Have another, yeah, take my date with you. Have another. Oh, yeah. A secret rendezvous.
She'll never give you the pleasure that we share. You come to me for what you need, 'cause you know I'm always there. Guilty feelings disappear when we're alone and on the side. Still in love ain't wrong. Holding me tonight, I wanna back. You know, baby, you know it's time.
That's a lovely one, so taking you back to the day, down memory lane. That's right, Tash. That's what I like to see. Yeah. Hey, these tunes ain't made for people that like to stand next to the wall. Yeah? These tunes are made for people that want to get on the dance floor. So once again, we are the Sound of Black Wall Street, London. The Sound of Music Entertainment, nice and simple.
First thing we need to do is buy brand new fits for you. Make sure that you look good. Make sure that I smell good. Let's put it playlist. I know that it looks trendy. So glad it is not windy. Here comes that girl named Donnie. Ask if she wants to go. Tonight's gonna be hot for sure. Big dancing on the floor. Folks stripping, I don't know. Money flying everywhere. Champagne, we won't go there. Bottles popping in the air. They'll be screaming, I don't care. Yeah. I'll spend my money tonight. I'll spend my money tonight. I wanna dance tonight. I wanna toast tonight. I'll spend my money tonight. I wanna freak it tonight. Freaking baby, yeah.
Look what counted. Me and a couple friends. No need to settle down. My body don't know how. Right there, I see you looking. Sure hope that you're not looking. Don't get lost in the
Alright. Check it out. Dance tonight. Spend my money. Dance tonight. Bring your money. Dance tonight. Check it out. Make it so, baby. Spend my money, baby. No doubt, man. Oh yeah. Check it out, man. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Real good girl. Biggest thing in my itty bitty girl. Call her up and she made me feel right. Wish the bliss could never take flight. Sitting back with this mic in my hand. Spitting hot shit, trying to see grand. Imprinted on my mind every minute. My plans and you always in it, y'all. Such a vibrant thing. Vibrant thing.
What's going on, people? Big up yourselves.
And even though we both fly,
Happy Born Day
to
to Black Moon Street. 100 years.
Acting like grown
So
up.
I'm glad you guys are enjoying the celebrations.
Spot blown up.
Love for all the contributions today from everybody.
I say I don't
Big
know
up
what
Tash.
you see. And when we both do head,
So yeah,
we
just
go
moving
on
around
and
with the
on
tunes,
and
how
on
we
and on
do.
and on and
So everybody will get a little
sweeter than
taste
Ben and Jerry. Can I rhyme with
of
you know I
something.
get smile.
Trust.
Sitting around
Old,
on
new,
my
old school,
abstract
it don't
car.
matter.
This abstract thing
We can
going
do it.
abstract far, yeah. It's such a vibrant thing.
Yeah.
Vibrant thing, a vibrant thing. Yeah, it's such a vibrant thing. Vibrant thing, a vibrant thing. Check it. Check it.
Mic check. So anyway, big up everybody that's locked on. That's enjoying the show.
Yeah, it's such a vibrant thing.
Once again, respect to all those that
Vibrant thing, a
contributed earlier.
vibrant thing. Yeah, check it. Look at me. Check it. Yeah, check it.
Nice one,
Yeah,
Felix.
yeah. It's such a vibrant thing. Getting back to my MC status, all the willy that I kick make the other niggas maddest. Moving to your town of situation. Shorty thought she subtle, but she really was blatant when she shook a thing and violated. Now these wolf-like thoughts are formulated. I'm saying, oh, is this some heartfelt shit here? Am I sure I'm back, nigga? Well, shit, yeah. Plus we can hold the convo. Trigger movies, my crib, whatever, yo. Just wanna see you by my side. We on
So usually what
95,
we do, we
no
like to play
stashes in
around
the
with
ride.
tunes. Mix
I'm
and
a
blend them.
nigga for real. You would find me in the cypher if I didn't cop a deal.
Generous.
Rap slate like big weight. You buy, I sell, we split big cake. Just move your little thing.
So yeah, it could change. You could switch to anything really.
Yeah, such a vibrant thing. Vibrant thing, a vibrant thing.
But
Yeah,
we're definitely
such
gonna
a
go old school.
vibrant thing.
Play some
Vibrant
revival.
thing, a vibrant thing. Yeah, such a vibrant thing. Vibrant thing, a vibrant thing. Vibrant thing, a vibrant. Vibrant thing.
And like Young Tom said, don't forget to catch us on the 3rd of July. Wow, UK sound versus the US sound, yeah?
Back to reality, back to life, back to reality, back to the here and
So yeah, you better just like do that, mate. Thank you very much. So taking it back to the TOP.
back to life, back to reality, back to life, back to reality, back to life, back to reality, back to the here and now, yeah. Show me how, decide what you want from me. Tell me maybe I could be there for you. How do you want me? How do you need me? How
give enough love to Mummy T. A regular on Sound of Music Entertainment shows, man. Noise up the place. Hey, Bridget. So sticking with the UK flavour, sounds of loose ends.
I waited so long.
Yeah, cool out. So it's all about hanging on a string, isn't it? So you know how we do, we like to give you a bit of nostalgia.
I waited so long for you to come to me. What did I do wrong? It's all a mystery to me. Baby, I feel it too.
So I hope we're sounding nice and crisp, guys.
Supposed to do.
Remember, we are the sound of Wall Street London.
Maybe I just changed. Or could I be wrong for you? You got me hanging on the string now. I'm not pleasing you got me hanging on the string now. Am I pleasing? You never told me you were waiting, contemplating with my heart and my love. You never told me you were waiting, contemplating with my heart. Do you mean to say that after all this time,
Pick up yourself, say gal. So everybody locked on the what? Ooh. Apparently nothing, mate. So anyway, wherever you are, what platform you're listening to, on Black Wall Street London stream, or on a Twitch stream, on Facebook stream, on Black Wall Street, or Sound of Music. Let us know what we're sounding like. It's all ready for you guys. As we keep the vibes moving. Come different every time.
History, apparently nothing, apparently
Might check going back to Dolly Jojo, I'm not sure what track he was talking about. Catch the stream on the replay and let me know.
So keep our tears from countless offenses. What is left but guns and scars? Apparently nothing. Well, that's for me.
Hey, Bridget, before it gets any further, you need to do something with that tune, bruv. Because Mummy T liked the track, you see. So when Mummy T asks for a pull-up, she get her pull-up. Alright. So one more time from T.O.P. Mummy T.
Your guarantee of invasion. I handed down through centuries. A force of arms called gentle persuasion. What have we learned from history? Apparently nothing, 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 apparently nothing, 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 apparently nothing, 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 apparently nothing, apparently.
Most welcome, Mummy T. Anything for you.
So inexpensive.
Just what I'm not sure what vibe we're going to have. Plenty of different vibes, as much as we can squeeze in.
What is left but guns and scars? Apparently nothing, 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 apparently nothing, 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 apparently nothing, 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 apparently nothing, nothing, apparently. Well, that's for me. I'm gonna keep loving, 'cause it's a safe thing to do.
Right, so I can see the other feed now. Right, so I'm going to be a bit multitasking with your messages, alright, Peter?
What have you? Apparently nothing, nothing, nothing.
Okay. Sing along crew. Now, you don't know when the sun comes out. This is definitely the tune that always used to play back in the 80s, mate. In fact, its release was the summer. I lied down some. You know what I mean? A summertime tune. Sounds of the Mac Band. Sing along crew.
I do anything to prove to you I care for you. Even if I had to catch a falling star. And if there's anything,
why, hear the lyric?
Girl, I'll be there for you.
A big lyric, that one.
Just to me, you are the flower of my heart. Girl, I love you for being you. And the special way you always touch my heart. Girl, I'll be there if ever you go. I'll be your dream, your
Sing along crew, do the thing.
roses are red.
What?
Violets are blue.
Noise it up, Mummy T.
Baby, well, if
Once again, thank you for everybody that joined the 100-year celebration. Blackwood Street.
violets are blue. Baby, well, if the answer now, it's I love you. That's ever been this good to me. That is why I always want you in my life.
You got jokes now.
And when I think about the
plenty of tunes to play.
done for me,
Trust.
It explains why you're the apple of my eye. Girl, I trust you in all you do. And I'm so thankful